Chapter 161. The stainless steel factory might have stepped up their efforts, but it still takes another week. 1 week, 7 days, is enough for the first group of people to show off, from screenshots of their initial orders, to photos of their later deliveries, to all sorts of unboxing videos. The variety and wonder are endless, making one both envious and apprehensive. Brothers, we've received the goods. Come and see. It comes in a stainless steel box, with a matching exquisite spoon, just the size of a palm. Let's try it out. Just 1 spoonful will do. The young man on the live stream had an exaggerated expression, a look of heartache as he scooped. The comment section was filled with laughter, urging him to be more generous and not be so stingy. Just kidding, I'm just thrifty, you know. What is this? The streamer touched the stainless steel box. This is live stream blocked warning. Watch your words. Ha ha ha, metaphysical warning, ha ha, enough, everyone, just watch me. The young man on the streamer carefully shook a spoonful of water onto a potted plant, whispering softly as he did so. Hopefully, a pot of strawberries will grow tomorrow. Hopefully, a pot of strawberries will grow tomorrow. The strawberry seedlings in the pot were thin and tiny, looking weak. Even after shaking the soil, there was no change. They remained just as thin and small. Will this really grow strawberries? Why do I feel like it's a stretch? I guarantee it, the streamer assured, patting his chest. These are pure strawberry seedlings. Others tangerines have already grown into oranges. I think it's reasonable to want to eat big strawberries tomorrow, okay? My soil will understand. Everyone was still laughing in the comments section, some believing it, some not, but regardless, remember to come back tomorrow to take a look at this strawberry seedling. It's really grown. The next day's live stream began on time, and viewers flocked to the room. A bright red potted plant, laden with strawberries, sat in the center of the screen. The host seemed to have a light on, and strawberries, the size of ping-pong balls, shone brightly against the screen. The perfect color, bright red, the perfect texture, fresh and tender, the strawberries nestled together, as if they were the most perfect thing in the world. Come on, let me have one. A rough hand reached into the camera, quickly but carefully picking a strawberry. Before the audience could react, they heard the sound of the strawberry's skin being bitten. Holy crap! A loud cry echoed through the live stream. The audience shuddered with fear, expecting to hear what the host would say, only to find him biting and biting, mouthful after mouthful, as if he had lost the ability to express himself. Fuck. The frail young man took a strawberry, biting it again and again, each bite smaller and more precious, until the last stalk remained, which he stuffed into his mouth without hesitation. He glanced at the camera, as if mobilizing his brain. He licked his fingers again, then fell back into deep thought. Guys, it's not that I don't speak, it's just that I don't know how to express myself. The usually humorous host suddenly became eloquent. Guys, honestly, at first, I thought our country was going to produce some new fertilizer. The mention of soil is just hype. It's not meant to be negative, it's positive. You know what I mean? The host, with a serious expression, brought his finger under his nose and sniffed, as if still savoring the strawberry scent. But it seems different than I imagined. How should I put it? This thing is a little beyond the realm of possibility. The host picked up the stainless steel box again, touching it again and again with caressing care. His expression of reverence left the audience speechless. Family, I advise you to grab the second batch. This is definitely not something that can be manufactured today. It's hard to say. This thing might actually be an accidental discovery. As if a thought occurred to the host, a look of shock crossed his face. Oh my god, only our country would give out 1 per person like this. Hurry and grab it, and be careful not to get scammed by foreigners online. The audience was stunned, but before they could react, the live stream went black and the host ended the broadcast. Unsurprisingly, the recording of this live stream went viral again. The host's final, reverent expression was chosen as the cover image, and the final words, "Don't let foreigners snatch it away," also went viral. The response was mixed. Some people say this sounds too stingy, unbecoming of our country. Others say it's all staged. They didn't even show the cross-section of a strawberry while eating it, and they just acted like they were obsessed. I'm a foreigner, and I'm already offended. Not everyone wants your stuff. Especially not from poorer lands. Oh, no one cared about the 2 above. So, is this thing really that amazing? Or has the streamer never tasted strawberries before? Is it shocking the first time they tried one? You're kidding. He has millions of followers. He even bought tons of fruit from a fancy fruit store for videos. Oh, why is that? Could that strawberry really be that delicious? I can't even imagine it. Me too, it feels like a TV show. Unless he gives me one to try so I can understand why he's so shocked. What's there to share? Just grow one yourself. If you can't get one in the first batch, there's still the second. If you can't get one in the second, there's still the third. Everyone gets one anyway, so you get one sooner or later. I can't bear to part with it. I feel like holding that stainless steel box will make me the heroine of a fantasy novel, a master farmer. Actually, I think so too. So here's the question, why hasn't a week passed yet? When can I get the second batch? I can't wait. Furious, Yeatsifeng happened to see this while surfing. It was still 3 days before the second batch was released. The first batch of recipients is growing. Perhaps because they're hoping to secretly share their wealth, fewer people are sharing their experiences with the soil than expected. Even those who can't resist sharing it are just a few words, quietly and covertly. You know what? That soil really isn't ordinary stuff. I brought it back home, and my parents treasure it so much they even pound their legs in their dreams at night, terrified it'd be gone the moment they open their eyes. After experimenting with it, I can't bear to spread it in the neighborhood vegetable patch. How long will this stuff last? I don't need it myself, but can I leave it for future generations? I never thought my old osmanthus tree would see this day. It's like it's evolved, its fragrance wafting from miles away. He, the orchard owner, has ascended to heaven. Fruits infused with the special soil will be on the shelves tomorrow. If you're curious, buy some and try it. You know the true quality of the soil once you taste it. It's like I've fulfilled my childhood dream of becoming the heroine in a farming novel, even with Shenong's bloodline. Motherland, can you please send me 2 more boxes? I really want permanent special skills. Oh my god. So everyone else got it, but I'm the only one who doesn't? A week went by so slowly. Report? Another livestream is happening. Go watch. Netizens quickly fled the discussion forums and headed to the livestream. This time, the live streamer was an old Chinese medicine practitioner. He owned a large mountainous area and, according to him, was growing Chinese medicinal herbs. He was going to use the stainless steel boxes to upgrade some of the herbs. Huh? Directly upgrade? Well, I've tried it, and mixing it with other ingredients also works, though it's a bit weaker, but it's enough for this patch of herbs. The old Chinese doctor walked slowly up the hillside, leaning on his cane. It just so happens that some herbs haven't been effective enough in recent years, so this is a perfect supplement. The audience watched the old doctor slowly climb the hillside, then watched him adjust the soil in his hands, and spread it bit by bit into the herb patch. Herbs, Chinese herbal medicine, Chinese medicine. Suddenly, I feel like this soil should be used to grow herbs. Everyone else is just having fun. Add 1. I suddenly feel so ignorant. I just wanted to use this stuff to plant crops everywhere, without thinking about anything deeper. Isn't it a waste to give it to us to play with? This stuff is so precious. Shouldn't the authorities keep it and research something better? I don't know. Maybe the authorities want to share the responsibility. Otherwise, why would they have a vote? Wouldn't it be better to just give it to us or keep it for ourselves? Family members, the responsibility that the authorities are unwilling to take on is being taken on by charitable organizations. They now have a team of hundreds working to develop more advanced medicines using this mysterious soil. If you're interested, please support them. Just fill in the research center's location when you collect the soil. Wow. Really? Oh. I'm afraid I waste stuff. What's the address I found? I fill it out in 2 days. Just send me a private message. Provide a screenshot, and you receive the Benefiting the Nation and the People medal. The advancement of the medical industry is inseparable from your support. Thank you. Didn't the 2 accounts above remember to hide their IP addresses when they were acting? They're private research organizations, so they're afraid of wasting money, and just chose to leave it to the official research team. Wasn't that option there from the beginning? Huh? Oh my god. I almost believed it. I forgot that the official option from the beginning was to leave it to the lab. Ridiculous. The internet is full of traps. Be cautious online. Think about other people's motives before you see them posting. Sure enough, the account above has been blocked, showing violations. And that IP address is fake. Now it shows another foreign IP. This is terrifying. The whole world is coveting it. Honestly, the internet is already buzzing about this, and people from other countries are eyeing it covetously. We just need to be quiet, collect it secretly, and use it secretly. That's the only way. Yeatsifeng happened to see this, thought for a moment, and then stepped into the spirit beast space. The earthworms were no longer working. They had gone burrowing somewhere else. The 3 gathering spiritual soil was quite conspicuous, gleaming golden, in the northwest corner of the space, clearly working to improve the soil's fertility. Yi Zifeng teleported over. What is it, master? Yi Zifeng didn't respond, but simply asked, can you still sense the other half that was taken away? Of course. It sniffed its non-existent snot. If I want, I can just radiate my spiritual power, connect it, and absorb it back, no matter how far away it is. Oh, that's fine. Yi Zifeng stepped out of the spirit beast space and sent a message to the authorities. Don't worry about soil loss. I can recall it no matter how far away it is. Chapter 162. The official side seemed a bit surprised, but as if they'd thought of something, they quickly agreed it was okay. In that case, I just go ahead and do some things. I contact you if you need anything. Yi Zifeng replied, no problem. Back online. The first batch is still buzzing online, and they're trying to hide it, while also secretly showing it off. Wow, everyone, I wonder if you've ever tried the upgraded version of glutinous rice pounded into glutinous rice cakes. It's simply divine. Oh my god, I grew lychees out of season, and they're still so delicious. It's just a bit of a waste of soil. I never do that again. I've never thought water spinach tasted this good. And one stem can make a whole stir-fry. What a tall water spinach. I really want to show you pictures, but I'm afraid of exposing my privacy, so I hold back. Hee. I picked mugwort from the ridge of the field and planted it. The mugwort rice crackers are super chewy and fragrant. And I don't know if it's an illusion, but the allergic sores on my hands aren't itchy anymore. It's magical. I feel like I've become a direct descendant of Shenong. Everything I grow becomes amazing. It's like a dream. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have poured it into the flower pots. I think eating it is the most cost-effective. The beautiful flowers are just for show. What should I do? What flowers are you planting upstairs? You have all kinds of flowers, right? Chrysanthemums, roses, etc. You can make chrysanthemum tea from chrysanthemums. You can drink it after drying it. Not to mention they were grown with this kind of fertilizer. Hurry up and pick them. Or the neighbors will pick them up. Huh? Why are you talking about your neighbor like that? Oh, nothing special. I just saw the bitter melons growing nicely on my neighbor's balcony, and I really wanted to pick a couple, so I'm just being nice. Okay. Everyone's so serious. Am I the only one messing around with hybrids? I grafted a plum tree and a peach tree together, and it never worked before, but now I've added fertilizer, and it's growing beautifully. Huh? It's even that good. This comment was like a switch, instantly triggering everyone's wildest dreams. So, if I crossbreed a banana and a watermelon, would I get a stick-shaped watermelon you can just peel and eat? The person above can give it a try. If it works, please share your experience. I thank you when I eat it. I don't dare. I only have one box of fertilizer, and I'm afraid it'd go to waste. Why crossbreed a banana and a watermelon? You can try similar varieties, filter out their weaknesses, and see if you can combine the strengths of two similar varieties. Give it a try, everyone. The person above, why don't you try it yourself? Of course, it's because I haven't gotten one yet. Okay. Although the person who suggested it didn't get one, the number of first-time holders is still quite impressive. Many people saw this comment, touched the stainless steel box in their hands, and began to think of themselves as innovative Shenong. Buying rare plant seeds at a high price. The rarer the better. I'm now a direct descendant of Shenong. I saw a flower called the snow hare online a while ago, and I really want to plant it on my balcony. You're so cruel upstairs. I think I saw that show too. The rock anemone is so beautiful. I wouldn't have dared to think about it before, but now I feel like I can give it a try. Oh my god. Why plant flowers and plants? Since we have such wonderful things, we should plant something edible. Don't you understand? Yeah. But I plant beautiful flowers. They're so relaxing to look at, and I always be happy. Then I can just go to the flower and bird market and buy some. Alas, I can't find my favorite, but this is the only way. Report. The country just opened a rare seed channel. With your ID number and proof of fertilizer purchase, you can claim a rare seed. But there's a catch. Once you have more plants, you must turn in half. Wow. So many varieties. All new to me. I don't know how to choose. There's even a jellyfish snow rabbit. By the way, can this thing really be grown as a potted plant? I've got what I want. And I happen to have time. I've already decided to claim one. Upstairs user, what do you want? Keep it a secret. I'm afraid someone will snatch it from me if I tell them. Okay, you're pretty vigilant. Is everyone just doing things based on their own preferences? I feel a little uncomfortable about this. This fertilizer is so powerful, Are we just going to play with it? Shouldn't we shoulder greater social responsibility, like developing new crops and pursuing higher yields? It feels weird just playing with it. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious why the government gave it to us. I thought it was given to me, so I could use it as I pleased. I didn't think too much about it. Then wouldn't it be better not to take it? You say that, and I feel like a silly landlord's child squandering his inheritance. But I really want it. If I get the first batch, I can't get the second batch. Isn't that a bit unfair? So why are the officials giving this stuff out so haphazardly? Can't I just keep it for research? Of course, it's not a good idea. Yeet Seifing was browsing the internet when he saw this and immediately began typing a reply. I'm an insider. This is because when this material arrives on the land, it's meant to be dispersed to make up for previously lost energy. If the authorities concentrate it for experiments, the previous losses in the land won't be compensated, and its fertility will continue to decline, just like it did in the beginning. Yeet Seifing quickly sent the message, ignoring the subsequent replies and switching pages to start another round of discussion. Officials have developed a new wheat. According to officials, the newly developed Zongling My 224 boasts high yield and wide adaptability. It's resistant to cold, disease, lodging, dry hot winds, and premature aging, with a yield of up to 2,000 kilograms per moo. It also has good palatability, a strong wheat flavor, and a high flour content. Consumption can clear heat and moisten dryness, relieve constipation, and promote metabolism. At first glance, it looked impressive, and passers-by and netizens praised it, but only professionals noticed something amiss. A yield of 2,000 kilograms per moo is impressive, but is it really necessary to mention the benefits of clearing heat and moistening dryness, relieving constipation, and boosting metabolism? Aren't all wheat products like that? Why list these 3 benefits in the announcement? It feels unprofessional. Any food can boost metabolism, right? After all, we need to digest it. Thinking about the things grown from the mysterious soil recently, this wheat's effects can't be that pronounced? I mean, stronger than average. Huh? I can't imagine. You mean a bite of wheat will clear heat and detoxify? A little wheat will relieve constipation? A little wheat will boost metabolism? This feels off. It's strange. Is that mysterious soil really that potent? Upstairs, if you were talking about wheat, I wouldn't be so sure, but that mysterious soil is definitely that potent. So, when will this wheat be released? Or maybe we can try it. Perhaps the official has been paying attention to the comments, so this message was quickly replied to. It'd be released tomorrow, December 4th. Tomorrow? Everyone was shocked. Even though the layman didn't understand, it was obvious that anything released tomorrow wasn't developed today. Wow, they're giving us soil to play with while you're working on it yourself, right? Oh my god, who else but the government would treat me like a child? I've decided. I'm not going to grow fruits and vegetables anymore. I'm going to upgrade my crops. Struggle. Upstairs, are you serious? Yeah, my family has land in the countryside, and my parents have several acres of it. Okay. Then I can upgrade my fruit trees. I've got lots of big sweet oranges. Where else can I upgrade them? Bigger? Everyone was inspired and suddenly began to daydream again. Amidst their wild imaginations and actions, the next day arrived. Zongling My 224 is launched. But it's not just about the seeds. Along with the seeds, there were various side dishes, like bread, cakes, steamed buns, and dumplings. Each one was fragrant and fluffy, and each bite was a pure delight. So delicious. Such a strong wheat aroma. I can actually taste that sweet wheat aroma in a pickled vegetable bun. Buns are actually a sweet and salty perpetual motion machine. The bread is so soft and fragrant. Even though it's cold, it feels warm. So warming. The cake is so delicious. The cake itself isn't sweet, but the cream is slightly sweet. I feel like I've relived the feeling of eating cake as a child. So blissful. But is it just my imagination? Why do I feel so full? I need at least 3 palm-sized buns with other buns, but I feel a bit full after 2 of these. Trying to eat a third makes my throat congested. Huh? You too? I thought I ate too much today. 1 slice of cake is enough to make me feel full. It doesn't seem like an illusion. I was able to hold on after eating 2 pickled vegetable buns. Normally, I can even finish another bowl of instant noodles. Huh? What do you mean? Is this wheat-based thing more filling? Why does it feel weird? There's no scientific basis for this. To the above poster, I've seen this sentence many times online recently. Although everything. There's no scientific basis for this, but it happens so often. Okay. Shock. I just went to the supermarket and was told that all the supplements at Zongling My 224 are sold out. You're not buying wheat seeds, just food? There's not even any left for me. Yeah, what else? Do you have to start growing wheat for every loaf of bread you eat? But there's still a lot less wheat seeds in the supermarket. It seems quite a few people are still willing to grow it. They're really diligent. Yi Zifeng was surfing the web when he suddenly felt something in his mind. He pinched his fingers and became curious about what was going on. It wasn't a big deal, really. Two foreign nationals disguised themselves and bought wheat seeds. The two men in black wore masks, their faces calm, but their expressions were straightforward, as if they were just in people wearing masks. How much did you buy? Man number 1 walked calmly with the other man. No. Man number 2 was very calm. Then why don't you work harder? Because I got something even more powerful. Man number 2 looked around, pretending to take in the scenery as he answered. Oh! Man number 1 couldn't help but wonder, could it be? Don't act rashly. I've already sent a message to the organization. I send you aboard tomorrow. You must understand how these things work. Our country's future strength depends on them. If you lose them, you be dead. Man number 2's tone was calm, and from the outside, he looked like an ordinary person chatting with a friend. Yes. Number 1 was a little unconvinced, but his skills were inferior to his own, so he accepted the mission of returning home. Late that night, he received the box. It was made of stainless steel, with smooth edges that felt slightly cool to the touch. A delicate spoon sat atop the lid. It was the mysterious soil, said to have the power to create a new world, transform races, break through limits, and create miracles. It was said to be a legacy passed down from the ancestors of the Yin nation. Number 2 immediately straightened his demeanor. He boarded the boat, carrying the wheat seeds he had snatched and the precious stainless steel box. The boat rocked back and forth on the waves, making him dizzy. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the stainless steel box in his hand seemed a little lighter. It must be an illusion. He touched the sealed stainless steel box, shaking his head to suppress the dizziness. Chapter 163. Maybe it's been too long since I've been on a boat. Number 2 dismissed his doubts and walked back, carrying the stainless steel box, which seemed genuinely lighter. The box was sealed in multiple layers, made of very sturdy materials, and he didn't have permission to open it. So it must be an illusion. Number 1 had checked the box before handing it to him. There shouldn't be any problems. Could something slip through his hands and then silently break down? It must be an illusion. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back, a war between reason and a sense of luck. Number 2 felt the box was truly light, yet at the same time, he felt that since it was already in his hands and sealed in so many layers, there was no way it could be lost. But what if he handed over the stainless steel box after the official team's warm welcome? What if the box was immediately opened after being taken? Empty. Where would he stand then? Number 2 suddenly realized this was a hopeless situation. When Number 1 handed him the item, it was perfectly fine. He had carefully brought it aboard, and with the seal intact, it had vanished. Oh no! This was his fault, no matter how you looked at it. This is over. He's going to be burned to death. Number 2 suddenly began to feel dizzy. While trying to convince himself that he must have been overthinking it, he couldn't help but shake the stainless steel box. It felt light and empty, nothing inside. A heavy blow. There really was nothing. Number 2 suddenly felt like the sky was falling. After checking the doors and windows, he swung his arms wildly, throwing the stainless steel box up and down with great force. But the item wasn't stuck inside, as he'd imagined. It was truly non-existent. It was light and empty, with no reaction at all. It's over. Number 2's vision went dark, his head spinning. But he forced himself to get up, trembling as he picked up the box. No, he couldn't leave his life to fate. He had to save himself. Number 2 gritted his teeth, took the stainless steel box, and hid in the closet. This place was perfectly soundproofed. The staff outside wouldn't hear him. Number 2 reached out and groped, using even greater concentration than when he'd infiltrated Yin country, to peel back the seal on the stainless steel box. Bit by bit, using his fingernails, the pads of his fingers, and the palm of his hand to warm the glue, he carefully tore it off. Please, this has to be an illusion. There has to be something inside. After a long day of fiddling, the seal finally came off. Number 2 carefully grasped the stainless steel lid and reached out to lift it. Empty, as clean as a new lunch box. He closed his eyes and leaned back, unable to recover for a long time. Only when he heard the sound of a ship's whistle not far away did he startle and realize he shouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Save yourself. You must save yourself. Number two's mind had never raced so fast before. His patriotic instincts were completely hidden, his mind and eyes preoccupied with his own life. First, this was a mysterious and poorly understood soil. Second, the rest of his hometown didn't know much about it either. So, what he had in his hands was most likely the first copy. The first copy, the source of all comparisons, had no set rules for what it was. Number two suddenly realized something. Leaping out of the closet without stopping, his mind racing as he searched the ship's contents. Bed, window, food, curtains, fireplace. Number two instantly leaped down, reached into the small fireplace, and pulled out a fistful of black ash. As if with some kind of resolve, he lifted the lid of the stainless steel box and slowly but firmly sprinkled it in. And just like that, it was handed in. The oncoming staff were delighted, their faces gleaming with pride. They took the stainless steel box, talking about constantly striving to surpass and suppress the Yin Kingdom. Number two's heart was already swirling. After coming to his senses, he realized the sheer absurdity of his actions. If bringing back an empty box would only result in punishment, then throwing a handful of ash into the hearth would surely lead to a tormented death. Ah, life, such a fleeting and precious thing. If he didn't do this kind of work, fraught with danger and pretense, could he possibly save his life? Number two stumbled after the staff, fully aware that he couldn't leave until he got the results. But sooner or later, the ash would be discovered, and sooner or later, he would be punished. The staff nearby remained cheerful, carefully holding the stainless steel box, chatting and laughing while imagining the future, completely oblivious to his expression. Well, a mere minion, how could he deserve such attention? Number two couldn't help but think back to his life in Yin country. Everyone in the neighborhood was so energetic. The old men loved to exercise, the old women were so kind, and the young couples were happy to spend time with their children, because spanking was completely legal in Yin country. If he lived in... Stop! Number two suddenly shuddered, realizing his heart was no longer pure. He stared at the stainless steel box, realizing with a deep sense that nothing could be undone. But it didn't matter. Number two suddenly set his sights on the distant sea. If he could just cross it, he could leave this place where tragedy was about to happen, this cold, indifferent place devoid of warmth and care. I'm so sorry, I left something on the boat, and I'd like to go back and get it, Number two said apologetically to the staff member nearby. Perhaps because he looked so harmless, the staff member agreed after a few words. Number two turned and walked slowly. His heart, which should have been filled with mixed emotions, felt empty, leaving only the box of ash behind him and the land across the sea ahead. Swim across. Swim across, and you be free. Swim across, and you be back to your old life. A peaceful yet warm neighborhood. Splash. Number two jumped into the sea. He vaguely thought he heard a loud commotion behind him, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. It soon faded, and he returned to his composure. Number two held his breath and swam, unable to remember how far he had swum. He only stood up to catch his breath when he could no longer hold it. Keep going. Number two didn't look back, only striving towards the unseen continent. Yeatsefin curiously pinched his fingers, pausing for a second before blinking. The first batch of the Sunjuling 2 National Edition that had been shipped overseas had been recalled. As for what happened next, all that mattered was that there was a cause for every effect, and everyone was responsible for their actions. Yeatsefin didn't reflect on this matter, because he suddenly thought of himself. Even after so many years of cultivating immortality, finally making it through, fate had snapped, and he was now struggling with the death of his mortal enemy and the collapse of the cultivation world. Great! Seeing that this world is almost done, I quickly took the opportunity to go online again, or I have to start working again in the next world. And so I went online again. The internet was still bustling. The release of Zongling My 224 had instantly sparked everyone's competitive spirit. Eating the fragrant and filling soft bread, and holding the heavy stainless steel box, everyone felt that they could do it too. This is a unique era, an era when mysterious soil descended on the continent, instantly transforming everyone into Shenong. Of course, although others also possessed Shenong items, everyone had a subtle confidence that they must be the most special. Today, I added a little milk to the fertilizer for Bebe Pumpkin. I don't know if it was my imagination, but the plant really thrived. A sudden inspiration won't have a future. Growing things still relies on basic knowledge. When all nutrients are sufficient, properly adjusting the soil is the correct approach. Don't waste anything, or the authorities will reprimand you. The authorities won't reprimand us, because someone has already won an award. Plant avocados with biofish as fertilizer, and with the right soil and love, they taste like salmon. In case you doubt it, I've posted the award. Image. Huh? Can this really work? How do you show love to a plant? Talk to it sweetly? Or make it dance or sing? This is confidential. The winners won't reveal it. Patents have been filed, so we encourage everyone to experiment, especially those with stainless steel boxes and soil. Seize the opportunity and try anything you want. Huh? What is this? I've been offline for 6 months for my postgraduate entrance exams, and the world has become something I don't recognize. What the hell is this? A new game? You're a little behind the times. Go catch up. The official website has a purchase link and detailed instructions. Check it out now, or you'll be lost when browsing the internet. Okay. Help. I want my grapes to taste like watermelon. How do I control the variables when crossing 2 grapes? Does anyone know? I don't know. How about talking to it sweetly? Just tell it, I really want watermelon-flavored grapes. Please, please. Aw? Are you kidding? Is it really possible? I just told my plant, and it didn't react. It didn't move at all. Is it possible that plants just can't move? As Yi Sifeng typed this, he suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for these plants. Alas, perhaps they were just the same kind. He couldn't help but empathize. If Ying Fanxuan had bothered him in the early days, when he couldn't move, Yi Sifeng's thoughts suddenly wandered, and he came up with this. In the beginning, when he was still a small spiritual herb, he must have been very attractive to a weak, isolated spiritual beast. A bite! A bite would replenish water, restore physical strength, and even replenish spiritual energy, aiding cultivation. Yi Sifeng suspected that the young Ying Fanxuan must have thought so at the time. Otherwise, the feud wouldn't have begun. He, conscious but unable to control his spiritual herb body, encountered the active, restless, and greedy young Ying Fanxuan, and a survival crisis erupted. The memory was so long ago that Yi Sifeng was a little blurry. All he remembered was that after that encounter, his heart was filled with fighting spirit and resentment. He must cultivate diligently, must surpass this gifted but clumsy and greedy spiritual beast, otherwise he would have to endure this kind of suffering and distress forever. Cultivation, absolutely cultivation is necessary. To survive successfully in the world of cultivation, one must overcome all obstacles and cultivate unstoppably. Of course, if that clumsy and greedy spirit beast offends him again, he will definitely remember it and retaliate harshly when he grows up. Chapter 164. What a fighting spirit in childhood. Yi Sifeng lost himself in memories, lamenting his own hard work as a child while pinching Ying Fanxuan, who was sleeping on the table. How unpredictable life is. So many years have passed, he's grown so big, and Ying Fanxuan is still so small. Unbelievable. Yi Sifeng pinched him, momentarily lost in memories of his diligent cultivation. The world of cultivation is vast and boundless, with dangers as numerous as the stars in the sky. Above are all kinds of flying spirit beasts, and the woods are bustling with all kinds of creatures. Birds in the treetops are bitten by snakes, poisonous insects lurk in the shadows, huge spirit beasts patrol their territories from time to time, and occasionally spiritual energy roars by. It's a human cultivator driving a spiritual weapon. And he is just a small spirit plant in its infancy, the kind with no means. He simply considers seeing it a good thing, and picks it directly. This won't do. Having just grasped the situation, he quickly realized the hidden danger. To survive in this place, he had to devise a plan. Plant self-preservation methods. His childlike mind raced, quickly coming up with 2 options, hiding or camouflaging. Hiding, but now a plant rooted in the ground, wouldn't work. Camouflaging, but he hadn't yet realized he had the talent for it, so he had to find another way. Yi Sifeng sighed, as he recalled the past. Perhaps everything was destined. Back then, he had racked his brains to finally come up with the idea of luring the gifted, yet clumsy, and greedy spirit beast over and then taking something from it. Blood, hair, and the like. Gathering them together in a ball, he used his spiritual power to diffuse the scent. Even if it didn't intimidate, it could at least mask the plant scent on his body. That's how he survived the initial stage. Luckily, Ying Fanxuan's talent was good enough. The hair he plucked grew back quickly, otherwise he would have plucked it all bald. Yi Sifeng, reminiscing, held a plush animal in his hand. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lowered his head to observe Ying Fanxuan closely. It looked a bit like it did when he was little, only its body was rounder, and its fur softer. It didn't look like something from the world of cultivation, but more like a stuffed toy. It was adorable, soft, perfect for holding and playing with, and easily touched one's heart. Yi Sifeng was silent for 3 seconds, then thought of Ying Fanxuan's current purpose. After so many worlds, he had probably guessed it, but it still felt a little unbelievable. Could the world of cultivation actually breed love? Or perhaps it wasn't, and after leaving it, the suppressed emotions broke free and erupted. The emotional mind had awakened. Yi Zifeng looked at Ying Fangxuan in his arms, his mind filled with memories of him and himself cultivating diligently together in the world of cultivation. He then glanced at the soft little beast in his hands. Ying Fangxuan rolled around in his hands, making indistinct gurgling sounds. Yi Zifeng rubbed it smoothly. It was quite soft and adorable. Never mind. At least Ying Fangxuan didn't fall head over heels in love with his enemy, like the infatuated cultivators of the world of cultivation. At least he had good taste. Yi Zifeng's anxieties were instantly put to rest. He casually tucked Ying Fangxuan into his large sleeve. The little beast rolled along his arm, its fur scratching his skin, sending a tickling sensation. Yi Zifeng frowned, but the itch soon faded, and he gave up worrying about it. He took a few steps toward the sofa, sat down, and pulled out his phone again. He went online again. With the production of the second batch of stainless steel boxes, more people received the National Edition 3 Gathering Spirit Soil. While it was a rarity in the world of cultivation, it was truly a treasure for those on Earth. Is this something I can grow? 18 strawberries in one pot, the size of ping-pong balls. Even AI-generated images wouldn't dare put that many. I'm living a somewhat bourgeois lifestyle now. 3 pots of ghost orchids and white crown lotuses are like that. I've fulfilled my childhood dream of orchids. I'm living life like a novel. Wow. I'm still playing with hybrids, and you're already enjoying yourself. Why do you have so many orchids? I put them on the dining table. This orchid is so precious, it feels like dining at a fine restaurant. If you're interested, give it a try. It works, I've tried it, and it improves your appetite. Wow. I prefer something more substantial. What other potted plants can bear fruit? Besides strawberries, what else? I don't know. Maybe blueberries, cranberries, or girl fruit. What else? Just search for it. Surprise! Someone in White Province has grown a grape waterfall that cascades down from their windows. The neighbors downstairs were initially very upset, but after eating the grapes, they all stopped talking and became friends. Share link. Yi Zifeng clicked on it immediately. The article has a classic opening, inviting readers to follow his gaze and see what happens. A resident of Province Y snagged the second batch of spiritual soil and, within 3 days, planted a grape waterfall, covering 3 windows from top to bottom. The owners of the 2 lower windows initially protested, but upon hearing the grapes were theirs, they cheered up and beamed, promising to diligently prune them. Everyone was happy. The article concluded with a picture of 3 middle-aged men, their faces blurred, shaking hands. Their body language revealed their joy. All 3 were delighted to have their own grape waterfall. Yi Zifeng looked at the picture of the grape waterfall, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Did he have something similar? But time flies by. Yi Zifeng only hesitated for a second before resuming his surfing. Shares on the internet are growing. Some are hybridizing colorful fruit trees, others are growing sweet-scented osmanthus flowers whose fragrance wafts from miles away, and still others are diligently exploring new possibilities for crops. Everyone is working hard. There's an increasing amount of agricultural content shared online. Click on any article, and you find countless comments below, either sharing or asking for help, all driven by the effort of planting. It's so addictive. I've suddenly transformed from an ordinary person into the protagonist of a farming article, armed with magical soil, and everything I plant and cultivate grows. Honestly, I've recently begun to wonder if I'm just naturally gifted. Otherwise, how could I grow so many things? Wake up, everyone above. This is all thanks to the magical soil the official website gave you. You're just a human planting machine. But I only planted what I wanted to plant, and everything is growing well. Does that mean I'm actually gifted? This soil is just a magical tool in my life. I'm a little embarrassed. But I want to say I feel the same way. I just believed in myself. Yi Zifeng sighed as he browsed the internet. If there had been some skepticism and arguments with foreigners at the beginning, now the internet was truly peaceful. So the land was planted. As batches of stainless steel boxes were produced, more and more people held onto the spiritual soil. If a family of 5 had 5, that meant 5 boxes. 5 boxes in total. Whether to dilute or concentrate the soil was up to personal preference, but it had to be used within a year. The official expiration date was even printed on the boxes, stating that it would wither and disappear after a year without use. 1 year. This was the time Yi Zifeng had given himself. A year in this world. When all the spiritual soil was nearly used, he would let the spirit essence in the space, its dispersed half, fall to the ground, as a final safeguard for this world. There was no other way. To achieve the golden light of merit, one had to be this cautious. A year flowed by like water, day after day, in the internet and cultivation. During this year, the nation's agricultural development has undergone a profound transformation. Many people are engaging in hybridization. While many of these practices would not survive without the spiritual soil, many are also operating normally and effectively. For example, existing crops are being made more resistant to lodging, pests, and drought. Fruit trees are being made to produce more fruit without damaging the trees. Cotton yields are being increased, and cotton heads are being made softer. At first glance, these changes may seem unremarkable, but they are all sustainable. Even without the spiritual soil and the interdimensional bonuses of the cultivation world, these changes can be preserved. While active internet users may not have noticed this, the nation has clearly taken notice and established a fund to encourage research in this area. While the funds aren't substantial, the winners receive a unique title: the Living Shinong. Everyone was excited. Although in recent years, 9 out of 10 people have claimed to be Shinong, this was different. This was a nationally certified title. Holding their cultivated crops in their left hand, and their title in their right, the family tree would begin with them. Everyone was enthusiastic. Although cultivating simpler crops required a great deal of specialized knowledge, and they couldn't dream up anything like before. So what? Aren't they Shinong? Of course they are. Just learn. Everyone began learning. Regardless of their profession, one essential part of their daily work and life was learning basic agricultural knowledge. What? You say you don't want to learn? Great. Then I take the title of Living Shinong. So they studied diligently. One upgraded crop after another was announced, one small medal after another was awarded. In this era of nationwide enthusiasm for planting, the Sunja's spiritual soil gradually returned to the earth. Maybe the online buzz wasn't obvious yet, but as everyone scraped the stainless steel box with their spoons, a sense of melancholy was palpable. Oh no! Without this soil, could I still grow everything I wanted? But before anyone could get too upset, the authorities suddenly announced they had developed a new fertilizer. While not as potent as the mysterious soil, it was equally versatile. And so, it was released to the market. This shared a lot of their melancholy. Although they hadn't started using the new fertilizer yet, their crops were crying out for food. Could they just abandon it? Absolutely not. So, it was a natural progression to continue planting. My love for planting gradually became a habit, and the new fertilizer was actually quite effective. While not incredibly effective, it still helped keep my previous crops alive and replenish their nutrients. Tutorials for using the new fertilizer were trending online again. Everyone sharing their ideas was genuine and heartfelt, a stark departure from the previous trend of chasing traffic. It was immediately clear they were genuinely passionate about it. Look everyone! This is the new fertilizer. The texture and color are similar to the previous soil. The blogger opened the package and introduced it. Officially, they say it's independently developed, but it's based on the previous soil as a model. I think you can just treat it as a local version. After the introduction, it was time for the demonstration, but, whether intentionally or not, the camera kept flicking to the blogger's own crops. Well, since you've seen it all, let me introduce it to you. These are my creations. And so the introduction began. The audience listened expressionlessly as the blogger boasted about his plantings. He boasted for 2 full minutes into the 5-minute video before finally starting to talk about fertilizer. Let's be careful. This amount is enough for a plant this size. The blogger carefully shook the spoon and gave detailed instructions and fertilizer ratios. With 15 seconds left in the video, the blogger suddenly pulled something out from behind him. Although I'm not showing off, I still wanted to show my fans my little medal. The Living Shinong, you see? It's shiny and has a unique scent, like ink and paper, but upon closer inspection, it also smells of patriarchal tradition and inheritance. I know what this smell is. The blogger, with an uncontrollable smile, slapped his thigh. It smells like family tree. Chapter 165. Yeetsifeng casually gave the video a like and, expressionlessly, typed 3 thumbs up in the comments section. His intense surfing had made him quite refined, and he'd always like and comment on any video he found worthwhile. And so he continued surfing. Other social media outlets seem to have been inspired by this. Instead of using a single video to announce their Living Shinong status, they casually displayed their medals between each video. Hey, you asked what's hanging around my neck? It's nothing, just the medal of the Living Shinong. It's so light, I forgot to take it off. I remember this medal weighing half a pound, right? Why don't you try putting it on again? Haha, really? It feels quite light to me. Maybe I'm just a bit more talented. A medal bearing the title of Shannon feels quite light. Oh, let's not talk about that for now. Let's get back to the topic of how to use new fertilizers to achieve your preferences. Yitzifeng glanced down leisurely. Another one showing off a medal. Oh, what's that hanging on the wall behind me? It's just the medal I got back. I didn't want to wear it, but my mom insisted. It felt like getting a certificate as a kid, so embarrassing. That being said, the blogger's hands were steady, not a flicker of emotion, and the smugness between his brows was almost uncontrollable. Okay. Yitzifeng scrolled down again. He didn't know if Big Data had figured out his preferences, but 5 out of 10 videos were secretly showing off medals. It felt like my mind was being read. Perhaps this is a superpower in the technological age. Yitzifeng leisurely browsed the internet for a while, browsing various sections. The official fertilizer had already established itself, and the public hadn't reacted much. It was a natural progression for him to switch from stainless steel boxes to large sacks. Although a little uncomfortable, he continued farming. Alas, I still miss my stainless steel box artifact. I feel like the heroine in a fantasy novel. Me too, but the official website says it's out of stock. That particular piece has already been used up. Why can't I look for it again? I still want it. Secretly speaking, this soil isn't from this world at all, Doghead. Ah? So it's from the universe? Can we go dig some more in the universe? It's not the universe, but I can't say much. It's incredible and quite fantastical. We couldn't get it originally, but that big guy was so generous and just stuffed it into our hands. Huh? It's not from this world, nor is it from our universe. That big guy just stuffed it into our hands. Are you writing a fantasy novel? The celestial lord of the ruins' holy land generously bestowed treasures. The people of the small world ascended together. Is this the chapter we're writing? It doesn't seem to be. It's a small world, haha. It might be a little unfair, but only people in our country have it, and other countries are envious and want to import our fertilizer. Will Mom agree? No, we're still discussing it, but that's not our concern. We just need to focus on our own business. Where's that online tutorial for growing onions with a neutral flavor? I can't find it right now. Is this it? Share link. Onion transformation into sweet petals. HTTP. Yitzifeng continued reading, and as he read, he felt that it was almost done. Now that everything was on track, it was about time for him to leave. Where's Yitzifeng? Yitzifeng instantly sensed something was amiss. He wasn't near him, which was truly strange. Yitzifeng stepped into the spirit beast space. Thanks to the transformation of the spirit soil, the ground was becoming increasingly rich in spiritual energy. Almost immediately, he could sense the vibrant vitality within. Naturally, this meant it was perfect for farming. Yitzifeng was busy working on the ground, a tiny creature, digging rapidly with its 4 short legs. Then, he picked up a round seed from the side and dropped it. Yitzifeng recognized the seed instantly. Bamboo jade fruit, a favorite food of his in the world of cultivation. Yitzifeng blinked, glanced at the seed in the small hole in the ground, then at Yitzifeng, who was diligently covering it with soil. He had left in a hurry when the world of cultivation collapsed. Of course, he couldn't have had time to bring his favorite food with him. So where did this fruit come from? There was definitely no storage space, and even less so, no spirit beast space. There wasn't enough spiritual energy. Yitzifeng finally finished burying the dirt. As his small body floated in the air, he shook it, shaking off all the tiny particles of dirt. Then, as if a thought struck him, he rubbed his 4 legs together. Feeling clean, he scurried onto his shoulder and climbed up expertly. Yitzifeng suddenly realized something was amiss. If Yitzifeng had been a dedicated cultivator in the world of cultivation, would he have been carrying something his sworn enemy loved to eat? Yitzifeng turned his head, looking at the soft, dependent little fur ball on his shoulder. For a moment, he couldn't connect it with the pretentious beast king he remembered. Is there a possibility? Yitzifeng suddenly grasped something. Yitzifeng had always been a love-brained person, but it was only after the collapse of the cultivation world that his true nature was revealed. Ah, incredible. Yitzifeng looked down. Yitzifeng was still rubbing his fur. Donning the plush mask, he seemed unbridled, instantly rejuvenated. He did whatever he pleased, disregarding even the most basic decency, rubbing and rubbing against the shoulders of the one he loved. Yitzifeng took 2 steps toward his neck as he rubbed, gently, and tenderly leaning against it. Yitzifeng was silent for 3 seconds, unable to think of a way out. Yitzifeng moved again, as if realizing his impropriety. He took 2 pretentious steps toward his shoulder, then stood straight, like a soldier. Never mind. The cultivation world is so vast, having a love-brained beast king is probably normal. Right? And so, he left the dimension with Soldier King Ing Fengshuan. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to transfer some spiritual energy to the bamboo jade fruit seeds. In fact, Yi Zifeng had almost forgotten the taste of bamboo jade fruit. He quickly transferred some spiritual energy to promote the growth of the seeds, hoping to taste them in 3 years. He would be very happy then. Now it was time to leave. Yi Zifeng, carrying Soldier King on his shoulders, stepped out of the spirit beast dimension. The world's atmosphere was peaceful and full of vitality. Everything was progressing steadily, and there shouldn't be any problems in the near future. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment before taking out his compass, then pulled out his phone and sent a message to the authorities. Everything seemed so familiar and expected. Official Specialty +1. However, due to the different developments in this world, many optimized seeds have appeared among the specialties, and there's even a massive osmanthus tree, dotted with golden osmanthus flowers, its fragrance lingering and rich. This is an osmanthus tree that has absorbed a great deal of spiritual soil. To be honest, the current fertilizer is no longer sufficient to sustain its growth. Since you said you wanted to leave, could you please take the tree with you? If not, I could make dried flowers out of it. Osmanthus. Yi Zifeng sniffed the unique scent, instantly recalling memories of his first world as a human. Osmanthus, an inimitable fragrance. Yi Zifeng thanked him earnestly, then transplanted the enormous osmanthus tree into the spirit beast space. He placed it at the entrance, and injected a considerable amount of spiritual energy into it. After admiring the layout of the space's entrance, and the osmanthus tree, Yi Zifeng pulled out his compass. Having collected the local specialties and souvenirs, it was time to depart. The compass spun rapidly, spiritual energy gradually being injected into it, and the characters illuminated one by one. Amidst the rapidly swirling spiritual energy vortex, Yi Zifeng rushed in with Ing Fengshuan. A dark void in space, a familiar figure and scene. The aquamarine planet behind him trembled gently, sending countless golden lights condensing. Yi Zifeng had already grasped Ing Fengshuan. As the furry creature struggled in his grip, the golden light crashed down upon him. Amidst the starlit sky, the furry creature in his hand transformed into a slender hand. Looking up, the translucent Ing Fengshuan before him seemed to have a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Ing Fengshuan responded quickly, but he didn't let go. Yi Zifeng didn't either. Although it felt strange to hold their fingers together, loosening them now felt like a loss. Thinking of this, Yi Zifeng tightened his grip slightly. Ing Fengshuan said stiffly, "Sorry, I just transformed in your hand and accidentally got tangled up." "Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Every finger is tangled up." Yi Zifeng's tone was indifferent. He couldn't help but become more cautious when talking to Ing Fengshuan in human form. Ing Fengshuan gave a confused response. But before Yi Zifeng could ask more, Ing Fengshuan's form collapsed, disintegrating into tiny dots of spiritual energy, which reassembled the body of the little spirit beast. It wasn't time to recover yet. Reshaping the soul and body was a matter of defying fate. Although he had gathered the merits and golden light of so many worlds, the soul could be restored, but a complete physical reconstruction required more opportunity. Yi Zifeng looked down at the furry creature running around on his shoulder. Being a little spirit beast was great, so he put on the mask. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but pick up Ing Fengshuan and rubbed him. After he felt relieved, he took out his compass and began to locate the next world. The compass spun rapidly, and amidst the intense spiritual energy fluctuations, Yi Zifeng spotted a point of difference. Always trusting his intuition, he decisively injected spiritual energy and leaped into it. The steaming 21st century. It should have been noon, the sun hanging overhead, the world of brilliant white, many objects reflecting the glaring sunlight. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but squint. In the city. And there were many young people around, as if they had gathered specifically. Yi Zifeng, who had surfed the world for many years in previous worlds, immediately realized that he had landed on a campus. A university campus. Something strange. Yi Zifeng's figure was hidden, making him invisible to those around him. So he began to observe, walking from one teaching building to another, from the student cafeteria to the teacher's dormitory, looking left and right, but he didn't see anything amiss. Is anyone there? Is there a student? Yi Zifeng turned his head and looked over. There seemed to be a figure lying in the corner. Chapter 166. The figure's body was mostly obscured by the brush. From a normal angle, one could only see its twitching form, as if someone were suffering from an illness or some other health issue. Yi Zifeng walked towards the area and stopped when he reached it. He didn't step softly as he approached. Logically, the person lying there should have reacted, but the old man, with his dark complexion and cloudy eyes, didn't react at all, continuing his hoarse shouting. Heh? Are there any students here? Is there anyone here? Are there any students here? Heh heh. The hoarse voice seemed to come from deep in his throat. Even without looking, one could tell with just one ear that something was amiss. It looked like a puppet, but also like a zombie. Years of immersion in the world of cultivation told Yeet Sifeng it was probably a puppet, but several days of intense surfing in the modern world had convinced him it was probably a zombie. Both species can lose consciousness, but still move. The difference was that he was more familiar with the puppet system, but less so with the zombie virus. It probably required scientists to study it. Yeet Sifeng stood there, pondering for a second. Then, decisively, he reached out and pressed his hand against the old man's head. The feedback from his hand made Yeet Sifeng raise an eyebrow. He then poured his spiritual energy into the object, quickly extracting and shattering it. Dark fragments scattered to the ground and quickly vanished. The old man on the ground was still a little disoriented, but since that was the case, Yeet Sifeng injected a gentler spiritual energy into him. The old man slowly regained consciousness, his eyes gradually clearing. He first looked up at the sky, then at Yeet Sifeng standing beside him, and finally at himself, who had fallen to the ground. You seem to be having an acute illness. Yeet Sifeng's words were rather reserved, as he wasn't sure how much the old man remembered. Oh! Principal Huang suddenly remembered, his memory quickly coming together, instantly recalling his morning's events. Today should have been a normal day, but upon waking, he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. His mind was foggy, his limbs weak. The students described it as the feeling of sitting down after a long night, and then a 3,000-meter run. Maybe it's a bad cold. That's what Principal Huang thought at the time. My limbs were a little weak, but it was manageable. Mainly because I had a lot of things to do today, and couldn't take leave, so I had to bite the bullet and go to work. But his mind was still groggy, a little different from previous colds, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what. Principal Huang slumped limply over the table, mustering the energy to send a message to the student group organized by the school. Remind students about the recent flu virus. Attention, students! A new virus has recently spread with alarm. Please keep warm and prevent infection. Principal Huang felt a little more at ease after hearing the warning from the school broadcast room outside his window. He slumped over his desk, accidentally closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he was lying there. He lay in a cold, deserted corner of the campus. You've had a sudden illness, said the young man in white standing nearby. Principal Huang's mind raced, turning and retrieving his thoughts, but he couldn't figure out how he'd ended up here. His office was far away, practically on the other side of the campus. Under normal circumstances, would someone unconsciously walk across such a long distance from campus? Impossible. Having handled numerous student fraud cases, Principal Huang was wary of all oddities. He suddenly became seriously ill, lost consciousness, and suddenly opened his eyes in a corner of the school. A nearby adult male informed him that he had just suffered a sudden illness. This was definitely a problem. But what exactly was it? Principal Huang couldn't figure out. Even as his mind cleared a little, the foggy feeling still lingered. Do you need me to take you home? The young man in white standing nearby spoke gently. Principal Huang's favorability rating instantly increased. What a kind young man. So kind. Principal Huang, using the enthusiastic young man Yeet Sifeng's arm, slowly stood up. He was about to turn around to thank him, but his breath slowed after catching a clear look at Yeet Sifeng's face. So handsome. Like a celebrity, Principal Huang suddenly became enthusiastic, his previous defensiveness completely dispelled. Someone with average looks could be a villain, and someone with decent looks could also be a villain, but someone who is incredibly handsome is unlikely to be a villain. With that kind of looks, there are so many ways to make money, and being a villain is just too cheap. Hey, young man. Principal Huang was about to compliment him, when he realized his voice was terribly hoarse, as if he'd taught 8 classes a day and given a military training speech that evening. Yeet Sifeng was lost in thought. The landing sites in the previous worlds were all remote, but this one had landed on a university campus, a place with a relatively dense population. He even saved an old man. Principal Huang tested his voice. Though incredibly hoarse, he felt much more alert as time went by. His brain no longer felt foggy, and while he still felt a little tired, at least he didn't have that strange feeling of being haunted by a shadow anymore. It was as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Principal Huang was startled by the word he had thought of, but then he thought it was just a fantasy. How could it be that? He had gone for a physical last month, and his old colleagues envied his good physique. It must have been an accident. So how did he end up fainting there? Young man, when you saw me, was I already unconscious on the ground? Principal Huang said hoarsely. Yi Zifeng thought for a second before telling the truth. Lying down and calling for help makes your voice hoarse. Principal Huang froze. He searched his mind but couldn't find any memory of lying on the ground and calling for help. One moment he was in the office, and the next he was lying on the ground and seeing someone. Lying down, calling for help. So, how did I yell? Principal Huang asked in a whisper. It was rather gloomy. I kept asking if anyone was coming, asking if any students wanted to see me. The young man in white spoke indifferently, as if unaware of the impact his words had had on him. Principal Huang's mind froze. Past experience had led him to believe the young man in white was deceiving him, but looking at his incredibly handsome face, he couldn't bring himself to say the words. Then why am I like this? Do you know? Principal Huang didn't know why he asked this question. Perhaps it was because the young man in white was so calm, with a sense of composure that everything was under control. In the past, Principal Huang had only seen this expression on the faces of the top students. It was subtle, but remarkably confident. Yi Zifeng composed himself. Actually, this illness isn't what you think. Looking at the worried old man, and then adding to the job title he had just conjured up with his fingers. Principal. Yi Zifeng's expression changed in a split second. Actually, I'm applying for the position of psychology teacher. This illness is psychologically related, and there are signs before it starts. If you feel your mind fogging up, just come see me for counseling, and everything will be resolved. Principal Huang was still a little confused, and it took him a long time to reply, what? But he still ended up becoming a psychology teacher. Perhaps it was fate. The school's previous psychology teacher had just resigned, and before the vacancy had even been posted, Yi Zifeng had already filled it. Principal Huang was skeptical about the concept of mental illness, but after extensive research, he couldn't find any such viral symptoms. Instead, he found numerous cases of memory loss during illness in the psychiatric department. Could it really be that the work pressure had been too great recently? Principal Huang wasn't sure. He'd been doing this for years, so why had it happened only this year? Could it be that he was getting old and his health wasn't working? Principal Huang felt something was wrong, but he always trusted what he saw. Sure enough, he checked the security camera, and it clearly showed him staggering out of the office, across the lawn, and down the path. Teacher Yi must have been sightseeing, leisurely strolling around the school, when he discovered himself lying on the ground. That be it for now. Principal Huang looked out the window at the bustling students. Thinking of his own strange illness, he felt a wave of unease. But then he remembered Teacher Yi sitting in the counseling room not far away, and he suddenly felt better. Perhaps this is the confidence that comes from being a professional. As expected, everything needs to be prepared in advance, even a student's mental illness. Yi Zifeng was chatting with a student, but he wasn't addressing cases related to strange illnesses. Well, take the methods I've provided and go back and exercise well. First, build a strong physical foundation, then address your mental health. Go ahead, class is about to start. The new counselor had a gentle smile and incredibly stable emotions. The student who came for consultation suddenly felt their restless mind had found support, and slowly mustered up some energy to exercise. Although this method of meditation combined with exercise was new to him, Teacher Yi could tell from a glance that she was both physically fit and mentally strong. It should be quite useful. The student holding the training sheet was a little uncertain, but gradually walked straight and purposefully back to the dormitory. Yi Zifeng's smile gradually faded. He'd been so blissfully surfing the internet earlier that it only occurred to him today that young people in the 21st century can also experience psychological barriers in the course of normal life, and there are many different types. Let's get some exercise first. He took this recently developed training course for low or micro spiritual power worlds, and went for some exercise. Only when the body is healthy can the spirit rise. A strong and sturdy body infuses the soul with additional energy, making it more and more uplifting and vigorous. It turns out being a psychology teacher isn't easy either. Yi Zifeng leaned against the window, wondering how many more students he needed to chat with before he could unlock the true dangers of this world. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Yi Zifeng turned and opened it. Standing at the door was a male student of medium height, his face sallow and his skin pale. A vaporous aura, invisible to ordinary people, lingered above his head. The air was filled with insect odor. Ah, finally here. Yi Zifeng smiled. Welcome to consult me. Teacher, I'm just feeling a bit confused. The radio broadcast today said this is a very common mental illness, so I came to see you. Can mental illness still be a common illness? The boy muttered as he shuffled into the room. Yi Zifeng locked the door. Of course, the world is so vast and full of surprises. Some people are conservative, while others love to innovate. Take this unique illness for example. Chapter 167. And so, I went to counseling. Although he wanted to get straight to the point, considering he was now a teacher, Yi Zifeng went through the normal counseling process. Hello Lu, how are you feeling? I'm fine. The male student named Lu Yuan, who had just introduced himself, was in a daze, feeling as if he were shrouded in an invisible cloth that tightened, diminishing his perception of the outside world. Can I take a closer look at you? The new counselor asked. Yes. Lu Yuan suddenly felt his consciousness blurring out, his mind drifting apart for a moment, but he shuddered and forced himself back together. The tall counselor approached. With what seemed to be gloves on, he held his head, pried at his eyelids, and finally gestured for him to open his mouth. Something like a flashlight shone upon him, and Lu Yuan felt his world glow white. Something seemed amiss. It felt like he was in the hospital, a doctor examining his condition. But wasn't he doing psychological counseling? Did psychological counseling also include physical examinations these days? Open your eyes. The psychology teacher spoke again. Lu Yuan struggled to withstand the glare of the light, and forced his left eye open. A university psychology teacher shouldn't be unreliable, right? Perhaps this was just routine procedure, or perhaps some new technology was being employed. Regardless, it wasn't the teacher's fault. Look at your right eye. Lu Yuan strained to open his right eye. Just as I imagined. This problem is easy to solve. I have several solutions. Which one do you prefer? Lu Yuan suddenly found the psychology teacher's voice pleasant, refreshing and cool, like the gurgling sound of a spring in the forest. What methods do you have? Lu Yuan hadn't realized he was running out of breath as he spoke. The first method is more direct. I use brute force to solve your problem, but there might be after effects, like headaches or memory loss, which wouldn't be very beneficial for your studies this semester. What about the second method? Even though his consciousness was a little hazy, Lu Yuan couldn't accept the possibility of becoming dumber. The second method is to become the subject of my experiment. I use other methods to solve your problem. The process is a bit strange, and it requires courage. What exactly is it? Lu Yuan's chaotic mind worked slowly, but he remained cautious. I can't explain it right away. Just watch. Yi Zifeng reached out with his left hand, seemingly pulling something from under his feet, but in fact, he pulled out a woodpecker from the spiritual beast realm, a long-tailed mountain crane, and placed it on the table with a natural look. Lu Yuan, ? Lu Yuan doubted his eyesight. Could this mental illness also affect his vision? How else could he have seen the psychologist in the school counseling room pull out a slender, beautiful bird that looked remarkably like a protected species from under the table? Lu Yuan gathered his breath again, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and strained to open them wide. The beautiful bird was still standing there, its slender form resembling a crane, but its coloring was ethereal. In the sunlight, it looked like something from Earth. It was a hallucination, it must be. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his consciousness drifting slowly upwards like rising mist, his mind clouded again. Lu Yuan vaguely saw the crane take a few steps toward him, and he couldn't help but reach out his hand. Tap! The sound of a bird's sharp beak knocking against wood. Lu Yuan's heart raced, and he quickly checked to see if his hand had been pecked through. Looking at the hole in the table, Lu Yuan suddenly regained consciousness. What the hell is this? It's not an illusion. A real bird. It's the real thing. Student Lu, you see this too, don't you? This is actually my secret weapon. I use it to solve your current problem. You just need to bear with it for a while. How? How? Lu Yuan racked his brains, but he couldn't figure out how this beautiful bird with a sharp beak could solve his psychological problems. Actually, I've just done some research on this. Your illness isn't just a common mental illness. It's simply the infiltration of evil spirits. Perhaps something has contaminated your mind, and these things are active in your brain in the form of stripes. The psychology teacher remained calm as he spoke, even reaching out to touch the bird. It just so happens that my crane has a very sharp beak, and it's specialized for this purpose. If you're willing to accept it, it can peck out your illness in less than 10 seconds. Give it a try, it's easy to resolve. You just need courage. Lu Yuan felt like he might have gone insane. Otherwise, how could his brain process this information? What does it mean to have a very sharp beak, and it's specialized for this purpose, and it can peck out the illness in less than 10 seconds? What is this? A woodpecker? Does he have a bug in his head? How is that even possible? It's just a common cold or something else. Lu Yuan instinctively wanted to leave, but for some reason, he wouldn't get up. There was a bug in his head. How could that be possible? Scenes flashed through his mind like a flashback movie. He happily left the school, jostling through the crowd. The image froze. A drop of icy water fell from the sky. He looked up, wondering where the air conditioning water had come from. He wiped it away swiftly. He returned to school after a day of playing. That night, a hazy feeling enveloped him like an airtight cloth. His mind was groggy, and the world seemed to be separated by a layer. This crane can solve your problem. You just have a bug in your head. Don't worry, it's not your problem. The new psychology teacher said this, her voice cool and refreshing, like a gust of wind, giving him a few breaths of fresh air from the suffocating cloth. How exactly does this work? He hesitated, wavering, unconvinced, and testing the water again. Don't worry, it either peck through your skull or peck away something from another dimension. How should I put it? You can think of it as a mysterious power. Give it a try. If you don't, your condition will only get worse. The psychology teacher spoke sincerely, his face filled with a look of concern for the student's best interests. Well then, give it a try. Is it really painless? And so he gave in. Lu Yuan had no idea why he'd agreed to such a bizarre offer. The teacher at the school's psychological counseling office said he simply had a bug in his head, and he happened to have a bird that could peck it out. Well, his illness was truly bizarre. What if there really was something in his head? He just sat down like that. The psychology teacher told him to hold onto the armrests of the chair, and not to dodge when the bird pecked, otherwise it would peck other parts, which weren't as hard as the skull. Huh? Lu Yuan's heart and eyes were filled with disbelief, but his butt was already on the chair, his hands gripping the armrests, and his neck had shrunk as far as it could go. The bird with the giant, pointed beak stood calmly on the table. If the psychology teacher hadn't been watching, he would have wanted to hide his head in his sweatshirt. Are you ready? The psychology teacher even gave him a warning of being pecked. Ready? Lu Yuan was terrified, and even in his daze, he couldn't help but feel the fear. Bang! A soul-piercing knock echoed from the top of his head. Before the pain could spread, a strange pulling sensation arose from the depths of his mind, as if something deeper was being rapidly pulled out. A sense of emptiness seemed to linger deep within his brain, but the discomfort quickly dissipated, as if his spirit had truly taken shape and was rapidly filling the empty space. Lu Yuan remained stunned for a long moment. It's all right now. The psychology teacher remained calm. Lu Yuan raised his eyes in confusion, about to ask a question, when he realized his previous discomfort had completely vanished. The world was clean, clear, and transparent. Just sitting in the counseling room felt like breathing fresh air. How are you? Feeling better? Teacher. Lu Yuan, his energy restored, leaped to his feet. You're a modern-day miracle doctor. Yi Zifeng dodged the student's hand and slipped it into his sleeve. I can't call myself a miracle doctor. I'm just a qualified professional, and I just happen to have the tools. Tools? Lu Yuan immediately realized this was referring to the celestial bird. Oh my god! A living miracle doctor and a living celestial bird. What a perfect combination. Teacher, don't worry. I definitely speak well of you at our group. I have my friend write to the principal and ask him to give you a raise. Oh my god! It turns out there's so much I don't know about this world. Lu Yuan looked at the crane with its ethereal colors. Although everything seemed so fantastical, the effect was truly remarkable. What if he just didn't have enough knowledge of psychology? It's normal for a bird to peck a bug out of its head, right? So what exactly was that thing? Lu Yuan couldn't help but touch his head, carefully examining the pecked area. It was a perfect fit, without any unidentified holes. Just as the teacher had said, it was something on another level. Mysterious power. Lu Yuan, whose hometown was rural and whose friends and family worked in related fields, was instantly awed. Combining psychology with mystical powers. What a remarkable innovation. Teacher, don't worry. I send you a banner and recommend you to my friends. If they encounter a similar situation, I have them come to you first. Lu Yuan promised, patting his chest. Yi Zifeng hadn't reacted at first, but upon hearing this he paused, suddenly sensing something. Well, to come to me, you'd have to cross half the campus. How about this? You just take the crane with you, and if you encounter a similar situation, just release it. Huh? Lu Yuan hadn't expected the psychology teacher to say that. He reached out blankly, but still felt something was wrong with the statement. It seemed like a lot of information. What did it mean to cross half the campus to see someone? Isn't crossing half the campus normal? It only takes 10 minutes on a shared e-bike. Could someone even wait 10 minutes? At this thought, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't quite put his finger on why. But I still carried the backpack. My psychology teacher kindly gave me a large climbing backpack. It's said to be made of a unique breathable material, perfect for the sharp-billed crane, where it can play and rest. Lu Yuan carried the backpack while driving a shared electric scooter. What a strange statement. It feels so un-21st century. Chapter 168. But no matter how miraculous it was, he still managed to ride his bike to the dormitory building, carrying this large bag. Lu Yuan stood up and locked his bike. Just as he was about to rush up to the dormitory building, he thought of the sharp-beaked divine bird in his bag. He paused, holding the bag on his back with his hand, and slowly ascended the stairs. Step by step, extremely cautiously. Lu Yuan, you're acting like a tortoise, crawling so slowly. The classmate quickly disappeared into the hallway, leaving only these words echoing in the stairwell. TSK. Lu Yuan didn't argue, feeling there was no need to argue with ordinary people. What did they know? He was protecting the sharp-beaked divine bird in his bag. Brother Bird, let's walk slowly. I'm afraid you get bumped. And so, he cautiously ascended the stairs, flatteringly. The dormitory was on the 4th floor, not too high, so Lu Yuan arrived without much effort. Brother Bird, let's go into the dorm now. After saying this, Lu Yuan opened the door. Third brother, you're back. What's in your bag for lunch? Give me a bite, I'm starving. Hey. It's not lunch. Lu Yuan quickly dodged fourth brother's outstretched hand and immediately clasped the bag in his arms, fearing the sharp-beaked bird would be squeezed. But this made it look even more suspicious. Let me see, give me a bite, just one bite, I'm so hungry. Next time I buy you lunch, I give it to you. Fourth brother was still fighting, and Lu Yuan dodged left and right. With no other options left, he carefully placed the bag on his roommate's desk. There was no other way. If he put it on his own desk, his roommate would grab it. It's not food. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. It's a bird. The zipper unzipped, revealing an elegant crane with a celestial color scheme, appearing in the cramped dorm room. The roommate's messy desk was in the background, and the contrast was even more striking. Holy crap, alive? The fourth child muttered. How can you talk like that? Lu Yuan was immediately displeased. He placed the bird on his desk, holding the cloth bag with both hands. Hey, let me take another look. Why is it so beautiful? What kind of bird is this? Could it be a protected species? Third child, you're such a jerk. What if you get caught and put in jail? Should I cover for you? What cover? This isn't a protected species. But Lu Yuan felt guilty after saying this. He quickly took out his phone and took a photo and searched. The images that came up were all different animals, none of which looked like this. Oh my god, I can't find anything. What kind of bird is this? Could it be a top-grade protected species? The roommate was peeking in. Is there such a level? Isn't the highest only level 1? Lu Yuan was puzzled. I think there is. Take this bird, for example. It's so beautiful. Not posting pictures online is a way of protecting it. Maybe the special grade ones above level 1 are like this. His roommate swore, as if it were true. It shouldn't be. Lu Yuan was half believing and half doubting again. He felt it made sense, but at the same time, he felt it shouldn't be that serious. The calm demeanor of the counseling room teacher resurfaced in his memory. The teacher was so calm, so he wouldn't raise a special grade protected animal, right? Are there really special grade animals? Lu Yuan, puzzled, began to make his bed. He didn't know why, but he felt it was disrespectful to put the sharp-beaked divine bird on the table. He decided to make the bed, creating a soft spot for the bird to rest. It turned out to be a complete rejection. Lu Yuan was stunned, watching the sharp-beaked divine bird take 3 steps back and then slowly return to its seat in the backpack, not even glancing towards his bed. Was it being disliked? Lu Yuan was a little unsure, but his instincts told him it was. And it turned out that it wasn't just the bed that was being disliked, it was also all the food. Fruit, snacks, bread, and meals. The sharp-beaked divine bird wouldn't eat any of it. It simply nestled comfortably in the backpack, occasionally lowering its head to peck at something, though it didn't know what it was pecking at. So noble. Lu Yuan was deeply amazed. He stared at the cloth bag on the table, and the beautiful bird sitting inside it. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. It felt like the bird's dorm, not his. But he went online anyway. People tend to play with their phones when they feel uncomfortable, especially college students. Whenever he felt uncomfortable, Lu Yuan reached for his phone. The first thing Lu Yuan clicked on was Penguin, where messages from various groups instantly began loading. He checked the class group first, making sure there were no notifications, then casually clicked into the campus group. The campus group had a lot of members, including current and former students, which made it a bit more chaotic, but also more fun. Lu Yuan had been meaning to click in to see if there was anything interesting, but the latest message was strange and caught his eye. The apocalypse in the movie seems real. Lu Yuan scrolled up and down, and this person had just sent this message, completely out of context, like a sudden epiphany. What the hell? The apocalypse? What's real? Is there another flu? Brother, don't scare us. The college students in the group chat were very cooperative. Some were confused, some were acting, and some were genuinely scared. Lu Yuan frowned. For some reason, he kept thinking about how groggy he'd been this morning. It sounded strange, but he had a feeling it was only temporary, because the drowsy state was getting worse. Would he eventually lose consciousness? Lu Yuan was startled by his own suspicions, but turning around and seeing the sharp-lipped bird pecking at something gracefully, he felt reassured. Anyway, there was a solution. It shouldn't be a big deal. Lu Yuan continued to check the group chat. Many people were posting messages, some asking why the world was ending, others discussing other matters. But the account didn't reply. Gradually, everyone's attention shifted to other things, and no one questioned why the account had suddenly posted such a message. But Lu Yuan was still a little bothered, so he swiped up to find the message and long pressed it to reply. What's wrong? Is the world ending? Sent. Although he replied, Lu Yuan didn't hold out much hope. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, he noticed a pop-up message. That's what the account replied. Lu Yuan shuddered, immediately thinking back to his morning state. While his mind told him otherwise, his intuition told him so. The school chat room was buzzing again, with people speculating about the end of the world. At a glance, Lu Yuan knew 99% of them weren't serious. And who, living a peaceful life, could believe the end of the world was coming so quickly? He didn't believe it, either, but his morning state was truly bizarre. When he came to his senses, he realized his treatment was ridiculous too. There was even a bird sitting on his desk. It was a magical thing. He was a little confused. A restless wind swirled around his mind and heart, and he felt like something was about to happen. So Lu Yuan requested to add that account as a friend. There was no response from the other party. He wondered why. Was it really a joke? Lu Yuan was a little torn, but it would be best if nothing happened. After all the agonizing, he could only put it aside for now. He had to go buy dinner. Lu Yuan asked Lao Si to bring him a braised chicken. After thinking about it, he also ordered a vegetable salad. While the sharp-beaked divine bird might not eat it, at least he had to prepare it. He didn't want it to be hungry after it got it. The braised chicken his roommate brought was delicious. Lu Yuan ate heartily, watching the sharp-beaked divine bird take 2 reserved bites of the vegetable salad, then watch it raise its head and stop moving. Are you still eating? If not, I eat it. Lu Yuan felt reluctant to waste it. The vegetable salad was even more expensive than the braised chicken, at 25 yuan. The sharp-beaked divine bird looked up in surprise, its clear eyes flickering with an inexplicable emotion. Lu Yuan couldn't understand, so he politely asked again. And so he ate the bird's leftovers. He had already picked out the 2 leaves he had pecked, and shoved the rest down with a crunch. After devouring them, he felt healthier, having consumed a sufficient amount of vegetables today. Brother Bird, I'm going to take a shower first. Do you want one? I have a basin here that you can use as a bathtub. He was refused. So Lu Yuan went to take a shower. The hot water trickled down from his head to his body, slightly scalding. He rubbed himself in the water, feeling both physically and mentally light and refreshed. Lu Yuan changed into warm clothes and emerged from the bathroom, feeling warm and dry. His mind was clear, his body and mind light, and he felt like he had reached a small peak in his life. Comfortable. Third brother, are you done showering? Did you hear any noises in the bathroom while you were showering? Fourth brother, playing with his phone, suddenly asked. Ah, what noises? Lu Yuan was a bit taken aback. It was while I was showering. Fourth brother replied, still playing with his phone. It seems like there's something wrong with the upstairs plumbing. I heard the clicking sound. Huh? I didn't hear it. I wasn't paying attention while I was showering. Oh, maybe I misheard it. It's a quiet, high-pitched sound. Is there something wrong with my ears? Fourth brother said, as he played his game. Lu Yuan suddenly felt malicious. Doesn't it sound a bit like fingernails scratching a pipe? Holy crap, are you making a horror movie? Fourth brother shouted, but the game had clearly reached a fever pitch, and he immediately returned to focus. Lu Yuan also felt quite humorous, his reactions quick and amusing. He slowly sat down on the table. Maybe the water pipe upstairs is broken. We call the dorm manager to fix it. His roommate didn't reply, still absorbed in his game. So Lu Yuan didn't bring up the subject anymore, and instead focused on his phone, trying to figure out how to message the person who'd said the world was ending. Why hadn't that person replied yet? Had something happened? The dormitory was quiet, with only the occasional chatter from his roommate as he got excited. The light from the computer shone on Lu Yuan's face, and he couldn't help but squint. The dormitory remained quiet. Lu Yuan suddenly felt uneasy, as if it were going to rain outside. The pointed-beaked bird on the table held an elegant pose, and the light from the computer illuminated its colors even more beautifully, making it look ethereal and dreamy, hardly something that could have been created by nature. Lu Yuan felt better again. But seriously, the roommate on the opposite bed finally put down his phone. Now that you mentioned that, I really feel like the sound in the bathroom is a bit like fingernails scratching against a pipe. Lu Yuan turned his head away, not noticing that the sharp-beaked bird also shook its head, as if curious. Chapter 169. Lu Yuan and his roommate exchanged bewildered glances. What's wrong? The roommate suddenly laughed. Are you scared? I didn't realize you were such a coward, third brother. Ha ha, I'm fine. Lu Yuan joined in the laughter, but after turning his head back, he couldn't laugh anymore. His nails scratched the tube wall. The mere thought of this possibility made Lu Yuan shudder. It was so eerie. The divine bird on the table was still graceful, slowly combing its fur. Seeing its pointed beak, Lu Yuan felt more at ease. So what if it was a supernatural thing? Here we are, a divine bird with a sharp beak imbued with mysterious powers. With a beak so sharp, it should be able to peck through anything, right? Amidst this lingering cycle of worry and comfort, Lu Yuan picked up his phone. Oh, so conflicted. I just checked my phone to relax and see if there's anything interesting. The school group chat was still bustling. Lu Yuan scrolled through the chats, unable to stop thinking about the apocalyptic message from that mysterious account. The end of the world. It sounded absurd and unreasonable at first, but could it really not happen? What if everyone contracted the same gradually drowsy illness as him? What would happen in the end? Not everyone could encounter a sharp-beaked divine bird. It looked incredibly rare. Lu Yuan scrolled through the school group chat, then switched to the group members' chat history, searching for the chat history. But the account that had said the end of the world hadn't sent a single message. It was completely silent. Lu Yuan felt strangely flustered, but he managed to control himself. I can't go on like this. I'm constantly overthinking. Is this a nutritional deficiency? Should I supplement it with something? My thoughts were like a tangled mess, twisting and untangling themselves repeatedly. In between, Lu Yuan clicked on the friend request. Sure enough, the person was still waiting for verification. They hadn't agreed or declined. I wondered if they hadn't been checking their phone. Is it possible for modern college students to go that long without checking their phones? Lu Yuan felt uneasy, but he couldn't judge others by his own standards. He decided to play a game to calm down. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared on his phone. By the way, there's a new psychology teacher at school. Lu Yuan clicked on it. It was the school group chat. Lu Yuan read everyone's messages. Really? What kind of person is reliable? Reliable. Extremely stable. Wasn't the one before him pretty stable too? That's different. How should I put it? The one before him was okay, but Teacher Yi is not only stable, he has an inexplicable sense of reliability. It's like he wouldn't be shocked by anything you say to him. This is what I've personally experienced. I told him some relatively private topics about his love life, and I thought he'd be somewhat shocked, but he was surprisingly calm. He said, from my facial features, I think that's true. As long as I don't lose myself, my future is bright. The key is that he was so calm when he said this. You know, it felt like everything was expected. So mysterious. Did you get the gift Teacher Yi gave you? It's the one you get when you go to the counseling room. It's the one with the meditation and exercise instructions. Has anyone tried it? I feel like something's a little off. Huh? Is that it? Picture? Yes, that's it, but yours looks a little different than mine. Mine looks like this. Picture. Lu Yuan clicked on both pictures, flipping them side by side to compare them, and noticed a few different movements. So what was that? Why didn't he get the gift? The sharp-beaked divine bird was still gracefully preening its feathers. Lu Yuan felt better again. A single list wasn't worth much. Presumably, not everyone was entrusted with this mysterious bird. This was probably a dimensionality reduction attack. It's normal to be different. It seems to be Teacher Ya's family secret technique, specially adjusted to each student's constitution. By the way, have you practiced it? It's incredibly useful. I even enjoy my meals more after practicing. Huh? You can really practice it? I thought it was one of those little advertisements. Of course you can. Highly recommended. I don't know how it works, but after practicing it, I felt much more relaxed and slept soundly. I didn't even need to listen to sleep-inducing live broadcasts. Okay, I practice right away. Meditation first, right? What kind of training system is this? It's not from any particular school. Teacher Yi said this is a training method his ancestors developed for future generations, by combining the strengths of various schools. It's unique to his family. Okay, I'm already meditating. Image Lu Yuan clicked on it, and saw a picture of a student meditating with a student ID. Then, as if catching up with the trend, my classmates started posting messages one after another, posting pictures of various meditation poses. At first glance, it looked like they had strayed into some kind of cult. Lu Yuan was so engrossed in the content that he almost forgot his original purpose. Your friend request has been approved. A pop-up window suddenly appeared, instantly drawing Lu Yuan's attention back. Who is this user named? Lu Yuan clicked on it, and saw a familiar profile picture, the user who had talked about the end of the world. Lu Yuan was suddenly drawn back to the feeling of impending doom. The other person has accepted your friend request. Let's chat. Lu Yuan was at a loss. Although he'd added them as friends, he hadn't figured out what to do next. A question mark popped up on the other person's profile picture. Lu Yuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply. Hello, I added you in the school group chat. After a moment's thought, feeling it wasn't enough, Lu Yuan added another line. I'm a Doomsday enthusiast. I'm curious about your statement. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to talk to you about your perspective on the end of the world. Well-reasoned, well-founded, perfect. But the other person was silent. If it hadn't occasionally indicated that the page was still typing, Lu Yuan would have thought they hadn't seen the message. A Doomsday enthusiast? The other person sent this message. Only then did Lu Yuan realize how inappropriate his words were. The other person looked clearly depressed. He actually considered this a hobby. It was inappropriate. So Lu Yuan withdrew the message. The other person sent a question mark. It was such an awkward conversation. Lu Yuan really wanted to ask the other person why he said the world was ending, but he didn't know where to begin. Actually, I just wanted to ask why you said the world was ending. He asked directly. But the other person remained silent, with no response. Not even a typing sign appeared, as if he'd put his phone down to do something else. But Lu Yuan's intuition told him otherwise. Although it sounded strange, he had an inexplicable feeling that the other person had definitely seen the message, but for some reason hadn't replied. Perhaps he wasn't interested in discussing such matters. Are you curious? What if I say it's scary? I suggest everyone stay home and stop being curious about things, like me. That was a bit strange. Lu Yuan looked at it again and again, still feeling it was ambiguous. What's wrong with you? Lu Yuan sent the message anyway. But this time, the other person didn't reply. They remained silent, as if it was a question they didn't want to answer. Lu Yuan's intuition told him something must have happened to them. Like, some kind of illness? Lu Yuan suddenly remembered his own drowsy state and started texting them again. He sent several messages, but there was no response. It was strange and eerie, like something out of a horror novel. It was getting dark, and the setting sun shone through the dormitory windows, casting a dim yellow light. His roommate was playing a game, not turning on the lights in time, so the room was dark, a very dim hue, as if something was about to happen. Lu Yuan felt a strange unease and reached out to click on the other person's profile picture, entering their profile. Help! Can someone please let me have a bite? I'm so lucky. I'm hitting all the right times. It turns out the end of the world is real. Any zombie movie recommendations? How do the protagonists usually solve their problems? My teeth are itching. Could I have rabies? Why do I smell a little fragrant? My cold seems to be getting worse. I can't eat. I feel dizzy. The world seems to be spinning. I see people through a veil, hazy and blurry. Oh my god. I caught a cold at this critical time. What am I going to do with my exams? Furious, Lu Yuan flipped through the other person's posts, starting from top to bottom, and then back again, reading them chronologically. What's going on? This development is like a post-apocalyptic movie. It seems like a zombie movie, no matter how I look at it. Dizziness, the world seems to be spinning, and people seemed to be seen through a veil. Why do these symptoms sound so familiar? Exactly the same symptoms he had this morning. He had the same thing. Lu Yuan's heart began to race. If these symptoms matched, did that mean the subsequent posts weren't made up? Would he really be like that? Itchy teeth, zombie movies, people smelling good? Lu Yuan was terrified. Suddenly, it felt like his peaceful campus life was inexorably sliding into a different storyline. He added a classmate as a friend. It was obvious something had happened to the person on the other end. They might have become zombies. And the early symptoms of a zombie transformation were exactly the same as he had this morning. What could possibly be going on? Flustered, Lu Yuan read those posts over and over again, wanting to do something, but he couldn't get into his phone. Where could that classmate be now? Still on campus? Oh my god. My dorm is on the 6th floor, and my sec number isn't auspicious. After all this, I need to comfort myself with a hot pot meal. Scrolling down to the bottom of the other person's profile, there was this message. Lu Yuan paused and looked out the window. Every dormitory on campus had a 6th floor, but the only thing worth complaining about was the lack of an elevator. And there was only one dormitory building without an elevator, the one they lived in. The dim yellow outside the window gradually turned to a deep blue, and night was about to fall. In the darkened dormitory, Lu Yuan resolutely placed the sharp-beaked divine bird in his bag and zipped it up. He slung the bag over his back and opened the door. Third brother, what are you doing? Are you going to the cafeteria? Bring me a braised chicken and pick up 2 packages for me. I've sent you the pickup code. I'm not going to the cafeteria, nor am I going to pick up any packages. Lu Yuan spoke calmly and composedly. Then what are you doing? Are you secretly reviewing? I'm going to save someone. Huh? So fashionable? Then I go with you. The roommate got dressed and got out of bed. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, okay. Chapter 170. The two of them walked up the stairs. What are we going to do? The roommate asked as they walked. To save someone. After making up his mind, Lu Yuan appeared very calm. Really? I thought you were joking. The roommate finally noticed something was wrong. No kidding, if you're scared, you can go back. Lu Yuan stepped onto the 6th floor corridor and looked from right to left. How could I be scared when you say that? The roommate suddenly became excited. Lu Yuan remained silent. In fact, he was a little scared too. Having his roommate standing nearby made him feel better, as he was an athlete. The two of them hesitantly walked to the left. The roommate was unaware of the situation, while Lu Yuan was trembling with fear while checking the information he had received. First, all he knew was that the dormitory was on the 6th floor, and that the number was unlucky. But what was the definition of unlucky? While there were different interpretations in China and the West, the most common one was a number associated with the number 4. There are 16 dormitories on the 6th floor, and the ones associated with number 4 are 604 and 614. I need to check both dorms. Lu Yuan's heart was beating like a drum, his calves trembling. As 604 drew closer, his heart grew increasingly restless. What was going on? How did he get up to the 6th floor? He was just an ordinary person, so why did he do something so heroic? Are you hot? Why are you sweating? His roommate questioned. Yes, a little. Lu Yuan forced himself to remain calm, taking frantic deep breaths in a corner where his roommate couldn't see. Now that he was here, he couldn't just leave like this. If he did, he would despise himself. Let's go! Which dorm? My roommate, unsure of what was going on, immediately took the initiative. 604. Lu Yuan adjusted his tone. Oh, then I just knock. Wait. Lu Yuan held up his hand to stop him. Let me get ready first. Lu Yuan squatted down and, with trembling hands, unzipped his backpack. The graceful, sleek-feathered, pointed-beaked divine bird peeked out, brightening the dim hallway a bit. This bird glows. My roommate appeared again. Yeah. Seeing the bird made Lu Yuan feel better. Although he was just an ordinary person, carrying a giant bird with a golden finger on his back, what did that even mean? Responsibility. Why else would the psychology teacher have chosen him? It must have been predestined. Knock, knock, knock. He mustered up the courage to knock on the door of room 604. I'm coming. The door quickly opened, and a boy who looked familiar, but whom he didn't recognize poked his head out. Lu Yuan looked around, and even called out to turn on the voice-activated lights in the hallway. Hey, who are you looking for? The student who poked his head out asked. I'm just checking out. Can I come into your dorm? Lu Yuan asked daringly. Okay. Though a little puzzled, the boy let them in. All the boys' dorms were similar, small and cramped, filled with computer-related items. After a quick look, Lu Yuan had a rough idea of where it was. This wasn't the dorm. There was only one person in the dorm. The other three were out. One was in a club, one was in the student union, and one was eating in the cafeteria. It didn't look like he was in any physical condition. After saying goodbye to the boy, Lu Yuan and his roommate returned to the hallway. 614. That must be it. Lu Yuan said nothing, walking towards the end of the hallway with an air of whistling wind and cold water. His roommate was startled by his state. Although he couldn't understand the specific situation, he couldn't say a word. The two of them continued walking, one in front of the other. Lu Yuan stopped at the door of 614, took a deep breath, and raised his hand. Knock, knock, knock. No response. It was quiet inside, as if no one lived there. But for some reason, Lu Yuan's heart began to beat faster, like a drum, and his back gradually tensed, as if something was approaching. All around was quiet. The voice-activated lights in the hallway had long since dimmed. The moon was hazy tonight, and the light cast down seemed to cover the world with a lingering mist. Lu Yuan didn't dare speak, and his roommate also kept his mouth shut. In that strange atmosphere, the long-tailed crane in the bag tapped Lu Yuan on the head with its beak. Thump, thump. He came to his senses. I'm ready, Lu Yuan said to himself. He turned to glance at his roommate, making sure he was ready too. Then he raised his hand, grasped the handle of dormitory 614's door, and gently pressed it down. The door opened. Behind it was darkness, but warm air poured out. Lu Yuan pulled his roommate back 3 steps, silent and motionless, his eyes fixed on the dark door. Can't go out. Can't go out. Kai Chong bit the towel in his mouth, but the scent of soft human flesh wafting through the air made him feel dizzy. Such a nice smell. Such warmth. The smell of meat. Who opened the door? Did they bring him food? So kind. Wait. Kai Chong gritted his teeth and recited the core socialist values in his mind, reciting each word with great effort, straining his whole being to grasp that part of human consciousness. But it smelled so nice. Soft. Tender. Moist. Warm. Will it melt between my teeth with one bite? Will one bite fill me up? So hungry. Democracy. Civilization. Harmony. Freedom. Freedom. Kai Chong only heard the sound of the towel snapping in his mouth. After a resounding snap, his consciousness faded. He stumbled around a few obstacles. A fragrant, soft, human-scented evening breeze blew in from the front. So happy. It was the smell of food, so free. He should be able to eat his fill. Lu Yuan took 10 steps back, pulling his still unresponsive roommate along to avoid the stumbling creature bursting out of the door. Fuck, this guy's drunk. The roommate yelled. Don't go over there. Lu Yuan grabbed his roommate tightly. He's not just drunk, he's turned into a zombie. Huh? The roommate's face was filled with shock and confusion. He spoke in confusion, but his body honestly stepped back. Should we call the police? I think there's something off about him, too. Why is his face so dark? Damn, those sharp teeth. A rabid zombie. Lu Yuan grabbed his roommate and ran back. After 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. He wasn't here to free someone. He was here to rescue them. Where's the bird? The bird. Lu Yuan turned around and found the sharp-billed divine bird huddled in its backpack, seemingly frightened by the humanoid creature across from it. Shit! Lu Yuan suddenly realized what was wrong. He'd assumed from the start that the sharp-billed divine bird was incredibly powerful, completely forgetting that he'd been sitting on a chair and being pecked. Could it be possible that the sharp-billed divine bird was simply specialized, but not incredibly powerful? Shit! Call the police! Call the police! Damn it, Lu Yuan! He's running towards you! Don't just stand there, run! His roommate let out a heartbreaking scream. The voice-activated lights in the hallway flickered on, and the sound of doors opening could be heard from several dormitories, clearly everyone eager to join in the fun. No, this couldn't go on like this. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that if this continued, he'd be the culprit. He'd rushed to the 6th floor to get the source of danger out, then shouted loudly for everyone to come along. No, 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 isn't this a crime? He still has to take the civil service exam after graduation. No, this can't go on. Everyone, get back to the dorms. We're checking. Searching for illegal electrical appliances. Lu Yuan yelled, and doors slammed shut everywhere. Before Lu Yuan could even reassure himself, he narrowly dodged an attack from the humanoid creature across from him. No, quickly, find a way to have the sharp-beaked divine bird hit the creature in the head. If this goes on, he'd be exhausted. Damn it, Lu Yuan. Didn't you say you wanted to save someone? Is that person in this weird dorm? I'm going around to the back. No. Lu Yuan collapsed as he ran. That's the one I wanted to save. It's just that things turned out a little differently than I expected. Luckily, you're here. Holy crap, what kind of mind do you have? The roommate, in disbelief, let out a loud cry from a short distance, but then he moved with all his might, charging over with a discarded table. Seeing his roommate's actions, Lu Yuan, with a ruthless heart, grabbed 3 clotheslines from the hallway, thrust them together, and stabbed them. The table and the clotheslines were stuck together. The zombie classmate, with his dark complexion and sharp beak and fangs, was still struggling between the table legs. But as the clotheslines began to soften, Lu Yuan shouted, "Please, bird brother! We're all relying on you. Go! Charge!" Lu Yuan's tears streamed as he gripped the 3 clotheslines tightly, adjusting the angle as he thrust, to prevent them from breaking in the next second. "Bird brother!" Lu Yuan roared with a cosmic roar. As if emboldened by his words, the sharp-beaked divine bird flew past him from behind and, descending from the sky, dealt the zombie-like classmate a heavy blow to the head. Lu Yuan thought he heard a skull crack at that moment. A dark object vanished from the bird's beak, and the next second, the frantically fighting zombie classmate lost his strength. Bang! The table in his roommate's hands also fell to the ground, and the 3 clotheslines finally buckled under the weight and broke in the hallway. "Oh my god!" The roommate across from him gasped heavily. Lu Yuan looked at the limp classmate in the hallway, then at his terrified roommate, and a sense of accomplishment washed over him. But there seemed to be movement in the surrounding dormitories again. Everyone's electrical appliances seemed to have been hidden. They had to escape quickly. In that crucial second, Lu Yuan and his roommate lifted Kai Chong from the ground and quickly disappeared into the corridor. "What are we doing?" the roommate asked as he carried him. "I'm not sure. They're probably destroying the evidence at the scene." Lu Yuan strode down the stairs. In just a minute, he and his roommate had carried the man into the dormitory and closed the door. Looking at the sullen-faced classmate on the ground, Lu Yuan and his roommate exchanged bewildered glances. "What are we supposed to do now? Who should I ask if you ask me?" The roommate finally realized what was going on. "Hack you, Lu Yuan. I treat you like a brother, but you treat me like a nobody. Explain this to me." "I can't explain it right away." Lu Yuan looked at the classmate on the ground. "I go to the cafeteria first and get something to eat." "Okay, bring me some braised chicken." "Okay, and what about that guy on the ground?" "Bring him some too. Just 2 vegetable buns will do." "That's fine with me." Chapter 171. It's time for the braised chicken. After a workout, eating is delicious. The chicken is smooth and tender, the rice is soft and fragrant, the enoki mushrooms are crunchy, and the potatoes are soft and melty. The chili peppers sprinkled throughout are a real highlight, slightly spicy and incredibly appetizing. Lu Yuan and his roommate ate without even looking up. They ate the food with big mouthfuls of food. After finishing the chicken, they ate the side dishes. After that, they tossed the remaining rice into the sauce, slurping down half a bowl of rice. "You treat me this time." The roommate swallowed the last bite of his meal, and finally remembered Lu Yuan's evil deed of tricking him into going up to the 6th floor. "Okay, I treat you next time too. Can we have the braised chicken?" "Okay." The roommate felt relieved. "What about him?" The roommate pointed at the zombie classmate they had placed on the yoga mat. "I haven't decided yet." Lu Yuan told the truth. The two looked at each other, then at the long-tailed crane nibbling at the vegetable salad nearby. They couldn't figure out where to put such a large person. "Big brother and second brother will be back soon," the roommate reminded him. Lu Yuan checked his phone. 8:30. The other 2 roommates would be back in half an hour. Just imagine, 2 college students who had been studying in the library all day opened their dorm door and saw a person lying on a yoga mat in the middle of the room, seemingly undead. "It's hard to explain," Lu Yuan said with a hint of worry. "Can't you just say it?" the roommate asked. "How should I put it?" "Damn it, Lu Yuan, you haven't even told me what's going on yet?" The roommate finally realized the problem. "I forgot. Let's talk about it now." So Lu Yuan briefly described the entire process, from his first visit to the counseling room to his final daring attempt to rescue the zombies on the 6th floor. "You mean?" His roommate was puzzled. "Did the counseling teacher give you this bird? Does he specialize in this kind of situation?" "Oh." Lu Yuan also saw the bright spot. "Then let's take the person to the counseling teacher." "Okay." The 2 men wanted to carry the person, but considering the campus atmosphere, They decided to have the roommate carry Lu Yuan. After hurriedly trying to get to the counseling room, they finally arrived. You have to wait in line. So many people? Did we go the wrong way? The roommate was incredulous. Yes, we're all here for counseling. Lu Yuan said softly, look at me. Hey, classmate. Lu Yuan gently tapped the person in front of him in line. We have a classmate who's fainted from depression. It's urgent. Can you cut in line? Oh, then you go first. Hey, classmate. Asking questions along the way, tapping shoulders, and cutting in line, they finally arrived at the door of the counseling room. Teacher. Lu Yuan called out. The counselor looked up, seemingly unsurprised by their appearance. He's starving to death. We need to rush to the hospital for emergency treatment. They got in the ambulance. The counselor's face was filled with despair. Lu Yuan and his roommate didn't know what to say. The fainted student was silent, and the ambulance was momentarily quiet. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, they finally arrived at the hospital. The counselor started running around, and the zombie classmate had already entered the emergency room. Lu Yuan and his roommate stood there, suddenly feeling that they were redundant. What are we going to do now? Let's take a walk, now that we're here. The two began to wander around the hospital, from the third floor to the first. They stopped at a nearby store to buy 2 sausages and Odin, then returned to the hospital lobby. I always feel like we don't need to come here. Yeah. The two looked at each other, pulled out their phones, looked at them for a moment, then shoved them back into their pockets. The hospital was always quiet, a kind of oppressive stillness. It felt awkward to be laughing and playing with your phone in the lobby. I'm going to the restroom. Me too. The two walked together towards the bathroom. Unsure of the way and overconfident, they wandered around in vain, unable to find it. In their haste, they walked faster and faster, and accidentally stumbled into a hidden passage. Why aren't the lights on here? I don't know. The two hesitated as they continued walking. Just as Lu Yuan was about to turn back, he heard voices nearby. Are there any new cases today? The voice was standard Mandarin, easily audible. Lu Yuan and his roommate squatted in a corner, arguing with each other. What are we doing? The roommate looked puzzled. Shoo. Lu Yuan listened intently. No, but the case from yesterday hasn't improved. Consciousness remains hazy, but the appetite has increased. It's alarming to see them refusing normal food and craving raw, bloody foods, especially. The voices grew closer, and footsteps became more noticeable. Lu Yuan and his roommate crouched quietly in the dark corner, listening to this confidential information. Suddenly, they felt like they were in a movie. Continue to observe. If all else fails, send them to Beijing. The level of care there is higher, and they should be able to provide better treatment. Yes. Lu Yuan listened quietly. Noticing footsteps approaching, he led his roommate deeper into the room. Why don't you turn on the lights? Snap. The room was brightly lit. The 4 of them met eyes. Doctor, let me explain. Lu Yuan quickly extended his hand. Apologized. The good news was that it wasn't Lu Yuan or his roommate who apologized to each other. The bad news was that it was the counselor. It's okay, it's nothing serious. Students are naturally curious. They have a knack for hiding. I wouldn't have known they were there without the lights on. The other side smiled. The counselor apologized profusely. Lu Yuan and his roommate lowered their heads, wishing they could just burrow into the ground. Several new cases have been discovered recently. They're not contagious, but to prevent panic, they haven't spread. The department is relatively remote, so the 2 kids might have thought they were about to hear some important secret. That's normal, everyone's curious. Don't worry, I definitely deduct credits from them when I get back. They strayed in for no reason, and they hid in a corner. No need. Just tell them to be careful. The counselor and the other person engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, arguing for a few rounds until both sides felt they had enough. The counselor shot them both a death ray. Under this piercing gaze, Lu Yuan and his roommate dejectedly got on the bus and returned to school. He's been honest. Lu Yuan, what do you think of that classmate on the 6th floor? Has he recovered? Will he come to thank me? I hope he brings me some braised chicken. I don't know. How about we go back to the hospital and see him? Are you kidding? What if the counselor finds out? He'd think you're provoking him. He definitely won't deduct any credits. He's just trying to scare you. Really? Then I don't want to go either. Aren't you curious about the case the doctor mentioned? Doesn't it look familiar to you? What case? That one. The one we overheard, the one where the patient was unconscious and interested in eating raw blood. Did we hear it wrong? Is there really such a disease? My roommate turned over in bed. Are you stupid? Think about what we experienced on the 6th floor. Wasn't that classmate a zombie? A zombie! Those cases at the hospital must be too. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to get involved? That makes me even less interested. It's too scary. I don't want to go. But we have the ability. Lu Yuan suddenly sat up in bed. We have a sharp-beaked divine bird specifically for this condition. If we just take it over and peck those people in the head, we can take care of them all. That's a life. You have a point, but... 3-day-old braised chicken. Lu Yuan's tone was heavy. Okay. They got in a taxi. The destination was the hospital. Lu Yuan, carrying the elegant sharp-beaked divine bird on his back, and accompanied by his athletic roommate, who looked ready to go, they drove unstoppably towards the hospital. There was no need to worry about being recognized, because they had both changed their clothes and fixed their hair before leaving. Where are we going? From where we went last time. The two of them set off, but after just 2 steps, they realized something was amiss. Last time, they'd gotten lost while looking for the restroom, turning left and right without realizing where they were. So, the question was, under normal circumstances, would it be possible for a person to retrace their lost path? It would be best if they didn't make any mistakes, because they were on a tight schedule, and had to go to work at 8 a.m. the next day. I don't think this is right, Lu Yuan. Have we seen this place before? I think so. Hospitals are always like this. Where's that little hallway? Why can't I see it? Why don't we take a break? We're tired after searching for so long. Let's eat something. Okay. They had oden. It was piping hot and perfectly seasoned. The carrots were juicy, and the konjac tasted healthy because it had no calories. This can't go on. You make sense. As they ate, they discussed the situation, encouraging each other and trying to recall the past. Did you turn left or right at that door? Can you think about it? I think I turned left, but right is also very likely. I really can't remember. After saying this, Lu Yuan took another sip of his oden soup. No, you're too impulsive. We shouldn't have come here like this. Swallowing everything in his mouth, his roommate tossed the oden box into the trash can. We have to find a place and get the sharp-billed bird up there within half an hour, or we'd be late for 8 o'clock. You see, it's already dawn. Lu Yuan took a sip of the hot oden soup and looked up at the hospital before him. It was huge, with many layers, stacked one on top of the other. Against the dim light of the sky, a circle of calm yet heavy light appeared. We have to contact someone on the inside. Lu Yuan tossed the box into the trash can. But they're definitely not going to believe us, thinking we're joking. How about calling the counselor? I don't think that's a good idea. I see. My roommate clapped his hands. Let's go see the counselor. He'd definitely understand us. A teacher is more persuasive than 2 students. Caught a taxi back to school. 8 a.m. was just around the corner, and students were already coming and going on campus. The cool morning breeze filled the air with the aroma of steamed buns, noodles, and rice noodles. Hurry up, Lu Yuan. Class starts soon. My roommate sprinted beside me, Lu Yuan following behind, clutching his cloth bag. The two of them attracted the attention of many passers-by, but they were too busy to care. No one's in line. Hurry, hurry, hurry. My roommate sounded happy. Coming, coming. Lu Yuan sprinted towards the counseling room and stumbled to a stop at the door. What's this? A note? Hello everyone. Due to changes in the employment situation and my own career plans, I've moved to the school's physics lab and am now working as an equipment management instructor. Huh? Lu Yuan was shocked. Chapter 172. Lu Yuan and his roommate were running again. It was already 8 in the morning, but there's a saying that goes, since we're already here, we're already here. Where is the equipment lab? Lu Yuan asked as he ran. I know. It's over by building 3. The roommate ran ahead. The two of them darted frantically across campus, past buildings. There were scattered students and teachers along the way, but they both whizzed by like the wind. The sound of classes could be heard not far away, but Lu Yuan paid no attention. A mere class was nothing compared to what they had to do. They were going to save someone. Lu Yuan suddenly felt his vision expand, his heart lighten, his limbs strong and resilient, as if he could ride the morning breeze straight into the sky. Lu Yuan, come this way. You're running off. Lu Yuan quickly turned and ran towards his roommate. It's the building up ahead. The equipment lab should be on the 3rd floor. Lu Yuan and his roommate strode up the stairs. After finding the door to the corresponding room, they didn't bother knocking and simply pushed it open. Yi Sifeng put down his things and looked up at the two people who pushed the door open. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes. Could it be that not getting enough sleep last night and feeling awful had affected his vision? Otherwise, how could he see the elegant psychology teacher banging away with a power drill? What's that on the table? A toy machine? What was the psychology teacher doing just now? Repairing something? Why did he look so professional? There was an indescribable sense of familiarity and composure. What do you two want to talk to me about? Yi Zifeng asked, following the standard procedure. Right. Lu Yuan finally came to his senses. Teacher, I noticed some people in the hospital seem to have the same symptoms, the kind where they develop a fever and then turn into zombies. I want to go save them. But I'm afraid the people at the hospital won't believe me. We discovered it, the roommate emphasized. Teacher Yi, who had just put down the power drill, paused for a second. But I have other things to do right now. Let me call the principal and have him take you too. Huh? The principal? The two looked shocked. They got in the principal's car. They didn't know why the principal came with just a phone call, nor why he believed their story, but it happened, and they were already in the principal's car. Student Lu, can I see the bird? The principal tried to sound casual. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded stiffly, brought the bag to him, and gently unzipped it. A long-tailed crane, graceful and ethereal in color, emerged from the sky and glanced around, appearing remarkably calm. Wow! The principal uttered a small exclamation, then abruptly withdrew under the gaze of the students. I mean, it's pretty much what I imagined. The principal adjusted his sitting position, trying to save his image. Oh! The car fell silent for a moment. The principal had many questions to ask, but couldn't figure out how to begin, minding his appearance. Lu Yuan and his roommate were stunned, for they had a natural reverence for teachers, let alone the principal. It seemed so strange. In their lifetime, they had actually been able to ride in the principal's car. Principal. Finally, it was my roommate who started the conversation. Is Teacher Yi your relative? The principal was stunned for a moment. Not really, but a friend. He was, in fact, my lifesaver, but facing two curious students, I didn't elaborate, feeling they treated as gossip. Oh. Silence fell again in the car. The three of them realized this wasn't a good time to chat. Forget it, just stare blankly. It was hard to pull out their phones. And so they arrived at the hospital. Lu Yuan opened the door and got out first, breathing a sigh of relief the moment he stepped out. Alas, perhaps this is what being a savior has to endure. Not only disasters, but also so many relationships. My roommate followed, and the principal was the last to get out. The car sped away. The three of them stood at the hospital entrance for 3 seconds before the principal started making a phone call. Old Wang, it's me. I just called you. Please come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. It's hard to explain over the phone. It's very important. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in the lobby. Come down when you're done. Hurry. The three of them re-entered the hospital lobby. Come on. What's up, old man? I'm busy. The patient is waiting for me at the door. This isn't a place to talk. Find a quiet room. The principal waved his hand, motioning for Lu Yuan and the other two to follow. What are you doing? It's not graduation season yet. My hospital isn't short of staff. What are you thinking, old man? These two students came with me. They're related to what I want to talk about. Oh. The four of them hurried into the room. The principal got straight to the point. Is your hospital currently experiencing any special cases? The kind where the patient starts feeling dizzy and then experiences physical changes? How did you know? Old Wang's expression suddenly grew serious. What are you thinking, old man? To be honest, I had these symptoms a couple of days ago. You too? Old Wang took 3 steps back, then, realizing something was amiss, stepped forward again. Don't talk nonsense. You couldn't possibly have had these symptoms. You look perfectly normal now. Don't joke with me like that. I'm busy. Hey! You old man, I haven't finished. What are you saying? Hurry up. The principal turned and motioned for Lu Yuan to open his bag. The elegant, distinctively colored white crane seemed to glow in the dim room. What is this? I've never seen a bird like this before. Is it a protected species? Old Wang was stunned. No. The principal slapped his thigh and recounted the bird's purpose from beginning to end, including the case at school. He emphasized that things had returned to normal, having been pecked by the 2 students. Old Wang was stunned. No, you're kidding. You've read more books than I have. Do you think this makes sense? Where have you been reading? Don't go. The principal quickly stopped Old Wang. Don't you understand me? Am I the kind of person who talks nonsense? Old Wang paused. It seems so. Although you've always been petty and mean, you always have a basis for what you say and rarely speak without reason. That's good enough for you. The four of them fell silent again. No, but that doesn't make sense either. Old Wang's worldview was shaky. On one side was his longtime friend, and on the other was the knowledge he'd painstakingly acquired. The two sides battled, and in the end, knowledge prevailed. I think things might not be as you think. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. The student might have been genuinely ill, and by chance, he recovered. You attributed it to the bird, but it was actually just a misunderstanding. Old Wang tried to convince himself while trying to convince the principal. Hey, you old fellow. You still don't believe me. How about this? Just take us to the sick people. Just give it a try. Are you kidding? That's an isolation area. Even I can't just walk in. I'm standing here. We've known each other for years. How could I possibly play tricks on you about something this serious? I have a ton of work to do, and I only came here to help you, to help those who are sick. I brought everything, and you're afraid to try. You're truly becoming more and more of a coward. The principal used both reason and emotion, along with scolding and accusations. Finally, Old Wang's defenses were broken. Oh. Okay. Just give it a try. If it doesn't work, you're doomed. I write a report. The four of them dodged here and there. Disguised themselves as medical personnel, they overcame numerous obstacles and evaded numerous inspections, finally arriving at the legendary secret isolation facility. Oh my god, Lu Yuan, this place is so hidden. It's incredible we even made it there that day. I think so too. Lu Yuan loosened his mask, took a breath, and immediately put it back on. Maybe this is fate. It's fate that brought us here to save people. Hurry up, you two. Someone's coming soon. Lu Yuan and his roommates immediately quickened their pace, carrying the long-tailed crane in their bag as they walked. We're here. Open the door? Yes. Old Wang's tone was heavy, as if realizing the utter impropriety of his actions. He repeatedly tightened and unclenched his grip on the doorknob, his hesitation evident. You old idiot. The principal clamped down on the other person's hand and flung the door open. Hey! Don't hesitate. We're already here. Hurry! Old Wang remained silent, staring motionlessly at the cloth bag as the divine bird, supposedly a professional, emerged from the bag, flew lightly into the room, and landed precisely on the bed. On the bed lay an unconscious, sickly patient. With the basic medical ethics of a doctor, Old Wang walked into the room, his eyes fixed on the patient. He knew the patient. He had come to the hospital for treatment. At that time, the man was still quite normal. Although he looked a little confused, his mind was clear. He would ask, Doctor, do I have a bad cold? Why aren't the medicines working? Do I need an injection? Is 200 yuan enough? If not, I can just stay home and wait it out. As for your illness, the government subsidizes it. It won't cost much. That was his response. Subsidies? It took the man a while to react. I've never heard of subsidies for colds. Is this a serious illness? How long can I live under normal circumstances? Is a month enough? I have to participate in a community square dance competition with my wife at the end of the month. He should be able to live for a month. Old Wang pondered. But participating in the competition might be difficult, because in the later stages, his consciousness might be lost, requiring clinical treatment. Oh. The man seemed to understand something. He didn't say whether to treat him or not. He simply went out to make a phone call, and returned with red eyes. Doctor, is there really a subsidy for this? I don't have to pay a penny. After repeated confirmation, the man was finally admitted to the hospital. At first, he was still conscious, saying he was thirsty and hungry. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he mentioned everything he needed to. But gradually, like the morning mist, consciousness faded silently in the wind. I want. A hoarse, deep voice echoed in Old Wang's mind. No matter how long it took, the thought of it still made him break out in a cold sweat. In their line of work, they'd witnessed countless deaths, and naturally, they should be numb to it. But seeing a living person suddenly transformed into a monster craving flesh and blood, as if controlled by another consciousness, no matter how many times he saw it, it still terrified him. This wasn't just any ordinary illness. It was probably something else. A bit like the zombies in the movies young people see, but could things in entertainment really happen in real life? Was there something wrong? Old Wang was lost in thought as he watched the white crane, supposedly a professional, soar onto the patient's body. The crane seemed to quickly find its destination, taking a few steps to the patient's head. It gestured with its pointed beak twice, as if it felt something was wrong. It spread its wings and soared to the ceiling, its head slamming down at high speed. Old Wang swore he heard something hard crack at that moment. Could it be the patient's skull? Old Wang was startled and rushed over to examine it. He looked around, but the scalp was intact, undamaged. Instead, the white crane seemed to have something in its mouth. It tilted its head back, purred, and disappeared into its mouth. Yeah. Success? Bird brother. You're worthy of me. Well, I tell you. You old men are behind the times. You really need to embrace new things. Old Wang looked around, his thoughts in a tizzy. Just then, a groaning sound escaped his patient. Doctor. I need to go to the bathroom. Chapter 173. Helping the patient to the bathroom. Old Wang didn't have to do anything, as the bed had a drainage device. But the events that had just occurred had truly challenged his worldview. The patient mumbled a need to go to the bathroom, and he half-heartedly released the device and helped him in. After helping the patient take 2 steps, Old Wang suddenly came to his senses, as the cold wind blew from outside. Dr. Wang, can you please hurry up? I can't hold it any longer. The patient pleaded faintly. Old Wang had no choice but to help. But all he could think of was the patient's face, dark blue, and his frantic thirst for blood. Dr. Wang, why are the bathrooms in your hospital so far away? I'm almost suffocating. The patient complained faintly. Old Wang had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain, these are all critically ill patients, who rarely need to use the restroom. The bathroom is for the medical staff. Oh, that's not right. Look at me, I need to use the restroom. Your hospital still hasn't thought it through. You need to build a restroom. The patient's chi was still weak, but he was already making suggestions. You're right. Old Wang responded subconsciously, but his mind was filled with the patient's words. That's not right. Yes, it's not right. What went wrong? Why was he helping a patient who had needed a restraint the day before to go to the restroom? Are we almost there, Dr. Wang? The one with the light on up ahead, right? Yes. Old Wang let go of his hand and watched as the patient, who had been so bloody and frantic the day before, bent over and fumbled weakly into the restroom used by the medical staff. Old Wang slept in the cold wind. The smell of the toilet blew towards him, instantly knocking his thoughts to the ground. So what if it was outrageous? The facts were right in front of him. The patient, who had been a wreck the day before, had instantly recovered and could even go to the bathroom on his own? What was this? A miracle, and it was reproducible. Delivered to him by an old friend, it was repeatable. A controllable, extremely low-cost miracle. What was the most important thing about their hospital? Wasn't it to restore the patient's health? As for the exact principles behind this? Did he need to delve into it? Absolutely not. Just help the patient recover, that's all. Dr. Wang, don't go. Come and help me. My legs are so weak. I must have been sick and haven't recovered yet. The patient's weak voice rang from the bathroom door, bringing Old Wang back to his senses. I forgot. He, Old Wang, his previous mood gone, cheerfully supported the patient's arm. Ah, I see you're recovering quite well. Your weak arms and legs are from lying down for too long. With a few days of consistent exercise, you'd be almost back to normal. Really? The patient looked up in surprise. Isn't my condition terminal? The government is subsidizing it. I'm already cured? Don't try to fool me. Yeah. I thought it was a terminal illness before, but now I've found a solution. I have no reason to lie to you. This is all true. Really? I'm already recovered? Really? The voices of the doctor and the patient echoed through the chilly night wind, but neither of them cared about the cold. Their hearts were burning, and the warmth spread to their limbs. Well, Old Wang, I didn't lie to you, did I? The principal looked smug. Looking at his old friend's smug, wrinkled face, Old Wang instinctively wanted to retort, but the recovered patient was still sitting there, already drinking the freshly boiled lotus root powder. Well, you didn't lie to me, but so what? It wasn't you who solved the case, it was that mysterious bird. You old idiot. The principal was about to argue, but then realized he couldn't waste any more time. It was best to resolve this quickly and resolve all the hospital cases. It wouldn't be a big deal for him to miss a day, but the 2 students couldn't miss classes. Studying was paramount. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Just report this matter quickly, and we try to resolve the hospital cases within a day. The principal waved his hand. Well? Old Wang rubbed his chin. One day might not be enough. The dean's out for a meeting. No one has the authority in his absence unless... Unless what? I know. Lu Yuan raised his hand. Unless we do it secretly. They began to sneak around. Although the four of them knew they were doing a good deed, they were being furtive to avoid disturbing others. They communicated left and right, finding keys one after another. Hiding here and there, they opened one door after another. Originally, Old Wang wanted to start with the patients with the mildest symptoms. But the two students flatly refused, saying they should start with the most severe cases because, according to the movie plot, they might be interrupted at the end. Addressing the most difficult cases first would make the situation much better. Okay. Although Old Wang didn't understand what movie it was, he took their word for it. Since the bird was in the other's bag, it didn't really listen to what the two old men said. Another powerful, sprinting collision, from top to bottom, from the ceiling to the patient's skull, bang, bang. Even after hearing it so many times, Old Wang still shuddered, and reflexively went to check the patient's head, feeling around, making sure the skull was alright before letting go. Why was it so loud? What was the principle? It was like a TV show. Last one. The one with the mildest symptoms. He was able to communicate normally this morning, but became a little confused this afternoon. He should be able to be cured soon. Dr. Wang, come here, give me the key. Lu Yuan, full of energy, strode to the door, with a burping long-tailed mountain crane on his back. He picked up the key, looked back at the doors he passed, and suddenly felt very excited. Wow, this is amazing! He cured so many patients in the blink of an eye. Even the protagonists with golden fingers in the apocalypse don't have this ability, because the ultimate solution to the zombies still depends on scientists. But what about him? He tracked it down to the source. With his 3 minions, he restored everything to its original state. Lu Yuan, brimming with pride, stood at the doorway, daydreaming. He gloated as he unlocked the door with his key. Speaking of which, why is this door locked? It wasn't locked before. It's a bit of a hassle to unlock it at the last moment. It's just easier to just press the doorknob. Lu Yuan chuckled as he opened the door, but before he could get a good look at what was inside, he smelled a fishy gust of air. The next second, the door was yanked open. Lu Yuan froze for a fraction of a second before realizing the door had been opened from the inside. He spun around and shouted, "Run!" Dr. Wang, Principal Wang, and his roommate reacted quickly, and the 4 of them were sprinting down the hallway. Lu Yuan was left last, his entire back tingling. Every cell in his body, from the back of his head to his heels, screamed, "Run!" His vision blurred as he ran, tears streaming uncontrollably. Then, with a quick blink, he regained his sight. Huh? The muffled roar behind him grew closer. He didn't even need to turn to know how terrifying it was. Images raced through Lu Yuan's mind. A dark face, sharp teeth, a mouth full of saliva, tugging and tugging. Black, pointed fingers, ready to bite and tear at anyone they caught. No, don't let me catch you. Don't let me get bitten, torn. Run faster. Even if I don't want to outrun my athletic roommate, I have to outrun the principal. He's an old man, he definitely doesn't have the potential to escape like him. The 4 of them sprinted frantically down the corridor, afraid to even shout, fearing their escape would be extinguished. All their strength went into their legs, running for their lives. The cloth bag behind him lay still, perfectly reminiscent of the previous situation. Lu Yuan knew that Bird Brother couldn't initiate an attack because he too would be nervous and afraid. No! Think of a solution. Stupid. Turn. Lu Yuan ran for his life, using all his strength. But the most terrifying thing wasn't the fishy wind drawing closer from behind, but the 3 people in front of him, who were also getting farther and farther away. What's going on? How could the 3 of them be so fast? No, not alone. Oh God! Someone, please save him! Bird Brother. Lu Yuan roared, his voice-activated lights illuminating all 3 floors, but there was still no movement behind him. Lu Yuan's hair stood on end, and the air seemed to grow still. In this utter silence, he thought he heard a small burp from the cloth bag behind him. Ah, so Brother Bird had eaten his fill. Ha, no wonder. Help! Principal. Old 4. Dr. Wang. Come save me. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. No! Lu Yuan's vision blurred instantly, and snot and tears streamed together. The world was a bizarre sight, and the lights turned into flashing yellow and white blocks. Ah, we've caught up. A clear, spring-like voice echoed through Lu Yuan's world, followed by a streak of silver light, passing overhead and hurtling towards the object behind him. Bang! A familiar crashing sound echoed, but it was different from the previous one, sharper and more metallic, as if one of the pieces wasn't made of flesh. Lu Yuan turned his head blurrily, blinking against the mottled colors. His vision suddenly cleared. A silvery white bird landed gracefully, a figure unconscious beside it. Silver white. Lu Yuan wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then took a closer look and realized the bird seemed to be made of metal. The image of Teacher Yi working on the electric drill in the physics lab suddenly flashed through his mind. So, could this bird have been developed around that time? What was this? A fusion of apocalypse, metaphysics, and technology? Are you okay, classmate? I figured the long-tailed tit left the school after eating. I guess it didn't cause any damage. Luckily, we caught up. Lu Yuan, stunned, came to his senses. Seeing Teacher Yi, who was calm and concerned, he suddenly burst into tears and rushed over. Yi Zifeng dodged. Go get the principal some tissues and wipe your face. There seemed to be a lot of people outside, curious about what's going on inside. Yi Zifeng thought he'd given them a friendly reminder, then reached out and retrieved the cloth bag containing the long-tailed crane. I give you that mechanical bird. It won't be hungry, and it won't be timid. You just need to operate it. Just practice hard and you be fine. Lu Yuan stared blankly as the bag was taken away by the psychology teacher, feeling a momentary sense of emptiness. But before he could react, the mechanical bird, its wings gleaming silver, suddenly took flight, its lines of irrational aesthetic suddenly appearing in his field of vision. Wow! The mechanical bird's gaze was downcast, its metallic eyes possessing a cold sharpness. Its form was elegant and fluid, with barely a trace of stitching. Lu Yuan shouted, turning on the voice-activated lights, just to admire his precious mechanical bird. Look at its silvery wings, its sharp claws, its elegant tail feathers. And what was most important? This was something that belonged to him alone. Lu Yuan's lips couldn't help but curl upwards, a surge of warmth rising from his heart. He was full of energy again. My dear, you be following me from now on. Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the corridor, and just hearing it was enough to tell he was incredibly happy. Yi Zifeng brought the long-tailed tit back to campus and asked Ying Fengshuan to give it some training. It couldn't run around. It just stayed on campus, pecking at anyone who had a problem. Now that there were no business requirements and no need for others to drive it around, the machinery had freed up its productivity. Yes, machinery. After so many days of observation, Yi Zifeng had mastered the long-tailed tit's spiritual power, and combined his understanding to create a new mechanical woodpecker. Long-tailed mountain crane 2.0. Finally, I can rest now. Yi Zifeng rubbed his eyes, sat down on the sofa, and pulled out his phone. With a flick of his finger, this message popped up. A silver light appeared on the roof of Shandong University Hospital. Is there anyone who can tell what it is? Chapter 174. White light. Yi Zifeng clicked on it. The video was shot from a distance, likely intended to capture the night scene, but a silvery white light suddenly appeared on the left side of the frame, drawing the attention of the person filming. The camera zoomed in, but the image was shaky, so it was impossible to tell from just this video whether there was a figure on the rooftop. In other words, it was impossible to tell from just this video that he was there. Yi Zifeng clicked on the comments section. Where's the white light? Can't you see it? At the beginning of the video, it flashed by like a light. What's the point of asking? Whatever it is, it's either a light, a phone image, or a remote-controlled airplane. This comment was replied to by the original poster. It couldn't be an ordinary thing. I was very interested the moment I saw it. I've been quite spiritual since childhood and have seen many supernatural things, so I knew it the moment I saw it. It definitely wasn't a lamp. Can anyone tell me what this thing is? This person must be quite spiritual in the world of cultivation. They can connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth much more easily than the average person, making them suitable for professions related to beast taming or spiritual plants. But living on earth isn't bad, as long as they eat and drink healthy things. Speaking of which, are there really supernatural things on earth? He hasn't encountered any. Yi Zifeng thought about this and pinched his fingers. Nothing came out. Never mind. Maybe they're not from the same system. Yi Zifeng continued browsing. Seeing the poster's comments, the comment section ignited further discussion, whether they believed it or not. Some asked what supernatural events they had witnessed since childhood, while others carefully watched the video and analyzed it. It's probably not a light. It doesn't seem that bright. Is it a bit like the reflection of something? Is it some kind of metal? Someone threw it from the ground to the rooftop. Are you saying there was a strongman upstairs? Just looking at this video, I'm not sure. I did a search, but this hospital is 6 stories high, so no one could have thrown it like that, unless it was a helicopter. So the question is, what is this? It can't be ghosting on the poster's phone, or a camera problem. I promise my phone isn't broken, it must be something. Is there anyone out there who can take a look at the video? I don't know why, I just want to know. I also have this urgent feeling that something is going to happen. Wow, what the poster said is amazing. I don't know. I can't tell. Your hands were shaking so much when you filmed the video, it's hard to see clearly. I share this with my friends. You've made me want to know what this is too. Then I share one too. Yeatsifeng continued to browse the comments section. Perhaps it was human nature to be curious, as the popularity of this video was increasing at a noticeable rate. More and more people joined the discussion, and some even showed up, experts with both technical and observational skills, adjusting the video quality frame by frame and analyzing each image. This silver light shouldn't be light. If it were light, whether it was a flashlight, a cell phone light, or a remote-controlled airplane, it would have to have something to support it. But none of these things exist. We can see it appearing from the air. The technical expert moved his mouse, motioning everyone to look at the image on the screen. Look here, everyone. At the 8th second, the person filming the video shook a little. We can see a light source in the lower left corner, forming a straight line with the silver light. The tech expert adjusted the image on the screen. So we can reasonably infer that the silver light itself isn't luminous. It just happened to appear from here, and then reflected the light below. The tech expert circled the light source below with his mouse. That also explains why it only lasted 3 seconds and then disappeared. That light can't illuminate that wide or far. The video's explanation was widely accepted, but a new question arose. If it wasn't a light or a remote-controlled airplane, then what was it? What reflective object could suddenly appear in midair? Netizens launched a new round of discussion on the matter. Various theories were supported by some, but there was no consensus. The controversy gradually died down, and a new topic attracted everyone's attention. Please help me analyze this. Is this normal? This is a long blog post. When Yeatsifeng saw it, he clicked on it immediately. I'm an office worker, working in HR for a company. It's neither big nor small, but it has quite a lot of people. But I've noticed something strange lately. More and more people are asking for leave. They usually say it's a minor issue, just a cold. When asked, they tell me they've taken medication, but it hasn't helped. They're getting dizzy, and they're worried about causing losses to the company if they continue, so they have to take leave. If it were just a few people saying this, it's perfectly normal. But when 8 or 9 out of 10 people asking for leave say the same thing, it's a bit strange. At this point, you might think it's an infectious disease or something, but something even stranger is happening. I called the employees who taken leave to ask when they could return to work, and each one's voice was getting hoarser than the last, as if they hadn't spoken in 3 months. Worst of all, one was making a strange, hoarse sound while speaking, and sounded like he was drooling profusely, like he was in a horror movie. I'd like to ask everyone to help me analyze this. Is this normal? Is there a disease that causes people to constantly hoarse while speaking? If so, when will it be cured? And how long will it take for this employee to be able to return to work? Yeatsifeng blinked at this, feeling fortunate to have gone into cultivation. Well, while every word in this article is filled with concern, its ultimate goal can't hide the fact that it's simply to get people back to work. It's terrifying. The netizens in the comment section clearly noticed this, but few offered any analysis. Most were just cursing the capitalists. Is it really necessary? I just have a sore throat, maybe just a couple of coughs. Why are you making a horror movie out of it? How much does your boss pay you? Is it necessary to be so obsessive about your employees' every move? Great. It's the kind of capitalist who calls to check when someone's coming to work even after taking time off. We're saved. When my mom says she'd die of old age at home if she doesn't get married and have children, I show her this article. Smile, Yeatsifeng scrolled down 2 comments and suddenly noticed the original poster had started replying. No. It wasn't just a sore throat. It was something truly terrifying. I even recorded an audio recording. Listen to it, and you see, recording. Yeatsifeng clicked on the recording. Xiao, how are you? Is your cold feeling better? A cold. I'm he. A cold. Yes, you do. Have you seen the doctor? What did the doctor say? How are you feeling now? He. A cold. He. Okay. Are you almost feeling better? When can you come back to work? How many days of leave will I need? I'm he. Okay. A cold. Then get some rest. If you're able to work again, let me know as soon as you're able to. The recording beeped, clearly meaning the call was hung up. Yeatsifeng blinked, marveling at how quickly the person hung up. It was indeed quite terrifying, considering the person on the other end was already unconscious. But he was still able to answer the phone. Could it be an instinct ingrained in him that wouldn't change even after he lost consciousness? Yi Zifeng pondered this as he clicked on the comments section. As expected, the comments section became overwhelmingly one-sided. Sorry, I didn't realize the person on the other end sounded so scary. If it were me, I'd also suspect some kind of illness. Why is he so hoarse and drooling? So scary. It feels like a movie. Oh my god, this isn't acting, is he? He must be unconscious. Why does his voice sound so strange? Is he really the real person? Remembered some horror movies. Don't scare me, I can't handle it this late at night. Can anyone analyze this? Is this recording fake? If it's real, what's going on? Is he sick? Not only is he answering questions irrelevantly, but he's also making these strange noises. Is that rabies? The doctor came and said it's not rabies, but I think I have some inside information. All I can say is everyone, stay home for now. If you feel dizzy or have a headache, lock yourself up. I'm not exaggerating, but something unimaginable is happening. Huh? How unimaginable? A new infectious disease? Has it started again? No. I don't want to be quarantined at home. It's going to be a little more serious, and there might be some scary elements. Anyway, it's really hard to put into words. During this special period, everyone, take care of yourselves. Huh? Don't scare me, brother. I just got a good job and haven't even received my first month's salary yet. What's going on? It's hard to say. Some say a solution has been found, but I'm just a small-time doctor, and I don't get to deal with such core issues. Core? How core? Panic. The tone in the comments section gradually shifted, and the poster seemed to realize something. Is it a serious infectious disease? How long will the symptoms last? Should I extend the employee's leave? When will he be able to return to work? Is there an exact time frame? Yi Zifeng checked the other party's IP address. It wasn't local. Even if the local hospital responded, it wouldn't be able to catch up with the out-of-town cases. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment and privately messaged the blogger. Hello, I'm a researcher specializing in this medical record. I've made some new discoveries. If you don't mind, could you provide me with the employee's address? I can mail a tool that will resolve his condition in about a day. Really? Then can I see your ID? Sorry, I don't have any. If you're concerned about their safety, you can just provide me with a rough address. The tool has a search function and can automatically find their address. The other party was silent for a moment, unsure what they were struggling with, but they finally provided an address, accurate to the neighborhood. Okay, shipped. Yi Zifeng pulled out a wholesale-produced robotic long-tail tit 2.0 from his space, entered the address he received, and placed the bird on the windowsill. The mechanical bird's eyes gradually brightened, as if reflecting the cold moonlight. It stretched its wings in the darkness, then, without looking back, soared high into the night sky, swiftly disappearing. Chapter 175. Xiao Zhao's condition was already dire. Perhaps to say dire isn't quite the right word. In reality, he barely resembled a human anymore. In the dimly lit room, the air thick with suffocation, a humanoid monster lay on the floor, its face brimming with fangs, its eyes red, and drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Xiao Zhao's throat uttered a series of wheezing sounds, as if a tornado were whirring through his head, leaving nothing behind in its wake. He was just hungry. So hungry. It felt like a fire was burning within him, desperately needing something to quench it. So hungry. Xiao Zhao lay on the floor, his red eyes squinting upwards, seeing the doorway blocked by various pieces of furniture. He squinted, as if processing information. Exit, blocked, no way out. He squinted again, glancing at the window where a glimmer of light shone. High in the sky, but unobstructed, he could get out. Realizing this, he couldn't help but let out a cry of delight. The corners of his dark mouth curled, and more saliva flowed. But he paid it no mind. Using his stiff hands and feet to support himself, he staggered to his feet and stumbled towards the window. The window was sealed shut. Xiaozhou's hand touched the glass, and doubt slowly formed in his fuzzy mind. It was transparent, and he couldn't get out. He couldn't help but scratch at it with his nails, and the sharp sound made him squint. Sealed shut. I can't get out. As if realizing something, Xiao Zhao suddenly shook his head, but the tornado of consciousness was past, leaving him with nothing. Get out. He wanted to get out. So hungry. His insides felt like a raging fire. If he didn't eat something, he'd lose all ability to move. Die. No, he didn't want to die. Xiao Zhao used all his strength to claw at the glass. His hard nails scraped against the glass, making a high, sharp sound. But he no longer felt anything. He only wished he could get out. Crack. Xiao Zhao looked down at the fallen object and picked it up with his soaked fingers. His mind raced for 3 minutes before he realized it seemed to be something stuck in the window. It could be pushed open. Ding. The hook stuck to the window fell to the ground. Xiao Zhao fumbled with the glass. He was aware that the tornado was still blowing, but occasionally, a few bits of information were caught in the wind. Push open. Sideways. Push. I'm so hungry. Xiao Zhao, following instinct, grappled with the window for a long time before finally pushing it open. The frame creaked sharply as it moved across the debris-covered glass track. But Xiao Zhao was struck by a gust of outdoor wind. It was cool and prickly, yet it carried a vast and alluring aroma. The smell of meat. Warm, scalding, sweet, the alluring scent of fresh meat. Huh? Xiao Zhao felt his teeth itching, and a slight itch welled up in his internal organs. The itch coalesced along his veins, and when it reached his brain, it became a powerful impulse. He lifted his foot and stepped directly onto the windowsill. He climbed out of the window and stood directly in the whistling sweet night breeze. Oh my God! Don't let your thoughts get to you. The tender meat in the steel box across from him made such a sound. Xiao Zhao sniffed the scent obsessively. It was tender and fragrant, just what he wanted to eat. But it was far away. Xiao Zhao lowered his head. The height of the 16-story building made him instinctively stop moving forward, as if falling would cause something terrible. But the meat across the street was truly delicious. So he lifted his foot, then pulled it back, then lifted his other foot, then pulled it back again. He struggled mightily between his appetite and his remaining sanity, but to the residents of the building across the street, it looked like he was on the brink of death. He looked sad, or at least completely hopeless. He kept lifting his feet, as if he would fall at any moment. Honey, honey, call the police. Someone's about to jump from the building across the street. Hurry, it's almost too late. The husband, shaking his hands, called the police and then joined his wife on the balcony. Brother, what's there to worry about? As long as the person is still alive, we can solve it. We're so young. We can figure it out together. I know a lot of people. You can just follow me. As long as you have all your limbs. Honey, tell me more. He seems to be listening. He's watching us. The husband then spoke even more vigorously, shouting loudly, his voice echoing through the building, successfully attracting more people to look out. What's going on? Someone's about to jump. Brother, look at it. Don't jump. More and more people, drawn to the noise, popped their heads out. Seeing someone about to jump, this wasn't right. They quickly tried to dissuade him, doing a good deed while satisfying their own craving for excitement. But from Xiaozha's perspective, it wasn't the same. Hungry and unable to bear it, he stood in the fragrant wind, struggling with his reason, and the wind became more and more fragrant. Warm, scalding, sweet, fragrant, the rich aroma gathered like a giant hand, caressing his head and squeezing his heart tightly. Smells so good. Smells so good, so good, so good, so good. Oh my God, brother, why do you look so bad? Is it too cold up there? It's winter. Go back inside and warm up. Or why don't you come over to my house? Just jump over from the balcony. I just made a lamb stew. It's sweet and warm, perfect for a cold day. Xiao Zhao turned stiffly, and saw a piece of meat emerge from the iron box next to him. The meat made a series of creaking sounds, but he couldn't make any sense of them. But this distance. Xiao Zhao glanced at the 16th floor below and began to think about how far he could get to the next balcony. It seemed that a few jumps might be feasible, allowing him to directly bite into the steak next door. Dad, why are this uncle's teeth so sharp and his face so dark? Doesn't he wash his face? Another small steak appeared from next door, fragrant and sweet, and paired with a larger steak, it was just the right amount of relief. So Xiao Zhao lifted his foot. The tornado in his head roared incessantly, making a continuous, loud noise, with the occasional incomprehensible message or two slipping through the cracks in the wind. Don't go over there. Neighbor. What does this mean? I couldn't understand. Xiao Zhao suddenly lifted his foot and stepped directly onto the balcony next door. With a powerful kick of his hind legs, he leaped up. The little girl's father finally realized something was wrong. Unable to see clearly in the darkness, he thought the neighbor's face was dark from the cold, and the drops of water on his chin were tears. Now, with the light from the balcony shining, something was clearly wrong. His face was brimming with fangs, his saliva oozing outwards for miles, his eyes redder than conjunctivitis. He looked completely unremarkable, terrifying anyone who saw him. Why did this guy look like he had something wrong? Dad. The little daughter hugged his legs. He finally realized the seriousness of the situation, slammed the balcony door shut, pulled out his phone, and started calling the police. He explained the situation while dragging heavy objects, tables, chairs, and the refrigerator, against the balcony door. Oh my God! This thing is scratching the door. Why are its nails so sharp? Oh my God! Where's the washing machine? It's on the balcony. The man, who was about to drag the washing machine over to hold it against the door, was startled. He opened the door and rushed out, dragging his daughter with him. His wife was out shopping, and they had to rejoin her quickly. The little girl, carried by her father, couldn't help but scratch her fingers in the biting wind. They felt a little itchy. Could it be from the rain? The little girl looked up. The night sky was quiet, not a single raindrop. So why did it seem like it was raining on the balcony just now? The little girl scratched the barb on her hand, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of the strange man who had jumped from next door onto her balcony. Her mouth began to drool, dripping nonstop. How strange. Why were my fingers so itchy? The little girl scratched again, then looked up to see if it was raining. The city night sky was silent. Only if you looked carefully could you make out 1 or 2 stars, dim and faint. The little girl's eyes widened as she suddenly caught sight of a silvery shooting star. The meteor glided from not far away, plunging down from the top, passing through the tall buildings, and landing precisely on her head. The little girl stared wide-eyed, not daring to move, feeling the cool touch on her head, and inexplicably feeling happy. Tap, tap, tap. The little girl nodded repeatedly from the pecs. She looked up and met a pair of silver eyes. Small, but bright, under the night light, they looked like a pair of stars. Wow! A bird-shaped shooting star. The little girl covered her mouth, not daring to move. What are you talking about, girl? Is Daddy running fast? No, yes. The little girl shook her head and nodded again. In the biting cold wind, amid the screech of police cars, she sat on her father's back, looking up at the silver shooting star bird overhead, and gently raised her arm. The long-tailed mountain crane mechanical board shook its head and leaped forward without hesitation. He? The little girl covered her mouth and smiled, unsure why she was suddenly so happy. The long-tailed mountain crane mechanical board pecked the little girl's head with its sharp beak, making a tap, tap, tap sound. It doesn't hurt at all, the little girl whispered. Knock, knock, knock. It still doesn't hurt. Girl, what are you talking about? Nothing. The little girl suddenly felt like she had a secret. A meteor had fallen from the sky, saving her from the panic of the night. Her fingers didn't itch anymore. Maybe this was what happiness was. Police. It's my next-door neighbor. I thought he was going to jump from the building at first. I tried to get him to come to my place, but then I saw him. He had a green face and fangs. He looked like a monster. I'm sorry. Is he sick? We have a rough idea. The police glanced at each other, almost figuring out what it was. It's a new infectious disease. If there's no blood or saliva contact, it's okay. Wait downstairs. We go upstairs and take care of it. Okay. The little girl watched the police officers walk up. Just as she was about to touch her meteor bird, she realized it was gone. Ah. She felt a little sad, but she quickly consoled herself. Perhaps the bird had become a meteor again, soaring through the sky. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp sound echoed above the little girl's head. She looked up with delight, and sure enough, the silver shooting star bird appeared above her again. You like me too, don't you? The little girl covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. She saw the silver bird tilt its head and peck at her head again. Knock, knock, knock. Are you ready? The police officers, who had reached the 16th floor, exchanged glances, then, fully armed, burst open the door. With tense expressions, they entered the room, only to find the balcony completely silent. The man, who was said to have transformed into a zombie, lay silently among the flower pots. Chapter 176. Attention, the target appears to possess camouflage skills. The leading officer warned, leading the more vigilant team members toward the balcony. The person lying on the balcony remained quiet, not making a single sound. Now everyone realized something was amiss. This team had seen people who had mutated into zombies before. Whether lurking or visible, they could hardly suppress that raspy, drooling sound. All clear for now. I go ahead and scout the way. The captain didn't let his guard down, staring intently at the figure on the balcony, while quickly opening the door. Whoa! The person lying still remained quiet. Everyone exchanged glances, then all rushed forward to tie the person down, securing them securely before relaxing their grip slightly. Captain, Why does this person seem to have recovered? The team member sat in the car, glancing sideways at the person lying on the stretcher. The face was slightly darkened, but within normal limits. There were marks around his mouth, but no drool was pouring out. With his eyes closed, it was hard to tell if he was red. His nails were neither long nor short. If anything, he looked normal. What did the person who reported the incident say? One of the team members recalled. They said a monster had landed on his balcony. They called it a zombie, then a zombie. It had long, sharp teeth and drooled at the sight of people. If the person who reported the incident wasn't exaggerating, then something must have happened. The team members glanced at each other, each seeing eagerness in their eyes. If they could find a way to restore the zombie virus to its original state, it would be a great achievement. Send him to the hospital, and see what they say. Don't let your excitement go to waste. The captain tried to suppress his smile, and reminded several teammates. Yes. Everyone agreed. Yi Zifeng was still scrolling through his phone. If his favorite things in the cultivation world were cultivation and surpassing Ying Fengshuan, then his favorite things now were to accumulate merit and play on his phone. There was no way around it. This low spiritual power world simply couldn't sustain cultivation, and Ying Fengshuan was so small and weak, he couldn't stand up to comparison. No matter how you looked at it, he was superior to him, not to mention that he now had access to technology. Yes, technology. Technology truly liberates productivity. Yi Zifeng shifted his position on the sofa. If these were animals in the spirit beast space, they would have to be trained individually, but the mechanical versions wouldn't require that. They could simply be programmed and mass-produced. Each one could handle its own tasks and solve problems directly. Cool? If he were the heavenly Tao, he would also support technology. Yi Zifeng suddenly sensed something was amiss, but pinching his fingers didn't produce anything. He switched hands and pinched in a different way, but nothing happened. After a moment of hesitation, he gave up. Never mind. Everything has its own logic. He continued surfing. The domestic internet remained the same. Amidst all sorts of entertainment gossip, there were hints of zombie stories, but the buzz was low, and most netizens dismissed them as some kind of entertainment gimmick. It feels like there haven't been any good zombie movies. I hope the director can polish the script, or the box office will teach you a lesson. Wow, a new novel? Looking forward to it. Excellent work, thumbs up. A post mentioning zombies had 3 comments, and the last one was posted by a bot, so no one paid any attention. That's fine too. Yi Zifeng pondered for a moment, then continued his surfing adventure. Has anyone been browsing the internet lately? Why does it feel like there's so much zombie content? Is there a popular movie? Seeing this post, Yi Zifeng paused for a second before clicking on it. As the title says, I don't know if I get blocked for saying this here, but I've always been browsing the internet, usually for this and that, you know what I'm talking about. But recently, I've noticed something's amiss. Some content about zombies has started appearing online. At first, I thought it was some new concept, but after seeing the pictures, I realized I was overthinking it. The word actually means zombie. At first, I thought it was a popular movie, but since I wasn't interested in the subject, I didn't search for it. But lately, the more I browse, the more I feel something's amiss. The word's frequency has increased dramatically. After translating it, I realized what people are saying is real. Are there zombies abroad? Or are these pictures from a movie? My English isn't great, and I'm not very good at using any tools, so I'd like to ask, is this a scene from a movie? Yi Zifeng couldn't help but pinch his fingers as he read this. Wow, they've even expanded into foreign territories. It seems that being in this world is quite innovative. But if they appear abroad, it'd be hard to hide it in China. The people will surely be curious, worried, and frightened, and quickly pay attention to similar events in their lives. Yi Zifeng clicked on the comments section of this article. Huh? Impossible? Tell me this is a joke, okay? These pictures look fake at first glance. They're so blurry, they could have been photoshopped out of thin air. It's reasonable to suspect the original poster is trying to create a new account. I suggest not using this theme. It's easier to focus on a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. Go for it, I'm rooting for you. These zombies look too classic. I feel like I've seen them in movies. I suggest a different look for a more convincing one. No, aren't the people in the front row so sure? Why do they feel so real? Those profile pictures and nicknames aren't photoshopped. They feel like screenshots from the internet. Horrifyingly, I just did a search, and all the screenshots the original poster posted are real. It's just that the users behind these posts have relatively small follower counts. Image. This comment received a lot of likes, and people gradually noticed something was amiss. If one person was acting, it might be possible, but if 2, 3, or even more comments were posted, something was definitely wrong. More and more people began to verify the information, and pictures were posted in the comments section. The topic grew in popularity, finally reaching the top of the trending searches. Zombies appeared in a foreign country? Yeet Sifeng glanced at the orange-red trending search and was just about to sneak in to say a few words when he heard a knock on the door. Yeet Sifeng stood up and went to open the door. "Teacher Yi, I need your help. It's about that hospital. We went there before and recovered all the patients. They'd like us to help. Of course, they're mainly asking you what species this bird is. They'd also like to equip it with a weapon like this." Yeet Sifeng recalled the trending searches online and glanced at the fawning principal. After a split second of thought, he responded, "Okay." He pulled out the third one. Yeet Sifeng stopped at the school gate and was about to hand the bird over when it suddenly swirled, soaring high into the sky, and then swooped down, shattering the window of the hospital car. Whoa! The glass window shattered to the ground. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a mechanical long-tailed mountain crane working diligently came from the back seat of the car. The people on the other side clearly didn't react. A second later, they all rushed to the back seat, clutching various protective gear and weapons. Huh? A hesitant and confused voice came from the back seat. Yeet Sifeng raised his hand to catch the flying long-tailed mountain crane. After a moment's thought, he knew what had gone wrong. "I'm sorry, it was set up automatically at the factory, so it solved the problem immediately. I'm going to assume the responsibility for the damage to the window glass." The people across from them exchanged glances, suddenly smiling brighter than flowers. "Oh, what's that? How can I ask you for compensation? This procedure is well designed. That's how it should be. Ah, Teacher Yi truly has a heart of honor. Working quietly. A straightforward solution. Our country is truly lucky to have you." Yeet Sifeng glanced at the person who spoke last, a knowing smile on his face. Yes, the other party couldn't have been unaware of his sudden appearance, as his identification information wasn't in the database at all. "I have my own agenda, but ultimately, it's all about resolving everyone's problems." Yeet Sifeng smiled, a gentle yet persuasive smile. And so the negotiation began. The other party was clearly an official, but not a core figure. Most likely someone from higher up in the hospital, who had rushed here upon hearing the news. Yeet Sifeng politely responded, saying he could help, but nothing in the world comes for free. We understand. This kind of confidential equipment has costs, and we're willing to pay as long as it's within reasonable limits." "Okay." Yeet Sifeng nodded, asked for the core team's contact information, typed a message, and sent it. "Guys, I just captured something incredible at the school gate. Look!" On campus, for people huddled together in a boys' dormitory, curiously examining their phones. The angle was tricky, but it just captured a car at the school gate and several people talking. "See? That's Teacher Yi in white. I was just trying to message my friends about a new teacher at our school who looks so impressive, she could be a star. Then look here." The speaker pointed at the screen. "Look, Teacher Yi is pulling something out. Wait, I'm going to pause this. See? This thing looks like a bird. Something even more amazing is coming." The four of them slowed their breathing as they watched the bird in Teacher Yi's hand soar into the sky, then spun like a mid-air diver before plunging through the car window from top to bottom. Wow, a spiraling, flying drill. That's not the point. Look closely. The boy paused the video and zoomed in. Look in the car. There are two people lying there. The bird seems to have pecked them. And then, do you see them move their bodies? Did they sit up? What's wrong with sitting up? There's no rule against sitting up while lying in a car. One of them scratched his head. What do you know? I'm just asking you, is Teacher Yi's professional ability strong? Yes. So, was the thing he pulled out impressive? Probably. Then the question arises, he pulled out an object that broke through the ambulance window, and then the people inside sat up. Is there definitely a connection? Probably. Then my reasonable guess is that the two people inside couldn't sit up originally, but after Teacher Yi's intervention, they were able to rise. If you don't believe me, just look at the end of the video. Those two old men are grinning. What kind of expressions are those? Pure flattery, okay? They're completely captivated by Teacher Yi. Our Teacher Yi doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's absolutely stunning. Holy crap, that makes sense. Right? I forward this video to you. It's okay if you don't understand it. Just watch it a couple of times and you understand. Okay, where's the video? Holy crap. I sent it to the wrong person. I sent it to the school group chat. Chapter 177. Retract it now. Fuck you, stop rushing. Where's the retract button? I've retracted it, I've retracted it. No one should have seen it. It's okay if they saw it. It's not a confidential video. You don't understand. If they saw it, everyone would know I was secretly filming Teacher Yi. I still want to maintain a good image. You're such a pretentious person. The four of them were laughing and joking, completely oblivious to the fact they'd sent the wrong message. They'd retracted it, and instantly, so no one should have seen it. In fact, someone did see it. There are so many people in the school group, so of course there are those who are always in the group. They just click on someone posting a video. Accidentally clicking on the download button is a rare occurrence, but it's perfectly normal. What is this? Teacher Yi? Group member A looked at the downloaded video in the album, a little confused, but continued watching. Teacher Yi extended his hand, and a silvery white object shot out. It made a perfect back and forth motion in the air, then slammed down through the car window. Window breaker? Group member A was a little unsure. The video was still playing, but it was pointed in a different direction, as if into a car with its windows forced open. Group member A frowned, but after zooming in and turning up the brightness, he could only see two figures sitting in the car. What does this mean? Group member A was puzzled, but soon shrugged it off. It was probably just a casual video. Teacher Yi was, you have to say, handsome. Group member A scrolled the video to the beginning, captured several handsome photos of Teacher Yi, and posted them on the forums he frequented, showing off. Things you only learn after going to college. There are truly exceptional teachers in college. They're highly skilled, whether they're studying psychology or physics, and most importantly, they're incredibly handsome. Absolutely stunning. The pictures speak for themselves. This forum is quite popular, so the post immediately attracted viewers. Although the topic isn't explosive, and the wording is rather bland, there are plenty of bored people who just casually glanced at it. I scrolled through the post with a blank expression, only to be struck by an ethereal, handsome face. Holy crap! Many people gasped in shock across the screen. After realizing what was happening, they long pressed to download the post and then commented on it. Is this a natural look? How can he be so handsome? And so charming? Of course, there were also many skeptics. Is this real? Why are the pictures only now coming out after so long since school started? It's definitely fake. The pictures are so blurry. Which young idol is trying to debut? Even if it's not fake, it's photoshopped. There's no way someone who looks like that could exist in real life. Group member A followed and commented after posting. He liked the comments of envy and praise, and got angry at the criticism and disdain, especially those who accused him of photoshopping it. He lost his temper as he watched. Video. Those who say I photoshopped it, just watch it yourself. The original video holds up to scrutiny and analysis. My two pictures are just screenshots, nothing has been altered. 80% of the people who saw this post clicked on it. He's so handsome, it doesn't look photoshopped. He has a breathtaking beauty. When he extends his hand, it doesn't feel like he's handing out a window breaker, it feels like he's summoning a flying sword. So elegant, I love it. Set as wallpaper. The original poster skills are terrible. I took a screenshot myself, and it's clearer. Feel free to pick it up if you need it. Which university is this? Looking at the campus, it looks like S University. I can't afford to go. But it's truly astonishing. Just a gentle outstretched hand won me over, and even that window breaker has become incredibly elegant. The bird shape is so cool. By the way, is that thing really a window breaker? Why doesn't it look like one to me? Are there any such things? I don't know, but the window broke in the end, so I guess. It doesn't matter. He's just handsome. I declare this teacher the perfect person for me. Whenever I'm tired of studying, I take him out and look at his books. I absolutely must get into S University. Group member A looked at the largely unanimous comments and nodded in satisfaction. Popularity wasn't important. He just wanted to be admired, no matter how many people. As he expected, the video went viral. Everyone marveled at the university professor's brilliance, excelling in both psychology and physics, and still looking so handsome. Of course, some questioned his ability, saying it was illogical for someone to jump back and forth between the two fields, given their vast differences. But this was quickly refuted by the majority, who argued that since he was so handsome, anything was possible. Group member A nodded in satisfaction, and was just about to see what other comments were coming when another entry caught his eye. Zombies appeared in Hua city center. Top trending search. Surfing the internet, had also arrived at this point. He immediately pinched his fingers, then lowered his finger and clicked on it. The main trending topic this time was the video. The chaotic streets, the cacophony of voices, exclamations of surprise, the stumbling and running of the crowd. "Oh my god, guys, there are real zombies!" The person filming the video let out a terrified cry, their voice shaking along with the camera, but they continued filming despite the shaking. The camera followed the crowd, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. The crowd grew denser and denser. Some fled in panic, while others, having heard of the zombies appearing, peeked out to see the excitement, only to scream and run away after realizing it was real. "Oh my god, honey, don't come over here. There are real zombies. You stepped on my foot. Mom. Mom." Yeet Sifeng frowned at the dense crowd in the video. He pinched his fingers to confirm there was no stampede, then lowered his hand and continued watching. The video continued to shake, shaking violently. One could imagine how hurried the person filming was. The camera was filled with panicked figures running around, with nothing else visible. Yeet Sifeng continued watching. As expected, it wasn't without reason that it topped the trending search list. Halfway through, the person filming the video ran into a small street-side shop. As if realizing something, the video paused for a second, then the camera shot straight upstairs. Stairs after stairs, corner after corner, suddenly brightening into daylight, the camera panning down to the crowd below. Amid the dense mass of people, there was a clearing where a stiff, stumbling figure lay. The camera zoomed in. A zombie with a dark complexion, a sharp beak and fangs, and wrinkled, dusty clothing suddenly appeared on the screen. It didn't look like it had much attack power. But the crowd proved to be discerning. After a moment of confusion, they realized that the zombie didn't look fast, so it shouldn't be a problem if it stayed away. Taking another look, they realized, wow, how bizarre. Yeet Sifeng couldn't help but blink. Watching the onlookers tentatively back and forth, the zombie in the center stumbled and fell, seemingly carelessly, into the crowd. Zombies in entertainment are always highly contagious. Their saliva and nails, anything that can penetrate the surface of the skin, can allow the virus to enter the bloodstream. This zombie was no different. Everyone watching had clearly noticed its long nails, but perhaps its stumbling movements were too deceptive, so 2 people were scratched by its nails. "Ah!" The 2 unfortunate souls cried out in shock, about to call for help when they saw everyone's terrified eyes. They're both going to become zombies too. Everyone, step back. Don't get caught or bitten. The 2 unfortunate souls were stunned. Seeing everyone's defensive expressions, they realized the severity of what had just happened. "No, I didn't react at all. Are those real zombies? Is this some kind of epidemic?" One of them burst into tears, his emotions split between "I'm done for" and disbelief. How did this happen? How did zombies appear? Are we all gathered here to watch? Why was he the only one caught? Is this really contagious? Mom. Save me. I don't want to become a zombie. Mom. I want to go home. Mom. The unfortunate guy was sobbing, but no one had time to sympathize. The onlookers noticed his nails growing longer, his face growing paler by the second, like he was in a movie. He's turning into a zombie. Run! Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone retreated in unison, but there were too many people to move, so they could only squeeze and shove. The scene was chaotic. The 3 zombies in the center seemed to have found their place. They watched the crowd begin to react, occasionally running forward to pick at people's bodies. "Oh my god, no! God damn it, get out of here! Dad! My foot hurts!" The man picked up his son and saw a dark, black tooth mark on his ankle. "I fight you!" The onlookers grabbed him. "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Take the child to the hospital. This is contagious. What will happen to the child if something happens to you? Hurry!" The man, eyes red, held the child and began to squeeze through the crowd again. "We can see that the situation is getting pretty bad." The voice of the person filming the video trembled. More than 10 people were bitten, but no one clearly realized the severity of the situation. Of course, it's also possible that I'm overthinking it, and it's just an infectious disease, not some zombie apocalypse. The person filming the video seemed to smile, but just listening to it told you how forced and self-conscious it was. The video continued recording, the crowd thronging, more and more zombies, one after another, like a Doomsday relay. "We might be entering the next era." The person filming the video muttered, "The end of the zombies." Before he finished his words, he stopped talking. Yeet Sifeng blinked. In the clearing in the video, a silver-white bird had appeared out of nowhere. It was pecking at a zombie's hair, its movements so rhythmic and rapid that you could almost hear them through the screen. The bird suddenly stopped, swallowing, and then, with lightning speed, grabbed another person with a dark complexion. Knock, knock, knock. Although far away, Yi Zifeng could almost imagine the crisp sound. What's that? The person filming the video was shocked. But the video couldn't be zoomed in any further, so he quickly moved forward. Only at the end of the corridor could he clearly see what was in the open space. A metal bird was grabbing the dark-faced person with incredible efficiency. It lowered its head and began pecking. Tap, tap, tap. Every 10 seconds, it would trigger a swallowing motion, and then it would grab the next person. Tap, tap, tap. It started again. The person filming the video was completely confused, completely unable to comprehend what was going on, until he turned his head and saw the peck zombie stagger to its feet. Call the emergency services. 120. The zombie said. Chapter 178. Yi Zifeng navigated out of the page and, as expected, saw that the trending search had exploded. A deep red tag followed the topic, and real-time updates popped up non-stop. Text flowed like water, as everyone discussed the video. What is this? A movie? I live nearby and have a general idea of what's going on. Zombies are real. My relative said he was bitten. Why is the video so shaky? I can't see clearly. Why is no one paying attention to that bird? What is that bird? Does it only peck at zombies, or does it attack indiscriminately? It probably attacks indiscriminately. I saw it peck at several people, including normal people. No! It specifically pecks at zombies. I've watched the video 5 times. Those normal people have likely been scratched by zombies' claws. That's why they changed too. It's just a matter of time. How did zombies appear? Why do everyone seem so friendly? Is it just an epidemic? Zombies are just too far-fetched, right? To be honest, I've been surfing the internet so intensely that I've already prepared myself. If I hadn't been broke, I'd be stockpiling supplies. I did buy 2 extra boxes of instant noodles. By the way, did you call 911? That zombie was struggling. It looked like it desperately wanted to live. The medical staff wanted to live even more. If I were a medical professional, I wouldn't have accepted him. It's too scary. The above person said, so you're not here? I was at the scene. Someone called 911 and sent the zombie over. Pictures speak louder than words. Yi Zifeng saw this and clicked on the picture. People with slightly pale faces were lining up. At the front of the line was a long ambulance. Onlookers were still watching, but the queue was incredibly orderly. It seems the mechanical long-tailed tit had already finished its work when this photo was taken. I have to say, it looked quite orderly. What the hell is this? Why are they suddenly lining up? Aren't they zombies? Yeah. But maybe they've recovered. They don't want to be zombies anymore. They just want to queue for the ambulance after regaining consciousness. Huh? This seems a little different than I imagined. Why did they regain consciousness? I haven't seen this setting online. It's all bloody fights. So why are there queues here? I think it's because the climate and environment breed zombies. The person above didn't watch the video carefully. He must have regained consciousness after being pecked by the silver-white bird. Before, he was rushing towards the crowd with a green face and fangs, but after being pecked on the head, he slowed down and said he needed emergency treatment. Huh? I thought it was a toy. Is there some scientific principle behind it? I think it's some kind of acupuncture point. There are no zombies. These people are just sick, and they recover after tapping a point. Makes sense. So which acupuncture point is this? I'm a Chinese medicine student. Don't listen to the nonsense above. That place isn't an important acupuncture point, and tapping it has nothing to do with it returning to normal. That bird must have some other function. My teacher is also very curious. I've been studying for a month, and woke up to find the sky has fallen. Is this the end of the world? Zombies have appeared, and what is that bird? Super technology? I'm just like the above. I'm too scared to say anything. I've been looking around on various software programs, and still can't figure out what it is. So here's the question. If that bird really can solve the problem, where is it now? Can it peck me? I can't control myself anymore. I keep wanting to play games. I'm so impressed. Don't make such jokes. Becoming a zombie is painful. You really lose consciousness and lose control of your body. The person above, how did you know? My classmate told me. He's been a zombie before, so he has experience. Huh? Yi Zifeng saw this, curious, and pinched his fingers to find out who had sent the message. Lu Yuan, the classmate who had been carrying a live long-tailed crane for a while. After satisfying his curiosity, Yi Zifeng put his hand down and continued to look at his phone. Across campus, several people in a boys' dormitory also raised the same question. Who is this person? He looks familiar to me? What do you mean familiar? Let me see. His username is Urban Bird Emperor. What the hell is that? Urban Bird Emperor. A boy sat up from his bed. Lu Yuan from class 4. He's always using that ID in the school group chats. If anyone says his name isn't nice, he lash out. His conviction is incredible. What's going on? The boy slid down from his upper bunk and leaned over to his roommate's phone. Oh, he uses that name on other platforms too. Isn't he afraid of being recognized? I think he's dying to be recognized. Look at his profile picture. The roommate clicked on the large picture, and everyone took a closer look. It was a photo of himself, grinning with a mouthful of white teeth, a silver object perched on his head. Wait. That thing on his head. My roommate, who was surfing the internet intensely, noticed something was amiss. He exited the large image page and went back to the trending search results, looking through them again and again, even taking screenshots of the silver bird for comparison. Doesn't that thing on his head look a bit like the bird in the trending search? This silver one is quite unique. You're right. Everyone looked at each other, suddenly realizing why Lu Yuan called the bird the Urban Bird King. If they were the sole owners of such a powerful and mysterious silver-colored bird, they would also carefully craft a name to express their arrogance. That's impossible. That thing on Lu Yuan's head might be a toy, a roommate said sourly. It's hard to say. I think I saw him. He was so proud of himself, holding that silver robotic bird and smiling at everyone he met. He looked incredibly happy. Everyone looked at each other again, wondering how they could be college students, wondering how others could be streaming urban fantasy while they were still studying for finals. I don't believe it. One roommate covered their eyes. That thing on Lu Yuan's head must be a toy. Another roommate wiped away non-existent tears. So hateful. The dorm head propped himself up on the desk. What's the big deal? We can just go find him and have him show us around. With a little luck, we might even get a couple of swipes and a picture. Really? The three were overjoyed. You're close to him? Just an acquaintance. The speaker scratched his head. We sat together in class and even played a couple of games. I sent him a message. The three looked eager, and the roommate, feeling a little uneasy under the scrutiny, said yes. Yeah. The four of them set out together, passing through the dorm buildings. They pooled their money for a lemonade and a milk tea shop. It wouldn't be nice to arrive empty-handed. We're here, we're in the old dorm building. We need to climb the stairs. The four climbed the stairs together and, as they'd been told, arrived at the Urban Bird King's dorm. They took a deep breath, knocked, and soon the door opened, welcoming them inside. Ah, how can I put it? It was indeed an elegant and handsome silver bird, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, the light of the sun and moon, and the mysteries of mechanics. Look at those graceful curves, that sleek body. Wow, that sleek tail looks like it could slice through the air, that pointed beak looks like it could peck anything. Can it really peck zombies back to their original form? One of the boys was already dazzled. Of course. Lu Yuan nodded, trying hard to suppress a smile. Even though science can't explain it, this world is full of strange things, like zombies, like my flying crane. Oh, that's its name. You can call it Brother Crane, it understands. Oh. The four of them looked at the mechanical bird and followed their inner guidance. Brother Crane is so handsome. Brother Crane, peck me. Brother Crane, can we take a picture together? The boys gathered together, Lu Yuan talking and the others listening. Everyone had a blast, and only after countless photos did they say goodbye. By the way, Lu Yuan, here's some lemonade for you. Don't mind if it's a little warm. I was so engrossed when I first came in. No, you're so polite, you even brought me something. Oh, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have seen such a remarkable bird. Your family must be very powerful, really well connected. Huh? Lu Yuan was stunned. This bird has nothing to do with my family. Realizing that everyone had misunderstood, Lu Yuan felt a surge of responsibility. Teacher Ye's fame was about to be ruined. Actually, this is Teacher Yi from our school, the physics teacher I once knew. Lu Yuan's expression took on a deep, serious tone. He gave it to me as a reward for my courage and said I just had to treat it well. The four of them walked back to the dorm, their brains still processing what Lu Yuan had just said. Teacher Yi, give me a silver white bird. One of those ultra-technical mechanical birds that trended on the internet, pecking zombies' heads like crazy and quite possibly restoring them with each one. Teacher Yi, the psychology and physics teacher, could give such a cutting-edge item with a single move. He's a true urban Goldfinger. I think Lu Yuan has the look of a leading man on his face. A roommate suddenly offered this sentiment, and everyone agreed. It would be great if Teacher Yi gave me one. A boy suddenly expressed this sentiment, and everyone nodded, indicating that they, too, were dreaming. There was nothing they could do. Now that they were in college, no matter how thick-skinned they were, they knew some things couldn't be forced. It was unreasonable to just ask a teacher for something. Ah. Lu Yuan is such a lucky guy. Ah. I want it too. How come Teacher Yi didn't see me forging ahead? When did you forge ahead? Running 1,000 meters. The four of them walked aimlessly along the campus, suddenly happy to see the trending bird, then sad that they weren't the ones to have it. I want it too. Me too. A gloomy mood gradually spread. The scorching sun overhead, the dry ground beneath their feet. Just as they stepped onto the path, they suddenly heard a strange noise. Heh. Help. Heh. Classmate. Help. The first person who heard the noise stopped, and the other three also heard it. As if realizing something, the dorm head shuddered and rushed towards the sound. Catching sight of the dark blue face, and its sharp nails through the branches, he couldn't contain his excitement and reached out. There's a zombie! I go catch it first. If I get bit, catch me. Send it to Teacher Yi. Quick! Don't miss this opportunity. The roommates were startled by the dorm head's voice, but once they realized what was happening, they all beamed with joy. Regardless of whether they'd be caught or not, they rushed directly towards the dorm head, their teeth bared but their faces gleeful. No matter, getting caught or bitten wouldn't matter. After all, they still had roommates. There was always one who could carry all the zombies to Teacher Yi. Chapter 179. The four men rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. In the dim light, they could clearly see the zombie's appearance. Its face was dark blue, its saliva was dripping, and its nails were long and sharp. It was definitely this style. Let's go! The dorm leader whipped off his coat and quickly covered the zombie's head with it. Hurry up and hold down his legs. I tie a knot. The other three men rushed forward in a panic. Oh my God, boss! I've been caught! One of the roommates looked at his hand in the moonlight and quickly saw a small wound. What? Everyone looked at him sideways. You're so careless. Go lie down quickly. I cover your head later. Oh! The captured roommate obediently ran to the side and lay down. Gazing at the lonely moonlight, he thought of his wound and suddenly realized something was wrong. No, boss! Aren't we being a little too impulsive? I've been bitten. Will I turn into a zombie? He sat up abruptly. Of course. The other three were still tying up the zombies. You're next. Don't worry, I get you to Teacher Yi right away. It's a good time for you to experience what it's like to be a zombie. Ordinary people don't get to experience this, so just be happy. Oh! The scratched roommate laid down again. He still felt insecure, but what else could he do? He was scratched. I feel a little numb in my wound, as if something is moving inside it. My consciousness seems a little hazy. For example, I can't remember what I ate tonight. The scratched roommate lay on the grass, gazing at the moon. Then he sat up again. Can you guys hurry up? I'm starting to feel insecure. Why rush? It's your turn. The three of them quickly packed up the zombie package and began to move towards the roommate. I'm feeling dizzy, my teeth are itching, and my saliva is dripping. The corners of my mouth feel a little cold. Don't worry, it is. The other three took a look and took off another coat to cover the head of the roommate's zombie version. It's a bit stuffy. Can you let me in? Hee hee. Why am I so hee hee? You're transforming, the dorm leader concluded. Oh. Hee hee. You smell good. The roommate's zombie version's voice was muffled, his head covered. It's a new life experience, just enjoy it. Damn, how could you catch me? I was also caught by a zombie. The dorm head was stunned for a second, then exchanged glances with another roommate. Suddenly, a sense of seriousness dawned on him, but not much. He didn't mean to do it. Wait a minute. I finished tying him up, then he come after you. Be careful. The dorm head hesitated, but still offered sound advice. The second roommate who was caught was a little uneasy, but what else could be done now that things had come to this? Then hurry up. I'm afraid we all be gone and turned into zombies. After all, I might lose control of myself. You're right. The dorm head and another roommate quickened their hands, clearly not wanting to see that happen. While they hoped to earn Teacher Yi's gift through their heroics, they hadn't considered directly changing their race. Being human was still better. Being a zombie generally didn't offer much of a future. The second roommate, who had been bitten, lay on the ground, gazing up at the bleak moonlight. Suddenly, he felt his situation was ridiculous. Why was he lying on the lawn waiting for his roommates to tie him up? Hurry up. I'm coming, but the more you hurry, the slower you get. Hurry up. I'm almost craving a bite. You're not craving a bite, you've already bitten me. The third roommate, looking at his bitten arm, suddenly became furious. How come you're so much quicker than the other two? I'm so impressed. Can't you control yourself? We're in the same dorm. He couldn't help but punch the biting zombie roommate in the head. After he finally released him, he realized things couldn't go on like this. Now, only the dorm leader was left unbitten. If he took his time packing up the zombies, there was a chance he'd be infected. Boss! Send them straight over. If Teacher Yi gets off work, we're doomed. We can't keep going like this, or we'd be wiped out. You're right. The dorm head exchanged glances with the third person bitten, then dragged the first two zombies across the campus. The cool night breeze howled, and students were everywhere. At first, everyone glanced back at the sight of two men dragging two hooded and handbound people across the campus. But gradually, one of them began to turn increasingly dark blue, his fingernails growing longer, and drool dripped in the evening breeze. Why does this person look so much like the zombie circulating online? The dorm head realized the third person was no longer able to hold on, but perhaps, because he was used to running as a human, he persisted in his duties even as a zombie. But no one could predict how long this inertia would last. Most importantly, the third child was too close to him. No, we had to find a way quickly. This was too dangerous. They might not get the mysterious and cool mechanical bird, but we couldn't just leave the whole dorm like that. Anyone, come and help. Help me catch him. We have to get him to Teacher Yi. They're all my roommates. The dorm head shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of emotion instantly rousing everyone's sympathy. Yes, even though they looked like zombies, they were once living people, our classmates, our roommates. I'm coming. I know Teacher Yi. He has a mechanical bird, right? It can help them recover. I'm coming too. More people, more hands. Then I come too. I just saw Teacher Yi. He's not in the office. He's in the school cafeteria. Thank you, classmate. The dorm head flashed a dark smile, and the onlookers knew they couldn't wait any longer. This person had also been caught. Just drag them along. I help. Then I keep an eye on them. Nearly 10 enthusiastic students dragged 5 zombies across the campus. The cool evening breeze blew against their faces, but everyone's blood boiled with enthusiasm. So youthful, so inspiring, so loving, so magical. Oh my God! Why does my hand hurt? Did someone grab it? It's okay. I hold you. We be in the cafeteria soon. Thanks. A group of people huddled together, pulling and tugging at each other. Regardless of whether they were grabbed by zombies or not, anyone who felt something was wrong immediately raised their hands, claiming they might be infected. Everyone hurried to pull the man along. The group grew larger and larger, and no one could tell what was happening. As they ran, the number of people seemed to multiply, and it was hard to tell how many zombies there were. Regardless, everyone was busy. Yi Sifeng, standing at the cafeteria entrance, seemed to have come to a realization. Turning around, he saw a dozen or so college students and 20 or 30 zombies stumbling toward him. Yi Sifeng looked into the glittering eyes of the dozen or so college students. With just 2 flicks of his fingers, he understood everything. Okay. They were college students, and he'd been a president before, so he knew. Yi Sifeng dug into his sleeves and pulled out, from among the dozen or so pairs of glittering eyes, a cool and icy mechanical bird 2.1. An improved version of 2.0. The silver-white body was accented with shimmering mechanical feathers, each a different hue. This one was emerald green, and under the dim yellow light from the cafeteria entrance, it looked remarkably luxurious. Wow! The university students in the crowd gaped in surprise. The students watched the gorgeous mechanical bird fly out. Tap, tap, tap! It's truly an even more gorgeous mechanical bird. Even the pecking sounds are so crisp. Look at its graceful movements, its incredible speed. A head peck every 3 seconds, really fast. Tap, tap, tap! The student who had just been sighing with admiration lowered his head after being pecked. He rubbed his head, and realized he had been infected too. I was wondering why I felt dizzy. I thought it was from running. Ha ha, idiot. Yi Sifeng reached out to take the long-tailed mountain crane 2.1, which had just efficiently pecked a group of people. After a moment's thought, he decided to leave it at the cafeteria entrance. Wow! Teacher Yi is so generous. He must have seen our solidarity, and friendship and left the bird here. If we encounter zombies in the future, we can just send it here to recover. This bird is so cool. It just pecked me 4 times, but only pecked someone else 3 times. Is it interested in me? Maybe you're just a little bit more stubborn, haha. Yi Zifeng didn't go online tonight. The student's behavior on campus made him realize something. If becoming a zombie could be quickly recovered, then people wouldn't be afraid of the zombie virus anymore. Oh my god, my family has become a zombie. We need to rush them to the emergency room. They just got thrown into the crowd. Although this type of zombie has relatively low combat power, its long nails and profuse saliva are contagious, making it easy to get infected. A sense of urgency seized Yi Zifeng, and he quickly entered the storage space. With the funds sent by the authorities the day before, he quickly began mass-producing the mechanical long-tailed mountain crane chip. The shell and other parts had already been handed over to the authorities, but he was the only one who could make the chip. Not only was the monkey world's technology more advanced, but the mechanical long-tailed mountain crane had also been spiritualized. It wasn't intentional, it was just a fluke. But after ordering one, there were only so many left, and the spiritual energy consumption wasn't that much anyway. As Yi Zifeng produced the chips, he wondered when the first long-tailed mountain crane would emerge with consciousness. Would it be a month, 2 months, 3 months, or even after he left this world? Yi Zifeng frantically pinched his fingers, but nothing came out. He had no choice but to put aside his curiosity and focus on mass-producing the chips. Time flew by, and when Yi Zifeng looked up from the densely packed chips, a week had already passed. For that week, he had been virtually cut off from the outside world, but he could vaguely sense that each of the mechanical long-tailed mountain cranes that ventured out had pecked at countless heads, never resting. Yi Zifeng stepped out of the storage space, sent a message to the authorities, and then sat down on the sofa. His phone was at hand, so he couldn't help but go surfing. Yi Zifeng opened the most popular real-time messaging app and swiped it, revealing a live stream. This person looked familiar. Yi Zifeng clicked into the live stream. Yes. That night, we all rushed to the cafeteria entrance. Teacher Yi was waiting there. With a wave of his hand, a mechanical crane appeared, and within a minute, everyone was pecked. The host seemed to glance at the comments again, pondering for a second before offering sincere advice. Then send your family to our university, and wait outside. I go and ask the bird guy at the cafeteria entrance for help. Chapter 180. Yi Zifeng suddenly thought of something and exited the live stream, quickly spotting the trending topic. #campus zombie chasers. Yi Zifeng hesitated for a moment before clicking on it. As expected, the most popular post was a video. That night, there were so many zombies and their escorts whizzing through the campus that it captivated many students. Wow, what's going on? Escorting zombies to the cafeteria? That's impressive. I had to film a video, so they started filming. From all sorts of angles, from the rooftop, from the window, from the playground, from the cafeteria. An enthusiastic blogger compiled these videos, chronologically and from far to near, clearly reconstructing the events of that night. As a result, 80% of netizens knew the historical trajectory of the zombie horde at the university. It must be said, college students are just so passionate. They're just as quick to kill them off as they are, one after another. If it were me, I would have backed off long ago. That's not necessarily true. A crowd creates momentum, and being present can easily sway people. If it were me, I would have just charged right in. Doesn't anyone else think the guy in 2 minutes and 12 seconds is handsome? His face is so fair and clean. The guy above, he also turned into a zombie later. I don't know if his face is fair, but his saliva is so long it's almost like a string. Picture? Oh my god, how come this photo is so high definition? A screenshot from the new video. The student who posted it said it was taken with a camera. It's super clear. Yi Zifeng clicked on it smoothly. It's really clear, and very close. It must have been filmed in the dormitory building next to the cafeteria. The zombies running towards us are stunningly captured. Of course, the long-tailed crane that scurried out from the cafeteria entrance and its incredibly efficient work are also very clear. The comments section is now even more lively. I know this sounds a bit awkward, but it really feels like playing a purification game. Tap 3 times, and it returns to its original state. Tap, 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 purification complete. How did it suddenly fly out of the cafeteria? Do birds eat the cafeteria too? It's a mechanical bird, okay? I was there. Our teacher was standing at the cafeteria entrance. He waved his hand, and a mechanical bird appeared. It was so cool, like something out of a movie. Huh? Is this true? It's true. Teacher Yi is the best in the world. He's so cool. Any pictures? I'm super curious. No, I can't find it. It seems it was deleted. I suspect Teacher Yi has a great background. There's no need to doubt it, okay? Who could raise their hand and make a mechanical bird fly out? And be so generous, just let it go. This emerald green bird is still at the cafeteria entrance. I really want to see a picture. I don't have Teacher Yi's, but I do have a bird's. Here it is. Picture. Okay, but this bird is so cool too. It's ethereal yet mechanically cool. That emerald green color is truly captivating. It's really beautiful. I've already set it as my wallpaper. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng thought the comments section was trending quite strangely. Scrolling down, he saw that someone else had noticed the same thing. Am I the only one wondering when mechanical birds will become commonplace? Seeing the virality in the video, I'm getting a little anxious. You don't even need to watch the video. Just look at the internet. It's all over the place, and every household has begun to isolate themselves. So it seems like we're okay here? I only found out about this thing online, and it still feels so fantastical and doesn't really connect with me. It's probably because it's contagious. It's spreading so quickly outside, so it must be highly contagious. It's just that our country was able to control it immediately, so it didn't become a big hit. We had to find out about it online. Suddenly I'm a little scared, but also terrified and proud at the same time. Will it really become a big hit? My life is pretty peaceful right now, and I don't feel connected at all. Are zombies really going to happen? It feels so weird. Even though everyone says it's real, I still feel like I'm watching a movie when I watch the video. It's probably because both zombies and those birds seem so unscientific and don't conform to our usual scientific principles. But it does happen in real life. My neighbor's uncle has started to change. Luckily, I caught him early. He's already been tied up by his son. He's planning to take a bus to Province S. Go to that fancy university and solve the problem. Fuck, your IP doesn't look close. Are you planning to fly there? No, the budget is low. They should take the train. This comment immediately set the comments section ablaze. No, take the train? With Spring Festival approaching, many people are traveling, and no one wants to be on a train with a zombie lurking. Even though he's tied up, what if he jumps out? Why not ask your neighbor to reconsider whether they can drive there? Taking the train is too risky with all the people coming and going. They don't seem to have a car. Just a tattered tricycle. Why would they drive so far? The neighbor can't wait. But that's not the way to go. Let's take the high-speed rail, because I need to get home by train. What's the point of the above post? Why should we take the high-speed rail? We who take the high-speed rail value our lives too. I'm against that zombie taking the high-speed rail. I'd rather he take a plane. If he needs money, I can sponsor him. Flights are shorter and less risky. I disagree. This is my first time on a plane. I don't want to leave any bad memories. I suggest taking a boat. The people above are making me laugh. Can you guys stop being so serious? It's still unclear whether it will pass the inspection, and you're still pushing each other around. Leave us alone. We're not fighting over the money, we're fighting over our pride. I don't know the specifics, but the neighbor's face is gloomy. He can't just sit there and wait to die. We have to try, starting with the train. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng stretched out his fingers and pinched it. After pinching, he blinked and decided to intervene. A little bit of money is a little bit of money. After all, merit is such a precious thing. Yi Zifeng contacted the authorities and offered to send one to City Z and Province Y first, hinting that if they couldn't make it in time, a zombie epidemic would break out there. The authorities were immediately alerted and assembled a mechanical bird with maximum efficiency, sending it overnight. A helicopter roared in, and the little girl, who had been staying up late surfing the internet, saw it. Several heavily armed men disembarked, and the one who turned back held a golden bird. The intensely surfing girl suddenly realized what this bird was. She stood at the window, her hand covering her mouth, shocked and incredulous. Could doing good deeds every day really be rewarded? My neighbor's uncle just turned into a zombie yesterday, and today someone delivered a bird just for him. Oh my god, how efficient. Family members, let me tell you. My neighbor's uncle doesn't have to take the train anymore. A helicopter delivered a bird just for him. It's golden. It's incredibly beautiful. It looks incredibly tough. Yi Zifeng happened to see the message, pinched it, and then let it go with satisfaction, petting Ng Fangxuan's furry body twice. Family. My neighbor's grandpa has recovered. His face is rosy and radiant. He's square dancing at the entrance to the community. He said the government gave him the bird and a bunch of supplements. He forced half of it on me. He said he wouldn't be where he is today without me. Thank you for sharing this online. Hee hee. I'm so happy. I don't know which kind-hearted person saw my message, but I'm so grateful. Choose 5 other people from the retweet to share this joy with me. The 6 of us will split the supplements the grandpa gave me. I'm so happy. Yi Zifeng forwarded the message quickly, feeling somewhat satisfied only after figuring he'd won. Not bad, not bad. While the golden light of merit will eventually return, the immediate reward is still quite rewarding. Gurgle. Yi Zifeng turned his head and saw Ying Fangxuan, who should have been curled up on the sofa, making a soft sound. He must be cold again. Yi Zifeng grabbed him and tucked him into his sleeve. The weather was quite chilly, and it was normal for Ying Fangxuan, so small, to feel cold. Just tuck him into his sleeve, and he'd be fine. As expected, Ying Fangxuan immediately quieted down. Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction, and took out his phone to surf the web. The little girl's forwarded message for the lucky draw had gone viral. More and more people saw it, following the clues and understanding the whole story. They felt warm and relieved, but also worried about themselves. Why is the government here so quiet? There aren't any zombies near my house, right? But shouldn't we prepare for this kind of thing in advance? This is terrifying. I'm afraid to go out to work. Add 1. I'm planning to take a month off to stay home and see how things go. Work is important, but my life is more important. You guys up there are only planning this now. I've been stuck at home for a week, eating cabbage every meal, and not even daring to go out. It's so scary. How come there are zombies? Huh? How come I didn't notice anything? I thought everyone was living a normal life. Those who are living a normal life are probably the more carefree ones. The more timid ones among us have already stayed home. Mainly, turning into zombies is too scary. It's like the end of the world. I even stockpiled a lot of tissues. Then I take tomorrow off too. I'm scared by what you're saying. You're right. The situation is special now. A couple of days won't make a difference. My life is more important. You're so tempted by what you're saying, but I work in the system, and it's hard to ask for leave. People in the system can also be afraid of zombies. Just ask for leave. Your boss will approve. Ah? Really? Are you also in the system? No, I'm not. I'm just guessing, offering a suggestion. Oh. Wow, but I still don't dare ask for leave. I've taken leave. It was fine before I didn't know, but now that I know it's so contagious, and those birds are only in Province S, I don't dare to take any more chances. My life is at stake. If you all ask for leave, then I ask for leave too. Hashtag everyone's taken leave hashtag. Hashtag have you taken leave? Hashtag. The trending search terms continued to rise. Just by looking at the public opinion, Yi Zifeng knew that the authorities were going to take action. He couldn't wait any longer, or no one would go to work. Sure enough. After Yi Zifeng and Ying Fangxuan played too many games on the sofa, a new trending search appeared on his phone. Hashtag mechanical bird distribution overview hashtag. The authorities released an extremely detailed map. Small green dots represented mechanical birds, densely packed across the country, countless in number. Chapter 181. The nation was in shock. Watching the news report on the distribution of mechanical birds, listening to the host's gentle and graceful voice. Recently, a highly contagious disease has emerged in our country. Thanks to the efforts of frontline workers, and the help of caring individuals in the community, we have successfully developed a device that responds to the disease. Its design incorporates the characteristics of a bird, and it has now been distributed to grassroots organizations. The gentle and elegant host smiled at the camera. If you experience dizziness, general fatigue, rapid loss of consciousness, and difficulty controlling your body at home, please immediately visit your local grassroots organization and seek assistance from the relevant personnel. The use of the medical device is free of charge. Rest assured, everyone in the country was shocked. Even young people were shocked. No, the internet just started saying there's a zombie epidemic, and I haven't even had time to take leave yet. Yet how come medical equipment is already being deployed nationwide? How efficient is that? Am I dreaming? Yesterday I was still debating whether to take leave, and today the equipment is available nationwide. Those mechanical birds must be really expensive. When did our country get so rich? Not really, but it's an epidemic, so why not use them now? It actually makes sense. Really? You mean it just started spreading online a couple of days ago, and now everyone's taking precautions? How reasonable is that? Okay, that's a bit exaggerated. I haven't even taken leave yet. I've been working from home for a week now, feeling great. How could it be so fast? How efficient is that? I feel like I'm dreaming. Those preparing for finals say everything feels like a game. One moment I look up, there are zombies. The next moment, there are mechanical birds. And the next moment, they're deployed nationwide. Huh? What mechanical bird? Are you talking about the equipment mentioned in the news? What is that? A caveman has appeared above. I'm a postgraduate entrance exam candidate, thank you. I understand. Not to mention you're taking the exam, I'm online all the time, and I can't keep up. What's going on? It's like playing a game, buying medical equipment with one click. Is that right? Maybe this is just the speed of our country. It makes sense, actually. There were reports of this kind of epidemic online before, so our country must have been preparing the equipment since then, and we've just got it. Wow. I'm inexplicably moved. What's going on? Mommy's been quietly giving behind the scenes, and we just have to focus on living well. I regret not taking leave sooner. Now my boss is rushing us back to work. It's so painful. Ah. It still feels amazing. How did it happen so quickly? By the way, how are those mechanical birds distributed? Where are the grassroots organizations? In response to the above, they usually have them at the neighborhood offices. You can call and ask if they have them. We say they haven't arrived yet. The birds are still on their way. Huh? Isn't this a machine? Did it fly here on its own? Shouldn't they have the machine delivered and then assembled it ourselves? I don't know. That's what we say here. Maybe this machine is special. After all, it can peck at the zombies, so I don't think it's very scientific. Oh. I still don't understand, and it seems very strange. At one, young people on the internet are so shocked, and older people who don't use the internet much and are less sensitive to what's happening outside are even more surprised. What the hell? I have an infectious disease. Do I need to wear a mask? I need some cold medicine. Uncle, just sit here and wait. We have special equipment here, newly provided by the government. It solved the problem right away. What? Specialized cutting? I don't understand. Don't cut me! The uncle swayed in his chair, his eyes blurry, but his voice remained loud. Uncle, just sit here. The virus has already taken hold of you. It's normal to feel dizzy. I secure your hand to the chair. Don't be afraid. The grassroots cadre spoke gently, but his movements were swift. In 3 seconds, he secured the uncle's hand. Don't grab me. I need some cold medicine. The uncle blinked in his chair. The world suddenly lit up, everything spun, and before him suddenly appeared a huge, fragrant bowl of noodles. The uncle blinked sharply, and the bowl of noodles before him transformed into a human face. Uncle, your blurry vision is normal. We just wait here for 3 minutes. There's a line ahead of us. The large bowl of noodles said. I'm a little hungry. I'd like a bowl of noodles. The uncle's head was hazy, and he instinctively expressed his wish. You can eat after the treatment. I'm already here. Please sit still. The uncle in the chair blinked, regaining consciousness for a few seconds. He found himself tied to the chair, with something cold resting on his head. Before he could even look up, he heard a knock, knock, knock sound. The old man's head kept dropping. In a trance, he felt like an old tree stump being healed by a woodpecker's beak. Yes, healed. It's hard to describe the feeling, but something was definitely being pulled out of his brain. Each blow from the woodpecker struck directly at the center, quickly removing a long, thin object. The remaining brain cleared up a bit, but another peck removed another piece. That's enough, old man. Have a cup of hot water, stand up, and walk a few steps. If everything's fine, we can go back. The old man's mind cleared completely. He watched the grassroots cadres untie the restraints on his hands, and watched the silver bird flutter its wings and take flight, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wow, we can treat illnesses like this now. I'm so lucky. Yes, the government gave it to us specifically, fearing we get that infectious disease. It's so serious, so terrifying, so scary, it's like being in a movie. The government is so kind. The old man stood up, hands behind his back, and casually walked over to the silver bird, quietly extending his hand. Ouch. The old man quickly withdrew his hand, looking at the staff member's accusing eyes. I just wanted to touch it. I didn't expect it to be so temperamental. Is it really a machine? The staff member was used to this kind of scene, and could only explain, it's a machine. Made of the latest material, so each one has a different personality. This one in our area doesn't like being touched. If you do, it definitely get pecked. How can there be such a powerful material? The old man didn't quite understand, but he was quite receptive. Yes, uncle, hold your bag. The old man took the bag and circled the hall 3 times, passing the silver robotic bird 4 times. Seeing he couldn't reach it, he whistled and stepped out the door. He took 3 steps and pulled out his keypad phone. Oldie, how are you feeling lately? Are you feeling dizzy or anything? If so, don't take cold medicine. Come to the community right now. There's a bird here that can cure illnesses. Aunt John, didn't your son have a fever a while ago? How's he now? Still not well? Come to the community right now. There's a bird newly bred by the government. 1 peck can cure illnesses. Wow, it's even more effective than the ones I used to pray to the gods. Come quickly. It's free. Pack your things. Cousin, didn't you say you weren't feeling well last time? I have. What do you have over there? There's one in every location. There are so many. You absolutely need to get treated. It spread like wildfire. Needless to say, young people haven't missed a single one, from the initial online zombies to the subsequent mechanical bird videos that suddenly appeared. While the country's efficiency is truly astonishing, they're also deeply impressed. Each grassroots level has its own mechanical bird, and they're said to have different personalities. One pecks hard, another is very gentle. One city is said to have a very affectionate one, so affectionate that anyone can cuddle, nuzzle, and kiss it. I'm so envious. The one in our district is incredibly noble. If you look at it too long, its sharp beak will attack. Wow, is it so aggressive? The one in our district is much quieter, pink, and very girly. Are you talking about the mechanical bird? Why do you all sound so magical? Aren't mechanical birds purely mechanical? Ours needs a reminder, otherwise it's as quiet as if it's not powered on. 1 plus. Ours also looks like a standard machine. Why are there so many characters online? Some are more affectionate, some more noble. It feels like I'm listening to a legend of a mechanical resurrection. On our street, they say it's loaded during production, so the personality is random. Report? This one here is super cute. It's not supposed to be photographed, but if you compliment it get close and take a photo with you. The person above has the same IP as me. It's reasonable to suspect we live nearby. I've already taken a photo with the local mechanical bird. It's so cool. I even wore a silver dress to go there. The silver skirt really goes well with it. But don't you go get treatment if you're infected? How could you still be wearing a skirt? I went there because I was feeling a little dizzy. I later found out it was a cold, but our district staff said that if you have any health issues, you can go get a peck. A peck or 2 won't hurt anyway. Wow. Is that okay? I'm leaving now. What are you going for? I have a stuffy nose, so I'm going to let the birds in our district peck me a few times. Prevention is key. I'm going too. I'm going there too. I have a little backache, so I might be infected. I'm going too. Can we take a picture? Since you're all going there, hashtag queuing hashtag the trending search term continued to rise, and netizens shared their check-in photos. Most of the time, there were queues, but thankfully, the birds were densely packed, so even if the queues were 1 minute per person, it was pretty quick. It pecked so hard. I reached back home and felt 3 bumps. How could this local one be so powerful? It feels a bit unfair. Ah, our one's getting aggressive too. It must be doing it on purpose. It's not happy with us wasting its energy. Oh my god. I have 3 bumps on my head. I shouldn't have followed the netizens to queue up. I'm dying of laughter, but isn't that a bit ridiculous? Can birds even detect who's deliberately causing trouble? I suspect so. I don't know what technology it is, but yesterday when I went to prevent it, the birds were very gentle. Today, when I went to join in the fun, they pecked me hard. I have 3 bumps on my head. Are you satisfied? Ah, thank goodness I didn't go. I just want to laugh when I think of the countless people with 3 bumps on their heads right now. I'm glad I didn't go either. I hate you guys who fan the flames, but don't get involved, smile. I hate you guys. I'm so dizzy with laughter. The whole country was abuzz. Those online were clutching their phones and laughing, while those not online were walking around the streets talking about the mechanical birds near their homes. Yeet Sifing was also looking at his phone, his left hand stroking the furry Ing Fanchuan, his right hand swiping across the screen. Suddenly, he stopped and looked out the window. His vision, piercing the layers of fog and night, seemed to sense something. In a dark corner, beneath the border, an old man in a tattered robe leaned over the worn cauldron. He observed a peaceful aura. That's not right. He stretched out his fingers warily, his black nails twitching in the air, but he couldn't figure out anything, couldn't see clearly. Forget it, increase the dosage. The gloomy old man waved his hand and pulled a massive hammer from his sleeve. Black mist and dark energy filled the air. Bang! The hammer struck the cauldron, sending countless black insect mists soaring into the wind, piercing through layers of soil, and swept into the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! Puffs of black insect mist emanated from the ground, dense black dots floating above the border, gathering and swirling, forming a powerful chill. Whoosh! The wind is blowing quite hard. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. An elderly woman closed the window, but it still couldn't block out the chill. Chapter 182. Lingling, close the window a bit. It's going to get colder tonight. Oh! Lingling pulled the window, and it banged against the metal frame with a thud. Don't close it all the way. Leave a gap for some air. Mom called again from the living room. Okay. Lingling said this, but honestly, she threw herself on the bed. Go to bed early. Mom called from a distance. Okay. Lingling reached for her phone and smoothly began browsing the internet. She first replied to messages on social media, then switched to a popular website to see what mechanical birds looked like in other regions. Yes, mechanical birds. It's hard to say what the scientific rationale is, but that's what happened. A small-scale outbreak of an infectious disease occurred in the country. Symptoms included a dark blue face, sharp beaks and fangs, and it was highly contagious. The victims pounced on anyone they saw and grabbed any flesh they could find. People affectionately called it zombie disease. Well, it's definitely zombie. Why? If these medical birds hadn't appeared, wouldn't it be the end of the world by now? Lingling pondered as she clicked on a trending entry. Hashtag have you been pecked by a bird today? Hashtag I've been pecked today. The one near me is good-tempered. If you smile, it won't peck you 3 times. Huh? Is my one the only one that's serious? The staff told me not to smile. It hates people who smile too much. My one is still very cold, just like the most ordinary mechanical bird. I even took a picture and made an emoji. Image, cold stare, haha. Lingling couldn't help but laugh as she watched. It was amazing. How could so many mechanical birds appear in the world at once? Lingling thought for a moment and began typing. My family has this pink one. It's so gentle, it never pecks. Lingling cut the page and was just about to quietly catch up on her drama when she heard a rustling sound. It seemed to be outside the window. Lingling listened, but the sound was vague, sometimes distant, sometimes near. So she got out of bed and put her head close to the window to listen. It sounded like the wind, but it was also rustling. Could it be snowing? Snowflakes, one by one? Lingling couldn't help but get excited. She was about to reach out to open the window, but her fingertips hesitated just a centimeter from the frame. This window looks a little cold. Lingling pulled her hand back and, for some reason, clicked on the weather on her phone. 5 to 10 degrees Celsius, cloudless. It didn't look like snow at all. Lingling stood by the window, thinking, but quickly climbed back into bed because her legs were freezing. Never mind, the sand and snow aren't pretty. I wait until it starts snowing heavily before I open the window. For now, I play with my phone. Lingling tucked away in her warm bed. Logically, she should be happy, but perhaps the rustling noise outside was too loud, a truly irritating sound. Sigh. It's so cold. Lingling couldn't help but snuggle deeper into the quilt, but still couldn't resist the chill. Why didn't Mom come and add another blanket? In previous years, before the temperature dropped, Mom would spread out a thick, sun-scented quilt for her. Did she forget this year? It's so cold. Lingling snuggled deeper into the quilt, but still couldn't resist the chill. She felt like she was standing in a world of ice and snow. Strands of ice and snow fell from the sky, piled up densely, burying her, and covering her in an airless world of darkness. Hashtag why province falls, hashtag explodes. The trending searches in the early morning hours of December 24th were like a thunderclap, stunning everyone who had stayed up late. White province had fallen, and nearly half the people were unconscious on the spot. Their faces had turned blue and black, their fangs had grown, and saliva was dripping from their mouths. They would pounce on anyone they saw. Holy crap! Am I dreaming? Wasn't the situation so promising? How did it suddenly erupt? Ah! It's finally here. This is what a zombie apocalypse looks like. Suddenly, so many people have been transformed into zombies. There's no way we can react. My husband is on a business trip in White Province and can't be reached. My family was video chatting with me and suddenly lost consciousness. What's going on? Are we next? I don't want to become a zombie. I want to be human. It's still early morning, so not many people will see the trending searches. I suggest stocking up on supplies. If more people find out by daybreak, it'd be a disaster. It'd be almost impossible to grab anything. Oh my god, that makes sense. Thanks to the above. Don't go out. The authorities have issued an announcement. Province Y has fallen because of an infectious agent in the air. Everyone stay home. Huh? In the air? I just opened the window. I was so scared I closed all the doors and windows. The IP address above is okay. It's quite far from Province Y. Neighboring provinces should be careful, as the infectious agent could potentially drift over there. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and looked at my phone. The sky was falling. How could the world be ending? Can you all tell me I'm kidding? Oh my god, there's a Province Y IP address above me. What's going on over there? Are you conscious? Are you feeling dizzy? I'm not feeling dizzy. Something just banged on my door. I thought it was a criminal, but now I think my roommate might have turned into a zombie, and smelled my flesh. Huh? Oh my god, what a horror story start. If it were me, I'd be dizzy. So Opie, are you okay? Can you get under the bed? Netizens expressed their concern, but the Y Province IP account remained silent, not responding to any private messages or comments. Then everyone suddenly realized it. They've turned into zombies. The world is so sudden, telling you in the middle of some ordinary morning that the apocalypse has arrived. Even if you didn't get the zombie identity, your roommates are already banging on the door. Scared to death. Can the authorities please help? A real netizen said a zombie banged on their door, and then lost contact. It's really scary. I've never felt the apocalypse so close. It's the early morning hours now, and the authorities can't make it. We can only wait until tomorrow morning. I hope God blesses everyone and helps them make it through. I didn't dare click on the uploaded video. I was laughing and joking when I was being pecked by a bird before. I never knew zombies were so terrifying. They could smash through a door. Their nails are so sharp. Who knows? The account that uploaded the video hasn't replied to my private messages anymore. Can Province Y really survive this night? It's so scary. So many records of zombies breaking through doors. Not just Province Y, there's also video from Province G. It must be that living infection source floating through the air. It's so shocking, I feel like I'm witnessing the rise of the apocalypse. Heartbroken, I'm from Province G. Oh my god, I don't want to die. I didn't eat noodles tonight because I'm on a diet. I regret not eating noodles earlier. If you're at home, you can cook it quickly. At least when you become a zombie, you be a well-fed zombie. You make sense. That night, the lights in countless homes were on. Although the older people had gone to bed early, the young people were staying up late, and when they did, they saw the trending searches. Province Y has fallen, the end of the world is coming. Dad. Mom. Wake up. It's the end of the world. Wake up. The whole family was out of bed. Everyone was staring at their phones, as countless videos about Doomsday preparedness appeared. The top recommendation was to stay home, as the source of infection was floating in the air. It should be okay to just go to the supermarket downstairs, right? It's only a few steps away. Mom, don't take any chances. If you turn into a zombie, I go with you. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Damn it, it's unlucky. Then stay home. Wait for the government to make arrangements. Don't we have that mechanical bird? There's definitely a solution. No rush. That's fine. I just can't feel comfortable not buying anything. Then I go out and buy something. No way. That's too risky. I don't agree. Then let's stay home together. Okay. Time passed slowly, and lights flickered on in every household. Even those who went to bed early and rose early were called by friends and family, most likely to learn that the end of the world had arrived. The first was Province Y, where zombies were said to be everywhere. What are zombies? An elderly father asked his child. Zombies, right? They're just the walking dead. They love to eat people. Zombies? That's about right. Oh my god, that's terrifying. A whole province full of zombies. That's outrageous. What should we do? Should we start planting sticky rice? I don't know. Let's wait and see what the authorities say. After all, they have mechanical birds, so they should have a way to deal with it. The boy rubbed his head, a little uncertain. In reality, everyone was waiting. The main point is that while the fall of a province was sudden, it wasn't completely without warning. Zombies had appeared before, and videos circulated online. Officials deployed robotic birds across the country back then. Shouldn't that solve the problem now? In reality, the authorities didn't keep everyone waiting too long. Thanks to a kind reminder from a concerned individual, officials took immediate action. First, they prepared a response for Province Y, informing everyone that the source of infection was in the air and that travel was prohibited. When everyone stayed home, officials assembled every available programmer and worked overnight to input commands into the robotic birds across the country. Assemble, all assemble, destination Province Y. We aim to pack everyone back to their original state within 5 hours. The longer we delay, the more harm will come to the people of Province Y physically and mentally. Mr. Yi, the command has been entered. Is there anything else you need to change? The enthusiastic Yi Zifeng peeked in. Yes, no problem. Okay, please pay attention, enter the command. Click. With the click of a keyboard, mechanical birds across the country opened their eyes in the darkness. Different colors of light shone in their eyes. The mechanical birds in the darkness blinked, flapped their silver wings, and flew off in unison in the same direction. The night was cold, but the whistling silver light gathered together, forming a dense mass of stars that soon covered the entire sky. At some point, the moon emerged from the dark clouds, and the silver wings of the birds reflected the moonlight, flowing towards Province Y like a silver ocean. Under the ground of Province Y, the old insect cultivator, his face dark and sepia-toned, nodded in satisfaction, admiring the dark aura within the great cauldron. That's right. He couldn't help but look up and sigh. Even though he'd escaped the cultivation world with severe injuries, he was still so powerful in this other world. Perhaps this is talent. The old insect cultivator stroked his scraggly beard. Why don't we go out and enjoy it? It's been a while since I've seen a sky filled with insects, and it should still be captivating. The old insect cultivator slowly crawled out of the ground. As soon as he looked up, he was dazzled by the silver moonlight. Chapter 183. What is that? The old insect cultivator squinted his eyes, and wiped the dirt off his face with his rough hands. When his vision was unobstructed, he could clearly see something gleaming silver in the sky. Birds, silver birds flying all over the mountains. Shockingly, he hadn't even noticed a single bird before. Birds, the most disgusting thing in the world. In the world of cultivation, his poisonous insects soared through the heavens and into the earth, leaving nothing alive in their wake. But there was one kind, birds. These creatures were light-footed and could easily escape into the sky. But the most hateful were those that weren't afraid of poisonous insects. A single move of their beaks and his precious insects were dead. Eat them. Back in the world of cultivation, he swore to the heavens that no matter how much he went through, he would remember the insects he had killed at the hands of birds. And now was no exception. Even though they had all drifted to another world, this deep-seated hatred would remain etched in his memory. The old insect cultivator looked up at the sky, a dense silver mass stretching as far as the eye could see like a raging flood. The moonlight had faded. The old insect cultivator narrowed his eyes, trying to discern the species of bird so he could prescribe the right insect. But the more he looked, the more something seemed off, and his suspicions grew. This shape, this curve, these tail feathers, why did they seem so familiar the more he looked at them? He hadn't been in this world long, and had barely touched anything on Earth. Where did this vague sense of familiarity come from? And there was also a strange sense of dread. This place smells a bit like insects. A clear male voice reappeared in his memory. Yes. Another male voice paused. Perhaps someone is cultivating here. Curious? At the time, he was still full of rage. Upon hearing this, he immediately released a poisonous insect out of the ground. He hated young cultivators the most. A bite from an insect would instantly turn into water and fall to the ground. And then nothing happened. If one were to recall, there was only a single sound of a snapping sound. His poisonous insect, his overlord too, was crushed under someone's shoe. The old insect cultivator swore that was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He had fought against others before and lost many more powerful insects, but none of that could compare to this. The light, uneventful snapping sound echoed, and his overlord too, like a common stink bug, was crushed under someone's shoe. A profound humiliation, unforgettable. The old insect cultivator remembered where he had seen this bird before. After that humiliation, filled with hatred, he followed it, controlling all the insects and sneaking into the forest. But there were so many birds inside, especially one with a long crane-like tail. It was a natural predator of insects, capable of picking off 3 with one beak, regardless of whether it was fragile or soft, poisonous or not. The old insect cultivator slowly raised his head, his eyes widening and narrowing repeatedly, trying to detect any difference from his memory among the flocks of birds. This shouldn't be it. This can't be possible. This is clearly just an ordinary, low spiritual power world. How could there be the flock of birds from that forest, And so many of them. The old insect cultivator was filled with doubt and uncertainty, his thoughts racing. Finally, he summoned a few insects to fly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the insects disappeared in the sea of silver birds. Gone, swallowed by the bird, all resonance and connection lost. No! The old insect cultivator hurriedly crawled underground, stumbling to the cauldron. He peered over, and saw the dense black mass disappearing at a visible speed, as golden dots of energy gradually condensed. No! If he couldn't even turn things around in this low spiritual power world, how long would it take him to rise again? No, he had to fight tooth and nail. If all the insects were eaten by the bird, he would never be able to recover. The old insect cultivator subconsciously released his spiritual power to sense the bird's presence, but he detected nothing and hurriedly crawled out. Looking up, he saw birds flying in all directions, following different paths and directions, but it was clear they were all heading towards the town center. Forget it. There are too many. Are there so many birds like this in this world? Why hadn't he discovered them before? Forget it. Then he'd change direction, find another area. Although he didn't know who had caused such a commotion, he could still make a comeback by simply changing his location. The old insect cultivator returned to the ground and quickly took up his hammer, pounding on the cauldron again and again, the sound muffled and profound. The remaining insects, responding, burrowed into the ground from all directions. Fortunately, the silver birds tended to congregate in crowded areas, so nearly half of them burrowed back. Only half remained. The old insect cultivator looked at the remaining insects with a throbbing heart. But it didn't matter. With proper manipulation, he could still make a comeback. It was just a world of low spiritual power, but he had a bit of spiritual energy. He just needed to change his location and prey on the people before the birds could react. The old insect cultivator led the remaining insects south, killing many birds along the way. But for some reason, even though the silver birds had been shattered to pieces, the sense of danger lingered. How strange, how strange. Could there still be some kind of good fortune in this low spiritual power world? The old insect cultivator advanced at breakneck speed, not even bothering to kill the birds. He didn't know when a sense of danger had arisen within him, as if something far more powerful than himself were approaching. Impossible, impossible, no need to panic. This is just a low spiritual power world. No other being could possibly sneak in, and the world wouldn't allow it. Could someone from the cultivation world be here too? The old insect cultivator suddenly remembered the two young voices. One of them had easily crushed his poisonous insect, seeming to be somewhat unsatisfied as they left. Quite loud. A bit disgusting. The memory resurfaced in his mind. The old insect cultivator slowly raised his head, and saw a figure standing before him that looked almost identical to the one he remembered. It's you indeed? The old insect cultivator calmed himself. Yi Tsifeng couldn't help but look puzzled. You don't remember me? The old insect cultivator, having figured it out, jumped up and down. Yes, a dignified lord. How could you remember a small-time character like me? But you never expected that a small-time character like me escaped the cultivation world unscathed, while your inseparable lover couldn't. Yi Tsifeng couldn't help but look even more puzzled. What lover? Ing Fengshuan suddenly emerged from his sleeve, circled in the air, and then slid back into the air. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so infatuated that you've even found a replacement. Your lover's spirit in heaven might not forgive you. Yi Tsifeng finally understood. This old man had likely met him in the cultivation world and misunderstood his relationship with Ing Fengshuan. Yi Tsifeng didn't open his mouth to refute him. Talking was the most taboo during a fight. In his many years in the cultivation world, he had survived hundreds of times by remembering this rule. Yi Tsifeng lowered his head, a look of loss on his face, but with lightning speed, he raised his hand. Green spiritual energy pierced out like a sword, swiftly piercing the figure. The old man struggled, and dark spiritual energy emanated in all directions. It was a summoning spell, but the insects couldn't get through. A dense swarm of silver wings flapped overhead, pecking at each one, swarm after swarm. How could this be? The old insect cultivator let out a cry of disbelief, clearly unable to understand how so many birds could exist, each so full of life. Yi Tsifeng didn't explain. Talking during a fight was awkward, as it would easily put him at a disadvantage. How did you bring so many birds? The old insect cultivator's spiritual energy was still radiating, but it was no longer active. His tattered body was leaking air from all sides, like a sack. It was obvious he had suffered a serious, unhealed injury. It must have been sustained during his escape from the cultivation world. Yi Tsifeng thought for a moment, then adjusted the angle and force of his blow, successfully creating a large cauldron emitting a dark aura. A container for insects. Yi Sifeng poked his head out, then quickly retracted it. No matter how much he prepared himself, he couldn't get through. The insects were truly no match. But the old insect cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. He would disperse in less than a quarter of an hour. By then, the insects within the cauldron would lose their cohesion and would likely crawl everywhere. Who knew when they'd crawl into someone's head? What should he do with this old man? Yi Sifeng thought for a moment and decided to take the simplest approach. He used his spiritual power to throw the old man into the cauldron. A moment later, there was no sound. Let's feed these insects to the birds. It's a matter of karma, and neither side owes anything. Yi Sifeng prepared the insects in the cauldron, suppressing his nausea and forming them one by one. The dense swarm of insects rose up into the wind and floated into the countless mechanical bird beaks. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack. Yi Sifeng could even hear the distinct chewing sounds. It was almost time to finish. Yi Sifeng stood there and waited. When he felt it was almost done, he pulled out his phone and started texting. You could enter the recall command. Okay, the official response came immediately. #daybreak hashtag. Yi Sifeng clicked on the most trafficked app and saw this trending topic. Netizens had uploaded many pictures, but they all showed a silver ocean floating in the sky. Who gets it? Seeing countless mechanical birds gathered together gave me goosebumps. It's amazing. When did our country's science become so powerful? 1,000 miles in one night. When I woke up and found the world had changed, Province Y had fallen, and mechanical birds were rising. A dense mass of silver birds soared across the sky. I seriously wondered if I was dreaming, and my thighs were pinched blue. So what's going on? Is there a live stream? I really want to know if my friends from Province Y are okay. Are any of them online? Yes. How is it? How is it? Did the mechanical birds peck everyone awake? Is everything okay? How are they recovering? Are they awake? Oh, actually, I don't know what happened yet. I was still asleep last night, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on the lawn downstairs. My mouth and hands were dirty, and there seemed to be blood. Aw, it's okay. You're just sick. We're all the same. We scratch and bite each other. It's all fair. I was about to curse the people above me for bullshit when I looked up and saw the Province Y IP address. Me too. So, have all my friends from Province Y recovered? How are you feeling now? Are you all okay? Fine. I've regained consciousness, but I'm starving. I'm going to go eat something. Oh my god. Why are my teeth so sharp? Chapter 184. What? How come I don't have any? My teeth are still cavitated. They become like this. The teeth on both sides are a little pointy, like a vampire. Picture. Yi Sifeng clicked on the picture. 2 pointed teeth, one on the left and one on the right, are clearly a side effect of being a zombie. I don't know why they have it retracted. Maybe it's a physical problem? Yi Sifeng started leaving comments. It's okay, it's just a side effect. I can make a living with these teeth from now on, and I'd be successful in everything. This comment quickly received several likes, clearly having a lot of agreement. Yi Sifeng guessed that many people probably have dental problems. Huh? That seems to make sense. At least I can crack walnuts with my teeth now. A blessing in disguise. Why haven't my teeth become pointy? I was a zombie too. That's not fair. The person above probably doesn't have the gene. Does being a zombie always have side effects? Not necessarily. I didn't have any. I woke up thinking nothing had happened, but then I checked the security camera and realized I'd been a zombie the night before, but I was so clueless I couldn't even open my door. I suddenly realized I had leadership skills. When I woke up, I found several zombie minions following me. It's a shame they regained consciousness after being pecked by birds. What a pity! What a pity! You upstairs, are you still thinking about conquering the world? Not really. I'm usually quite introverted. I didn't expect to be able to lead minions after becoming a zombie. I should have taken a photo to commemorate it, but it was so awkward. We just smiled at each other and parted ways. I was in the same boat. I ran into a neighbor on the street. Our mouths were covered in blood. It was terrifying. It seems zombies like us are the hardest to deal with. Aw? So scary. What should I do? I know it's a bit bad, but I won't mess with the people from Province Y anymore. I'm afraid they eat me. Oh my god. They just got infected with the virus and didn't want to. Is that necessary? Then you're traveling to Province Y now? Well, how should I put it? This isn't about tourism. It's just that Province Y is quite turbulent right now, and people are a little unsettled. You're just afraid the people of Province Y will bite you. That's not what I said, but it makes sense. People in province, why woke up to find the sky falling. The whole world is saying I turned into a zombie last night. I was about to go online to seek comfort, but suddenly the whole world is saying that people in province why are cannibalistic. You heartless netizens, I will never forgive you. Smiles, wait, I'm going on a trip to another province right now. I just grab and buy anything I don't like. I'm still having phone problems. No. Don't come to province B, dog head. Wait upstairs, I've already bought my ticket. The fun and playful atmosphere of everyone chatting and chatting online lightened the gloom of some people in the province turning into zombies. Alas, even though everyone turned into zombies overnight, they recovered by dawn. It's the same for everyone, so it shouldn't matter. After all, it's just an illness. But honestly, I'm a little traumatized. I woke up covered in blood. The thought that it might be human blood made me even more upset, but then I realized that everyone was the same, and I felt better. It's okay. It's just an illness. I think it's quite fun. A one-day zombie experience card. I can say I was one when I looked for a job. Zombies, they're the type with a lot of social experience. My social experience? Netizens were stunned, but on second thought, it made sense. They were zombies. Real zombies. How could they not be considered experienced? Okay, you have a point. I've let it go now. It wasn't my fault, and it's not something I can decide. I've recovered now, so I just need to move on. Everyone agreed, and this view became mainstream. What? You were a zombie? So awesome. The more active residents of province would chime in and joke saying, yeah, I'd bite you right now. The more reserved ones would just respond with a hee. Everyone agreed that it was no problem. Life had to go on, and they had to go to school and classes. They just needed to be open-minded. Besides, it was a zombie. It was truly amazing to have been one. Jingjing from Province G thought the same thing. Although she was initially overwhelmed, and realizing she'd bitten someone was terrifying, everyone online was sharing their experiences with bloody mouths and hands, boasting about how awesome they were, even being a zombie. Well, it seemed to make sense. Biting people as a zombie wasn't their intention. They were just sick. Being sick and still having such strong fighting power seemed okay, right? She just let it go. Jingjing licked her fangs. They were smooth and sharp. Next Halloween, I cosplay as a vampire, hee. Help! Someone's fainted. Any help? Jingjing turned to look. The crowd was so noisy and crowded that she couldn't see what was happening. Jingjing pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. An old woman, her face dark blue, lay in the middle of the road. Her hands and feet were shaking, and her lips were quivering, as if she were having a sudden illness. But Jingjing immediately noticed something was amiss. The dark complexion, the trembling. Thanks to the meme-loving netizens, she could now discern the hallmarks of a zombie. It's definitely a zombie epidemic. Why does this old woman look like a zombie? A young man muttered, and the onlookers took a step back. After all, this wasn't Province Y. Everyone was still very afraid of this kind of epidemic, especially the idea of transforming into something inhuman, not ghostly. It was still a bit terrifying. Jingjing looked around in shock, realizing everyone looked terrified. What was going on? Didn't they go online? Why were they so scared? I think we should call the police. We can't just leave the old lady here, but I really can't bring myself to do it. Oh, I feel so sorry for her. Yeah, it's creepy. How could this disease happen to our province again? This old lady is so unlucky. Call the police immediately. We can't delay her. Jingjing felt better again. Although everyone was scared, they still had some sense of decency. It was just that the old lady wasn't in good condition. She was convulsing. Jingjing suddenly remembered a comment online. This disease is quite terrifying. My neighbor's grandmother wasn't in good health, and she didn't make it after getting it. It must have been the virus that was too strong, and her body wasn't working well. Jingjing came to her senses, saw the old lady twitching on the ground, and rushed over to help her up. Fortunately, her zombie transformation seemed to have given her some strength, and she was easily able to lift the old woman. Is there anyone who can help? Send her to the neighborhood office. There's a mechanical bird over there. One peck will wake her up. Jingjing, who had just turned 16, spoke with such clarity that it struck a chord with many people. The little girl had the courage to help, but an adult like me was still cowering. What a shame! I do it! I help you! I clear the way! They were working together. Although the twitching old woman in the middle was becoming increasingly terrifying, her face dark as a zombie, everyone was growing increasingly frightened, their hearts racing. Me? I'm not afraid, uncle. Jingjing still reached out to support the old woman. I've been a zombie before. It's actually not that scary. I woke up back to normal, with only slightly pointy teeth left. Jingjing licked her teeth and tried to support her. The people around her were suddenly awakened. Yes, they could obviously return to normal soon, but they were so hesitant. So what if they turned into zombies? Turning into a zombie while doing good deeds in public would be so impressive. Little sister, you take a break? I carry Auntie. Then I help too. We take turns. Then I just hold her like this. Ouch. I didn't expect Auntie to be so heavy. You've worked hard, little sister. Jingjing smiled and couldn't help but say, not hard at all. A case has appeared in the center of Province G. Onlookers have enthusiastically offered help, especially 16-year-old high school student Jingjing pseudonym, who immediately stepped in to help. We admire her bravery and should emulate it. The gentle and elegant host faced the camera. Please rest assured regarding the spread of the virus. All sources of infection have been addressed. If any have been missed, don't worry. These sources are often weak and non-contagious. The elegant and gentle host gestured to the screen, and a blurred photo popped up. High school student, Jingjing pseudonym, if you encounter an infected person in your life, please lend a hand like this brave girl and try to send them to the local office. Yeet Sifeng also came across this news while surfing the internet. Seeing the blurry photo of the little girl, a thought flashed through his mind, and a small golden light of merit appeared, ricocheting along the path it had been launched. Kind and brave people deserve encouragement. Keep up the good work. Life gradually calmed down, and the zombie craze of the past slowly faded. Although there were a lot of people showing off their nails or teeth on the internet, most of them were just for entertainment. I've been a zombie, isn't that awesome? When Yeet Sifeng came to this point on his surf, he felt the internet was truly magical. So many things were cloaked in entertainment, making them incredibly entertaining. But it was also a form of humor. Yeet Sifeng continued surfing, checking the situation across the country. There were some zombie bugs that were missed, but not many. Most of them had gotten lost during the battle and missed the call, hiding in every corner. But it wasn't a big deal. Even if someone accidentally stepped on one, there was a high probability that others would find it. Even if they were caught in a deserted area, there would be a group of long-tailed cranes patrolling. If they were even more unlucky and weren't discovered by anyone, they would still appear after turning into a zombie, following the scent of humans. That was about it. But Yeet Sifeng suddenly thought of another point. When all the poisonous insects disappeared, what would the long-tailed mountain crane do? Would he have to collect them? But there was nowhere to put them. The storage space was limited. Yeet Sifeng didn't dwell on it for long. After just 10 minutes of browsing the internet, he had an idea. These high-tech products are perfectly capable of carrying out mobile surveillance tasks. They even have the ability to proactively detect and attack anything out of character. What? You're saying mechanical birds shouldn't have law enforcement capabilities? Let's talk to its sharp beak first. With its increased impact force, it should be quite aggressive. Chapter 185. It's been modified. Yeet Sifeng personally participated, directing the official staff to move the mechanical bird's insect searching system to the back, and the monitoring and enforcement system to the center. Yes, enforcement. I don't know if the authorities trusted him too much, or if they had made some inference, but the mechanical bird was equipped with the enforcement system. From now on, pecking people on the road will be legal. Add a record section. Anyone pecked more than 3 times a month will be recorded. Staff will visit and investigate the situation to find out the reason. What do you think? I think it's okay. Yeet Sifeng nodded. And so it was released. Mechanical Bird 2.1. The main functions are monitoring and enforcement. Each bird has its own route, covering almost the entire jurisdiction, even remote corners, because the search function is very well done, which Yeet Sifeng had previously developed. There was no other way. At the time, we had to catch insects, and insects could hide in every corner, so we had to carefully explore them. It's almost there. The staff member nodded, seemingly satisfied. Yeet Sifeng also nodded, feeling okay. The staff member thought for a moment. First, let's issue a notice reminding everyone that the mechanical birds have changed their operations. Be careful when you see them on the street. Yeet Sifeng nodded, and couldn't help but curl his lips. This was an interesting statement. Because the mechanical birds are so densely distributed, there aren't always major cases to monitor, so the majority of cases are likely violations of discipline, but not of the law. What? You're stealing manhole covers? Get pecked. What? You actually cut in line? Get a pecking. What? You ate and then ran away? Get a pecking. I suggest adding multiple enforcement levels. I mean, different attacks based on the severity of the incident. You make a point. The staff nodded, immediately recorded this in the log, and began developing the relevant program. Yi Tsifeng continued his instruction for a while, then, feeling it was almost time, offered to leave. The official repeatedly urged him to stay, but he declined because he wanted to go out for a stroll and truly observe the world. Lately, he seems to have become a bit addicted to the internet. This won't do. Yi Tsifeng walked in the cool evening breeze. It was winter, and pedestrians were already wearing bulky clothes, but he wasn't sensitive to the temperature. He simply felt the coolness, a pleasant sensation. The sunset reflected on the lake like floating gold fragments, and the flowing water had a silky texture. The rosy glow cast on Yi Tsifeng's face, making him look dazzling. At least Ying Fangxuan was dazzled. He quietly poked his head out from Yi Tsifeng's sleeve, slowly climbed onto his shoulder, and rested his soft, furry body against his neck, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Thump, thump. Does Yi Tsifeng's heart beat for him, too? Does Yi Tsifeng have him in his heart? How does he truly view this relationship? Does he consider theirs to be a relationship? Ying Fangxuan was a little unsure. But looking at the pink-purple lake, inhaling the herbal fragrance of Yi Tsifeng, he almost instantly came to his senses. It doesn't matter. After all these years together, they've only had each other by their side. How can this not be a relationship? And they've traveled through so many worlds. They could be portrayed in a storybook for 10 lifetimes. They're a match made in heaven, and they'd definitely be together forever. Ying Fangxuan secretly glanced at Yi Tsifeng, his eyes shimmering with the glow of sunset. Love isn't necessary, and their bond can't be summed up in 2 words. Everything, every little detail, is an irreplaceable memory. No! I can't convince myself, if Yi Tsifeng could fall in love with him. Ying Fangxuan couldn't help but daydream, nearly bursting with joy. He lost his cute shape, and was immediately spotted by Yi Tsifeng. Why are you flattened? Yi Tsifeng asked, pinching her. Ying Fangxuan's face returned to its original, adorable form, as his fingers pressed against her. Ah, such a sweet worry. Ying Fangxuan's face rounded out, as Yi Tsifeng's fingers pressed against her. Notice regarding the conversion of mechanical bird services issued during the epidemic, for the sake of social harmony and stability, and the rational use of resources, mechanical bird services will be rationally allocated and incorporated into the supervision and law enforcement system. The scope of enforcement will be broad, including fundamental laws and contracts governing public order. The mechanical bird program is intelligent and has a certain degree of autonomy. We welcome public supervision and feedback. Many netizens discovered this notice almost immediately. It can't be helped. The mechanical birds during the epidemic were so captivating that everyone was reminiscing about them, constantly searching online for keywords, so they discovered this notice almost immediately. What the hell is this? I don't understand. Are mechanical birds going to make a comeback? Are there zombies again? What is a law enforcement system? A little bird judge? The kind that can solve cases? Blackbird sheriff. Cute, cute. But how will the law be enforced? Is it going to be like I imagined? Peck with their beaks. Oh my god, this is so cute. And it has this weird cartoon vibe to it. All the birds are flying in the sky, pecking at anyone they see misbehaving. It's like a cartoon. Peck me, peck me. No harassing public officials upstairs. At first, everyone was laughing and didn't take the announcement too seriously. It sounded a bit unrealistic. All the birds flying in the sky acting as surveillance cameras was fine, but enforcing the law was a bit too much. But could those little beaks really be that effective at pecking people? Probably not. But the truth, like a howling tornado, suddenly blew all preconceived notions to the ground. Hashtag robot bird crashes window, arrests human trafficker hashtag. Shocking. There's a human trafficking den upstairs from my house. The windows have been smashed. 3 people have been dragged out. They're still hanging from the windows, exposed to the wind. So scary video. Yi Tsifeng was browsing the internet when he saw this and clicked on the video. The video was shaky, but he could still clearly see 2 people hanging from the window above. The ropes were tied tightly, a testament to the powerful rope-tying capabilities of the law enforcement system he personally directed. Yi Tsifeng watched with satisfaction for a moment before exiting the video. As expected, the comment section had exploded. The human traffickers deserve the death penalty. They should be hung from the window and left to dredge in the breeze. It'd be better if they just fell into the 18th level of hell. This should have happened long ago. For someone this heinous, they should be punished. I don't think hanging them from the window is enough. They should be hung from the roof, and then slowly sharpened with a knife, and then have them watch themselves fall. I agree with the above comment. But I'm still curious about how they were hung up. No objection, just curiosity. To the above comment, it wasn't a public official who hung them up, it was a public servant. I don't know how they were so agile. One was pecking at the people, one was holding the rope, and another was supervising the situation. They could hang 2 people in 5 minutes. Is there a video? This comment received over 1,000 likes. Clearly, everyone was curious and wanted to see the video. It's actually been posted. Yeet Sifeng couldn't help but curl his lips and clicked on it. The video was also shot from the bottom up. The 2 birds above were halfway through the rope hanging process. One of them kept pecking at the person's head. It was obvious that the person was almost dizzy. The other bird pecked a thick rope from its commuter backpack, quickly tied a knot with incredible dexterity, and then wrapped it around the man. And just like that, it was hanging up. It was like a cartoon, 2 birds working together to hoist 2 people up in 5 minutes. The 2 looked unconscious. I couldn't tell if it was from the pecks or the shock, or maybe both. It was truly bizarre. After the video ended, Yeet Sifeng returned to the comments section. Great. I don't know why it's so impressive, but I still have to say it. Oh my god, those busy bird masters are so adorable. So united, so cooperative. It's like watching a cartoon, but it's also a real scene. I'm so confused. Has our country developed to this point? Is this considered artificial intelligence? When did it become so amazing? To the above poster, I knew something was wrong from the moment the zombies appeared. After the mechanical birds appeared, I finally came to terms with it. Something must have happened. The era of chaos has begun. Can you guys stop being so mysterious? Look at our mechanical birds. So charming and handsome. They busted a human trafficking den in one fell swoop. They rescued nearly 10 children. The official award ceremony has been live-streamed. Go watch it. They're so adorable. Live stream link, honors and awards. Netizens flocked to the live stream again. The award ceremony seemed casual, likely at the police station in the area where the human traffickers were apprehended. But the ceremony was anything but casual. The music, the scenery, the medals, the demeanor of the public officials, everything was spot on. 3 mechanical birds stood in the middle, and the camera was very close, so netizens noticed that the center one seemed larger, the left one's head raised more dramatically, and the right one had a blue-green feather design on its wings. Who can understand me? They seem different. I understand. Suddenly, I feel like they're not machines. They all have their own thoughts and feelings. Such a strange feeling. And yet so magical. They look more alive than a living person like me. The one on the left with its head raised is so adorable. It seems so proud. The one in the middle looks like the boss. It looks very steady. Is it the one responsible for hanging people in the video? It looks very powerful. The one on the right should be the one doing the rope work. So agile and skillful, so amazing. They're actually different. I still can't believe it. Would the staff put so much thought into designing unique features for a pair of mechanical birds that were all produced at the same time? I remember being in a hurry. Of course, not everyone is different. When Yeet Sifeng saw this, he remembered the spiritual power he had invested in them. Puppet Spirit Awakening. Applying this to mechanical birds, each one will awaken a tiny bit of spirituality based on its own experiences, but the time frame varies. Some may take a few months or a year, while others may take hundreds of years. These 3 seem to have a hint of spirituality. Perhaps they had just reached the border between being able to cross and not being able to cross, but with the influence of thoughts from all over the country, and the slightest bit of merit that heaven might bestow, they were almost ready to awaken. What kind of growth would they become? He couldn't be sure. Perhaps they would become sharp-beaked, fierce birds, with a strong hatred of evil and powerful attacks, or perhaps they would become adorable, gentle, and approachable birds, with a strong sense of camaraderie. Nothing was certain. In the world, possibility is like a mirror. Whatever thoughts you project into it, you receive a response. Chapter 186. Back online again. Now that things are almost over, it's time to relax. Yeet Sifeng sat on the soft sofa, headphones on. He didn't have to wear them, but they just made the atmosphere more atmospheric. Ying Fengshuan wasn't idle either, standing on the table like a cute ornament, strolling back and forth. Yeet Sifeng touched it with ease, and continued browsing. Hashtag Bird Police Enforcement Overview Hashtag. Hashtag Don't Bird Police Officers Take a Break? Hashtag. Hashtag Nodding Technique Overview Hashtag. Hashtag What battery size can I use to trick bird police? Hashtag. Yeet Sifeng clicked on each one. The mechanical birds were clearly working steadily, and people across the country were gradually getting used to their existence. But habit notwithstanding, he still felt a sense of wonder and envy. Yes, envy. Yeatsifan clicked on the last hotspot. Hashtag what size battery can I use to lure the bird officer? Hashtag. Guys, are the bird officers free agents? I mean, can they decide where to stay? My building is downstairs from the community office. The mechanical bird in our area is silver with a pink-green tint. It has a rather aggressive personality, manifested in its tendency to peck at anyone it dislikes while flying. I always thought it was a cold-blooded little bird. Until a few days ago, my daughter was doing homework and couldn't figure out a problem after 13 attempts. I got so angry that I hit her, and her cries were deafening. Everything was normal, but for some reason the bird officer flew onto our windowsill and stared at us for a while, as if analyzing the situation. My daughter was crying and snotty. When she saw the bird officer on the windowsill, she started begging for a hug. Before I could react, the bird officer flew down from the windowsill and landed on my daughter's head, holding it firmly. It wasn't a big deal at first. I thought it was just standing there for a moment. But 47 hours have passed since the incident, and the little bird officer is still perched above my daughter's head, occasionally looking around. My husband and I don't dare scold the child anymore, for fear of being pecked. After all, 3 pecks would result in an investigation. My daughter was quite happy, saying that the bird officer was her good friend and would live with her forever to protect her. We immediately called the community, but they said that the bird officer must have a reason for doing what he did, and that they had no right to interfere. So what should we do? Is this normal? Doesn't the bird officer go to work? Can he go wherever he wants? If he lives in my house, does he need to prepare some things? For example, what type of charging plug does he need? Yeatsifan couldn't help but feel curious when he saw this. He counted on his fingers, but couldn't come up with anything specific. There was only one reason. The mechanical bird was staying in that house for its own reasons. But he couldn't pinpoint the reason. Could it be that he hated spanking children? That's a possibility. After satisfying his curiosity, Yeatsifan looked at the long list of questions posted by the original poster and kindly left a comment. No need to prepare anything. They can recharge themselves. Because he programmed a lot of them at the factory, including solar, wind, and electricity. As long as the earth keeps turning, and they're willing to recharge, they never run out of power. Yeatsifan glanced at the comments section of the post again. I've spanked my child, so why haven't any robot birds flown to my house? I've been crying and snotting, so why haven't any robot birds come to pity me? Stop talking. I just got pecked on the head by a robot bird for deliberately snotting in public. They even issued a ticket, saying it was for intentional disturbance of the city. Oh my god, how did it know I was doing it on purpose? Huh? They can even detect that? And the one over there can issue tickets? Is it that formal? I don't know. It's been there since the beginning. I thought it was everywhere. Oh my god, they actually give me a ticket. In reply to the person who got the ticket, it seems they can detect whether it was intentional. My daughter fell last time, and a mechanical bird happened to pass by and handed her an apple. I fell on purpose to get one, and ended up getting pecked on the head. Huh? This can be detected? Is there some scientific principle behind it? Probably. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Maybe there's some kind of emotion detection process involved. Is that so? Apparently, everyone was skeptical. But life went on, and the robot bird continued its patrols, as more and more things happened. For example, the robot bird assaulted a domestic abuser, the robot bird investigated a trafficking den, and the robot bird worked 3 major tasks non-stop in one day. The robot bird once again lingered in a loving family. Gradually, everyone accepted that the robot bird was just that impressive, and that simply detecting emotions should be a piece of cake. Looking for a tutorial on how to make the robot bird linger. I'm going on a trip, and I'm scared to go alone. Is there any way to get the robot bird to accompany me? I have experience with this. Just ask it directly. Just go up to it and ask if it can accompany you on your trip. Did you succeed? No, it pecked me and flew away. Oh! Surveying this, Yeatsifan scrolled down, as if realizing something, and sure enough, he saw a comment from a blogger 3 hours later. Hey everyone, I did it. The mechanical bird agreed to travel with me. Huh? Netizens were stunned, especially the one who suggested it earlier. There were 18 comments floating around in the comments section, all asking why. I don't know, but the community member said it must have wanted to travel too. It's been working for so long, it's time to go out and play, and I just invited it, so it agreed. No, But why did it get pecked when I invited it last time? This isn't fair. I'm going to complain. I'm going to report it. This isn't fair. Maybe yours is more dedicated to work. Every bird is different. Hee, I'm going to look up travel guides. With the bird officer by my side, I can go to more places. I'm so happy. Yi Zifeng scrolled down to the comments section. As expected, everyone was envious. No one asked why the mechanical bird wanted to travel. Clearly, they'd all been influenced by it. Huh? Little bird police officers, although they're mechanical, they have their own emotions, and they peck at people based on their preferences. Each one has a different personality. I don't know. I don't know what the scientific principle is. Maybe it's artificial intelligence. It just keeps calculating, and it becomes like this. It's normal. Those who find it strange are probably out of touch. I've just gotten used to it. Time is like a flowing river, carrying many things with it, and then rushing past. But with countless mechanical birds circling overhead, everyone's life has become much more stable. No one urinates in the corners at night, and no one smokes in public places at will. But children still play as usual, because the mechanical birds might fly in to check on them. What if they just stay? Yi Zifeng spent another day online. After looking around and finding nothing wrong, he decided to go out for a walk. Ing Fangxuan was right beside him, motionless, as if asleep. Yi Zifeng gently stroked it twice, feeling the fur nestling in his palm. He paused for a second before tucking him into his arms. Ing Fangxuan stirred against his chest, as if soundly asleep. Yi Zifeng stood up. The balcony had a great view, revealing tall buildings far in the distance. The city at night felt like another universe, its lights like stars, arranged in a regular pattern. Yi Zifeng looked up at the sky. The morning star twinkled not far away. It must be almost dawn. No wonder Ing Fangxuan had fallen asleep. In the world of cultivation, he was always energetic before dawn, and everything he did came easily. This was the time when he would often gain more complex insights. Yi Zifeng looked down at Ing Fangxuan, then up at Morning Star. Something in his mind seemed to drift. He gently stretched out his fingers and pinched them, then gently lowered them. He felt surprised, incredulous, yet also somewhat reasonable. This development seemed alright. After all, it had been like this for so long. There should be a certain trajectory. Alas, this feeling of foreseeing the end was really strange. How could things have moved so quickly? Was it the result of his indulgence? Or maybe I should just focus on my cultivation. I feel uneasy. Romantic relationships don't seem particularly interesting. The fur on his chest seemed to turn over, stirring a little, then gently slipped out from under his collar, revealing watery eyes. Yi Zifeng lowered his head, feeling a mixture of emotions. Alas, it was quite strange, though it had delayed his cultivation a bit. The morning light gradually rose above the horizon, and the cool sunlight fell on Yi Zifeng, lightening his mood. I love mornings because they're a beginning. In the dim morning light, Yi Zifeng figured it out in 3 seconds. Everything in the world spins and changes, each second a different one. The path to enlightenment is long, and every scene along the way is an experience. Having a clear conscience is enough. Guji. Ing Fangxuan made a cute gesture on his shoulder. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips, and pulled out his phone to start texting the authorities. The familiar process, the familiar souvenirs. Looking at the souvenirs, similar yet subtly different from each world, Yi Zifeng felt like his space was running out of space. There were simply too many, everything from food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. From banned weapons to instant noodles, I wonder what the authorities in each world think. Maybe they think he's struggling to survive in the universe. Well-intentioned. But forget about this world. I have to pick carefully for the next one. This isn't going to work. I'm running out of space. Yi Zifeng pulled out the compass, and the spiritual energy he poured into it spread like threads, connecting to each of the awakened mechanical birds. Let's make a contract again. The mechanical birds, working or traveling, looked up, as if sensing something they had never seen before. Yi Zifeng lowered his fingers, examined the compass, and, feeling it was fine, nodded. Mechanical birds shouldn't be treated unfairly. If they were captured by an illegal organization and unable to escape, it would be quite painful for the spiritually awakened mechanical birds. With this path to the spirit beast realm, they could return in times of crisis. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand, glanced at the furry Ing Fangxuan again, and poured spiritual energy into the compass. The symbols lit up one by one. Amidst the powerful suction, he scooped up Ing Fangxuan and jumped in. Chapter 187. The spatial gap remained dark and silent. Yi Zifeng casually grasped Ing Fangxuan and squeezed him twice, then looked back with familiarity. The aquamarine planet seemed to sense his gaze and trembled gently, revealing a sky filled with golden dots and a cauldron? Yi Tsifeng caught the massive cauldron and peered over, finally remembering it was the old insect cultivator's possession and his burial place. He forgot to take it with him. Perhaps even the laws of nature in this world despised it, forcing it to be spitted out at the last moment, wanting him to take it directly. Yi Tsifeng thought for a moment and decided to put it away. His hesitation wasn't due to bad luck. Those who grew up fighting in the world of cultivation wouldn't even consider this. Rather, it was because the cauldron looked useless and took up too much space. It wasn't enough, never mind. Since he'd come all this way, and it was already in his hands, he might as well take it with him, and see if he could find something else to store it in. Amidst the golden light, Yi Tsifeng surveyed the cauldron, looking left and right, his chin resting on his hand, his gaze fixed on the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Ing Fangxuan finally couldn't help himself. His body, transformed only by the constant onslaught of the golden light of merit, could only last a short while. He couldn't afford to miss out. At least. Oh, forget it. He couldn't be so greedy. Ahem. Ing Fangxuan raised his hand and coughed twice. Yi Tsifeng looked over. Does a soul form cough when it transforms? Ing Fangxuan said seriously, maybe it's choking on the golden light of merit. Oh! Yi Tsifeng nodded, seemingly unconcerned, and continued to examine the cauldron. This time, Ing Fangxuan couldn't help himself. Time was running out. If he didn't act quickly, this body would vanish. After all, it was a lone transformation. He lifted his foot, seemingly gracefully, but in reality, he teleported to Yi Tsifeng's side in a split second, then gently leaned in, as if he, too, was curious about the cauldron. Yi Tsifeng said nothing, merely curling his lips. He then extended a finger, and pushed Ing Fangxuan's head away. Too close, please maintain social distance. Ing Fangxuan straightened up, pondered for 2 seconds, but decided not to lean forward with this body. Alas, how can I put it? I always feel a burden. Perhaps this is the trouble with being human. Ing Fangxuan quietly inched closer to Yi Tsifeng. Although they weren't actually touching, they looked almost there, very close. Ing Fangxuan's heart pounded, but Yi Tsifeng only slowly raised his head for a glance, then lowered it again, as if the cauldron was truly fascinating and worth studying. Ing Fangxuan's mouth suddenly felt dry, his heart pounding, and his hand, as if possessing a mind of its own, uncontrollably moved closer. The back of Yi Tsifeng's hand felt slightly cold, just like it always did. Yi Tsifeng's palm was also slightly cold, as if waiting for someone to warm it. He could no longer sense the touch between Yi Tsifeng's fingers. Ing Fangxuan's heart was beating like a drum, and he was almost stunned by himself. Why are you holding my hand? Yi Tsifeng's slow, leisurely voice came from his ear. Ing Fangxuan felt as if they were a world apart. Because I... At that moment, Ing Fangxuan's mind went blank. Thousands of words began to clog, as if he had hit a bottleneck, wanting to speak but unable to. You're not going to speak? Yi Tsifeng asked lazily. Because I... want... Ing Fangxuan felt a blockage in his chest, a sour, bitter feeling, and an overwhelming tingling sensation, so chaotic it felt like his spiritual energy was flowing backwards. Yi Tsifeng slowly turned towards him, his eyes seemingly calm yet gentle. Yi Tsifeng blinked, and a tornado was already whistling in Ing Fangxuan's heart. Because I... want... Ing Fangxuan mustered all his strength to meet Yi Tsifeng's eyes, but in that instant, he suddenly remembered Yi Tsifeng's domineering gaze, his admiring expression, back in the cultivation world. He was stuck. Now, in this state, now that he had to borrow spiritual energy to maintain his body, would Yi Tsifeng really fall for him? Would he reject her decisively, or would he give her a silent yes out of pity? If his feelings failed to be expressed, could they still stay together so naturally? Ing Fangxuan suddenly realized that he was in a terrible mood. He hesitated and doubted himself. That was the mentality of a weakling. According to his instinctive nature, at this moment, he should give it his all and take the initiative. But what if the opponent on the scale was Yi Tsifeng? Could he afford to lose? The answer came almost instantly. He couldn't. Thousands of years had passed before they had the chance to spend time together day and night. He didn't dare even think about the possibility of losing it. Wait a little longer. He needed to cultivate diligently. Wait a little longer. He wanted to be with Yi Tsifeng openly and honestly, not become small and weak, even inhumane, after confessing his feelings. His thoughts seemed to transform into a gentle evening breeze, spreading with a coolness that gently blew across his spiritual sea. Because I wanted to hold your hand. It's been a while. Yi Tsifeng blinked, his lips curled up, unsure of what was going on. Long time no see, Ing Fanchuan. The two of them remained silent. The sea of stars in the sky gradually pierced their bodies, each tiny star a trace of their shared efforts. Ing Fanchuan suddenly wished time would stop. If only he and Yi Sifeng could be like this forever, forever holding hands, forever so close. Alas, they become those love-obsessed monks in storybooks. Yi Sifeng is truly captivating. Yi Sifeng remained silent, and the two held hands for a while, until Ing Fanchuan's form began to disintegrate, transforming into a furry little animal that burrowed into Yi Sifeng's sleeve. Yi Sifeng stood there for a moment, savoring Ing Fanchuan's shy hesitation, before pulling out his property and locating the next world. Spiritual energy flowed smoothly, and characters lit up one by one, until the location of a world emerged. Yi Sifeng instinctively chose that place. Earth again, Yen country again. Yi Sifeng found a familiar path and walked up it, soon emerging into the town. It was peaceful and tranquil. The streets were bustling with people, and the air was filled with the aroma of various foods. Not far away, people were hawking their wares, and the various sounds blended together, creating a lively scene. Rock sugar. Gourds. Come and see my cabbages. They're so juicy. Don't miss them if you're passing by. 10 yuan a pair, all 10 yuan, all 10 yuan. Hey, Ling Yuan Temple is just up ahead. I'm going to make a fortune this time without any side effects. I've brought my ID card. The God of Wealth will surely bless me. Come on, come on. You come too. Okay, I've got my ID too. Two young women whizzed past Yi Sifeng. As if sensing something, Yi Sifeng also started walking towards the temple. It was a bustling temple. At the entrance stood a variety of stalls, beads, ornaments, handmade amulets, potted plants, flowers, delicate wood carvings, food, drinks, and cooling herbal teas, everything. They were clearly individual stalls, and the temple didn't turn them away, indicating they didn't need the traffic at the entrance to profit. Yi Sifeng stepped inside. Since he had hidden himself, few people could spot him, so he wandered through the temple, visiting halls large and small, but found no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. Perhaps the gods were gone, or perhaps they weren't part of his own system. Yi Sifeng took a second to let go of his concerns. The world was vast and boundless, and it was impossible to understand everything. But in this world, his landing point was here, so what had happened would soon become clear. Could it be someone from the cultivation world playing tricks again? Did so many people escape from the cultivation machine? Thinking of the vastness of the cultivation world and its myriad creatures, Yi Sifeng felt unsure. Well, if he hadn't once been an Earthling, he might have taken advantage of it after landing on Earth. After all, a whole world, like the secret realms of the cultivation world, demands a worthwhile journey. Alas, fate truly knows what's destined. But considering the generous gift of the golden light of merit, Yi Sifeng quickly gave up his worries. After all, he wasn't alone. He had a mortal enemy, still young and vulnerable, who needed to be fed. Yi Sifeng wandered around the temple several more times, but his search proved fruitless, revealing nothing amiss. This wouldn't do. He had to take the initiative. Yi Sifeng quickly returned to his old trade, setting up a street stall. To complement the temple's atmosphere, he slowly hung up a fortune-telling cloth. It fluttered in the wind, quickly attracting passers-by. Soon, a young man stood in front of the stall. "Boss, what do you do?" Yi Sifeng pondered. "Anything is fine, but it has to be relevant to your own circumstances." The young man immediately became interested. "What does relevant to your own circumstances mean?" "Well, it means you can't ask about irrelevant things. It's like asking when you become an immortal even though you're in college," Yi Sifeng added. "Normal questions can cover a wide range of time frames. They can include questions about final exam scores, when you get married and have children, or even when you die. Is it accurate?" The young man was eager to try. "Not necessarily," Yi Sifeng said calmly. "Huh?" The young man's face was visibly disappointed. "Boss, are you saying anything is possible? So what you say doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. It all depends on you." "Yes." Yi Sifeng nodded. "Although it sounds like a liar, it's true. Everything in the world is constantly changing. I can only infer the past based on the clues I have." "Okay, one divination." "How much?" Yi Sifeng thought for a moment and offered a friendly price. 288. "So expensive." "Others charge 10 yuan a divination. Everyone's perceptions are different, and pricing is different. Does that count?" The young man seemed to be struggling, but desperately wanted to know the answer. He stood at the stall for 3 minutes, fiddling with his hands, and flipping through his phone 3 times before finally making up his mind. "A fortune teller," Okay. Yi Sifeng immediately began to count his fingers. The young man was stunned. That's it? No need to write a word or read my face. That's how I've always done fortune-telling. Yi Sifeng put his hand down. Everyone's habits are different, and mine are just like that. So, master, did you figure it out? The young man was still a little stunned, as if he couldn't accept that he had lost 288 in vain. I figured it out, Yi Sifeng said calmly. I can tell you what you want to know most right now. You can't go there. Your classmate is deceiving you. He's not working in foreign trade there. He specializes in scamming people into going. Not only will you not make any money, but you end up losing a lot of money. Ah. The young man's eyes widened, feeling like the truth had finally hit the floor. He felt at ease, and suddenly felt a surge of understanding. The scorching sun overhead, vendors bustled along the street, and my nose began to pick up the aroma of food in the air. So there were so many stalls selling things outside the temple. I'd been so lost and hesitant before, as if I were following a predetermined path that would lead me into an abyss. Thank you, master. I knew that kid had bad intentions. If he had a good job like that, he would have offered it to his family long ago. How could it be my turn? We even had a fight in high school. I knew he was no good. Yi Sifeng dodged the man's outstretched hand and smiled faintly. You're welcome. Becoming a professional fortune teller. For the next few days, Yi Sifeng read 10 hexagrams daily. It wasn't because he worried about the consequences of karma. He wasn't part of the system, but simply because he didn't want to sit on a stool all the time, which was boring. Even so, he became a minor celebrity, known for his mysterious appearance and superb fortune-telling skills. Hey sister, I just heard there's a fortune teller outside Lingyuan Temple. He's incredibly good at telling fortunes. Just let him take a look at you. You've been looking so strange lately. A woman pulled the girl next to her. I told you I'm fine. I know my own body. Can you please stop pulling me? Hey sister, listen to your sister-in-law. You may not feel anything, but you really need to go see a doctor. Since you can't go to the hospital, at least get your fortune told. That give your sister-in-law any peace of mind, okay? The middle-aged man next to her kindly offered some advice. The girl in the middle finally relented after hearing that they didn't need to go to the hospital. As for the fortune-telling booth outside the temple, it sounded scary, but how could it be possible? There shouldn't be so many supernatural things happening. Her experience. The girl lowered her head slightly, her haggard face becoming even more blurred in the shadows. Chapter 188. How old are you this year? 18. The girl's voice was soft and weak. How long have you had these symptoms? What symptoms? The girl tugged at the hem of her clothes. Yi Sifeng thought for a moment. It's just a lack of energy. The girl relaxed slightly. It's always been like this, from childhood to adulthood. Yi Sifeng glanced at the girl, who was looking down. But it's gotten worse in the past 2 weeks. Have you been staying up late every day? Spending time online? Yes. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Master, can you help me see if Minmin has any other? The girl's brother was anxious. Oh, nothing special. Just overthinking and feeling lethargic. Just get a talisman from me. Here, the pure heart silkworm. Wear it on your body, and you won't have to exert so much energy every night. Yi Sifeng handed over the cloth bag with his left hand, and the payment code with his right. $5.99, that's the price only if you're destined to be here. Everyone else pays $10.99. The couple quickly paid, and afterward, they told the girl to carefully keep the cloth bag. This is something the master prepared for you. Keep it safe, and wear it on your body. Don't lose it. The girl, Minmin, suddenly found this scene absurd and laughable. They didn't believe her experience or her feelings, convinced she had stumbled upon something unclean. Yet, upon hearing the neighbors discussing it, they came all the way here and spent $599 on a small cloth bag. $5.99, a small cloth bag 2 fingers wide. Can you please stop this? $599. What could be in this? It's just scraps of cloth or torn paper. Is it fun to be ripped off? Minmin ripped open the cloth bag and poured the contents into her hands, but the soft substance got stuck as soon as it entered her hand. A worm, less than half a finger wide, pale white, seemingly transparent in the sunlight. Silver patterns crisscrossed its body, forming a strange pattern. Almost at the first sight, Minmin felt her mind clear up. Pure heart silkworm, just put it in the cloth bag. No need to feed it, it won't eat anything. The stall owner, whom she had deemed a scammer, warned. Minmin watched the silkworm slowly crawling around in her palm. Soft and cool, like mint ice cream in summer. Hurry up and apologize to the master. Didn't you hear what he said? $5.99 is a price of destiny. It's a steal. Yes, 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 Minmin, put it away quickly. Promise your sister-in-law you always wear this, okay? Minmin mumbled an apology, and after feeling the coolness on her palm, her sincerity grew. She didn't know why, but spending $5.99 on a special silkworm was better than buying scraps of paper and cloth. I'd never seen a silkworm like this before. It looked so elegant, so mysterious, so beautiful. After apologizing, Minmin carefully placed the silkworm back into the bag. Watching the tiny, translucent silkworm nestle inside, she gently closed the opening, but didn't tighten it tight, for fear of airtightness. Minmin got in her brother's car and sped home. She ate a bowl and a half of rice, and nibbled on 2 chicken wings. Feeling a sense of satisfaction she hadn't felt in half a month, she finally slowly ascended the stairs. But almost as soon as she opened the door, she was drawn back into that dreamlike and inseparable mood. She gently closed the door, staggered to the bed, and laid down with tears in her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks onto the soft mattress. Emotions were like this soap piece of fabric, soft and moist, yet filled with heartbreaking emotions. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined? She had actually owed such an emotional debt in her past life, but after drinking the Mingpa soup, her memories washed down the Sancho River into the abyss, and she became her ignorant self again. She had only let that person down. Minmin. A dark aura gathered in the room, but in Minmin's eyes, she saw a young general clad in tattered armor, his wounds barely concealing his once spirited spirit. Jiangfeng. Minmin sat up in bed, seeing the forced smile on his pale face, tears streaming down her face. Reincarnation. Why are you so foolish? Why don't you reincarnate? Why have you been waiting for me? Now I'm just an ordinary student taking the college entrance exam, and you're still that majestic young general. Minmin wiped her tears with her sleeve, but she couldn't wipe them all away. Emotions swirled like whirlpools in a lake, carrying the tears away in waves. It's okay. Seeing you again makes my wait worthwhile. Can I come a little closer? I want to get a closer look at you. Yes. Minmin lowered her head shyly, even though she could feel her body starting to get cold again, as if her energy was draining away. But what could she do? Could she really betray this relationship, this majestic young general, who had waited for her for thousands of years? Will I hurt you if I get too close? Jiang Feng's gentle voice echoed beside her, as restrained and patient as ever, yet brimming with tender affection. No. Minmin suppressed the uncomfortable chill in her body, carefully absorbing the subtle touches of affection. Did you go out today? Did your brother and sister-in-law take you to the hospital? Minmin shook her head and whispered, They took me to the temple. Jiang Feng seemed silent for a moment, but quickly recovered. How was it? Did you meet any powerful Taoist priests? Minmin instantly remembered the fortune-telling stall, the amulet she'd bought for $599, and the pure hard silkworm inside. Oh, where did her silkworm go? What's wrong? What did you remember? The young general's handsome but pale face leaned close, his eyes like the abyss, fixed on her, motionless. Minmin's mind was in a turmoil, and she stumbled over her explanation. I forgot. The young general's smile suddenly blossomed, as bright as spring flowers, and the scorching sun, as pure as ice-cold bones. Minmin was stunned for a second, but then she felt a sense of deep emotion. Only he could possess such a complex temperament. The young general, who had defended the city for 8 years with his life, had never met his princess on the Naiha Bridge. Even if he turned into a ghost, he wouldn't hesitate. Minmin began to cry again, cold tears streaming down her face, unable to stop. Perhaps this was the memory of the scene. Although the memory was gone, the emotion remained, because she was the princess he was looking for. Jiang Feng, are you really unable to reincarnate again? Minmin asked through sobs. No, I've become a spirit. Only the obsession of others keeps me alive. My obsession is you. I can only rely on you, Minmin. The young general lowered his eyelashes, a rare expression of vulnerability. But I still have to take the college entrance exam. Minmin's last shred of rationality clung to her. Are you worried I affect your health? Then I leave tonight, okay? You have a wonderful life, a bright future, and it's okay if you forgive me. The young general's wound seemed even more pronounced, his entire form showing signs of fading and disintegrating. Don't go! Minmin began to cry again, her emotions like a massive whirlpool, dragging her down. Okay, I won't leave. I stay here with you until you tire of me. The young general smiled, a faint smile. I'm willing to wait. I've waited for thousands of years. As long as you're willing to look back at me, I can disappear in the next second without any regrets. Minmin couldn't stop crying, her mind filled with the suffering he must have endured while waiting for thousands of years. Is it dark and cold by the forgetful river? How many disappointments would one endure if he kept looking back? What kind of determination had compelled him to give up reincarnation, and what had he exchanged to find himself? Minmin had never known she could shed so many tears. Each cold drop flowed down her cheeks. Jiang. Phone. Minmin tried to speak to comfort him, but her voice was hoarse. She cried so long, her throat dry. I. Go downstairs and get some water. Minmin felt a little embarrassed. Okay, go ahead. He was still so gentle. Minmin wiped her tears with her sleeve, smoothed her hair, and after making sure she looked okay, she slowly made her way downstairs. The water was on the dining table. Minmin picked up the cup, but out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of the small cloth bag worth 599 yuan. A translucent head with silver patterns poked out from within. The moment their eyes met, Minmin's suppressed sadness vanished, her mind cleared, and the lingering sorrow was plucked away like weeds. Minmin gently set the cup down, glanced at the amulet on the table, then upstairs, taking 3 minutes to collect her thoughts. So why had she been crying? Minmin began to realize something was amiss. Even if what he said was true, so what? Thousands of years had passed. She was no longer a princess. She had to take the college entrance exams, and feelings couldn't be relied upon. There was a countdown on the blackboard at the back of the classroom. Minmin had a momentary conspiracy theory. Could it be that her academic rival was deliberately trying to harm her, causing this? But she quickly denied it. Her classmates weren't supposed to have such extraordinary powers. What was that? Forget about the general defending the city, who's deeply in love with the princess of a fallen nation. If it were true love, he should have been reincarnated quickly, not become a ghost and haunt people. Humans and ghosts have different paths. Thinking of her recent weakness and confusion, of the ghost who had been staying in her bedroom, like a pervert, of the emotions that swirled around her like a vortex, Minmin drank the water from her cup in one gulp, then put the cloth bag and its precious silkworms in her pocket. Still feeling uneasy, she found a large hat, put the cloth bag inside, and put it on her head. That should be safe. The brain is the most important thing. When she's using it well, she can get into 10th place in her grade. Perhaps being close really helped. The feeling of weakness and coldness gradually faded, as if the garbage in her brain had been thoroughly cleansed, leaving her feeling clean and refreshed. Minmin felt this long-awaited refreshing feeling, but the more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. What on earth was that thing? She wasn't the sentimental type. How could she, after a ghost appeared, immediately fall into the kind of infatuation and lingering wait? Love was nothing. She was in the top 10 of her grade, about to take the college entrance exam. Minmin looked back upstairs, steeled herself, grabbed a broom, and tiptoed up the stairs. She pushed the door shut, but instead of the battle-damaged young general, she saw a cloud of black mist gathering at the head of the bed. As if it had sensed her entry, it slowly approached without noticing. Pa! Minmin struck down fiercely. The black mist dispersed for a second, but quickly coalesced again, stagnating in place as if realizing something was amiss. Minmin seized the opportunity and struck back. Pa! 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 After being smashed 3 times, the black weapon visibly shrank. As if realizing something was amiss, it flew toward the window and quickly escaped. Minmin stood in the bedroom, scanning left and right, but finding nothing amiss, she finally let go of the broom. Great! It's not a powerful thing. Minmin sat down gently on the edge of the bed. Really? If it were powerful, there'd be no need to pretend to wait 1,000 years to deceive her. What kind of person is that? Even cheating on the feelings of college entrance exam candidates? So wicked. Across the city, a young man in his 20s was playing games in his bedroom. After losing 5 games in a row, his patience was completely exhausted. Shit! He picked up the Coke on the table and drank it all. He turned and tried to throw the bottle into the trash can, but it missed. The bottle landed on the floor with a thud. Suddenly, a white hand appeared out of thin air and tossed the Coke bottle into the trash can. A girl with pigtails, holding a baby, raised her face toward the young man, revealing a fair face with 2 small freckles and shy, moist eyes. Husband. Chapter 189. The young man, Xiao Qiao, didn't react immediately. He stood there motionless, thinking he was doomed. He couldn't stay up any longer. He was losing his mind. Husband. The girl with pigtails, holding the baby, was about to burst into tears. Her tears welled up, crystal clear under the light. Husband, after years apart, our child misses his father very much. The girl with pigtails wiped her tears with her sleeve and, with a forced smile, presented the swaddling clothes in her hands. A baby's face, 80% similar to his own, caught Xiao Chao's eye. No! Xiao Chao finally sensed something was wrong. Was this an illusion? But he had never imagined his own child before. Husband, look at him, look at him. He loves you so much, he's even smiling. Xiao Chao looked down in shock. The pale-faced baby in the swaddling clothes smiled, looking incredibly innocent. Husband. I know my arrival may be a little abrupt, the pigtailed girl wiped tears from her eyes. But I can't reincarnate, and I don't want to forget our child. As if she were thinking of something sad, the pigtailed girl's tears fell like pearls. Though they were just drops of water, they stirred Xiao Chao's heart. Ah. You? Just say it nicely. Xiao Chao's mind was in a mess, but he managed to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Husband, you're still so gentle. The pigtailed girl gave a fragile smile, reached out a pale hand to adjust the child's swaddling clothes, and then sat down on Xiao Chao's bed. I know you don't remember me now, but I simply can't wait any longer. I'm afraid if I miss this moment, our fate will be over. The girl with pigtails began to tell a story. In my previous life, you were a hunter, and I was just an ordinary village girl. We shouldn't have had any contact, but once I fell into the water, you saved me. The girl with pigtails continued to tell the story. Love is like a raging fire. Even if it means being torn to pieces, I'm willing to sacrifice it. The girl with pigtails turned, her eyes blazing. We had pledged our lives and were about to flee together, but just then, we discovered we were pregnant. The girl with pigtails was filled with regret, but a touch of tenderness crept in as her eyes met the child in her arms. There was a severe drought outside the village, and you and I couldn't raise a child on our own. So I chose to stay, enduring all the abuse and malice for the child's upbringing. Xiao Chao was still a little confused, mainly because he had been single since birth, and suddenly telling him about a passionate love story and a child was a bit much. Where was I? Xiao Chao asked cautiously. You were hunting in the mountains, but with the drought, even you couldn't find any prey. The girl with pigtails sounded sad, but her expression was sweet, as if she were savoring the affection, a look of deep satisfaction. Xiao Chao trailed off, his brows slowly furrowing as an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped him. Alas, something must have happened back then, otherwise how could she be like this? Excuse me. What's your name? The girl with pigtails seemed stunned for a moment, then a bright yet sad smile spread across her face. I forgot your husband doesn't recognize me yet. My name is Xiao Huan, and I'm your wife. Becoming a father. Xiao Chao couldn't quite explain what had happened, but emotions were like sparks, ignited by the mere act of sitting on straw, not to mention that he and Xiao Huan had a past life connection. But had he really been a hunter? Why didn't he have any skill in this life? As a child in the countryside, he was bitten by dogs, chased by pigs, and even had his thigh twisted by a white goose. Or was Mingpa soup just that effective? Xiao Chao was walking home from get-off work, and was about to play a few games at an internet cafe when he passed by. He suddenly remembered that he was no longer single, and had a wife and children at home. Brother Chao, come on. The network administrator called him. No, I have to get home. Someone's waiting for me. Xiao Chao hurried his pace. Passing an incense shop, he hesitated for a second before going in to buy a few candles. Sigh, I don't know what Xiao Huan likes to eat. By the way, does Xiao Huan eat candles? Husband, I don't eat that. The girl with the pigtails spoke softly, placing chopsticks on the instant noodle bucket on the table. What are you eating? Xiao Chao gripped the bamboo chopsticks, feeling icy cold. I eat. The girl with the pigtails spoke slowly and slowly. I don't know what I eat. Maybe it's just consuming my energy. Once that energy is gone, I can reincarnate. The girl with the pigtails smiled, looking at Xiao Chao eating instant noodles with the most affectionate expression in the world. Xiao Chao suddenly couldn't eat anymore. He felt so useless. As a grown man, he actually let his wife, who had given up reincarnation to find him, slowly disappear. I see in those stories. Xiao Chao swallowed, feeling a sudden chill in his chest. Can people like you absorb human essence? That would probably make you feel better. The pigtailed girl looked surprised, then quickly shook her head. No, you gradually become weaker this way, husband. I don't need that. I just want to see you a few more times. Xiao Chao slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of regret gradually settled in his heart. Could there be another wife in the world so kind and innocent? Even if she gave up reincarnation and consumed her soul, she would still journey across mountains and rivers to come to him, just to see him a few more times. No! I can't just watch you disappear. If I lose you. Xiao Qiao looked around. The usually messy room was spotlessly clean, and even chopsticks were offered to him for instant noodles. You can drain my energy within reason. Just keep it within that limit. I can't let you down again. I've already experienced it once in my last life, and I absolutely can't do it again in this one. Husband. The pigtailed girl's call of husband was a crisscross of emotions, a mingled tapestry of love, sadness, and emotion. Xiao Qiao picked up the plastic fork and took a big mouthful of instant noodles, feeling grateful that he had finally lived up to his wife's sincerity this time. Offering his energy. To demonstrate his mature manliness, Xiao Qiao worked sales during the day to earn money, and kept his wife alive at night. In the middle of the night, the couple played with the child together, unable to do anything else because his wife was in a misty state, and they could only communicate spiritually. Alas, so what? This was a passionate love. His wife, carrying their child, had traveled across time to come to him. How could he possibly betray this love? A true man must be responsible, and take good care of his fragile wife and this young child. Brother Qiao, why do you look so bad lately? The colleague looked concerned. Maybe it's just staying up late. Xiao Qiao evaded the question, not daring to answer in detail. Oh! As if sensing his reluctance, the colleague slowly walked away, but returned a moment later. No, Brother Qiao, don't blame me for saying too much. You look really bad right now. I had a colleague who died suddenly, and his complexion was also very bad. Yeah, I know. It's just staying up late. Don't worry. The colleague was at a loss for words. If you feel unwell, remember to go to the hospital. Yeah. Xiao Qiao nodded vaguely. After watching his colleague finally walk away, Xiao Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and, using the black screen, took a picture of himself. His eyes were cloudy, his eye bags were huge, and his face was exhausted, as if he had been up all day and night, and plowing 10 acres of land. Alas! He sighed softly. But thinking of his wife back home, now perked up, a true man must take responsibility. As long as it's within the normal range of energy, he should give it to her if he can afford it. His wife's gentle face appeared in his mind. Today, she said she wanted to learn how to use modern tools, and fry 2 eggs for him in the kitchen. What a silly girl. She's endured so much, yet she only thinks about giving back. Xiao Qiao felt himself up again. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? He tried to ignore the discomfort in his body, stamping his feet vigorously to relieve the weakness. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and began to sell his business. Hello, Mr. Zhang. How are you doing? I have a question. Finally off work, Xiao Qiao dragged his frail body and slowly pushed open the door. But before he could fully grasp the scene before him, a gust of wind blew into his arms, a chilling, cold breeze. It was his overjoyed wife. Husband. You're back? I missed you so much. The girl with pigtails raised her eyes in his arms, their eyes sparkling. Yes, I'm back. Xiao Qiao lifted his lips with all his might, then, supported by his wife, sat down on the sofa. Husband, you've worked hard. His wife rushed around, massaging his shoulders and back, fetching bowls and chopsticks. Soon, a bowl of fragrant noodles with 2 poached eggs appeared in Xiao Qiao's hands. Husband, please eat. The girl with pigtails' eyes sparkled, filled with the most precious friendship in the world. Although Xiao Qiao was exhausted, his heart softened little by little. He ate the bowl of loving noodles bit by bit, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he felt he had strength. Come here, Xiao Wan. Here I come. The wife lifted his arm, made a lovely expression, and bit down. It was icy, biting, as if ice were flowing from his arm through his veins and into his limbs. Xiao Qiao's head was spinning. Illusions danced before his eyes. Sometimes his wife's adorable smile, sometimes the toothless grin on his child's pale face. Are you done? Xiao Qiao couldn't help but ask. It's done. The wife gently released her hand. Thank you, husband. As if she had made up her mind, her tone remained gentle. How about I stop sucking essence tomorrow? I want you to be well. This can't go on. All hesitation and retreat vanished with these words. How could one live a lifetime to betray such a glittering heart? Don't worry about that. A man should provide for his wife. What's that? As long as I can open my eyes, I provide for you. Husband. The two of them shared a sweet moment. Xiao Qiao began to listen to his wife's recounting of their love story in a past life. The more he listened, the more he felt immersed, as if he had truly experienced such a passionate love. So what if the world didn't support him? So what if he was thrown into a pig cage? They were still reunited, in another era. In a brand new century. I want to see Xiao Bao. Xiao Qiao said gently. Ah. The wife seemed stunned for a second, but quickly stood up, walked into the room, and brought the swaddled baby out. Xiao Bao is asleep, right here. Xiao Qiao gently lowered his head, but within 3 seconds, he began to doubt his eyes. Did this child look like this before? Didn't he look so much like himself when he was little? Why is he so different now? Husband, what's wrong? The wife's gentle voice echoed beside him. As if briefly emerging from a fog, Xiao Qiao truly realized something was wrong, but he subconsciously suppressed it. It's okay, I'm just happy to see Xiao Bao sleeping soundly. Okay. The wife was still gentle. I'm going to the bathroom. No need to help me, I come slowly. Xiao Qiao pretended to walk into the bathroom casually, trying to stay awake by imagining the child's unique face. He closed the door, pulled out his phone, opened a colleague's chat box, and started texting. Urgent. Where is that temple you told me was so effective? Chapter 190. Husband. The girl with pigtails knocked on the door, again and again, steadily. Husband, Xiao Bao said he misses his daddy. Husband, when will you come out? The girl's voice was still as gentle as ever. But Xiao Qiao couldn't stand it anymore. Ever since that moment, more and more things were becoming apparent. Not to mention the previous ones, just that one sentence. The little kid, barely swaddled, barely teething, actually said he missed his daddy. I have diarrhea. Wait for me outside, Xiao Qiao said, steeling himself. Okay. Soft footsteps left the bathroom door. Xiao Qiao quickly checked his phone. His colleague had already replied. Just keep going down Dashan Road. I heard there's a fortune-telling stall that's open lately. It's a fortune-teller who's come down to Earth to do good things. Everything he says is true. Brother Qiao, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Are you feeling down lately? Then I absolutely must go. After burning incense, I absolutely must go get a fortune-teller at the door. Some things are hard to explain. Now that you mention it, I'm kind of tempted to go too. How about we go together? We both have tomorrow off. I come see you tomorrow morning, okay? Xiao Qiao didn't reply because the girl with the pigtails was knocking again. Here I am. If you stick your head out, you get hurt. If you keep your head down, you get hurt too. They've been together for so long, this one time won't hurt either. Xiao Qiao tried to console himself, gently opening the bathroom door and leaving. A soft, cool breeze blew into his arms. The girl with the pigtails raised her tearful face. I thought you didn't want me anymore. In an instant, just that one moment, Xiao Qiao's mind went haywire. He forgot all about self-rescue and the temple. All that remained in his mind was those pitiful eyes, and the deep affection they held across the years. Husband, have I caused you any trouble? You can just tell me. His wife's voice was muffled, perhaps filled with countless grievances. No, it's my duty to take care of you. A man's responsibility is his duty. Xiao Qiao raised his hands, embracing the breeze in his arms. Though his body felt cold and his limbs felt weak, his heart felt full, like the lost half of his soul had finally been found. Husband. The words were full of twists and turns. Hey! Xiao Qiao quickly agreed, afraid that his affection would go unrewarded. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang suddenly. Xiao Qiao casually pulled it out. The caller ID showed it was from a colleague. What did his colleague want him to do? Xiao Qiao felt like he'd forgotten something important, but it didn't seem that important. After all, his wife was in his arms, so what could possibly compare to her? Hey, Brother Qiao, how about we go to that temple together tomorrow? Just let me know if it's okay, so I can plan our itinerary. Temple? What temple? Xiao Qiao suddenly remembered. He'd just been in the bathroom, lost in thought, doubting his wife's affection. How wrong he was. Husband. What temple? The innocent, lovely, kind, and simple wife questioned. Ah, Xiao Qiao said, feeling a little guilty. No temple. My colleague asked me to go. He's been feeling a little unwell lately, and he insisted on taking me along. Don't worry, I'm not going. I want to be home with you and the kids. Brother Qiao, who are you talking to? The colleague on the other end of the phone sounded a bit strange. Xiao Qiao then realized he was still on the phone. My wife, oh well, never mind. I can't go tomorrow. I have to be home with my wife and kids. Xiao Qiao hung up. Xiao Qiao's colleague stared blankly at the hung-up call. Even though he was sitting in the warm, air-conditioned office, he felt a chill running down his spine. He and Xiao Qiao were close. They'd even gone to his house for drinks last month. They'd both been single for over 20 years, And suddenly he was saying he had to stay home with his wife and kids. Okay, even if it was a flash marriage, and he'd secretly found a woman with a child, what had he said on the phone just now? There was no sound on the other end, but Brother Chow made it sound like someone was talking to him. Xiao Chow's colleague felt a chill running down his spine. Thinking of Brother Chow's recent dark complexion, and the way he looked like he was about to die, he resolutely picked up his phone and called the police. Feeling unsafe, he rushed to the basement garage and started driving. The destination is a temple, and while the police might not be professionally qualified, at least one relevant person is needed. Yi Zifeng was still fortune-telling, predicting someone's marriage. He was a little unfamiliar with the technique before, but now he's quite adept. He can easily reach out and get the result with a single pinch. There's no way around it. There are too many people seeking marriage predictions. Master, how is it? Can I find the person I'm dreaming of? The girl in the school uniform looked concerned. Yi Zifeng lowered his finger, thinking for a moment. I can, but it won't be the outcome you want. It won't be very sweet after you're together, and it will drag down your luck. What? The girl's eyes widened in anxiety. What do you mean? That's the guy, Yi Zifeng said, trying to organize his words. He's always clinging to others, the kind who absorbs their nourishment to grow stronger. Anyone with him is doomed to misfortune. If it were you, you'd probably be unlucky until you were about 45. Will you become rich at 45? The girl was stunned. No, you be divorced at 45. You be free from misery, and finally have the freedom to work as a housekeeper. Ah. The girl stumbled. But my grades are pretty good now. Yi Zifeng smiled, and everything was clear. I understand, master. The girl's gaze hardened. Before, she'd wanted sweet love, wanted to spice up her boring studies, but no one had told her she'd have to sacrifice so much. Only having the freedom to work as a housekeeper at 45. Oh my God, what a sad thing. This won't do. Master, don't worry. I won't let my imagination run wild anymore. I definitely study hard and strive to improve myself. The girl promised at the stall, practically patting her chest. Yi Zifeng smiled politely. Master. The girl dug into her pocket again, pulling out a few red bills. Here's the fortune-telling fee, and I want to buy you a talisman to give me peace of mind and a sense of security. Okay. Yi Zifeng reached into his sleeve, pushed aside Ying Fengshuan, who was writhing inside, and took out the appropriate talisman. Yes, Yi Zifeng's fortune-telling stall was becoming increasingly professional, and he had even launched an amulet business. Thank you, master. The girl clenched the small cloth bag in her hand. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she felt more resolute. You're welcome. Yi Zifeng smiled politely, then moved on to the next person's fortune-telling. Master, I'd like to ask about your career. The middle-aged man looked dejected. Okay. Yi Zifeng began counting on his fingers, easily deciphering the truth and offering sound advice. Your current job is no longer suitable for you. Good fortune often comes with misfortune. Only when you're healthy can you consider whether you can continue to earn money. You should go to the hospital first, and then return home after you've recovered. Your area is ideal for growing certain fruits. Great, there's a piece of land waiting for you. The middle-aged man's eyes gradually lit up, clearly knowing more about his hometown than Yi Zifeng did. Thank you, master. He quickly searched his wallet, handed over the red bills, and received an amulet. Full of hope, he got into his car and sped off into the distance. As Yi Zifeng shared his fortune-telling with the next person, a thought suddenly struck him, and he sensed something. He looked to his right, and saw a car at the end of the road, speeding towards him. Brother Chow. Hold on a little longer. I call in professionals soon. My colleague was completely focused, driving as fast as he could, while avoiding traffic rules and ensuring his own safety. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was the perfect work buddy. Without Brother Chow, who would join him in complaining about the boss. The rest of them were just sycophants. Red light, red light, red light, that's a life at stake. We're almost adults doing this, and it's so shady and weak. Yi Zifeng averted his gaze, and told the queue that they were done for today. There was an urgent matter, and someone was in imminent danger. Everyone in the queue, for some reason, suddenly looked serious, saying they could wait. Some who jumped out to protest were pulled back. Master! Master! Lives are at stake. Please come with me. Xiao Chow's colleague opened the car door and ran, shouting. Everyone looked askance, but they also made way. Yi Zifeng got in the car without hesitation. They arrived at Xiao Chow's house. Yi Zifeng looked up at the door. From the outside, there was nothing unusual. Only by carefully observing it could one detect a faint, ghostly aura. Yi Zifeng suddenly had a hypothesis, but he needed to take a closer look. This was the purpose of his visit. "Are you ready, master?" Xiao Chao's colleague swallowed nervously. He had never been involved in such matters before, and he had impulsively rushed to save his colleague. But now, thinking about it, the supernatural events were too terrifying. Several men burst through the door, the heavily armed police leading the way. They immediately searched the living room, but found nothing unusual. The room felt gloomy, cold, and stuffy. Yi Zifeng didn't go to the master bedroom, but instead stepped to the bathroom door. A stream of spiritual energy shot through the door, and the next second, a strange, puffing sound echoed. A hoarse, wailing sound echoed, and Yi Zifeng stepped inside. The bathroom was gloomy and cold, with fragmented mist drifting everywhere. Yi Zifeng used his spiritual energy to gather it into a ball. Looking at the small ball of black mist in his hand, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but smile. One of the clones. Judging by its size, it's one of many. Based on what he'd heard in the car, Yi Zifeng immediately understood what was going on. A being, probably a spiritual cultivator, had come to this world hoping to absorb people's essence, but approaching them one by one was inefficient, and direct absorption would easily be discovered. I wonder how much work they'd put in to be able to divide themselves into so many parts, each with a different storyline, but they were all essentially heartbreaking love stories. "Master, how's it going? Can my buddy recover?" Colleague Xiao Chao poked his head out of the bathroom door. Yi Zifeng turned, clutching the black mist ball in his hand, and followed them into the master bedroom. It was a bit tragic. The young man was practically emaciated, his limbs slender, his face dark and black, and he was practically on his last legs. "Master." Xiao Chao was also worried. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment, then decided to mobilize his spiritual energy to extract the essence from the dark room. Soon, a ball of pure white golden energy slowly descended upon Xiao Chao's body, who lay on the bed. Be a good person to the end. Yi Zifeng injected another dose of nourishing spiritual energy into him. Xiao Chao, lying on the bed, was recovering at a visible pace. His limbs were filling up, his complexion gradually improved, and finally, he resembled a normal person, albeit one who had endured 10 days and 10 nights. "Brother, are you feeling better?" Xiao Chao's colleagues approached him with concern. "Yeah." Xiao Chao's voice was muffled, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Although he knew it shouldn't be so, perhaps it was instinct, and he still thought of those sparkling eyes. Chapter 191. Yi Zifeng felt a sense of wonder. He glanced at Xiao Chao, who was lying in bed sobbing under the covers, then at the others bewildered beside him. After a moment's thought, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small amulet. The heart-purifying talisman has a calming effect. It's only 599, and it can prevent you from encountering this kind of thing in the future. The colleagues and the police were all excited, mainly because seeing a young man crying while clutching the covers was quite bewildering. Although 599 is a bit pricey. But compared to one's life and property, it's nothing. And who gave this amulet? The master. The master who had just restored the patient with a wave of his hand. If the patient hadn't still been here, they would have gone to offer their services. "Brother Chao, don't be bored. Hurry up and get up and take the amulet the master gave you. Where's your phone? What's the power-on password? Tell me your payment password." The colleague held Xiao Chao's shoulder and rocked him. Xiao Chao's already fuzzy mind became a tangle. The power-on password is 100,860. The payment password is 886886. Unlocked, enter the password, and the payment was successful. A colleague carefully took the amulet. As soon as he touched it, he felt a cool, refreshing breeze sweep through his mind. It's hard to describe the feeling. It was like sleeping for 10 hours, and then being greeted by a cool morning breeze. "Brother Chao. What a great thing." The colleague quickly handed the amulet over, and carefully placed it on Xiao Chao's tearful face. In an instant, just that one moment, the tangled mess of emotions in Xiao Chao's mind dissipated, leaving not a trace. The cool breeze blew gently through his mind, clearing away all the dull, damp air. Xiao Chao slowly sat up in bed. He looked at the crowd gathered around the bed, remembering everything that had happened. He'd just come home from work when he encountered a supernatural event. A girl suddenly appeared, claiming to be his wife from a past life. The most outrageous thing was, he believed it, like he'd taken a drug, half-heartedly accepting it, with such a smooth flow. Oh my god, this is a problem. He's terrified of ghosts. Who on earth would believe something so sudden? "Master." Xiao Chao knelt down on the bed. "Thank goodness you saved me. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry by that ghost. Thinking of all the days and nights they'd spent together, Xiao Qiao burst into tears again, but this time it was for his own sake. Yi Zifeng smiled. Just carry the amulet with you. Xiao Qiao offered another round of assurances and thanks, his resolve evident in his tone. Master. Seeing that Xiao Qiao was alright, his colleagues began to get excited. Can I get a talisman too? I've been feeling a bit down lately. Yi Zifeng smoothly pulled the talisman containing the pure heart silkworm from his sleeve. Of course, but it contains a special species of silkworm. You two need to be careful. Silkworm? Everyone was amazed. After getting Yi Zifeng's permission, they gently opened the talisman and saw the tiny, translucent silkworm with silver patterns inside, wriggling around in the bag. It's obvious this is no ordinary silkworm. Don't worry, master. I treat it well. By the way, does it eat mulberry leaves? It can do without food. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment and added, but you can ask it. Every silkworm has different habits. Someone was thinking about something, but everyone seemed even more serious. Xiao Qiao and his colleague held the amulet with great care, and the 3 police officers accompanying them were also excited. This was a mysterious power they had witnessed with their own eyes. Encountering it once in a lifetime would be a blessing. Was he going to miss it? Absolutely not, so he sold 3 more. At $5.99 each, it wasn't impossible to sell a few more. The pure heart silkworm had a wide range of perception, and could react immediately to even those bewildering spirits. Master, would you like to come to my house and take a look? I feel like it's cold too. Could there be something wrong? The colleague was eager to try. Yi Zifeng raised his lip politely. No, it's just the temperature drop. Haha, you're truly worthy of being a master. You're so knowledgeable about astronomy and geography. The colleague patted his head and smiled. Xiao Qiao also felt quite good. Although his recent experiences had been terrifying, everything was over. He was still healthy, and even had the master's blessing, owning a truly remarkable silkworm. What do you call this? A light boat has sailed through thousands of mountains? What do you call this? The harsh treatment of the male protagonist. Master, thank you so much. Xiao Qiao held the amulet, unable to contain his excitement. Yi Zifeng continued to smile politely, socializing for a minute before announcing his departure. A colleague immediately stepped forward and offered to escort him back. So, 23 minutes later, Yi Zifeng reappeared in front of the fortune-telling stall. Looking at the long line and the various questions, Yi Zifeng pondered for 3 seconds before pulling out a new blank sign. Specially designed to cure love brain syndrome. 5 large, flamboyant characters appeared on the sign. Yi Zifeng nodded, satisfied, and hung it next to the route and fortune-telling sign. The 2 signs swayed gently in the breeze, and everyone discovered this new thing. What does love brain syndrome mean? An elderly man asked the crowd nearby. Haha, I know. It refers to someone who's so obsessed with love that they ruin themselves. It's all the rage online. Everyone dislikes them, thinking they're so stupid. So that's how it is? The elderly man nodded, his curiosity satisfied. That's not a good idea. No matter what, you should focus on yourself first. Everyone agreed, and a series of discussions centered around the topic of love brain syndrome ensued. The older people shared stories about their aunts and uncles, and the younger people listened with gusto. Afterward, they shared their own experiences, some from the internet, and some from real life. After listening to everything, everyone was satisfied. It was mainly because waiting in line was boring, and the gossip was truly entertaining. This isn't good. These people have their minds misplaced. No matter how much they love something, they should prioritize themselves before they can care for others. An elderly man concluded. Everyone nodded and stopped talking. Time flies when they're just chatting about gossip. The long line is almost finished, and it's their turn. Yi Zifeng listened to the entire conversation, as everyone chatted quite loudly. Yi Zifeng felt quite satisfied. While reading fortunes, he experienced a kind of joy similar to surfing the internet. The chaos, the peace of mind. Yi Zifeng listened and sped up his work. Thanks to his efficient work, he had read 1.5 times as many fortunes today as he had yesterday. The line moved quickly, and without the crowd's obstruction, the sign next to the fortune teller, Healing Love Brain, became visible to the public. Not everyone who went to the temple believed in fortune telling, but everyone who saw the sign rubbed their eyes. Healing Love Brain? What the heck is that? The young man realized it and quickly took a photo and sent a message to his friends and family. The fortune-telling stall outside the temple. I can only say that the artisans these days are quite up to date. The friend and family member quickly responded. I was saying love brain is a disease. Now even fortune-telling stalls have special treatments. There's a bright future ahead. The young man and his friends laughed and chatted for a while, finally satisfied. But looking at the photo of the sign that said Healing Love Brain, the young man hesitated for a second before editing the image and posting it on the forum. When your friend is suffering from love brain issues, I strongly recommend taking him to see a master who can treat you, and you have nothing to worry about. Image. The netizens who were passing by clicked on the message and burst into laughter after seeing the image. Great. My friend has a cure. Where is this place? I take my friend there tonight. I really want to take my bestie there. If I don't get treatment, I'm afraid I'd be attending her wedding this year. I knew it was a disease. But why is it at a fortune teller's stall? Is love sickness a more mysterious force? No wonder it's so unreasonable. Everyone laughed. The post gradually went viral. Most people's initial reaction was amusing, but some people, seeing it, connected it to other things. That person was Xiaoyu. She sat on her bed in the dorm, looking at the picture on her phone that promised a cure for love sickness. She gently pulled back the curtains and peeked across. Xiaohong hadn't gotten up yet. Or rather, since returning to the dorm, Xiaohong hadn't gotten up in the morning. She didn't go to class, and even if she was marked absent, she didn't care, acting like she didn't care, even though she'd been studying incredibly hard before. Xiaoyu gently lowered the curtains again and glanced at the fortune-telling stall that advertised a cure for love-struck brain disease. Although her mind told her that such fortune-telling was a scam, what if? After all, she was really facing something unbelievable. Her roommate, Xiaohong, seemed to have run into something foul. Not only was she refusing to go to class, she was also crying out that she was a lost pearl, a hidden heiress. That sounded normal. Everyone, at some point, fantasized about being a wealthy daughter lost among the common people as a child. But talking to the air was a bit scary, especially in the bathroom. Just the night before, she was desperate to use the restroom, so she waited outside the door and heard Xiaohong say that with her own ears. But I don't want you to take risks for me. Living an ordinary life like this is fine, even if those things are rightfully mine. He was firm and sympathetic, like someone in a TV drama. Xiaoyu doubted her hearing for a moment. When she saw Xiaohong gracefully leaving the restroom without her phone, wiping away tears, she felt a sudden sense of absurdity. If she hadn't been in such a hurry, she wouldn't have dared to go into the restroom, fearing she'd run into something she could talk to. So she secretly became wary, observing Xiaohong's words and actions since yesterday. The more she watched, the more frightened she became, the more apprehensive she became. Did she really bump into something unclean? She suddenly smiled in the mirror, glanced at the air beside her while putting on her slip dress, and then let out a shy expression. Xiaoyu's skin crawled with goosebumps, and she was forced to switch from a materialist to wondering if she'd bumped into something unclean. There was no one there, so why was she smiling at the air? Even if there was something strange out there, why would it be in the girls' dormitory? At this point, Xiaoyu felt she couldn't hold it in any longer. She had to take the initiative. The dormitory was everyone's, and she really didn't want anything strange lurking there. It was so scary, she couldn't sleep well. Xiaoyu opened the poster's private message and firmly typed it. Hello, I'd like to know where this stall is. I've been experiencing strange things lately. Chapter 192. After sending the message, Xiaoyu waited quietly. I know you have your reasons. Since she's doing better than me, it's only natural that I can't go back. It's okay. The roommate's voice suddenly rang from the opposite bed curtains. Xiaoyu listened with a stiff upper lip. Woo woo, as long as you stay with me, that's all. Even if I, the apple of your eye, have to stay here forever, I have no complaints. As long as you stay with me, that's all. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel angry when she understood what her roommate was saying. What kind of love brain plot was this? She wanted to go over and shake her awake. But Xiaoyu quickly realized that she probably wasn't in love, but had simply bumped into something unclean. At that thought, she breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, bumping into something unclean could be salvaged, but being born in love-brained was downright fatal. Ding dong. The tablet vibrated, and Xiaoyu looked down at the message. Hey girl, I just took a random picture on the street. I don't know if it works, but it's probably a scam. If you encounter anything strange, just call the police. Call the police? Xiaoyu had considered this idea. Before calling the police, she hinted to her counselor that her roommate seemed a bit strange and would often talk to things indoors. The counselor arrived, but her roommate immediately returned to normal behavior, acting naturally, with no signs of any problems. Before leaving, the counselor hinted at her need to get along well with her roommate, and to speak directly if she encountered any disagreements. There was no need to exaggerate. Xiaoyu began to reply to the message. Okay, thanks for the reminder, but I still want to try it. Mainly because it's the first time I've seen something so specific, and I'd be reassured if I missed it. The input message on the other end showed for a long time, before finally sending a message. Okay, this kind of thing might just give you peace of mind, but be careful not to get scammed. I took this photo of the stall in front of Lingyuan Temple, and there was quite a long line. Thank you. Xiaoyu sat on the bed, a smile on her face, and decided to go to the stall this weekend. Wow, this is what I should do. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to hold out this long. My roommate Xiaohong was making strange noises again, and she didn't know if it was her imagination, but it sounded hollow, as if she'd been up for at least 3 nights. Xiaoyu, who used to love reading supernatural novels, thought to herself that something was wrong. She picked up a stick beside her bed and flicked on the light below. The room was brightly lit, and Xiaohong's voice fell silent. Xiaohong, what are you doing? Xiaoyu shouted, trying to sound inconspicuous. At first, there was no movement from behind the curtains across from her. But after Xiaoyu called out a few more times, the curtains finally parted, slowly revealing half a face. Xiaoyu, what do you want me to do? Oh, Xiaoyu forced herself to remain calm. I want to order takeout. Would you like to contribute? The person on the other end seemed surprised, then gave a strangely gentle smile. I don't order takeout anymore. But if you want, I can send you a red envelope. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyu saw her message pop up. Xiaohong, congratulations on your prosperity and good luck. Xiaoyu clicked on it with mixed feelings. Looking at the red envelope next to her roommate's profile picture, she finally opened it. 197.7. I give you 200 yuan. Just eat something you like. Xiaohong's soft, yet smiling voice echoed through the bed curtains. She acted like a wealthy young lady taking care of a friend who couldn't afford food. Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. Looking at the 197.7, she understood everything. The unclean thing Xiaohong had encountered was so powerful that she could easily send away even the remaining balance. She couldn't wait any longer. Although she hadn't seen her full face just now, it was clear she wasn't looking well. Let's go this afternoon. It's not too far anyway, so if we leave early, we should still be there. Take the bus, then the subway, then the bus again. The ride was a bit bumpy, but thankfully, Xiaoyu drank a bottle of water as soon as she got off the bus, pulled out her phone to find directions, and headed straight for the destination without hesitation. Xiaohong was a young girl with a bright future. She shouldn't have to face something like this. Xiaoyu quickly joined the queue. There weren't many stalls outside the temple, and the long line was so conspicuous. With a quick search and a picture, she was in line. Xiaoyu stood quietly in line, watching the people ahead of her leave with faces of satisfaction on their faces. She felt she had made the right choice. Perhaps this was fate. The moment she saw that photo online, she knew she had to give it a try. Next. It was her turn. Xiaoyu hurried forward. Are you asking this for a friend? Xiaoyu hadn't even stood still when she heard the half-immortal before her ask this question. Xiaoyu's head shot up, tears streaming down her face. Finally, someone understood her. Finally, someone was about to understand what was going on in their dormitory. Well, master, our dormitory. Xiaoyu recounted the entire story, from the moment she first noticed something was amiss to the moment her roommate transferred the entire 197.7 yuan this morning. She didn't even want the money. It was truly terrifying. Well, I understand your situation. Since you're a student, I give you a 30% discount. Here, keep the amulet. Inside is a very special silkworm, alive and unfettered. Just give this cloth bag to your roommate when you return to the dormitory. The half-immortal looked very professional. Xiaoyu chipped in the money herself, adding the 197.7 yuan her roommate had given her that morning, and finally accepted the bag. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and the silkworm inside seemed to sense something, slowly crawling, finally peeking out from the bag's opening, a transparent head with silver patterns. At that moment, Xiaoyu felt as if a gust of wind had blown through her mind, cool and refreshing, and not a trace of fatigue left. Xiaoyu gently squeezed it. Does this have to stay with my roommate? Bantian seemed to read her thoughts. No, you don't have to. Just wear it for about a day. If you like it, you can put it back when you like it. Okay. Xiaoyu was instantly delighted. Looking at the transparent silkworm in the cloth bag, she couldn't help but pout and kiss it. The silkworm didn't shy away, but after a second, it shook its head, looking quite curious. I set off on the journey back to school. First, I took the bus, then the subway, then another bus. Perhaps this was the power of 420 yuan. Holding the cool little cloth bag in my hand, Xiaoyu felt a sense of clarity and refreshment, as comfortable as walking along a tree-lined path in the evening, a breeze blowing, refreshing and invigorating. There was no chance of motion sickness. I love it. Xiaoyu gently opened the bag a little, and the transparent silkworm slowly emerged. I'm just asking you to help your roommate later. Baby, don't fall in love with her. I'm the real owner. My heart is right here, thumping. Xiaoyu cried as she spoke, feeling like she was also in love. She didn't dare to think about the transparent silkworm, following her roommate from then on. The transparent silkworm with silver patterns shook its head. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew through her mind, and Xiaoyu's sadness eased a little. She regained her composure. Alas, even so, I still don't want you to go with her. I can take her to buy it herself. Xiaoyu sighed as she gazed out the car window. She finally returned to school after a long journey. Baby, my baby, I can't bear to leave you. Please help me save my roommate. She looked so clumsy and scary. Xiaoyu got into the elevator. There was no one around. She pursed her lips and kissed him. The cool touch spread across her lips, like a warm ice cube. Bobo, Bobo, Bobo. Xiaoyu couldn't stop kissing. The transparent little silkworm's head was repeatedly pressed down. Baby, one last kiss, okay? Xiaoyu pursed her lips, inhaling the cool scent, and gently pressed her lips against the top of the little silkworm's head. But the expected soft touch didn't arrive. Instead, a chilling electric current shot from her mouth straight to her brain. Ice blue fireworks exploded, the light lingering behind seemingly forming a font. Xiaoyu was stunned, then suddenly felt a strong connection deep within her. She raised her head and rubbed her mouth again. The deep connection remained. She lowered her head. The transparent silver little cicada blinked its dark, beady eyes. What if she asked, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Ah, I love it so much. Love you, love you, love you. Xiaoyu lowered her head and kissed it fervently, feeling blessed by heaven. Although everything was so sudden and urgent, so what? The cutest little silkworm in the world was still willing to be bound to her. Xiaoyu walked back and forth the stairwell 3 times before she mentally prepared to let the little silkworm go help her roommate. Alas, although she was reluctant, it was the only way. Xiaoyu gently pushed open the dormitory door. The room was still dark and silent, just as it had been when she left. But her roommate's slippers were under the bed, so she should still be in it. Sure enough, the sound of soft sobbing soon emanated from her roommate's bed. I know I'm wishful thinking, but since someone else has taken my place, I have every right to be sad. Yes, she's your sister, your fiancée since childhood. But as for me, if everything is correct, I'm the one with you now. I'm your true fiancé. Wow, even though you came to me, those years, those days we should have spent together, are long gone. The way we are now is not what I want to see the two of us. I won't argue with her, but sometimes I want to understand your heart. Xiaoyu got goosebumps listening to this from under the bed. This was the first time she'd faced such a shattering plot. Oh my god. Now all this dirty stuff was going on, and with all the twists and turns in the plot, like the real daughter, she'd seen a lot of romance novels like that. Wow. My roommate, Xiaohong, was crying again, her heart broken. She must have been deeply hurt. It was unbearable. Was it necessary? Now these dirty things were showing up to hurt people's hearts. Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. After exchanging a glance with the small-eyed little candy in her arms, she resolutely climbed onto her roommate's bed, drew the curtains, and covered herself with a cloth bag in her hand. Chapter 193. Xiaoqin was placed on top of her roommate's head. The other person was visibly stunned, their mouths slightly open, tears streaking the corners of their eyes. Wake up, wake up. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shake the other person's shoulder. I've exorcised the evil spirit from you. Wake up and study for your final exams, or you fail. Xiaohong shuddered, unable to feel any of her previous emotions. The resentment and sweet relief that had clung to her mind like vines tangled in her mind were swept away like dust by the wind, completely swept away, leaving no trace. What had she been trying to do before? Xiaohong suddenly recalled the story she'd been mired in. Suddenly, a floating male ghost appeared and claimed she was a real daughter of a wealthy family who had been lost among the people. Perhaps it was because the male ghost was so handsome, and perhaps because she had also fantasized about being a rich girl deep down, that combined, she was inclined to believe it. Otherwise, how could a male ghost appear? It's a paranormal event, so it must be true. And that male ghost wasn't only handsome, but also spoke in a way that seemed too cliched now. But at the time, he captivated her. Xiaohong couldn't help but pick at the sheets with her toes. Oh my god! Why was she so obsessed? There's no need to exaggerate your feelings. Xiaohong slowly sank under the covers, swallowing her shame. She apologized to her roommate, Xiaoyu, then thanked her, saying she needed some quiet time to calm her sudden thoughts. The roommate seemed to have gotten out of bed, but Xiaohong still didn't dare leave the covers. Thinking of her infatuated appearance a while ago, she frantically picked at the sheets. It was terrifying. When I brush my teeth in the morning, I look out the window and think, even if the mountains are gone and the sky and earth merge, I will never part with you. When I enter the dormitory at night, I look at the door and say, may we be like the swallows on the beam, seeing each other year after year. Oh my god, how could this happen? She's not that kind of person. Ah! Xiaohong howled softly under the covers, her mind refusing to think any more. She'd left strange and bizarre lines in various places recently, and even shown them to her roommates several times. Thinking of this, Xiaohong slowly closed her eyes, pulled the covers over her, and imagined herself gone. Xiaohong, I'm going to the cafeteria. Do you want me to bring you food? My roommate Xiaoyu's voice came from under the bed. Xiaohong's stomach rumbled in time. Yes. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Perhaps food is power. As soon as she took a bite of the steaming white rice, then scooped up a couple of chopsticks of spicy, fragrant meat and vegetables, the spicy hot pot, which was perfectly suited to Xiaohong's taste, filled her stomach. She felt like she was coming back to life. She emerged from that ethereal, dark bubble, and stood up with dignity. Hey! Xiaohong glanced at Xiaoyu nervously. Give me a piece of dried tofu. Xiaohong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I get it for you. Xiaohong quickly filled Xiaoyu's bowl with half a bowlful before putting down her chopsticks. The two of them happily ate. Xiaohong inwardly thanked Xiaoyu for not asking any more questions. It was too embarrassing. If she asked any more, she felt like she could dig her toes into the soles of her shoes. It was too scary. But Xiaoyu didn't really think too much about it. Mainly, there was nothing to ask. She knew Xiaohong's behavior in the dormitory very well. Asking more would be deliberately embarrassing. Both of them ate with relish. The spicy hot pot was truly delicious, slightly spicy and numbing, with just the right amount of seasoning to make your mouth water. The salty, fragrant aroma was enticing, with a hint of sweetness. I want this tonight too, Xiaoyu said earnestly, swallowing a mouthful of rice. I support you. Xiaohong ate with increasing enthusiasm. Xiaoyu glanced at Xiaohong, making sure she wasn't looking, then reached into her pocket. Gently pulling out the amulet containing the silkworm, she asked, would you like some spicy hot pot? The silkworm poked its head out, shook it, and then moved its nose. Although Xiaoyu couldn't see where its nose was, it must be sniffing. This is it. It's spicy, but I think it's delicious. Can you eat it? The silkworm suddenly opened its mouth, and Now Xiaoyu hesitated, feeling the stirring of desire deep within her mind, unsure whether or not to eat it. What if? What if the little silkworm, like a child who hasn't grown up yet, doesn't have a clear understanding of itself? Ah! A clear sound echoed in her mind. Xiaoyu hesitated for 3 seconds before picking up a piece of kelp and dipping it into the rice. Only when the chili oil ran out did she gently offer it to him. The little silkworm took a small bite, then puffed it out 3 seconds later. With a wag of its tail, it slithered back into the bag. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then, reassuring herself that the other person was alright, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu. Ah? Were you feeding your pet just now? Ah, Xiaoyu realized that the other person had seen it. Yes. She thought for a moment, and told Xiaohong the story of the silkworm. If you're interested, I can go buy it with you. Huh? Xiaohong's eyes widened. Can you buy it anywhere? Yes. Xiaoyu was a little confused. Students get a 30% discount. If you'd like, we can go together this weekend. Okay. Thank you, Xiaoyu. That's no big deal. You're welcome. The two of them finished their meal happily, put away their plates, and walked arm in arm back to the dorm. Once back, they said goodbye and climbed into bed. It was the weekend, a chance to enjoy some downtime. Let's play with my phone for a bit. It's not good to go to bed right after eating. Xiaoyu happily pulled out her phone, first checking for any messages, then, out of the corner of her eye, caught sight of the school group chat. So infatuated, so touching. For some reason, Xiaoyu subconsciously clicked on it. My brother is such a love-struck bastard. He's so handsome, has such good grades, and yet he's still obsessed with his fiancée, who hasn't even finished elementary school yet. Isn't there anyone who hasn't finished elementary school these days? Isn't education compulsory? Your local grassroots management is terrible. That's not the point. The point is that the girl didn't even finish elementary school, has no education, and spends her days at home picking grass for pigs. My brother doesn't mind at all, and he even talks on the phone with her for 2 hours every day. It's so sweet. Wow, it's finals week, and he still dares to talk on the phone for 2 hours every day. Seems kind of sweet. You're so weird. You keep checking how long your roommate's been on the phone every day, and you even check the time? You're really blaming me. We're all in the dorm, so I have to listen even if I don't want to. But I never knew my roommate could be so infatuated. He's on the phone for 2 hours every night, and his eyes are so dark, but he's not afraid at all. Are they really in love? Why does it feel so weird? They're definitely in love. I even heard a faint voice on the other end of the phone. I asked my roommate, and he said it was his family's arranged fiancé. There's still arranged marriages these days. I asked him that too, and he said he only found out recently. His family hadn't mentioned it before, but now that the girl has contacted him, he has to take responsibility. Am I the only one who cares about why a girl didn't finish elementary school? Isn't that illegal? It's compulsory education. I don't know about that. Maybe it's because we live in a remote mountain area. Alas, my brother and I are truly in love. Although we have different educational backgrounds, our topics of conversation always revolve around girls. Last night, he was discussing how to cut pig grass with minimal effort. The night before yesterday, they were talking about tips for repairing a pig pen. I can't remember what they were talking about the day before yesterday, but it was something similar. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder they could talk for 2 hours. They have so much to talk about. How to cut pig grass with minimal effort. I'd like to talk to my boyfriend about that too. It's so fun. I've never seen someone talk on the phone this long. Can you record your roommate's call so we can hear it? Oh yeah. It's really hard to believe without hearing it. That's not good. Talking about it is fine, but recording the audio. What kind of person am I? A snoop? Just once. You didn't mean any harm. It's just that I can't imagine a college student talking to his fiancée, who didn't even graduate from elementary school, for 2 hours every day, and on such down-to-earth topics. Okay, you guys instigated this. If we get caught, we both be held responsible. I take responsibility. Don't worry. Xiaoyu read this with great delight, finding it both amusing and strangely familiar. She wondered if it was a hangover, but now she'd pay attention to topics like this one about love. This should be normal, right? They were just chatting on the phone, and the topics were down to earth. It shouldn't be like Xiaohong, who'd been hooked on something unclean. Xiaoyu thought about it, and decided to make a note of it. She checked the group chat that evening to see what the topic was. After a nice nap, Xiaoyu took Xiaocan from the small cloth bag in the bedside basket, kissed her twice, and then slowly sat up. 10 seconds later, her mind finally cleared. Oh right, that guy's relationship with his fiancée? Xiaoyu's eyes snapped open, and she quickly unlocked her phone and entered the group chat. Sure enough, it was already there, just in time for the latest audio clip. Xiaoyu clicked on it. The voice was a little soft, but she could still make it out if she listened carefully. Hey, aren't you tired of picking grass for the pigs every day? Why don't you sell those pigs? That way, you won't have to work so hard every day. I feel so bad for you. Xiaoyu couldn't help but get goosebumps because the guy was speaking in a husky voice. Aw, do you really like it? Don't force yourself. Let my brother help you. He may look small, but he's very nimble, and has a lot of energy picking grass for the pigs. Xiaoyu continued to listen. She didn't know what the girl on the other side said, but the older brother smiled gracefully, and continued to speak in a husky voice. Oh, how I wish I could time travel until graduation, then go home and be with you. I love pork, and I think I could raise pigs. Together, we could definitely live a good life. The boy's tone was gentle, his voice full of hope. But Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown. Liking pork had nothing to do with raising pigs. It was too far-fetched, too strange. When will your home get express delivery? I really want to buy you something. You're so tired at home alone, and I can only express my concern verbally. The boy's voice was filled with disappointment, and it sounded genuine. But Xiaoyu frowned. Her hometown was also in the countryside, and there was express delivery everywhere, even in the innermost mountains. Where did this guy's fiancée live? How could there be no express delivery? Xiaoyu continued listening to the entire hour and a half of the audio. It wasn't that she enjoyed prying into other people's relationships, but the more she listened, the more something felt off. An inexplicable familiarity grew on her. So strange. So bizarre. Xiaoyu sat on the bed in the dim light of the room, and couldn't help but meet Xiao Qian's eyes, who had a solemn expression on her face. Chapter 194. Xiaoyu blinked, and her little sweetie, Qian, also blinked. They exchanged glances, and concluded in their hearts that something was definitely wrong. It's hard to describe the feeling. Intellectually, they knew there wasn't a major problem, and it seemed like they were just having a relatively rare relationship. But somehow, something felt off, something was off. Xiaoyu and Xiao Qian exchanged glances, and decided to get to know each other better. Since they were in the same group, getting to know each other more was easy. Xiaoyu simply added the person who had sent the audio message as a friend. The other person has accepted your friend request. Let's chat. Xiaoyu glanced at the dialogue box, feeling that a direct response wasn't appropriate. She composed her words a bit before sending the message. Hello, handsome guy. I saw you at school a few days ago, and thought you were very handsome. Would you like to meet me? The other person displayed a message saying typing for a moment, and then a message popped up. Thank you. Did you see me playing basketball on the playground? Xiaoyu replied expressionlessly. So you were playing basketball too? Too bad I missed you. I saw you on your way to the cafeteria to get food. You looked so handsome carrying it. Haha, really? You're the first one to say that. The two of them chatted back and forth for a while. Xiaoyu felt the foundation of friendship had been laid, and she casually mentioned her roommate's relationship. Xiaoyu started by making up her own story. Hey, you know, the feng shui has been bad lately. My friend's been obsessed with dating lately. We thought it was normal, until one day he started talking to the air. It was really scary. Huh? That's even happening? The other person seemed shocked. Xiaoyu continued to fabricate stories. Yeah, it was about a guy who said strange things for no apparent reason, looked shy when changing clothes, kept looking back every few steps, and even raised his hand slightly, as if someone was holding his hand. It was very strange. Huh? Why does he look like he's been possessed? Xiaoyu continued to reply. We thought so too, but he was adamant that he was in a relationship and listed a lot of good things about the other person. But we couldn't understand any of this because there was no such thing. Xiaoyu felt that the other person might have thought of something, so she struck while the iron was hot. Later, we secretly asked someone to check on him, and only then did we find out that he was possessed by a demon. He had provoked an unclean thing. The thing pretended to be in love with him, but was actually sucking his energy. The other person was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously, what would happen if his energy was sucked away? Xiaoyu typed furiously. The most obvious symptoms are dark circles under the eyes, a sallow complexion, and a general lack of energy. It's obvious under normal circumstances, but during finals week, it's easy to miss. Would it be similar if I stayed up 2 hours a night? Staying up late wouldn't be this serious. This kind of thing is so obvious you can tell the person is not in a good mood just by looking back. It's incredibly bad. This time, the input icon on the other side stayed on longer. If someone like this were around me, I mean, someone who seems to be in this situation, what should I do? How would I ask someone to come and see them? Would it alarm them? Xiaoyu curled her lips in a smile. Anyone in a similar situation? Seek help as soon as possible. If you really don't have any connections, I can help. The master I hired previously left me some props. Really? Thank you so much. We've made an appointment. Perhaps her words had an effect. The man didn't hesitate for long before deciding to bring his roommate out tonight. In his words, his roommates were all his sons, and since his sons looked in danger, a father couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Xiaoyu smiled politely, and said she'd be at the cafeteria entrance at 6 p.m. to help him. At 6 p.m., it was already completely dark at a university, but the campus was full of streetlights, especially near the cafeteria, illuminating everyone with bright light. Xiaoyu put on her down jacket and a large scarf, placed the silkworms in her cloth bag into her warm pocket, and slowly made her way towards the cafeteria. The wind was freezing, and she couldn't quite explain why she'd gone out. She'd just seen that relationship online, and wanted to find out. It felt like Xiaohong's situation was strange. Xiaoyu quickly reached the cafeteria entrance. 2 people were already standing there, easy to spot. The taller, rosier-looking figure on the left was probably the one she was chatting with. The one on the right, being pulled, had a sullen complexion and huge dark circles under his eyes. He was probably the one in the relationship. Why are you holding me? You're restricting my freedom. I'm calling the police. I'm going to have them arrest you. Many students were passing by, and they couldn't help but glance inward when they heard this. Seeing this strange arrangement, they couldn't help but stop and take a closer look. Some even stood directly at the cafeteria entrance, ready to watch the excitement unfold. Xiaoyu silently pulled her scarf over the lower half of her face, then gestured to move to the side, out of the way of the doorway. My name is Xiaokai. The boy who had been pulling her scratched his head. Xiaoyu also told him her name. After the three of them reached the cafeteria, few people were looking in their direction. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although she felt that with her ability came responsibility, working under everyone's watchful eyes still felt a bit stressful. Why are you pulling me? Why are you dragging me into this dark corner? Are you trying to murder me? Let me go! Let me go! I want to call Tian. I want Tian to call the police. We're breaking the law. The guy Xiaokai was holding suddenly made a loud noise, successfully attracting the passing crowd. Someone else was approaching. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her classmates approaching, and she realized she couldn't continue like this. If that was the case, she had to act quickly, otherwise even the most secluded corner would be a target of onlookers. Behave yourself. Stop thinking about sweet things all the time. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Someone wouldn't know if you stayed up all night studying. Of course you get dark circles from staying up all night talking on the phone. How would you know that if you're not in a relationship? Let me go, let me go! My sweetie's calling. She must be missing me. The phone rang constantly. Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown. It didn't seem to come from the phone. It sounded vague and strange. Let me go! I'm on the phone! The older brother struggled mightily, while Xiaokai pulled hard. Neither of them seemed to realize the phone had fallen out. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but secretly squeezed the silkworm in her hand. She had originally planned to wait until there were fewer people around before taking action, but now it was too late, because the older brother had already started taking an air call, pinching his hand into the shape of a phone and holding it to his ear. Hello? Tian, what were you doing just now? I was playing with my roommate. He kept pulling me along, maybe wanting me to treat him to dinner. The older brother stood still while he was on the phone, as if his emotions had instantly stabilized. Even being dragged out in the cold wind to answer the phone wasn't a problem. Love was all that mattered. The older brother smiled gracefully twice, his expression suddenly relaxed. His gray, tired face radiated a unique color, relaxed and sweet, as if he were in the most idyllic and innocent love. Xiaoyu was ready to go, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught Xiaokai's dazed look and almost laughed. He also noticed the dropped phone. The older brother took 2 more steps, completely unaware that his roommate had let go of his hand. With slow, awkward steps, he trudged to the edge of the flower bed and began plucking leaves. Hey, when I get home, are my family going to let us get married right away? Should I be more reserved then, or they see I'm too eager? Xiaoyu and Xiaokai stood in the cold breeze near the cafeteria, watching their roommates plucking leaves from the flower bed, while they talked about their love life with a few onlookers. The older brother's air phone was still firing. He didn't know what Tian had said across from him, but he suddenly laughed and spoke afterward. Okay, it's a deal. The voice was soft and gentle, full of emotion, enough to be in a movie. Xiaoyu's skin crawled with goosebumps, realizing she couldn't wait any longer. Even if there were more people, she feared this guy would go crazy if she waited any longer. Xiaoyu mentally prepared herself with Xiaokan and then clutched the cloth bag. Looking at the crowd around her, she tugged at her scarf, and the moment the love-struck guy turned around, she rushed forward. The whistling evening breeze lashed towards her, aiming for the rippling love face. Xiaoyu controlled her strength and slammed the cloth bag onto the guy's head. In that instant, she thought she heard something deflate. Squeak! Everyone was unable to react, staring at Xiaoyu in confusion. Xiaokai, realizing what was happening, clenched his fists, then, thinking of something, picked up his roommate's phone from the floor. The love-struck guy before him stood stunned, his hand still clutching at nothing. After a long pause, he gently lowered his hand and blinked his bloodshot eyes at Xiaoyu. Plop! He collapsed. Counselor, I really didn't hit you. I don't have that much strength. Xiaoyu sat in the ambulance, looking aggrieved. What are you talking about? So many classmates saw it? I know you definitely didn't mean to do it, you just didn't use enough force. Be more careful next time. I really didn't hit him. He's just weak, because of what? The counselor frowned. It's okay to make mistakes, the most important thing is to take responsibility. You're a college student, don't you understand that? But I didn't hit him. I saved him. He was possessed. He was deceived by something unclean. He thought he was in love, But in reality, his vital energy was being sucked away. I saved him. I used my substance to expel the evil spirit from him. He fainted because it was so stimulating. You kid. The counselor was about to say, don't lie, when the two police officers in the ambulance turned their heads. Is he in the same situation? One of the officers said. Chapter 195. 3 question marks popped up in the counselor's head. He turned around, trying to verify this with his eyes, but all he saw were the two police officers' serious expressions, not a joking expression at all. Yes. The student Xiaoyu nodded. He calls every day. It was his roommate who noticed something was wrong because his complexion was getting worse. Xiaoyu was matter of fact, omitting the part about herself asking the other person out. The two police officers exchanged a glance, their thoughts welling up. Coincidentally, these two were the same officers who had previously purchased the Qingxin silkworm. Because the incident had paranormal undertones, a brief report was made and no further action was taken, pending specialized handling. Student, can you explain the whole story in detail? Including how you got that silkworm in your hand. Don't worry, we have it too. We just wanted to see how frequent these cases are. The other person's tone was sincere, and the counselor sat beside him. Feeling the close connection with the silkworm deep in his mind, Xiaoyu finally found the courage to speak. Actually, before I met this guy, I noticed something was amiss with my roommate. Xiaoyu recounted the whole story from beginning to end. From noticing Xiaohong's unusual behavior in the dorm to discovering a strange classmate's romance in the school chat room, she didn't elaborate on the silkworm incident, simply saying it was given by a master and had a calming effect. The car was completely silent. The counselor was stunned. He looked from the serious Xiaoyu to the solemn-faced police officer, realizing this was real. No joke. No one told him the world is unscientific anymore. The counselor looked at the unconscious male student on the stretcher beside him, and thinking of his plight, he was speechless for a moment. No, what the hell is this? Has it become so fashionable? The two police officers remained silent. Xiaoyu was also lost in thought. The counselor looked around, and finally pulled out his phone. He often lurked in the school's group chats, and sure enough, they were discussing this matter. Why did the guy at the cafeteria door faint? Was he really knocked down by that female warrior slap? That shouldn't be the case. I was there, and all I can say is that guy's condition isn't good. He looked mentally unstable, a bit sick. Huh? Don't understand? Is he mentally ill? I don't know. Maybe he just has a rich inner world. Why do you say that? I think I saw it too, because he took a cold call, chatting away, and ripped a lot of leaves from the flower bed. Huh? Actually, it's not his problem. He's possessed. That thing was pretending to be his girlfriend and dating him. The girl who slapped him unconscious was saving him. If they don't slap him unconscious, he'd be in trouble. Huh? Isn't this a university group? Why are there comments like this? Where have you learned science? Are you just a bunch of idiots? There's a lot you don't know. Stay cautious. Maybe the evil spirit who got slapped away will come talk to you tonight because you're so disdainful. Be careful. Go away. Talk things over nicely. Seek common ground while reserving differences. Arguing will get you kicked out. We have a counselor in this group. Oh shit, I almost forgot. It's okay. The counselor is busy getting on the ambulance right now. He definitely doesn't have time to check his phone, let alone lurking in our group. The counselor quietly put away his phone. Student, thank you for your bravery. I report it to you. It's not your fault that the boy fainted. I have a car take you back to school later. Thank you for your hard work. The two police officers looked serious and spoke with sincerity. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, while she did do a good deed, it was just a spur-of-the-moment impulse, not something that's significant. She hesitated for less than 3 seconds before accepting with a smile. Then, all three of them turned their attention to the counselor. Counselor, ? Ahem. He also realized. Well, Xiaoyu, I didn't investigate thoroughly. You're a kind and enthusiastic student. I'm really sorry. I give you a certificate of helpfulness and give you extra credit. Okay. Xiaoyu was finally happy. Although she didn't expect rewards when doing good deeds, it was definitely happier to receive something. Xiaokan seemed to sense her excitement and twisted his body around in her mind, indicating that he was also very happy. Bobo Bobo! Xiaoyu gave her 3 hearty kisses. Back to school. Xiaoyu helped out at the hospital for a while, then returned to school with the counselor. The unconscious boy was being cared for by his family. Counselor, Xiaoyu hinted. Additional credits, huh? I go get your stamp and fill out the forms now. Oh yeah. Additional credits. Although she wasn't running for student leader and her test scores weren't particularly outstanding, the credits she earned were hers, even if they didn't contribute much. This is proof of bravery. It has to be added. Hey Xiaoyu, do you think there are more cases like this in our school? The counselor suddenly called her over. Huh? Xiaoyu quickly realized, I don't know, probably not many. More would be outrageous. I just learned that if this situation isn't addressed promptly, it could be life-threatening. The counselor's face was solemn and worried. Xiaoyu still didn't know what to say. It probably won't get that bad, right? Maybe the students will find out first. Then can we try to find out as early as possible? Try to avoid a bad situation and nip the danger in the bud? The counselor seemed to have an idea. How do you put it? Xiaoyu asked cooperatively. We can hold an online competition where people share their, or their loved ones' recent love lives. We give them a bigger reward. Let's see if we can identify anything amiss. Xiaoyu was stunned, and after the counselor's persuasion, she agreed to help him identify the finalists. But it's still amazing. Is it still possible? A competition to encourage everyone to share their love stories? Well, it's not impossible. The love status sharing contest arrived with great fanfare. Thanks to the hidden influence of the school, this contest launched with great fanfare and quickly became a viral sensation. Everyone, whether interested or not, had heard of it to some degree. Oh my god, what a corny, old-fashioned name. The school feels like some old people trying to keep up with the times. Can they please come up with a proper name? It's so embarrassing. The prizes are quite generous. First prize is 1,314 yuan in love funds, second prize is 520 yuan, third prize is 52 yuan, and the rest are participation prizes. All of them are worth 5 extra credits. Huh? 5 extra credits? Just make up a little love story? Yes, as long as it passes the review, you get extra points. What the hell is going on at school? I only managed to get 10 extra credits last semester by running around doing assignments, and now you're telling me I can get 5 extra credits just by typing. Is credit inflation a thing? How does that work? What extra credits? I definitely join, or I fall 5 credits behind my competition. The review process isn't strict enough, right? Otherwise, I have to learn how to write a love story. I'm not writing a love story. Sharing your love life should start with something close to you. It seems like the only place to talk about love is at school. What a crazy competition. It feels like they're forcing a love story, like they're secretly trying to force it, smiles, a little bit, but since it adds 5 credits, I'm still going to participate. I just have to be determined. Love story. I've been single since birth, but my roommate's in a happy relationship lately, so I'm going to write about her story. She happens to love sharing her love story in the dorm. That makes sense. Then I write about my classmates. This competition feels like it was made for me. I want to go on a trip with my partner, but I don't have enough money. I'm going to write about our love story, and win the 1314 Love Fund to see the ocean. I won't let you couples get away with it. We singles need to stand up, work hard on our love stories, and win the prize. We're going to see the ocean ourselves. I'm starting too. The love status sharing contest is going strong. The counselors have to read hundreds of love updates every day. They're dizzy and dazed. As soon as they open their eyes, 2 big words pop up. Love. No, I can't go on like this alone. The counselor was deeply aware that one person's power was limited. He needed to find more people to analyze the situation with him. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he'd collapse before he could find the possessed student. So, he decisively picked up his phone and sent a message to the student union's work group. There's a task. Screen submissions for the love status sharing contest. 10 people, each will receive 5 extra credits. The response was immediate. 10 minutes later, all 10 people arrived and happily sat down. Counselor, next time there's a good task like this, please come to us. Yes, yes. I don't even have to leave the house, and can still read gossip. Sure thing. The counselor gave a tired smile and began to discuss the precautions for screening submissions. Actually, this competition has a deeper meaning. We can't just look at how touching or heartwarming a story is. We're looking for something a little quirky, something that defies common sense, or even feels a little off. We need to screen out those submissions and send them to my email. Huh? The students didn't seem to understand. But the counselor couldn't say more. Students are generally talkative, but also very smart. Anything they say would be known and spread. Actually, This competition isn't about finding heartwarming stories, but about finding inspiration for a horror romance. If you carefully select them now, you might end up with a masterpiece. The counselor lied expressionlessly, realizing that his reasoning was truly sound. It was well-founded and achieved its purpose. Oh. The students finally understood, ordered milk tea, and began to work. The only sound in the room was the clatter of keyboards and mice, as everyone was intently studying and analyzing. One of the students looked around, and seeing no one was watching, he secretly took out his phone and took a picture of the computer screen. He then obscured the details of the entry, revealing only the title, Love Status Sharing Contest. I'm working for the student union, and I'm responsible for screening the entries for the school's competition. The student took a look, deemed them okay, and posted it directly to Chengdai's forum. Chapter 196. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, it was just an ordinary post shared. Just joining the student union after starting college wasn't a rare occurrence. But the internet is full of different people, and there's no shortage of people with nothing to do. Xiao Jia is one of them. Since being beaten down by society, Xiao Jia hasn't worked. He feeds the whole family, living flat out in his rented apartment all day. When he runs out of money, he earns a little online. He has a small social media account. As a social media person, he spends a considerable amount of time online, not to mention that Xiao Jia himself is quite an internet enthusiast. Love status sharing contest? What the hell is that? Xiao Jia saw the post and clicked on the account's homepage. After reading dozens of shares, he finally figured out which school it was from. He followed the clues and crawled onto the school's website, finding the section about the contest. Love status sharing contest. The 8 characters were written at the top, their lines rough and their colors blunt, looking rushed. Xiao Jia scrolled down and saw updates shared by college students. My roommate is a very nice girl. At the beginning of the semester, she brought us fried sunflower seeds, beef jerky, and fruit candies. She's even more delicious since she started dating. Her boyfriend would go out with her to eat even more, and he'd always pack up for us. We had durian pizza, crab pot, curry beef, and so much more. I can't even begin to describe it all. Ever since my friend started dating, he's looked so much more energetic. He used to wear his elementary school padded jacket, but now, he finally looks like a respectable person. Love is truly magical. It can even make you look more handsome. Ever since I started dating, I finally have someone to teach me my lessons unconditionally. I'm so happy. Enough talk, I need to get back to studying. Xiao Jia continued scrolling, preparing to make a video based on the content from this forum. Even if the content wasn't particularly impressive, a headline with a punchy title would be enough. What does dating really bring to college students? Then I call the video this. Just post the picture, add the voiceover, and it'd be ready to go. Xiao Jia nodded and scrolled down. After reading dozens of posts, he had a rough idea. Just as he was about to start making a video, his hand shook, and he scrolled down again. The world and I are a concerto of melancholy melodies. I'd already flipped through it. Although the first line was a bit literary, Xiao Jia scrolled on. I don't know why I'm typing this. Maybe it's just the quietness of the night. My 20s are a turning point for me. Last month, I heard another echo in the world, but also learned last month that I only have a few short months left to live. I'm a very introverted person. When I was a student, I always secretly envied my enthusiastic and talkative classmates because I didn't have much to say and my experiences were boring. My childhood was filled with endless laundry and homework under dim lights, but thankfully, I persevered and made it this far. Last month, everything was getting better. I had a warm coat, my scholarship was about to arrive, and I met a special person next to a rose bush. He was carrying a violin, and when he turned to look at me, his eyes seemed filled with stars. I don't know how to play the violin, I just knew he played beautifully. But I'm not good with words, so I couldn't find any compliments. But he was different from what I'd imagined. He had a unique, gentle, polite manner, the kind of child raised in wealth. He said it was great to have me as his audience, that I could help him build up his courage. He said that in college, practicing in front of so many classmates always made him nervous, which led to his poor grades in violin classes. I don't know if this is true, I just think he's truly gentle. I go to listen to him practice every day, and he's incredibly hardworking. Every time I pass by, he's practicing in that corner. The violin is so beautiful, so dignified and elegant, something I'd never experienced in my entire life. Even back in junior high, I knew there was basically no love in the world. But in those moments when our eyes met, I firmly believe something must have happened. It might not be love, But at least there was a tacit understanding, a rapport, the sound of two heartstrings plucked together. But it all happened so fortuitously. Perhaps fate plays a trick on us. Ever since we confirmed our feelings for each other, I've noticed something's not right with me. My mental state has worsened. Occasionally, I feel powerless. If I stand up suddenly, my vision goes black. I've had 5 online consultations, and unsurprisingly, they all turned out to be leukemia. Alas, I suddenly have so much to say, but I don't know where to begin. Let it be. It seems like God hasn't been unfair to me. At least those days and nights have passed without incident. Now I'm quietly lying in a warm dorm in another city. Thinking this way, I don't seem to have too many regrets. Although I'm a little tired, I've been moving forward. I've encountered beautiful scenery. Although it's a bit regrettable, I can accept it. After all, life is a journey. I haven't told my boy about this yet. I just said I won't watch him practice piano by the roses anymore. I'm a pale and boring person. He will have new listeners and the prosperous and brilliant life he was meant to have. The mouse slowly scrolled to this point, and Xiao Jia lost his voice for a moment. He sat there for a moment, then decided to make a video later to mainly tell this story. Based on a real-life university story, the protagonist's experience is quite representative. After a life of hardships, he thought he would finally find happiness. But then, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, forcing him to calmly let go of everything. It was heartbreaking, yet also very touching. Xiao Jia had already decided to make this video, focusing on this poignant and regretful theme. He casually clicked on the comments, ready to see if everyone was as moved as he was, when he suddenly saw the first trending comment. Although, does our school have a violin major? How come I've never heard of such an elegant thing? I'm in the student union, and I can assure you, our school doesn't have a violin major. Ah? So the story is made up? I can't stand it. It brought tears to my eyes. I was crying while eating spicy hot pot. My roommate asked me what was wrong, and I had to say it was the spiciness. No, you can't make up stories. Isn't this a love status sharing contest? If you could make it up, everyone would have done it. It's not fair at all. Although, I think I know who the original poster is. Our dorm is quite secluded, and I often see her standing by the rose bushes downstairs, talking to herself. Wait. Rose bushes? Where did the original poster say she often dated that violinist? Next to the rose bushes. This is terrifying. What's going on? Are you sure the guy upstairs is just talking to himself? Have you seen any violinists? No, never. My bed faces that place, and I can see it just by standing there. The original poster is the only one who goes there often. There's never been any violinists there. What the hell? Xiao Jia couldn't help but burst out in curse words when he saw this. Even after years of internet experience, he was still shocked. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen in a simple university forum, a heartwarming and beautiful love story sharing contest? Is this a script? But there's no need. Who else but him would be so bored to participate in such an activity in a remote corner of the university? But this is too outrageous. What on earth could this be? A self-directed performance? Mental illness? A supernatural event? A group performance? Several possibilities suddenly crossed Xiao Jia's mind, but this only strengthened his resolve to make videos. With buzz comes popularity, and with popularity comes traffic, and with money. One video would give him a long break. He had to make videos. He could even make several videos with different themes and styles, and release them on different platforms. Heartbreaking love, if I could not miss you. A terrifying comment section. Is it self-directed or just a gag? The mental health of college students in the new era needs attention. Colleges should keep up with the trends. Love status contest. Different angles, different topics, directly capitalizing on traffic. Xiao Jia began making videos without pause. Driven by his instinct as a self-media personality, he started with the theme a terrifying comment section. Based on his recent viewing experience, he started with a heartwarming love story, and then jumped into the comments section for a shocking shock, a perfect sequence. Xiao Jia worked up an all-nighter to create the video. He was a little nervous when he first posted it, so he spent some money to buy buzz. Almost immediately, netizens discovered it. Yi Sifeng also noticed. He was taking a day off today and not doing fortune-telling, but as a seasoned online surfer, he was almost immediately aware of the video. He knew about the college love status contest, held by the school, where the girl named Xiaoyu worked, to uncover supernatural romances within the school. And now, he had caught one. Yi Sifeng read the love story, paused for a few seconds at the line, conducted 5 online consultations, then gently put his phone down. He began counting on his fingers, following the thread of the love story. He quickly pinpointed the girl's exact location, then dug into his pocket, pulled out a mechanical heart-clearing silkworm, attached a mechanical bamboo dragonfly, and clicked on it. The bamboo dragonfly, carrying the silvery white silkworm, flew swayingly and quickly disappeared into the air. At this rate, it would reach its destination in about half an hour. Xiaomei was in her dorm room. Perhaps after lying in bed for a few days, she finally regained some strength. She slowly rose from her bed and poured herself a cup of hot water. As the steamy vapor reached her eyes, she couldn't help but shed a tear. If only I could continue living. She lowered her head, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and glanced at her pale palms before letting out a soft sigh. That's it. At least I'm in college, at least in a vibrant city, not back home, not on the freezing cold riverbank, not in a dilapidated house. That's it. It's good, that's it. Xiaomei slowly drank half a cup of water. Feeling a little warm in her stomach, she breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed much better today. Should she go see him? Is he still there? Has my violin playing improved? Will it get wet in the rain? Don't catch a cold. Xiaomei sat quietly on the stool, her thoughts racing. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the glass. Bang! Bang! What was that sound? So strong. Xiaomei was confused, but the dormitory was empty, so she could only slowly move over. She strained to open the window, but there was nothing there. She looked around and suddenly saw a silver bamboo dragonfly flying by the window frame. Wait, is there something down there? Something long and small? Xiaomei squinted her eyes, and suddenly saw two small black things. They blinked twice. Is that eyes? Xiaomei was stunned, watching the silver bamboo dragonfly whirring around. She watched the tiny silver object move. She stood by the window, her hand vacantly extended. The bamboo dragonfly whirred around, and the tiny silver object fell into her hand. Chapter 197. Xiaomei stared blankly at the bamboo dragonfly folded up and stored, watching the silvery white insect sway in her palm. Being close enough, she finally saw it clearly this time. This shape, this pattern, it looked like a silkworm. The mechanical silkworm swayed at the right moment, as if confirming her suspicions. How strange. Could this thing read minds? Xiaomei's mind suddenly flashed with scenes of aliens attacking Earth, using mechanical devices to scout the way, explaining the situation, and then launching the invasion, leaving Earth in danger. Xiaomei stretched out her hand stiffly, unsure of what to do. Should she throw it away or take it back to the dormitory? The silvery white silkworm was incredibly smooth, and the touch of it swaying in her palm was strange, slightly cool, yet inexplicably refreshing. Was it an illusion? Xiaomei's thoughts raced wildly, and for a moment, she didn't notice her mind gradually clearing. Her thoughts, like a fog breaking through and stepping onto a path, became clearer and more powerful. Sigh, how did a mechanical silkworm suddenly appear outside the window, along with a folded bamboo dragonfly? Couldn't they be alien artifacts? Is today's science and technology capable of supporting such toys? Xiaomei struggled with her thoughts, but to no avail. The mechanical silkworm still dangled in her hand, but sensing its hesitation, she immediately initiated the binding process. Instantly, a jolt of electricity coursed from her palm to her brain, a numbing sensation that cleared the fog from her mind. In that instant, she seemed to see so many things. The path back to the dormitory, the brilliant rose bushes lining the path, and the smile of the elegant young violinist. All of a sudden, everything was shattered. The black mist whistled up, then collapsed instantly. She stood there, stunned, her mind a blank. The heartbeats of their mutual gazes, the resonances of their repeated glances, the emotions mingling in their eyes, the unspoken understanding, all suddenly vanished with the black mist. Xiaomei was shocked. She glanced at the silvery silkworm in her palm, then leaned toward the window, and gazed into the distance. She felt nothing. Before, whenever she stood here, whenever she looked toward the roses, an indescribable sadness would envelop her, tightly and tightly. Xiaomei, unwilling to give up, quickly changed her clothes, tucked the silkworm in her pocket, and rushed downstairs. She had never run so fast on campus before. The wind whistled in her ears, the clean, fresh air filled her nose. The sky was vast, stretching from overhead to the distance. The world suddenly seemed incredibly large. Xiaomei quickly ran to the rose bush. It was deserted. No one was playing the violin. She suddenly felt lost. Where had that sense of loss gone, that mixture of sadness and anticipation, that soft feeling like a lingering rain? Why was it so clean? And even a little reassuring? Ah! Xiaomei stood by the rose bush for a moment, then walked back and forth a few times, picking up 2 pieces of trash and throwing them into the trash can. Although somewhat bewildered, she quietly gathered her thoughts. First of all, she definitely liked him. Wait. Why did she like him? Just because he was playing the violin? Xiaomei was stunned. She wasn't a superficial person. Coming from the mountains of her hometown, it was impossible for her to fall so deeply in love so easily. Xiaomei suddenly realized something was wrong. It all started with that one glance in the rose bushes. With just one glance, she couldn't move, feeling as if she had witnessed the most moving scene in the world. The man playing the violin in the rose bushes was himself an elegant violin. Xiaomei shuddered. She had never felt so clearly that she had stumbled upon something unclean. It was terrifying, that kind of irresistible force. A single glance could bring maddening infatuation. Xiaomei quickly stood up, ready to leave. Standing there, she thought of that unclean thing. It was terrifying. It was disguised as love, and even forced. She said she wasn't a love-brained person. So impressed. What bad luck. Xiaomei hurried away, her mind a turmoil and a jolt of energy. Although she felt lost and helpless, she felt a slight sense of relief when she touched the silver bar in her pocket. Although she didn't know which deity had given her this, perhaps it also meant that some deity was aware of her efforts. Knowing everything about her past, they couldn't bear to see her deceived by such an unlucky thing. Xiaomei felt better. She passed by a milk tea shop and bought an ice cream cone. While wandering around the school, she stopped by the lake and broke off a piece of ice cream biscuit crumbs to feed the carp. There were so many carp, jostling around, each one incredibly fat. A small amount of ice cream crumbs wasn't enough, so Xiaomei took 2 steps forward and broke off a little more. Classmate, don't get so close. Xiaomei shuddered in fear, but the next second, she was dragged away from the lake and into a nearby pavilion by 2 or 3 classmates. Xiaomei's face was filled with fear. If it weren't for the senior student she knew sitting across from her, she would have run away immediately. Junior, did they misunderstand? You were just feeding the fish. They're so careless. Did you have lunch? I made some bento boxes, and I have one for you. Let's eat together. The senior student smiled gently, her tone a touch of forced calm. Xiaomei was confused, wondering if they had misunderstood. She really was just feeding the fish, not committing suicide. She hadn't finished her ice cream yet. It was already melting. Xiaomei quickly took 2 bites of it. Junior, come here. This is yours. Don't be afraid. After learning about your situation, I just wanted to help you and make sure you have a happy last few days. The senior student smiled softly, but the corners of her eyes began to redden. Ah. Xiaomei suddenly remembered what she'd posted in the love status sharing contest, and gently closed her eyes. How should I put it? I didn't feel anything when I wrote this, filled with such lingering sentimentality, even every word and sentence was so fitting. But once all the emotions faded, and I looked back objectively, my toes started to work. What the hell? So embarrassing, so digging my toes. Xiaomei's toes worked furiously, as she took the lunch box from her senior. After thanking her repeatedly, she didn't know what else to say, so she thanked her once more before gently opening it. The flavors were light, yet the combination of meat and vegetables was nutritious. It was clear the senior had put a lot of thought into this. I've checked, and these are all edible and won't burden your body. Here are the chopsticks, come and enjoy your meal. Xiaomei suddenly remembered that she had leukemia, but she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt as if her body had regained its health. The weakness and emotions had vanished, and her limbs were strong and powerful again. Thank you, senior, I'm so happy. Xiaomei picked up her chopsticks and began to eat under the senior's gentle gaze. It was truly delicious. The steak was tender and juicy, and the juices flowed between her teeth as she chewed. The unique milky aroma mingled with the food, and Xiaomei was completely captivated. The senior smiled with satisfaction, feeling deeply that her cooking skills had improved. Although she couldn't do anything about the junior's illness, she could still cook a good meal. Xiaomei enjoyed a delicious meal, a nutritious combination of meat and vegetables, and the gentle senior was there for her. I was so happy. Even though my senior might have misunderstood, I was still so happy. Xiaomei thanked her senior again, picked up the wrapper from her ice cream cone, and began to say goodbye. She walked along the small path around the school, and she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt like many people were secretly watching her. When they noticed she was being watched, they turned away, but there was no other clue, as if everyone was just minding their own business. How strange, was it an illusion? Xiaomei made her way back to the dorm, and as soon as she entered, a box of cake was thrust into her hands. Here, a black tea-flavored Swiss roll. You saw it on a video, and said you wanted it. The roommate's smile was gentle, and his tone was incredibly soft. Xiaomei was flattered, but she immediately realized something was amiss. Maybe the post I posted in the sharing contest went viral, but how do people know it's mine? Well, don't get too excited yet. Just check your phone. But be prepared, it's going to be a lot of virality. Xiaomei didn't take this seriously. How could a school-organized, old-fashioned sharing contest really be a big hit? Spreading across the entire college wouldn't be considered a big deal. At most, it would only be popular within their school. She casually opened her phone, desperately wanting to check out the school's official website, when a message suddenly popped up on her short video app. A young, heartbreaking love beside a rose. If I hadn't met you. Xiaomei was shocked. With a shaky heart, she clicked on it, but after 3 seconds, she finally gave up. I stumbled across this story while browsing the internet. A girl from a poor mountainous area, but she worked hard, earned a scholarship, and met her true love next to a rose bush. But fate wasn't on her side. Xiaomei saw her own literary love story scrolling by, and saw a stream of tearful emojis in the comments section. Ah! She let out a small scream, and was about to leave the page when her peripheral vision caught sight of a related search below. Horror story? A terrifying comment section. She realized something, and tremblingly clicked on it. It started with a picture of the comments section for a recent status sharing contest. Our school doesn't have a violin major. Although, I think I know who the poster is. Our dormitory building is quite secluded, and I often see her standing alone next to the rose bush downstairs, mumbling to herself. Ah! Xiaomei quickly fled to her bed, and buried her head in the covers. Just as she was about to face the world, she suddenly felt something cool crawling up her head. She reached out to touch it, and sure enough, she felt the mechanical silkworm. Instantly, the nervousness and awkwardness subsided considerably. Although still there, it wasn't irritating anymore. She buried her head in the covers. Xiaomei paused for a moment before deciding to go to the large hospital near the school for a checkup. Although she felt she wasn't ill, it would still be better to get a result. It turns out online consultations are so unreliable. Alas, she needed to see a doctor in person. As for the internet, for now, just wear a mask when you go out. After a while, everyone's attention will be diverted. Xiaomei secretly resolved to stop using her phone for the time being. It was the end of the semester, so she needed to study hard and strive for her next scholarship. Yi Zifeng, on the other hand, was fascinated by his phone. He now read fortunes in the mornings and surfed the web in the afternoons and evenings. He had become a seasoned internet user. Sensing that Xiaomei's situation was nearly resolved, he gently lowered his finger, intending to take advantage of this wave of love and the supernatural to develop something else. He had almost figured out the mechanism, and he also had some understanding of how the pure heart silkworm's spiritual energy worked. He decided not to develop a mechanical silkworm, which was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and material-intensive. He wanted to challenge himself in this world. Develop a small program specifically to detect the supernatural elements of love. Xiaomei's experience inspired him. Young people these days love to share their lives, let alone those involved in elaborate supernatural romances. They definitely reveal a little bit about it online. Search for keywords, analyze the situation, automatically generate a program, and remove it with a single click across the network cable. Yi Zifeng nodded, then, holding Ying Fangxuan in his arms, stepped into the storage space. Chapter 198. The storage space was vast, overflowing with items. Millennia of cultivation world treasures, as well as specialties from past worlds, were all here, yet it wasn't messy, thanks to Ying Fangxuan's frequent tidying. Yi Zifeng glanced at the neatly organized items. He had no idea what criteria Ying Fangxuan used for sorting them, but it somehow suited his taste. Yi Zifeng touched the items near him, then turned to look at the furry Ying Fangxuan. He quickly caught his gaze, flew over, and landed in his hand. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips, then reached out and pinched them, causing Ying Fangxuan to gurgle. A bit unpromising, Yi Zifeng commented. Ying Fangxuan didn't seem to understand, merely moving his head and blinking. Yi Zifeng felt like laughing, but he suppressed it. Alas, perhaps the world still needs those with romantic aspirations. Otherwise, how could his dedicated efforts stand out? Yi Zifeng pinched Ying Fangxuan again. I'm going to get to work. The little furry creature nodded, then swayed and flew onto Yi Zifeng's shoulder, adopting a serious attitude of companionship. Yi Zifeng glanced down at him, and began to study diligently. Spiritual power, electricity. All power has traceable paths, flowing along the orbits defined by the world. Since he could stand in this world and use spiritual power, it meant that spiritual power, too, had a place in it. Yi Tsifeng sank into the sea of his mind, where vast cultivation texts intertwined with countless ones and zeros. To his left lay the path of spiritual power, to his right, a life made of machinery. Just need to find that one connecting point. Yi Tsifeng's thoughts were completely absorbed. While he was absorbed in his research, the internet was still abuzz with discussion about Xiaomei's paranormal love story. Xiao Jia's video was a huge success, and people online, not lacking in leisure, followed the clues and tracked it down to the school's official website. There really is such a competition. This story was actually shared by someone. Oh my god. The first comment in the comment section actually said that their school didn't have a violin major. What the hell is going on? Marketing accounts spread the story, and social media outlets spread the story, and it spread like wildfire. So, anyone with an internet connection knew about the tragic and mysterious love story of a girl at a certain university. This is terrifying. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? The psychiatrist is here. I think the girl's mental state is not good. The boy playing the violin is an illusion, and the terminal illness is probably fake. She's just physically weak. I go to the same school as her, and she's usually topped our class in finals. I'm not discriminating against people with mental disorders, but if they have mental issues, most people find it difficult to concentrate, let alone maintain their academic performance. So I'm more inclined to believe she's fine. I don't understand what the above person is trying to say. If she's fine, then is there really a violinist playing downstairs every day? I don't think so. He gets scolded, right? Do you all just believe what that girl says? It feels like a made-up story to me. I don't really feel empathy for her. So hipster. I think it's made up too. I don't know why everyone believes that girl so much. They'd rather assume she's possessed than believe she's acting. I don't understand. I'm so confused. I just hope she's not really sick. I add one. Love and other things are secondary. Physical health is most important. There are a lot of rumors circulating online, but since Xiaomei hasn't saved up enough money for a hospital checkup, there's no way to dispel them. I can only hope the hype dies down. Fortunately, a new topic emerged, generously sponsored by a kind-hearted citizen, a larger scale, more aggressive love status sharing contest, only this time under a different name. Listen to the sound of happiness. Come share your recent happy story. They say there's no love in the 21st century, but have you ever heard the sound of your heartstrings being struck? The name was cheesy, the slogan outrageous. Before netizens could complain, they saw the prizes. First prize, 100 yuan. Second prize, 50 yuan. Third prize, 10 yuan. Participation prize, 0.01 yuan. Netizens fell silent, and the comments section erupted 3 minutes later. I've read it several times, and thought I'd missed the company. What the hell is this competition? It's trending everywhere, and they've bought countless splash screen ads. But the first prize is 100 yuan. Did they miss a 10,000-word entry? Oh my god, if that's the case, the staff should be fired. Such a huge mistake, turning such a large-scale competition into an abstract game. I just emailed the back end, and customer service said there was no mistake. This is a charity competition, and the prize money is this much. Huh? Who needs 100 yuan these days? And you have to win first prize to get it. I'm so impressed. Anyone who participates is an idiot. It's such a waste of time typing. Although, I just made up a little story and won a participation prize. 0.01 is not important. I have a pink star icon behind my profile picture. So cute. I think I can choose. I picked a red one. It looks so patriotic. So shiny. Wow. This contest actually gives out badges. I like green. I get one too. Got $10. I just wrote about my boyfriend and I'm on a daily basis. I actually got $10. I'm going to use it for lemonade. I can even buy ice cream. Is it that easy? That I write one too. Twinkle twinkle little star is so cute. I want to print a colorful one. I'm going to write another story. About my friend's love life. Although the development of the incident is a bit abstract, it did happen. Simply participating earns 0.01 yuan, which will reveal a small star of a random color. If your story is particularly moving, it will be retrieved by the program and awarded between 10 and 100 yuan. This is quite interesting. I wrote about my sister and brother-in-law's relationship, and I was given 10 yuan. This money came so easily. It feels like the organizers were just giving me some free gifts. It feels like the boss was just being kind. There's no advertising or marketing, just a platform for posting stories, and a system that automatically distributes prizes. Gub 100 yuan. Love story, easy as pie. Image. A screenshot of the first 100 yuan prize appeared online, and everyone was excited. While it wasn't much, no one else had it, and this was the highest prize so far. Everyone rushed to read the article. How should I put it? It's not as melodious and moving as I'd imagined, but rather a simple and down-to-earth story. It's clear the author drew inspiration from everyday life, describing the lifelong love story of an elderly couple living next door in the residential complex. I think I know the judging criteria for the competition. Just like the name suggests, it requires sharing stories from your daily life. This comment received a lot of likes, with people exclaiming they understood. Another wave of netizens has joined in writing about their own love stories. At first, the majority of the comments were from the onlookers, but as they watched, they couldn't help but join in. What if they were the next 100 yuan? Although my writing isn't great, I'm definitely more emotional than others. More and more people are sharing their own love stories online. Yi Zifeng's newly developed paranormal love brain detection program is constantly running. With the support of big data, it gradually identified those with suspected problems. My boyfriend and I met at midnight. He was sitting alone by the river. My girlfriend has 2 long, black pigtails. If life is about to end, I hope you can still hold my hand tightly. Yi Zifeng counted the selected articles with his fingers, and found problems in almost every one of them. I'm so happy. My partner said he would always support me. I feel like a little mushroom blessed by the sun. A love that transcends dimensions. My girlfriend popped out of the computer screen to find me. The program continued to search, filtering out more and more seemingly unremarkable articles. Yi Zifeng followed the text and looked behind them. Unsurprisingly, they all contained that spiritual practitioner. It seemed that the other party had not stopped learning since entering this world, dabbling in every genre, from ancient times to the present, from the supernatural to fantasy, from sad stories to romantic comedies. I met a boy with the same eyes as my late mother. The girl next door cooks a late-night snack every night, and always invites me over for a bite. What should I do? How should I pursue her? My lover seems to have come out of the game to find me. The program was still searching. Yi Zifeng pinched his fingers with his right hand, and used his left hand to send the Kingsinken mini program, sending all messages to the account that shared the story, erasing the strange love story with a single click. Xiaozhua was a high school student, but due to poor mental health, he had taken a year off. The dim room, with its curtains drawn tightly, and the door locked tightly, blocked out everyone's concern. But Xiaozhua didn't feel lonely, because the girl he liked emerged from the computer screen, took his little finger, and promised to be together forever. Xiaozhua, can you lean on your shoulder for a moment? The girl with turquoise hair and eyes blinked, her smile incredibly gentle. Sure. Xiaozhua also felt sweet. The turquoise girl gently leaned on his shoulder, and Xiaozhua felt a chill run through his body, as if the warmth was slowly draining away. What's wrong, Xiaozhua? The turquoise girl had the softest, sweetest voice in the world. Nothing. Xiaozhua smiled back, unconcerned with the small sacrifice. After all, this was a relationship that transcended dimensions. Time ticked by, and Xiaozhua struggled to open his eyes, but his body grew colder and colder, especially where the girl leaned against him, which felt bone-chillingly cold. Xiaozhua, are you tired? The turquoise girl asked softly. Yeah. He forced himself to steady his voice. Then I sit by myself for a while. The turquoise-haired girl stood up and gently sat on the bed, appearing incredibly sweet and considerate. But Xiaozhua was already feeling guilty. How could he be so useless? The person he loved had traveled through time and space to find him, yet he was such a complete loser. Xiaozhua, don't blame yourself. You're the best in my eyes. That's how I like you. Xiaozhua's eyes couldn't help but well up. He turned away in the dim light, not wanting the person he loved to see his vulnerability. To mask his emotions, he hurriedly clicked on the mouse, clicking randomly, and accidentally clicked into the private message in the background. There was a small red dot. Xiaozhua clicked it to open it. The computer screen suddenly went black, and a dot of light suddenly appeared in the middle. Then, a burst of light, like a solid object, exploded before Xiaozhua's eyes, making him dizzy. It took him a long time to get up from the ground. Xiaozhua, what's wrong with you? A hoarse voice came from the bed. Xiaozhua turned and saw a mottled, ugly black mist moving up and down, constantly squeezing out caring words. Xiaozhua, why are you looking at me like that? Xiaozhua held his dizzy head with his hands and fumbled to turn on the light, but the black mist continued to move, ferocious and hideous. Mom! Mom! There's a ghost in my room! Mom! Xiaoxue quickly unlocked the door and rushed out. Chapter 199. What's wrong? What's wrong, son? Xiaoxue's mother, startled by his roar, rushed over. Mom! There's a ghost in my room! Xiaoxue threw himself into his mother's arms, only to calm down after a long soothing. You just said there's a ghost in the room, right? Don't be afraid, I go with you. His mother's tone was so gentle, as if coaxing a child. Xiaoxue suddenly realized that his mother didn't believe him. Mom, there really is a ghost. And it's calling my name. Pretending to be my favorite anime character. So scary. Okay. His mother gently patted Xiaoxue's hand and led him to the door of his bedroom. Don't be afraid, Mom will be with you. Look, there's nothing. Xiaoxue's mother suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the figure on the bed. Xiaoxue looked over, but saw only a hazy black mist. Then, glancing at his mother's entranced expression, he suddenly realized something was amiss. That ghost had possessed his mother. Mom! Xiaoxue pulled, but nothing would move. He realized for the first time how much strength his mother possessed. She lifted her foot and walked toward the bed. The closer she got, the more nostalgic and sentimental her expression grew. Xiaoxue's skin crawled with goosebumps. He realized what the hell that was, that it could possess someone so deeply, was pure possession. Xiaoxue hurried to pull his mother, but he couldn't budge. He'd been cooped up at home for too long and lacked exercise, so his arm muscles weren't nearly as developed as his mother's. Mom! Mom! Look at me, Mom! Xiaoxue jumped up and down frantically, finally figuring out how he'd regained consciousness. He'd been playing on the computer, and then he'd opened a private message and seen. Xiaoxue rushed over, cleared the private message page, and then re-entered it. His mother was facing the computer desk. Xiaoxue suddenly opened the private message, then stared at her without blinking. Xiaoxue's mother suddenly stopped, her eyes gradually brightening, as if she were gathering her spirit. Mom! Xiaoxue suddenly cried out. Hey! Xiaoxue's mother came to her senses. What am I? She looked around, startled when she realized what had happened, and quickly hugged Xiaoxue. Mom, I don't want to stay in this room anymore. Let's sleep in Dad's room. Okay. Xiaoxue's mother quickly agreed. Still utterly terrified, neither of them realized that this was the first time Xiaoxue had attempted to leave the room since his suspension. But there was no way. The spell of being possessed was too terrifying. He suddenly felt hazy and dazed, as if possessed by a ghost. It was terrifying. Call my dad later, and have him bring back some roast duck. Yes, to calm us down. Move the computer to that room later, too. If I get possessed again, I can read my private messages again. Okay. Xiaoxue's mother didn't quite understand, but she agreed firmly. Yi Zifeng's paranormal love analysis app was still running, and more paranormal phenomena were being uncovered, both those involving him and those describing others. My neighbor seems to be in love. She often skips around the street by herself, her gesture so sweet, as if someone is holding her hand. My dad is in love late in life. My aunt is very shy. I often don't see her when I get home, but I always see her keeping the house in perfect order. My dad is old and frail. Should I agree? The little girl next door is so cute. She recently said she's in love with Ultraman. My boss seems to be cheating. His expression is always radiant, but his face is always dark and pale. My colleague, the king of roles, stopped working extra shifts after she started dating. Maybe it's the magic of love. As these meticulously planned paranormal romances were revealed, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh at the strength of that spiritual practitioner. How many parts did his spiritual consciousness have, and how many people did he have relationships with? The Supernatural Love mini-program is still running, uncovering one love story after another. Thanks to the Listen to the Voice of Happiness campaign still ranking among the top trending searches, many people are still participating. Life never lacks an audience. No matter how remote the place, there are always people online who will discover this campaign and share their own love stories. Yi Zifeng pinched his fingers with his left hand and said private messages with his right hand. One Qingxing Kankai mini-program after another was sent out in the background. Thus, across this land, countless people addicted to fabricated love stories accidentally clicked on the private messages, were dazzled by the light, and then gradually opened their eyes to clear their minds. Holy crap! What the hell? The boy picked up a broom and hit the black mist. Ah! The girl was startled and quickly picked up the slippers beside the bed and swatted them. Oh my god! The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes in disbelief and reached out with his large hand to swat the black mist away. Mom, my Ultraman is gone. Where's our vacuum cleaner? The innocent and romantic little girl, after receiving the instructions, pointed the vacuum cleaner at the black mist and turned it on. Xiaofan, Xiaofan. The gray-haired old man called out with a last glimmer of hope, but there was still no sign of his deceased partner. A ball of pitch-black mist expanded, twisted, and squirmed on the seat, occasionally emitting a hoarse sound. Oh! I knew it wasn't you. If you find out I've been so foolish, you have to find me my private money again, oh. The old man shakily rose from his seat, picked up a feather duster from the living room, and lashed out at the black fog. The supernatural love detection app was still running. But Yi Zifeng was no longer there, having realized that constantly squatting there to send the app was too inefficient and a waste of his energy. So he invented something new. He developed 2 new apps, one to check if the situation was true, and one to automatically generate the Qingxin Silkworm app and send a private message. Finally, he no longer had to squat, pinching his fingers while sending private messages. Perhaps this is how technology changes life. Yi Zifeng lazily sat on the sofa and reached out to pinch Ying Fangxuan. The man and the pet interacted for a while, and then, satisfied, they sat back to rest. This was supposed to be Yi Zifeng's time to play with his phone, but then, he suddenly had an idea. He didn't want to go out for fortune-telling tomorrow. He wanted to make an automatic fortune-telling app and put it in front of his stall, so customers could just scan the code. Yi Zifeng immediately set to work, stepping into the storage space. With his experience behind him, creating this small program was incredibly quick. He simply imported the fortune-telling data and then, based on his experience, configured countless horoscopes. Yi Zifeng continued to work, further perfecting the program by adding countless special horoscopes based on his own experience. The various fate lines intersected, each fork representing a different destiny. But that wasn't a big deal. With better equipment, the calculations could be performed. If that proved to be problematic, he could turn to manual labor, assisting with the fortune-telling at home. Technology truly transforms life, and the combination of technology and cultivation makes the process even faster and more convenient. Yi Zifeng finally settled down on the sofa and played with his phone. The authorities suddenly announced their intention to further cooperate. They must have finally realized the seriousness of the situation. You never know until they catch someone, and when they do, you're shocked. I thought the problem wasn't that serious, but I hadn't expected so many cases to be uncovered nationwide. After all, matters like love are relatively private. Who could have imagined that this unknown entity had lurked in so many households, from the young to the old, from ancient times to the present, in all circles, large and small, there was nothing the other party dared not touch. It was simply incredible. Thank you for your help. If you need anything, please let us know. We'd definitely find a way to help. The authorities in this world were also very polite. It didn't take long to establish trust from the initial communication. And whether it was Yi Zifeng's illusion, each world was running smoother than the last. The officials had no doubts about it. There was an inexplicable sense of trust, as if the trust from previous worlds had accumulated. Could it be some kind of aura bestowed by heaven? Yi Zifeng wasn't sure. He reached out and pinched it, but nothing came out. Never mind. He still had a long, long life ahead of him. Sooner or later, he'd understand everything. What should we do next? An official representative sent a question. Yi Zifeng looked at the data on the left side of the program. Not every private message he sent was opened. After all, a considerable number of people on the internet don't read private messages. The pure heart silkworm doesn't have much combat power. It can only help calm one's mind. A more thorough approach is still needed to solve the problem. What is that more thorough approach? Yi Zifeng sent a message to the authorities. My program is quite mature and can be transmitted through various video channels. The other party quickly understood his intention. Understood. Just on the price, can you offer a little more concession? Yi Zifeng thought for a moment and replied, 10% off. Thank you very much. He was making money again. Although the money had become a string of meaningless numbers, it was all hard-earned. After all, the Merit Golden Light belonged to Ying Fangxuan. He couldn't possibly not even have a string of cold numbers, could he? Yi Zifeng leaned back on the sofa, contented. He had just surfed for a while, when he realized the official action had begun. On January 12, 2025, the daily news broadcast suddenly froze. The TV screen went black for half a second, then a single light flashed, flickering chaotically. The host's smiling face finally appeared on the TV, and the news began normally. Son, our TV isn't working. The old father, sitting on the sofa, turned to speak to his son, only to find him dazed and unresponsive for 3 seconds. Son, what's wrong with you? The old father was a little surprised. Are you sleepy? Ah. The son, who often stayed up late playing with his phone, seemed to have just come to his senses. Nothing, I'm just a little dizzy. Dad, I'm going to rest for a while. Go ahead then. If you feel uncomfortable, make yourself a cup of cold medicine. Okay. The son staggered upstairs. Although the old father was a little worried, the news broadcast had already begun, and it would be a shame to miss it, so he stayed put and quietly watched the news. Oh my God! Dad! Help! The son's violent cries suddenly erupted from upstairs. The old father quickly dropped the remote control, grabbed a shovel, and rushed upstairs. Chapter 200. There was a crackling noise upstairs. The son pointed at a spot, jumping up and down anxiously. The old father, shovel in hand, was puzzled. What's going on? What's that? A mouse? Where is it? I can't see it. It's right there. Dad. Hit it. Dad. The son screamed in despair, his movements so violent that he knocked many objects onto the floor. The old father was a little annoyed, but seeing his son's emotional turmoil, he remained silent and carefully examined what was there. Dad. It's coming for you. Dad. The son's eyes widened, and he didn't care how terrifying it was to see his former lover transformed into black mist. He swung the shovel and rushed forward. Dang! The shovel hit the floor with a sharp, loud sound. You prodigal son. The old father finally reacted, looking at the empty floor. This isn't just seeing a mouse. This is insanity. You scratched the floor and broke the shovel. How can you be so capable? If you jump again, I break your legs. The old father snatched the shovel and impatiently pushed his son out the door. This prodigal son was getting more and more crazy. Go, go, go! Don't stand there. It's so annoying. The old father picked up his beloved shovel, heartbroken. Dad. The son was still anxious, watching the black mist disperse and then gather, suddenly lunging at his father. Dad. The son's eyes widened. The black mist had actually passed through his father's body. What are you looking at me for? Get down there. Fix the shovel. It's so annoying to see you so crazy. The old father pushed the person away while closing the door. The son stared blankly at the black mist, which repeatedly tried but failed to penetrate his father's body. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he could actually see a hint of confusion and shock in the black mist's trajectory. But he still went downstairs. The old father pushed from behind. So much had happened in such a short period of time that the son's mind was no longer able to process anything. He could only be pushed along. He was watching the news broadcast again. The host was still as elegant and gentle as ever, earnestly expounding on major domestic and international events. The son sat in his seat, his mind already wandering. What had just happened? Hasn't he been in a passionate love affair? His online girlfriend was sweet and charming, having traveled thousands of miles to find him. Although he didn't know why things were going so smoothly, she had been hiding in her room ever since. What happened? How did it all turn into a black mist? Have all those hopes for a future, those promises to endure hardships together, those vows to never abandon her as long as he stayed with her, all just gone to hell? Huh? The son's eyes widened, unable to accept this reality. Ouch! Why are you crying? The old father turned around, startled. The son sat there, stunned, tears streaming down his face, unable to articulate the cause of his grief. Similar incidents occurred across the country. While most viewers of the news broadcast were older people, tens of thousands of young people, even teenagers, were affected tonight. The reason was simple. #news broadcast stuttered hashtag. The trending search continued to rise. While it wasn't a hot topic, it was enough to draw a quick look. What's going on? This most legitimate news program, running smoothly for years, is freezing today. Surfers clicked in to watch. The first news broadcast that froze was the first one. It was a faint flash of white light, a scene of all sorts of light points gathering together. If the love-sharing contest required clicking in to show interest and share a story in order to receive a private message, then on this trending page, anyone who clicked in was greeted by a refreshing blend of technology and spiritual power. Oh my God! Oh my God! Ah! Countless people were blinded by the freezing page, and quite a few were left dizzy. Their chaotic brains felt like they had been violently kicked, and all the dark fog was shaken out. Husband. The gentle, sweet voice in my ear suddenly stretched out, its voice becoming thinner and thicker, from crisp and pleasant to hoarse and grating. The young man, looking at his phone, turned his head unprepared and was slammed into a surging, sinister fog. Ah! The young man stumbled out. The fog hesitated for a moment, but still rushed towards the figure in front, only to find that it had actually passed right through. The fog stopped where it was. The trending searches for the news broadcast's lag were still high. Despite the officials' deliberate maintenance, it hadn't dropped, but had actually risen. Although there wasn't much to watch, passers-by would always click on it. It's the top trending search, right? Let's click in and see. Could it be that something truly unique has been discovered? Most people left bewildered, but quite a few were dazzled by the flash, their eyes wide open as they watched the love scene unfold. What's going on? Where's the peerless love? How did it turn into a strange, black mass? Oh my god, I'm so impressed. I thought sweet love was finally mine, but it turned out to be a curse. An ambiguous comment suddenly went viral, accumulating likes until it shot to the top of the trending posts. Most confused netizens clicked on it, then spent a while wondering what was going on. Wasn't this a trending topic on the news broadcast? How was it connected to sweet love? Huh? Are you guys like this too? Another comment suddenly appeared. Although it contained no information, it garnered tens of thousands of likes. Everyone seemed to realize something, especially those who had been shocked by the news broadcast's lag. Their eyes widened at the comment. What? What else is like this? Could it be my once sweet but now dark love? No way, no way. I can't be that ordinary. I've lived an ordinary life, and finally had a special experience. Now you tell me it's the same for everyone. It can't be right? Huh? Huh? The same? Countless netizens stood there in shock. While being possessed by evil spirits was a dark past, for many people with ordinary lives, it was also a passionate relationship, in the ordinary and speechless. In the midst of ordinary life, a passionate, lingering, and unwavering love story unfolded. Even if it's a myth, it was still a unique experience. Is this a universal phenomenon? What's the principle? Are all experiences the same? Huh? Huh? Really? Have you all met your interdimensional lover? Ah. No. I rescued a wounded general by a creek. I fell in love at first sight with a professor at the university next door. Reunited with my love from a past life. Get out of the way. You're not as awesome as me. I met a male vixen on my way to the God of Wealth temple. His eyes were incredibly beautiful, with long eyelashes. When he looked down at me, he could literally see right into my heart. Smile, oh my goodness, you're possessed. And you're still looking down at my heart. What possessed? This was a post by a confused netizen who happened upon it. For some reason, those who've been possessed didn't tell anyone about it, only sharing it among themselves. My body finally straightened up a bit, and I had the strength to say I had no regrets. Even though this experience was hellish, I truly didn't regret it at all. Oh my god, sister. Sometimes people don't have to be so love-brained. You don't know, crying, that vixen took me by the hand and took me to watch the sunset, saying she'd always be by my side. When she lowered her head and looked at me, she was as gentle as a flower. What does a vixen as beautiful as a flower look like? I'm curious. Seeing this, netizens, whether they knew the situation or not, couldn't help but imagine. What could it look like? What could a vixen as beautiful as a flower look like to be so captivating? Yeet Siefling was also pondering this question. After a moment's thought, he took out his fingers and began pinching, closing his eyes, and focusing his mind along the line. A hazy image appeared in his mind. White hair, peach blossom eyes, hair strands floating like clouds and mist, the entire image blending into a hazy black mist. Not bad, not bad. The character design and image perfectly match. No wonder they're so captivating. Even knowing it's a scam, they're so unrepentant. What a rich tapestry of emotions. Yeet Siefling suddenly glanced back at Ing Fangxuan and, on impulse, waved. Ing Fangxuan quickly flew over, his posture adorable and his expression innocent, having nailed the role to the core. So impressive. Yeet Siefling curled his lips, and couldn't help but reach out to pinch the fur around the little beast's mouth, pulling off 2 tufts. It must have been a little uncomfortable, but Ing Fangxuan didn't move, not even his feet, not even his eyes. He was resolute and soft, his eyes round and moist as he stared at him. Love-brained. Yeet Siefling couldn't help but sigh, beginning to worry about Ing Fangxuan's future. What could he do? He wasn't particularly enthusiastic about love. If he acted coldly towards them, wouldn't Ing Fangxuan be upset? Wait. If he was upset, he'd definitely lose his focus on cultivation. If he didn't practice, he'd fall behind. Wouldn't that give him the opportunity to catch up? Yeet Siefling's thoughts began to wander again. He began to imagine himself invincible. After a moment's fantasies, he looked down and saw that his love-brained little nemesis had suddenly become adorable. It didn't seem impossible. He would be so powerful by then that he could handle a little lag. But only a little. Yi Tsifeng curled his lips, reached out, and flicked the furry little Ing Fangxuan away, then slowly walked to the sofa and resumed surfing the internet. Ing Fangxuan was confused and stood there for a moment, still unable to grasp what Yi Tsifeng had just said. Love-brained? A little? Can you only show a little affection? Is this a rule? Ing Fangxuan was startled, but outwardly he remained calm. His expression remained adorable, his posture as graceful as ever. He waved his short legs twice in the air, then stomped forward with a jolly gait. He gently perched on Yi Tsifeng's shoulder and sniffed discreetly. Yi Tsifeng, as always, emanated that faint, cool, plant-like scent. Ing Fangxuan relaxed instantly. Alas, Yi Tsifeng was actually quite good. Excellent and hard-working, at least for now. He was willing to let him get so close. Chapter 201. Ing Fangxuan pondered for a moment, finally calming himself down in less than a second. He shifted to the right, gently leaning against Yi Tsifeng, blinking as he felt his heartbeat. Yi Tsifeng was unaware that Ing Fangxuan was happy again. He was just fussing on his phone. The internet was becoming increasingly lively, especially the trending searches where the news broadcast had been lagging. More and more people were clicking through, bewildered and shocked when they matched the code. What? I'm not the only one realizing something was amiss. What? Everyone's been emotionally deceived? What should I say? I'm glad I wasn't scammed out of money. I disagree. Although I wasn't scammed out of money, my body was. I'm getting weaker and weaker. The old Chinese doctor said I've lost a lot of energy. Add 1. Money can be earned again, but a damaged body is not. I'm the same way. I completely don't understand those who say they don't regret it. That's your own body. It's like being possessed. Can you please be more clear-headed? I can actually understand her. It's just that beauty can lead one astray, even though she's physically weak after the relationship. As long as she recovers, it's a unique experience. I'm a seasoned person. I wouldn't regret it if I were dealing with a male vixen, but I got a ridiculously melodramatic script, a life-or-death romance with a domineering CEO by the river. To passers-by, I'd be considered crazy and ready to jump off a bridge. Smile. I'm a domineering CEO jumping off a bridge. Wait, the one above. You're not the main character in this news story, are you? Link. A woman committed suicide for love. Deleted. Smile. Okay. Ah, turns out I'm not the only one who's been possessed by an evil spirit, and it's shameful. So, have you all been possessed by an evil spirit? Can this thing happen together? Can our country's dragon veins no longer suppress things? I don't know. But I did have a relationship with an unclean creature before. Seeing this trending search, I realized everyone's in the same boat. So is this normal? Why are everyone in love? Or with an unknown species? Huh? I don't know. But since it's on the news, it should be normal, right? Does that mean the government knows? Huh? So that freezing news wasn't an accident? What caused us to regain our composure? Huh? So amazing? Is there a principle behind this? I don't understand. It doesn't seem to make any connection. This doesn't fit into a systematic framework. It's a bit unreasonable. We've all been possessed by a demon, obsessed with a love story contrived by an unknown creature. After the government discovered this, they inserted a message about regaining consciousness into the news broadcast, and everyone instantly regained their sanity after seeing it. Is that what you're saying? Something feels off? It feels weird. It's like these things don't fit together. On one side, there's modern technology, and on the other, there's supernatural legends. How unique. The age of cyber cultivation has arrived. Huh? Is this true? It's fake. It's something netizens made up. It's normal for one person to fall in love with a ghost, but how could tens of thousands of people suddenly say the same thing? This is Earth, not the underworld. How could there be so many ghosts? The netizens who were in a relationship with the demon stayed silent, being vague and ambiguous. It's not a glorious experience. Being deceived by a ghost should just be discussed among themselves. There's no need to publicize it. Oh, I thought it was real. Everyone was talking about it so realistically. I almost believed it. Haha, everyone has such a great imagination. Yeah, that's right. The discussion began to polarize. Some people who had experienced black mist love were enthusiastically discussing it, while others were just watching the fun, and eventually started making up two different stories, making the situation even more confusing. True and falsehood were mixed together, and no one could tell which was real. Of course it's fake. The lagging news broadcast page can help these people wake up from their evil thoughts. Even novels wouldn't write like that. But my cousin says it's real. She experienced it, and had a tragic and beautiful love story that spanned 3 lifetimes. The only bad thing was that her body became weaker. My cousin is lying. If you tell her a story, she realizes how powerful it is. Really? Then why does my mom say it's true? Your mom's just teasing the kids. That's impossible. Anyone who's been to elementary school knows it's fake. Can you please stop being fooled by such idiotic stuff? Oh, it's actually true. It's impossible for tens of thousands of people to tell the same lie at the same time. It's just that this story is so mysterious that the authorities can't say anything, so they can only keep it secret. Aw, really? That seems to make some sense. There's all sorts of rumors circulating online. Those who've experienced it don't publicize it, only whispering about it, but those who haven't will immediately say it's fake. Both sides seem to have a point. The onlookers are like fence-sitters, wavering back and forth, unsure of which to believe. But new things on the internet are like surging waves, coming in waves after waves, and everyone's attention is quickly drawn to other things. Although he didn't know why the trending search news broadcast lag had stayed on the trending search for so long, it gradually faded. Yi Zifeng was busy again. Mainly, he found it a shame to abandon the Qingxin Silkworm and the online mini-program. After all, they were his painstakingly developed projects, surpassing local technology by a significant margin and simulating the flow of spiritual energy. They could have been even more useful. Although the love-brain problem had been largely resolved, the culprit still lurked in obscure corners. Unless it was completely caught, it would surely return sooner or later. A passionate love. Holding on to thousands of love settings, demanding the dedication of one's own energy based on sensitive connections. If he hadn't come, one day, the world would have been gradually eroded. After all, love is such an unreasonable thing, and not to make people sacrifice so much. Yi Zifeng sat at his computer desk, watching the mini-program simulating the flow of the Qingxin Silkworm's spiritual energy continue to spin. The dark blue cube spun continuously, radiating electricity-based spiritual energy from within. The next step is actually quite simple. With a few minor modifications, loading the mini-program into physical objects, you can easily develop numerous personal items that improve mental well-being. The Qingxin program, based on calming the mind and tranquilizing the spirit, can be adapted to countless life scenarios with just a few minor modifications. Calm your nerves in the exam room, perform better in interviews, quickly put it on when faced with a major event, and it can alleviate some of the sadness. Emotions. Humans are a combination of body and mind. Beyond the physical body, emotions are the largest component. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but glance back at Ing Fangxuan again, but he couldn't see anything. He turned his head back again, not thinking about it anymore. After mentally planning how to build a mini-program, he stepped into the storage space and began developing something. Time is like a rushing river or a gurgling stream. About a week later, a message like this appeared on the official's top-secret phone. New product developed, the heart-clearing necklace, which has a calming effect when worn. It has a Type-C port and is rechargeable and reusable. The official staff member's eyes widened, rubbing them to make sure they were reading correctly, and then quickly reported the news. There was a commotion upstairs. What's going on? How did the channel change so quickly? Wasn't he previously described as a mysterious Taoist master? At most, a modern version of cultivation, so a bit innovative. How come he's now a scientific cultivator, even developing high-tech products? What's going on? Is this real? I think we can give it a try. After all, he's quite capable. If he hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known old Chen was possessed. I'd have thought it was just a physical problem. You die if you don't tell me about my situation, right? Don't argue. The item is probably real. I called you here because I want to negotiate the price. Just bargain with us. I'm good at that. Hey, don't bargain too hard. Just for show. I never feel comfortable bargaining. Oh! Finally, it was sold at a sky-high price. Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction, not letting the other party suffer any loss. He immediately presented his research ideas for the mini-program. Although this world lacked spiritual power, many things were worth considering. The officials were delighted, especially the leading scientist, who almost fainted. Spiritual power, so it turns out this thing really exists. There are countless worlds beyond this world, each one slowly operating according to a set of rules. The universe is truly vast. The leading scientist felt dizzy and almost collapsed if he hadn't been restrained by someone. Yi Zifeng smiled politely, and gently offered a little spiritual power to ease the other person's discomfort. The other person was visibly more excited and highly motivated, eager to rush into the laboratory with the program instructions. I hope the pure heart necklace can be released soon. Since the mastermind hasn't appeared yet, this necklace can give it some further impetus. With Yi Zifeng's instructions, the officials took matters into their own hands. They surrounded many huge factories overnight. The machines hummed non-stop as one pure heart necklace after another was churned out. A small blue crystal dangled from the front of the pure black leather strap, a brilliant light swirling in its center, like a twinkling star in the universe. The mechanical tracks churned relentlessly, whisking necklaces and chargers forward one after another. Packing was also swift. A box was packed in the blink of an eye, and a stack emerged in the blink of an eye again. January 14th, 2025. A day both special and not so special. Everyone went about their ordinary lives, surfing the internet, only to be startled by splash screen ads upon clicking on various platforms. The vast universe, the endless galaxy, countless stars flowing like a river. Finally, a star fell from the sky. The blue starlight condensed into a crystal, strung together by a black string, flickering softly against the pure black sky. Netizens couldn't help but hold their breath, thinking this must be some high-end jewelry, when they suddenly saw the item at the bottom. The Qingxi necklace, which can calm your mind when worn, has a Type-C port and a charging version. It will be available on all platforms at 8 p.m. tonight, with a new price of $199. You deserve it. Chapter 202. Netizens rubbed their eyes, double-checking that it was indeed these words, then clicked through with suspicion. Although they had no idea what this was, resembling both jewelry and a device, the splash screen ad looked quite attractive. Let's take a look. Click through and take a closer look. What on earth was this? The link quickly redirected. Pure Mind Necklace, Shinka Product 1.0. Wearing this necklace has a calming effect, soothing emotions, and calming thoughts. The degree of effect varies depending on the wearer's specific circumstances. Netizens were bewildered, looking at the delicate little necklace with azure crystals hanging from a black string, then reading the following text. What's going on? Has technology advanced to this point? This little fingernail-sized necklace has such advanced functions. Is it a scam health supplement? Netizens hesitant, but some placed their orders despite their doubts. After all, it was only $199, so they might as well try it out and film an unboxing video. The first batch sold out. Because the quantity wasn't large, the price was reasonable, and the splash screen ads were incredibly well designed and widely distributed. The first batch sold out quickly. This batch was already in stock, and those living nearby received their products almost the next day. Wenwen is an entertainment streamer. Originally focused on gaming, he discovered that video production was profitable, so he started doing it. He's done all sorts of store visits and food unboxings, and the feedback from fans has been quite positive. He was also one of the first to buy the Qingxi necklace. Being a self-media influencer requires a certain level of sensitivity. When the splash screen ad appeared on major platforms, he placed his order almost immediately. $199, buying something you've never heard of, but that's so impressive is definitely worth it. As long as you film and post it soon, it gets some buzz. Guys, look at me getting a triple kill. Wenwen was live streaming a game, and in the thick of it, his phone suddenly rang. Fans joked that it might be a message from his girlfriend. I haven't found a girlfriend yet, but don't worry. If I do, I definitely let everyone know. Wenwen joked as he picked up his phone. XX Express, your package is being delivered. The audience asked what the message was. SF Express, it must be my order arriving. At this point, Wenwen glanced at the screen and acted rather exaggeratedly cocky. Pure Heart Necklace, the first batch, arriving soon. What is the Pure Heart Necklace? The usual splash screen ad, the blue crystal necklace, the one with a charging port for $199. Oh my god, it arrived so quickly. Wasn't it just released yesterday or the day before yesterday? Speaking of which, people actually bought this thing? I feel like the advertising slogan is ridiculous, like it's used for money laundering, something completely inexplicable. A little bit, but it's only $199, so think of it as buying a beautiful necklace. Handmade jewelry is pretty expensive these days. That makes sense. The discussion continued in the comments section. Wenwen was about to get back to playing games when there was a knock on the door. The delivery has arrived. Wenwen ran to get the package, then scurried back to her computer. Seeing everyone still discussing the necklace, she quickly decided to record an unboxing video right there. It's a hot topic right now, and the fans in the live stream are quite interesting. When the time comes, we edit all the reactions together and make another entertaining video. Enough of that, enough of that. Let's unbox it first. The high-tech necklace I bought has arrived. Let's take a look. Is it just a gimmick or a groundbreaking piece of technology? Wenwen pushed everything on the table aside and placed the box in front of the camera with a solemn expression. Then the fans could all see the box. A square, perfectly shaped package, seemingly unremarkable from the outside. Unboxing, unboxing. I get a knife, be careful. Wenwen first showed the box to the camera, then carefully cut through the tape with a utility knife, opened the box, and pulled out a flat, pure black box. Hey guys, this thing is packaged quite delicately, like jewelry. Wenwen placed the black box in front of the camera. The audience could then see a blue crystal within a deep black box, its irregular cut reflecting a cool light when shaken. In the center sat a tiny blue dot, like a tranquil azure star, quietly nestling within. It's quite beautiful. Is it the camera? Why is it so beautiful? By the way, where's the charger port? I can't see it. Does this thing really have that function? If not, is it false advertising? I don't think so. Wenwen happened to see the comment and glanced at the beautiful necklace in her hand. It's already so beautiful. If it had that function, it definitely wouldn't be $199, but at least $19,999. Fans agreed and urged him to try it on. Wenwen carefully placed the necklace around his neck. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind, but after 3 seconds, he felt nothing. How is it? How is it? Have you become more rational and calm? Have you become a scientist? Wenwen deliberately put on a deep expression. It's like a gust of wind from space brushed across my face. I feel sharper. My 5 senses seem more acute, and my mind is at peace. I feel like I could just sit at my computer and get a pentacle. Really? Is it really that useful? Wenwen maintained his deep expression and continued seriously, I feel like games can no longer restrict me at this stage. After I finish playing, I should be able to become a hacker, conquer empires, and then conquer the world and level the universe. Every world will be under my feet. I'm impressed. I knew the host wasn't serious. Ha ha ha. Seeing the show's effects were reaching their peak, Wenwen finally couldn't help herself. Just kidding, just kidding. It felt like it gave me a little coolness after I put it on, but then it stopped. I don't know if it's effective though. Maybe the effect varies from person to person? That's what I saw in the commercials. Wenwen spoke cautiously. After all, with the splash screen ads everywhere, who knew if there was any backstory? Let's just wear this necklace. Let the audience bear witness, and see if it works. After all, without research, we have no right to speak. Wenwen sat down and started playing games again, her movements serious and her expression focused. A blue crystal dangling from her chest. The streamer suddenly looks a bit handsome. Am I crazy? I feel the same way. Maybe it's his expression. He used to be so loud and noisy, but now he looks quite handsome. The people above, you guys are really desperate. It's just for show. The streamer was swearing while playing games before. Maybe Guangxi, who secretly took the necklace, is just putting on airs now. Don't say that. Wenwen happened to see this comment and quickly clarified, I definitely tell the audience about Guangxi. What's our relationship? I have to hide it just to make a living. There's no need. I bought this thing with my own money. Here's the purchase record. Wenwen showed the purchase record, joked with the audience for a while, and then continued playing. But it seems his luck wasn't good today. The teammates he was matched with were all idiots, one after another. Although Wenwen tried his best to save the situation, he was still inevitably defeated. Oh, looks like my luck's not on my side today. Let's play another round. We definitely win the next one. Such high standards today. No cursing at all. Some comments appeared in the live stream, which Wenwen didn't see, but other fans did. It seems so. I was wondering why it was weird just now. Turns out I didn't hear him cursing. Before, he'd have jumped up. Why is the live stream so quiet today? You're so good-tempered today? Is something good going on? Wenwen just saw the last comment and was a little confused. What do you mean by good-tempered? As soon as he finished speaking, he froze. Wait. Why didn't he curse just now? His teammates are so idiotic, they were dancing in his face, and he didn't curse. He didn't even jump up and curse, Wenwen suddenly stood up, thinking of her teammates' idiotic play in the previous game. She tried to summon her anger, finally managing to stand up and yelling, F***K. The audience in the live stream were stunned. No, what's wrong? Why is his reaction time so long? Why is he cursing now? Because the audience is reminding him. Was it all just acting before? His acting is incredible. Dog head, suddenly, a thought occurred to me. Why is my mood so stable today? You mean that shiny thing? Wenwen also came to his senses. He stood at his computer desk, checking his emotions, and found they weren't fluctuating much. Although he was still angry, after all, he'd encountered a moron while playing games. His emotions were completely separate from his feelings. Even though I encountered a moron, the world is just so colorful. It's none of my business. I just have to work hard in the next round. It's amazing. I feel like I've transcended myself. My emotions have become controllable. I'm starting to distinguish between myself and others. I feel like I've leveled up. Wenwen couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the pendant around his neck. It felt slightly cool, like a refreshing breeze, gently blowing into his heart. Really? Is it fake? Is it a coincidence? Is he faking it? Some fans still couldn't believe it. While new fans suspected Wenwen had accepted an ad, veteran fans had already started switching pages. Although the streamer was irritable and unserious, he wasn't the type to tell lies. Today, even though his teammate was so clueless, he remained calm and composed. That necklace must be something special. Fans quickly switched pages to buy it. Fortunately, the splash screen ad was still there, allowing them to access the purchase link without any problems. Pre-sale. Batch 137. Fans fell silent, quickly placing their orders, and then returning to the live stream to complain. Didn't this thing just launch the day before yesterday? How is it already the 137th batch? Isn't 199 a lot of money? Huh? The scariest thing is, there aren't any unboxing videos online, yet they've still sold so many batches. Is there some insider information? I don't know, but I just ordered batch 138. Chapter 203. The Purity necklace became a minor hit. Since Wenwen has a significant following, someone always posts the live stream recording. Passers-by who saw it were initially amazed, then began to share it. Pure Heart necklace unboxing video. The host's temper is calmed down. She didn't curse. Anger even has a delaying effect. Similar entries appeared on the homepage, and most people clicked on them and watched the video. What? That 199 yuan necklace, which seems like a gimmick, is actually so useful? Impossible? Is she just faking it? Netizens who were so disgusted with splash screen ads that they had no fondness for the 199 yuan necklace suddenly felt a flicker of hesitation. No way, that's impossible. Current science and technology isn't advanced enough to create something like this. We're not filming a movie or writing a novel. Super useful. I don't cry when I argue with someone anymore. I've never been so clear-headed. I said everything I wanted to say and immediately pissed them off. My best friend is in love, and after wearing this, she's much clearer. It seems to have some vision correction effect. She finally realized how ugly her ex-boyfriend was. I wasn't nervous at all about the final exam. I've never done so well before. The comments section is flooded with positive reviews, and everyone can't help but add it to their carts. 153 batches, pre-orders in progress, limited stock. I placed my order immediately, fearing the next batch would arrive if I was a second late. Didn't this thing just hit the shelves a few days ago? How come there's already batch 153? Who's buying it? Huh? Actually, I don't really believe in the supposed effects, but the necklace is pretty. The commercials are great. The galaxy dewdrops at the end of the universe are quite beautiful. At $199, it wasn't expensive. I initially thought it was some high-end jewelry brand, but when I clicked on it, it was only $199 and in stock, so I ordered it right away. Add one. But I feel it's a bit mysterious. The first batch of reviews all claim it works, like a cult. Maybe it's a psychological effect, like those crystal minerals, just a bit more metaphysical. Then why does it need to be charged? Don't you think this thing is weird? It's a necklace, it needs to be charged, and it's advertised as having a calming effect. I don't understand. I buy a few first. They must be pretty impressive to advertise this way, since gemstones can't be advertised with metaphysical themes. In the past, sellers only dared to use homophones when selling them. So this necklace must have been officially approved to be advertised this way? So impressive? I don't know. It's hard to say. I can only say you can give it a try. After all, 199 isn't a huge investment, so it's worth a try. The consensus online is pretty consistent. Since few people had received the product and posted it online, most people were on the sidelines. However, a small number noticed its uniqueness. If the necklace didn't have this function, why would they dare advertise it like that? These people secretly placed orders and encouraged their friends and family to buy it together. As time went on, they bought over 100 batches. Yi Zifeng was also waiting to see the release status. Although netizens were still cautious, the number of batches was increasing. Officials had urgently added factories, and the machines were running non-stop. Production, not only for everyone, but also for the batches distributed as essential supplies. After all, not everyone can see the splash screen ads, and not everyone can afford 199 yuan for a necklace. The machines were running frantically, shipping necklace after necklace. The link online had already pre-sold over 200 batches. Although everyone was unsure, 199. It wasn't particularly expensive. Everyone was buying, so why wouldn't you? Everyone placed their orders. 50% of people who venture onto the internet have bought it, while the remaining 50% are students who can't afford it right now. It's a bit pricey. Can't they just go for something cheaper? 199 is my food allowance for a week. It's a waste of money, or it's just a gimmick. How can I stay calm when I spend 199 on an electric watch to monitor my condition? It's too abstract. Really? But my sister bought it for me, saying it would help me not be nervous about my final exams. It's a waste of money, with all the positive reviews, each one more fake than the last. Would you leave reviews like that when you buy something? Impossible. Really? But it's pretty nice. I just wear it as a regular necklace. Xiao Miao sent the message on her phone, then looked at the necklace in the mirror again. She was still satisfied. The translucent blue reflected a cool glow under the light, creating a soothing, almost refreshing mood. Xiao Miao, is this necklace a birthday gift from your sister? The roommate asked curiously. Yes. Xiao Miao was still looking in the mirror, feeling delighted. Is it expensive? Not bad, Xiao Miao replied directly. 200 yuan. My sister bought it for me because she knew I liked it. That's not cheap either. Your sister is so kind to you. The roommate was incredibly supportive, sincerely praising the new necklace. You seem more composed, you know? You have a unique aura, don't you? Haha. Xiao Miao, amused by her roommate, continued, not bad. I'm just that composed. The two of them played around, chatting and joking as they sorted their stationery. Once they were done, it was time to go out. Yes, they had final exams today. Xiao Miao, are you feeling okay? This test isn't a big deal. You're so diligent, you'll be fine. Her roommate reassured her. Okay, I'm not nervous today. Xiao Miao agreed, but couldn't help but think of the end of last semester. As soon as her butt touched the exam chair, her palms began to sweat. It was an old habit. No matter how well she studied, or how well she did on the test, as soon as she sat in the formal exam room, she couldn't help but get nervous. The worst time was in high school, during a monthly exam. She still had 2 major questions left in the politics section, but she had only 10 minutes left to turn in her paper. That time, she was shaking so much it felt like she was tackling a sewing machine, and her fallen pen couldn't even connect to a single line. Xiao Miao couldn't help but sigh, unwilling to recall how she fainted in the exam room. It was just an old problem, and she'd seen a psychologist. They said it was from a childhood exam that had left a trauma. She didn't remember much, but her body remembered it clearly. It's okay. Just treat it as a test in class. Just write it casually. Don't put any pressure on yourself. Her roommate patted her shoulder gently. Xiao Miao nodded obediently. Yeah, I'm not nervous. She took a deep breath, about to cheer herself up, but suddenly realized she didn't seem nervous at all. Could it be that it hadn't started yet? That was also possible. Xiao Miao unscrewed her water bottle outside the exam room, took a sip, savored it carefully, and found herself quite calm. Could she have overcome it just like that? Xiao Miao secretly gloated, but quickly suppressed it, fearing that if she alerted her body, it would make her nervous again. Ring. Exam participants, please enter the examination room. Attention, invigilators. It was time to enter the examination room. Xiao Miao exchanged a glance with her roommate, assured him she was fine, and then picked up her water bottle and stationery and stepped into the classroom. Strangely, her heartbeat was remarkably steady, as if she hadn't even entered the examination room, as if she had simply walked into the classroom. Xiao Miao didn't dare dwell on it, fearing she would remind herself again. She walked calmly, slowly taking her seat, and turned her head to the window, trying to convince herself she was gazing at the scenery. Outside the window, clusters of unknown flowers grew. A breeze blew in, bringing a slight chill. Xiao Miao felt as if this breeze had blown into her heart. She felt refreshed and emotionally stable, and her mind's perception of the world was refreshingly cool and peaceful. Has she finally overcome her mental issues? Xiao Miao speculated softly, not daring to think too hard, fearing everything would return to normal. The invigilator shows the examinees a sealed bag. The test papers were being distributed. The first exam was advanced mathematics, which Xiao Miao wasn't very good at, so she could only manage it. She wondered what the teacher had said about this knowledge point. First this, then that, something like this. Xiao Miao pondered earnestly, solving the questions piece by piece, following her memory. There are only 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Just 15 minutes? Xiao Miao looked up from her test paper, checked the time, then glanced at her overflowing paper. For the first time, she realized how capable she was. Emotionally stable, and with clear thinking, she had actually finished the entire paper 15 minutes before the end. Not nervous at all. Her palms weren't even sweaty, and her legs were steady, not even a tremor. I've leveled up without even realizing it. Xiao Miao sighed softly, then glanced down at the necklace around her neck. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew through her head. Her emotions remained, but she felt calmer. Necklace. Xiao Miao looked out the window, and suddenly remembered the message her cousin had sent her when she bought the necklace. Our boss said this necklace is amazing. I'm buying you one. You must wear it when you get it. It's said to have a calming effect, and the battery life is quite long. A 1-hour charge will give you a month's use, so you won't be inconvenienced in the dorm anymore. The calming effect. Could it be that this necklace was the only reason she was so calm today? Xiao Miao was a little incredulous, mainly because she felt nothing. Everything was so perfectly in place. Her emotions were stable, her thoughts clear. It was as if she was simply in her element, with no trace of any external forces at all. Xiao Miao glanced at the necklace around her neck, then at the alarm clock in the exam room. She had 10 minutes left to turn in her paper, and she had already finished. She made up her mind. She reached for the necklace's clasp, pressed gently, and removed it, placing it on the table. It's hard to describe the feeling. At some point, the classroom bell suddenly became more pronounced, the hands ticking incessantly. Xiao Miao suddenly felt her palms growing wet, her legs shaking uncontrollably, her back shivering, and her throat dry with a cough. That was the feeling. That overwhelming feeling of nervousness. The ticking of the hands grew more pronounced, and second by second, Xiao Miao felt her heartbeat quicken. The invigilator, standing nearby, seemed to notice her change and approached with muffled footsteps. Xiao Miao looked up, only to see darkness. The next second. Bang! Someone's fainted. Wait, Xiao Miao pulled herself up with all her strength. Necklace, put on the necklace on the table. Chapter 204. Xiao Miao became famous overnight. Her title was the woman who wears a necklace even when fainting. A normal person's first reaction would be, what the hell is this? And their second reaction would be, what kind of necklace is this? I don't know. It looks blue, probably one of those blue crystals, used to pray for divine protection. Don't talk nonsense. Blue crystals are for academics. Even if you faint in the exam room, you have to wear them right away, otherwise you might fail the exam. Can you guys stop being so superstitious? I know that necklace, the one advertised everywhere. It's $199, the rechargeable version. It's said to have calming effects on the body and mind. What the hell is that? You didn't even know this necklace was so popular? Have you been away from the internet lately? Okay, you've been studying secretly, haven't you? You're so scheming. So what have you studied? You still won't know anything on the test. You better do this. You haven't told me what kind of necklace it is. Take out your phone right now, open the shopping app, and within 3 tries, you find it. The splash screen ad for that necklace popped up. See? This one, $199 each. It's pretty nice, but a little pricey. I feel like the positioning of this necklace is a bit strange. Is it an electronic product or a fantasy crystal? I don't understand. I'd buy one. That classmate fainted and still wore it. He must be pretty cool. Damn, you make a point. Even though the exam is over now, I can still use it for the makeup exam. You make a point. Everyone bought it. College trends are always obvious. If everyone's buying something, it must be good. My classmates are buying it, my roommates are buying it too. If I don't buy one, I'd definitely be missing out. I absolutely have to catch up. Countless necklaces have already been sold. Batch after batch of goods were shipped, and more people received the necklaces. How could this necklace actually work? Wearing it around my neck calms my emotions. Chinese New Year is just around the corner, and wearing this necklace allows me to calmly argue with my relatives. Everyone was eager to get their hands on it. I don't know what kind of high-tech this is, but perhaps this is the limit of technology. It might be the influence of magnetic fields, but since it's been released and widely publicized, there's definitely no problem. More and more people were buying it. Ordinary people just thought the necklaces were trendy, but a humanoid black mist in a hidden house felt a bit off. What's going on? Why can't everyone get through? How can I read minds without getting through? How can I tailor a love story without reading minds? How can I absorb these people's energy without letting my guard down? The humanoid black mist slammed its phone to the ground, not even reading its novel. It stormed out the door, sucking all the black mist within a 10-mile radius back into its body, bit by bit, chewing away the energy and memories of its clones. His remaining energy was minimal, mostly from previous absorption, and he had few memories. He was simply trying to penetrate various people's bodies, but he couldn't get through. Damn it! What could be the reason? Isn't this just an ordinary, low spiritual energy world? How could it possibly resist his absorption? The main body of the black fog spun in place, receiving messages from many clones saying it couldn't penetrate anyone. Most people had put up defenses, and only a very small number could still penetrate. However, the energy he could absorb was limited, and these people didn't really believe in love. How could this be possible? How could one absorb essence if they didn't believe in love? The main body of the black fog stomped his foot, sending spiritual energy blasting into the ground, crushing many insects and ants. Damn it! If only this were the world of cultivation, they'd just suck everyone's spiritual energy out without a second thought, without even asking for their consent. This lowly little world lacked spiritual energy, so they could only painstakingly extract essence from everyone. And it had to be given voluntarily by these inferior beings, otherwise it wouldn't be clean. The main body of the black fog lost itself in memories of his own arduous entrepreneurial journey. When he first arrived in this world, covered in wounds, he had scrambled through a dimensional rift in a state of utter embarrassment. The heavenly Tao of this world was vague and absent, never actively manifesting, yet a constant force was pushing him out. He was in a state of panic, he fled, he was panting, a stray dog, trapped in a low-level world, yet suffocated by the unfamiliar heavenly Tao. He lay dying on the side of the road. Rain began to fall in this world. Cold drops of water, tinged with a pungent smell, streamed down his cheeks, carrying mud and sand with them into the roadside ditch. Could it be that after escaping from the world of cultivation, he would die silently in a strange, weak world? It seemed as if drops of water were leaking from the corners of his eyes. They weren't tears. He hadn't cried in thousands of years. That was a sign of weakness. Even if he had escaped this far, he would only die at the hands of heaven. He gently closed his eyes beside the stinking garbage. His spiritual energy dissipated, and the scent of his own breath gradually faded. Just as his consciousness was about to fade into nothingness, he suddenly heard a young voice. "Why is there a person lying here?" He was rescued. A young man, his eyes clear, his aura pure. He lay quietly in a place called a hospital, watching the young man smiling as he cared for him, watching him cheer him on. "It's okay. Everyone has hard times. As long as you get through them, you can embrace a new life. Come on. If you're short on money, I can lend you some. Why did you save me?" He asked his first question in this world, only to receive a response he had never expected. Maybe. Picking up a handsome guy on the street is a bit like a plot in a novel? Novel. He memorized the word deeply and, in the hospital, learned to use a cell phone without any instruction. This little device was truly convenient, comparable to a treasure in the world of cultivation. Its words were as vast as a sea of smoke, transforming and extending into countless stories. People in this world of low spiritual power were surprisingly imaginative. Love. A love that was moving, tragic, and lamentable, as sweet as honey, as beautiful as flowers, and as bright as the moon. Because his spiritual sea was so vast, he read novels at a breakneck pace. In just 1 week, he comprehended 5,000 years of Chinese love. A sea of hatred and a world of love, seeing each other day and night, a debt of love that could never be repaid, a feeling of longing for companionship day and night. So there really is a world that can fully exploit a single emotion, a world that truly yearns for a single emotion. He suddenly realized, his long-held mental state suddenly breaking through. It turns out cultivation is possible. From that day on, he embarked on this unwavering path. Perhaps this world was a resource bestowed upon him by heaven. Simply by crafting a love story, he could captivate countless men and women. Young people are drawn to fashionable scripts, whether they're domineering CEOs or young generals, from modern to ancient. Whether you want a sweet, domineering love story, or a passionate and heartfelt romance, he can deliver it all. Older people need a bit of background, unforgettable faces in their memories, the most tender emotions deep within their hearts. The people of this world are truly rich in heart, seeming to cherish every experience, every person they meet, every relationship they have. Is it because their lifespans are short that they cherish the things they encounter? Having fought their way through the world of cultivation, he expressed his incomprehension, fabricating his script while checking his phone. Only by learning from advanced love stories can he absorb more people's energy. Everything is moving in a positive direction. More and more people are captivated by his love stories, and more are offering themselves to him. With more and more energy, he only needs to absorb it for another 6 months to fully recover. As for what happens to the people of this world, it's none of his business. The strong prey on the weak. That's just the way of nature. It should have been this way. Everything should have been this way. But why didn't it turn out this way? Why couldn't his shadow penetrate anyone anymore? The Black Mist's main body sensed something was wrong and felt a strange sense of danger, as if someone was watching him, observing his every move, and creating something to hinder his ability to absorb people's energy. That's right. Something. A flash of inspiration struck the Black Mist's main body, as he carefully considered the memories he had just witnessed. Many of them had one thing in common: a blue crystal strung on a black string around their necks. This fluctuation, why did it resemble spiritual energy? The Black Mist's main body shuddered. No one who had escaped the world of cultivation would want to see their fellow countrymen. The cultivation world is simply too vast. When it collapses, countless fissures appear, and every powerful individual defending a region will immediately dive into them. He was one of them, but he was definitely not the strongest. No one wanted to gamble on encountering a stronger opponent. Wow, encountering a cultivator in a low spiritual power world? This must be a gift from heaven. Break it and absorb it. The main body of the black fog shuddered again, slammed the door shut, and went back inside. No, not yet. His cultivation had recovered less than 30%, and he had no confidence to face an unknown and formidable foe. What if the enemy wasn't very strong? After all, they hadn't shown themselves. Could they be wary of him? So they were only defending themselves in secret? But why defend themselves against the lesser beings of the low spiritual power world? The main body of the black fog was confused again. If they wanted the resources, they could just attack directly. Why be so secretive? Why take a detour? He pondered over it, but couldn't figure it out. He decided to avoid the enemy's attack. Too many people in this area were wearing protective shields, which was detrimental to his cultivation. It would be best to find a scenic spot, fabricate some simple love story, and win over the hearts of the mountain dwellers. Just go. Luckily, the black fog was widespread enough that he could use his senses to locate the weakest areas. The main body of the black fog migrated overnight, passing through several cities and crossing numerous rivers. He resisted absorbing even ordinary people without protective shields along the way. He couldn't leave any more clones behind. He had to preserve his strength to the maximum extent possible. Yeet Sifeng was waiting for him in Province Inn. As a multi-world internet surfer, a highly experienced online seller, a strong official collaborator, and a master of high-tech information, he immediately observed the sales data for the pure heart necklace and effortlessly located the weakest areas. Province Inn was vast and sparsely populated. Due to the geographical disparity, people here weren't particularly fond of mobile phones. Naturally, few bought the 199 pure heart necklace, and none of them wore the Love Mind shield. Yeet Sifeng stood in the evening breeze. Although he didn't understand why such things always happened at night, he knew there must be a reason for them. Alas, Yeet Sifeng couldn't help but sigh. Today, he seemed to have seen things clearly. Fate, like a giant hand, had cast him from the modern world into the world of cultivation. Thousands of years later, when the world of cultivation collapsed, he once again traveled through several modern societies, carrying a special feeling. A single trace of love for his homeland was enough to prevent him from taking action, enough to make him unable to ignore these lives. So he appeared, and he was expelling them again. He toiled diligently like a laborer. After all, the life of his mortal enemy rested on his shoulders. Alas! Yeet Sifeng stood under the moon thinking, but he could not come up with any conclusion. Now that things had come to this, he should get back to work. After all, time was long, and the love script editor was about to arrive. Yeet Sifeng raised his head, and looked straight into the surging black fog. Chapter 205. The main body of the black fog was still flying. Since he would have to start many new scripts after arriving at his new location, he read as he flew. After all, learning never ends. He listened to 32 new stories along the way, 10 set in the immortal realm, 10 in urban romance, 9 with the uniquely ancient charm of Yen Nation, and 3 with quirky plots. Men and women, all kinds of sexual orientations, love and hate, and countless twists and turns. Perhaps reading all this would have given him a headache at first, but now he had mastered it. Everything has its own laws of existence. As long as he approached it with a curious mindset, any discomfort would gradually disappear. Inspiration flowed from the main body of the black fog like a spring, and he had already conceived 100 rural romance plots. The creative state is always mysterious, his thoughts becoming a vast ocean, roaring and rolling with waves. He was so absorbed that he lost his guard. When the spiritual power transformed confinement roared towards him, he realized he was doomed. He was imprisoned. Yi Cifeng withdrew his hand in surprise. Was this cultivator completely refusing resistance? "Let me go! Let me go!" The main body of the black fog shouted from within the confinement. Yi Cifeng was even more surprised. Shouldn't his first reaction be to use all his strength to break free? Why was he shouting from within? Perhaps his puzzled expression was too obvious, and the unknown cultivator within the confinement seemed to realize something and gradually fell silent. The main body of the black fog hesitated to speak, unwilling to accept that he was just reading a novel. A 3-second silence fell. But Yi Cifeng was quite busy. Not to mention the long-term mission of helping his mortal enemy recover, he still had a lot to do in this world alone, like improving his necklace, communicating with the authorities, packing up and heading to the next world. There was still a lot to do. The scene remained silent. The main body of the black fog remained silent, observing quietly. But when he saw the faint murderous intent on Yi Cifeng's face, he finally realized he couldn't wait any longer. Although the opponent's cultivation seemed stronger than his, no one escaped the cultivation world unscathed. The stronger the individual, the greater the price they paid. The spatial rift was a void, without spiritual energy to replenish, and the barrier between worlds was difficult to break through. Although this world was broken and small, it had taken a great deal of effort for him to enter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up lying in the trash can. The main body of the black fog decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, he had recalled all his clones. He gently raised his eyes, extended 2 fingers, and gathered all his spiritual energy into his fingertips. The black mist surged like a storm, constantly compressing and gathering into a tiny dot. Now, he pointed fiercely, the force crashing into the barrier with a violent sound. The black mist spread out like a surging wave, eroding everything it spread to. If only the slightest crack appeared in the barrier, he would have the opportunity to escape. The main body of the black mist gathered momentum, his spiritual power continuously spreading outward, but he scanned back and forth 3 times, still unable to find a crack. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the transparent barrier and the white-robed monk opposite him. The other man stared at him motionlessly, as if looking at a dead object. Yi Cifeng? ? Impossible. The main body of the black fog was truly broken. How could you be completely unharmed? Aren't you from the world of cultivation? Are you a native of this world? Yi Cifeng immediately understood what the other party was so incredulous about. Cultivators in the world of cultivation have a sense of one another. While not specific, they can roughly tell each other's age range. For example, he knew the cultivator across from him was about the same age as him, both several thousand years old, with a difference of no more than 1,000 years. When the world of cultivation collapsed, all cultivators were severely weakened. For example, Yingfanshuan, in order to transport those spirit beasts with him, essentially perished. If it weren't for the golden light of merit, there wouldn't be a trace of Yingfanshuan left in the world. Yi Cifeng thought for a moment, but decided not to say anything. He didn't like talking during battle, and it was difficult to explain why he wasn't injured at all. How could he explain it? Because he had someone to guide him. Because he had always diligently done good deeds. Not only had he escaped unscathed, but his cultivation had even improved further than before. Although a great deal was on his mind, Yi Cifeng didn't show it. He simply stood there in the night, a faint breeze blowing past, and he seemed detached and even more calm. The main body of the black fog refused to accept this outcome, and with lightning-fast concentration of spiritual energy, it attacked the barrier. The blow, wielding all its might, spread out, sending black fog billowing, but even after it dispersed, the barrier remained intact, untouched. Impossible. Did they use some other method? The main body of the black fog was truly devastated, unwilling to accept or believe this outcome. Yi Cifeng raised his hand. If you have the guts, just absorb me. Even if I perish in this world, 3,000 years will pass. Do not bully a cultivator. Yi Cifeng condensed his spiritual energy, gathering it in his palm, like a wave or a hurricane. Having come all the way from the world of cultivation, his spiritual energy, far from diminishing but steadily increasing, was immense, practically illuminating the entire world. The main body of the black fog fell silent, realizing that if he didn't make a final stand, he would surely perish. Senior, spare me. I am willing to give you all my wealth. My savings. The key I found. Everything I have. Yi Zifeng had just lowered his hand when a surge of spiritual energy, like a surging ocean wave, instantly rushed over, easily destroying the barrier. The black fog cultivator's unfinished words were drowned out by the attack. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand, suddenly realizing he had just heard a different word. A key. What key? Yi Zifeng stepped forward, gathering up the various storage items. After a brief shuffle, he spotted a shimmering golden fragment. The shape was irregular, and certainly not a key at all. It resembled a broken square seal, but even the slightest guess was that only a tiny fragment remained. Yi Zifeng gazed at the object, suddenly struck by a premonition. He had already traveled through so many worlds, so no matter what happened, he would face it head-on. But if he had to continue working... Ah! Yi Zifeng sighed, but a thought occurred to him, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Ying Fanxuan stood on his shoulder, still as obedient and adorable as ever. Although he would be tired, if that were the case, Ying Fanxuan's recovery would be just around the corner. Yi Zifeng stood there, pondering for 3 seconds, before quickly accepting the outcome. But now, he still had to deal with the object before him. Energy, the energy absorbed by the black mist monk. Countless strands of bright yellow energy gathered into a ball, swaying back and forth. If he didn't deal with it, it would dissipate. The best way to deal with it was to absorb it, but Yi Zifeng didn't. This energy was illegal, tricked by the monk. If he had absorbed it, the heavenly Tao would definitely have remembered it. The merits and demerits would have offset each other, and by then, the loss of the golden light of merit would have been more than worth the gain. He had to return it. Only by maintaining a state of supreme devotion to the world could he obtain more golden light of merit and achieve his goal. Yi Zifeng gently diffused his mental energy, and countless golden threads, fine and dense, penetrated the bright yellow ball of energy. It took some time, but he could still distinguish it. Perhaps, he was destined for hard work. Yi Zifeng squatted down, carefully distinguishing the different people's essences. The 19-year-old girl's, a story of a love story of 3 lifetimes. The 28-year-old man's, a story of a stunning first encounter at the bar. The 45-year-old woman's, a passionate rapport in the square. The 59-year-old man's, a story of an everyday relationship with his caring companion. There are so many different types of romances. The scripts aren't limited to any subject matter. From the young to the old, there are perfect romances for both men and women. Yi Zifeng was suddenly amazed at the cultivator's talent. There are truly 360 professions, and every profession has its own top talent. How could this not be considered impressive? Yi Zifeng suddenly blinked, plucking a fragment of his soul from the most recently absorbed aura. The cultivator hadn't been absorbed yet. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow, and flicked the soul fragment into a container designed to hold souls. How could it not be considered fate? He hadn't considered the soul fragments when absorbing them, yet a whole piece remained. This cultivator was destined to serve under him. Everything was fate. Yi Zifeng stood up without a trace of worry, clapped his hands, and used his spiritual energy to transform into threads, sending the newly divided essence back along the calculated route. On January 18, 2025, many people witnessed a meteor shower. Countless golden threads streaked across the sky, disappearing before anyone could make a wish. At the same time, in countless locations, completely different groups of people, men and women, young and old, all paused at the same moment, feeling the sudden warmth in their brains. What the hell? Why did I suddenly feel so warm? My whole body felt warm, and I felt much more refreshed. The perceptive ones immediately recalled their recent encounters with evil spirits. They'd felt so cold back then, while still in love, yet now, suddenly warm. Could it be that the energy they'd invested during that time was flowing back into their bodies? Everyone's reactions varied. Some were happy, some were shocked, and some silently shed tears, their thoughts unsettled. Those who were slower to react simply scratched their heads, lamenting that they must have gone to bed early last night, which gave them such a good night's sleep today. Wearing the latest necklace from 199, their emotions felt more stable. Mom, I'm telling you, this necklace is super useful. My friend said it's subsidized by the government. That's why it's so cheap. Buy one for my dad. It might even help him quit smoking. Can this thing help you quit smoking? Yeah. That's how Xiaoming's dad quit. He was a 30-year smoker, and he just quit. Really? Then order one for your dad. And one for your brother too. One for everyone in our family. We get a 20% discount on family meals. I've already placed my order. Hey, kid. The girl's cheerful footsteps grew farther and farther as she left her mother's shop, phone in hand. The sounds of her playing and laughing spread further and further. Neighbors started asking if the necklace really worked, and when they heard it was, they placed their orders. I've already lost count of how many batches they've sold. Yi Zifeng checked his phone, confirmed there were no issues with the official side, and then went back into storage, planning to optimize the necklace's technology before giving it away. This world is about to end. Yi Zifeng was programming and thinking at the same time. Ying Fengshuan was still squatting on his shoulder, pretending to be unnoticed and sneaking closer. Chapter 206. Yi Zifeng didn't need to turn to know Ying Fengshuan was gliding around on his shoulder. Perhaps his shrunken form was like a mask, freeing him to let loose once he put it on. Even after regaining his memory, he could still act cute and innocent. When did it become like this? Yi Zifeng pondered, then took a second to accept the reality. It seemed like it had been this way from the beginning. Quite magical. Yi Zifeng continued programming, using the program to simulate the flow of spiritual energy, developing a technology that was completely feasible in this world. Electricity flowed into the container and, through the preset circuits, was converted into energy similar to spiritual energy. This energy had many uses, and with dedicated research, it could achieve many unimagined things. But that wasn't Yi Zifeng's concern. He could only offer a key, a push on this world, as compensation for the Black Fog entity's absorption of the world. After all, he had already stored the Black Fog entity within his space. Every peck and every sip had its destiny. Yi Zifeng hadn't been programming for long. He checked it out, and when he felt it was almost done, he sent it to the official website. Ding dong. A message quickly arrived from the other end. Mr. Yi, what's up? Yi Zifeng replied. Same quote, this is the initial program. This time, the other party responded even faster. Of course. Thank you very much. Clearly, the official website wasn't stupid. While Yi Zifeng's origins were a bit mysterious, the love-crazy incident was clearly even more shocking. Suddenly, a large number of people were immersed in their personal lives, losing some of their physical energy daily. It seemed like something was wrong. Then, a mysterious person suddenly offered help, asking for a high price but promising to solve all their problems. Definitely going, and somehow, this mysterious person was quite approachable. Yi Zifeng exchanged a few pleasantries. It felt a bit strange, but after traveling through several worlds, he already knew the authorities well. Parallel worlds are always similar, and goodwill seems to accumulate. It was quite magical, but then he thought about the arrangements behind it, and it made sense. Perhaps it was a deliberate arrangement by heaven. Yi Zifeng messaged the authorities to inform them that he would be leaving soon. The other party was very reserved and didn't ask too many questions, simply saying they would do their best to help in any way they could. Of course, Yi Zifeng didn't ask for any help, but simply urged them not to abuse the program and to study it carefully. I was leaving this world again. Before leaving, Yi Zifeng browsed online for a while, reading everyone's feedback on the necklace. Based on popular demand, the authorities had developed a simplified version for 69 yuan. Wearing it had some stress-relieving properties, and it also provided sleep feedback and heart rate monitoring. I'd call the 69 yuan one the necklace version of a sports bracelet. Nonsense! Sports bracelets don't relieve stress. I feel so calm the moment I put this on. I finished 3 tests during evening study and still felt like I had some energy left. Workers like to call it a cowhorse headgear. Wearing it makes me feel more energetic when doing reports. I don't get angry at my idiotic bosses or colleagues. I just feel like the world is truly colorful, and there are so many different types of idiots. I'm a teacher. Wearing it makes my students seem more lovable, and my mood is much more stable. It's really useful, a cowhorse magic tool. Why are you talking so ridiculously? Will it be harmful to your body? It's like one of those cybernetic things that control your body. 69 yuan can't possibly do that much. Don't worry about this. This thing will just calm you down a bit. Why do I say that? Because I wore this necklace today, and I got into a verbal fight with my boss. He was so mean and stupid. I was speechless. I wore the necklace to a blind date, thinking it would numb me and lead to marriage. I couldn't accept my date. One look at her left me speechless. You're expecting cyber control for 69 yuan? Consider the cost, right? Haha, that makes sense. The online discussion continues. Because the 69 yuan model is so much more affordable, many people who had been on the sidelines have bought it. Once they used it, they realized how advanced technology has become. It soothed their emotions. It's amazing. Impossible. How could this be a 69 yuan item? Of course, there were some who didn't believe it, but no one paid any attention. After calming down, everyone stopped arguing. If they didn't believe it, they didn't have to buy it. No one was forcing them. Yi Zifeng continued surfing the internet diligently. Driven by some mysterious premonition, he thoroughly indulged himself. Only when he felt he wouldn't feel like surfing again, for a while did he pull out his compass and prepare to leave. Of course, he collected some local souvenirs before leaving. They were pretty much the same as the world before him, except there were many small trinkets that used electricity to spiritual energy conversion. It seemed the authorities had achieved some initial success. Yi Zifeng accepted them all and raised his hand to spin the compass, channeling the spiritual energy into silk threads that tethered the first batch of pure heart silkworms. Let's make a deal again. The spiritual threads connected several pure heart silkworms. Some were hopping around in trees, some were crawling on people, and some were nestled in their owners' hats, browsing them all. But at this moment, they all raised their bodies simultaneously, their tiny, beady eyes gazing in the same direction. Over there was Spirit Beast Dimension. The road is always reserved for them. If they can't make it, they can sacrifice half their energy and lifespan to cross countless dimensions and return to the Spirit Beast realm. Most of the masters stared wide-eyed, swearing to the heavens that they would treat the silkworms well and swear to be struck by lightning if they disobeyed. Only a small number of people were still confused about the situation. Because they were still under investigation, they had not signed a contract and therefore had no telepathic connection. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand obediently. What could he say? Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, but he pinched his fingers, but nothing came out. Never mind. When the enemy comes, we fight them. When the water comes, we block it with earth. Immortal cultivators never fear fate. He glanced at Ying Fanshuan on his shoulder. He was still running and jumping, his fluffy fur swaying in the wind. Then, very deliberately, he leaned close to his neck, pretending to fall into his collar. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. He then pulled out his compass and beckoned Ying Fanshuan to come up and spin. He worked diligently. With a whirring sound, the characters lit up one by one, and spiritual energy formed a vortex, generating a powerful attraction. Yi Zifeng scooped Ying Fanshuan up and jumped in. The deep black space crack remained silent, only the blue planet behind him silently rotated. It seemed like an eternity, yet it seemed only a moment. The blue planet seemed to freeze, shedding countless golden dots of light. These dots coalesced into a beam of light that rushed towards Yi Zifeng with lightning speed. Yi Zifeng grabbed Ying Fanshuan this time, but for some reason, he merely held him in his hand. The two were swept upward by the beam of light. Amidst the scattered starlight, a gentle touch grasped Yi Zifeng's right hand. He looked down, and the furry creature was gone. He met a pair of calm eyes, yet a hint of a smile glimpsed. What are you laughing at? Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. I'm laughing at myself. Ying Fanshuan was serious, but the sight of Yi Zifeng's flowing hair and those captivating green eyes made his heart beat faster. Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng. He called out his name repeatedly in his mind, but his mouth remained tightly shut, his expression serious and solemn, as if harboring no ill intentions. Of course, if he hadn't been clutching Yi Zifeng's hand so tightly. Yi Zifeng glanced down at his right hand, then at his stern rival across from him. For a second, he wondered if he guessed wrong. Was he doing this on purpose, just to disrupt his Taoist mind? It didn't seem impossible. In the 32,231st year of the Xiuxian calendar, he'd witnessed a cultivator engage in a dramatic, sadomasochistic romance to disrupt the Taoist mind of a fellow disciple. He then successfully surpassed his opponent in cultivation progress, and took what he wanted in one fell swoop. Yi Zifeng glanced down at his hand again, tempted to pull it back, but Ying Fanshuan, though incorporeal, still held it firmly. What was going on? Why did he feel so clearly purposeful? Yi Zifeng wanted to pull back even more. Ying Fanshuan. He offered a gentle reminder. But Ying Fanshuan was still lost in the throes of holding hands, his heart soaking in a pool of spring water. Alas, after experiencing so many worlds with the one he loved, their hearts were now so close. Even if he couldn't ascend, there would be no regrets. The world was truly dazzling. Ying Fanshuan, let go of my hand. Yi Zifeng gently warned. Now Ying Fanshuan finally realized something was amiss. Although he was a little fascinated, he also understood Yi Zifeng. Usually, when someone said that, it meant they were impatient or had something else on their mind. Normally, Yi Zifeng wouldn't refuse him. Something must be wrong here. I won't let go. Ing Fangxuan pursed his lips, wishing he could transform into a furry creature and pounce on him. Speak up, you idiot. Tell me how you feel. You're quite assertive. Yi Zifeng suddenly became excited. This awkward expression, this hesitant gesture, couldn't be fake. Ing Fangxuan didn't have that kind of acting ability. Why don't you let go? Yi Zifeng's expression was very serious, as if he was genuinely curious. Because of me. Ing Fangxuan was wrestling fiercely with himself. Should he speak? Should he declare his feelings? But he could only maintain his physical form briefly. After that, he would transform into a small beast. How could Yi Zifeng possibly be moved by such a weak posture? Should he speak? Should he speak? If he didn't, he would lose his body again. Ing Fangxuan had never been so torn since he was born. Whether it was the hardships or the crises, nothing had ever consumed him so much. Feelings, truly, were terrifying. I'm actually feeling. Bang. Ing Fangxuan suddenly exploded, transformed into a small beast. He stood there for 3 seconds stunned, before lunging into Yi Zifeng's collar. Ah, is this fate? Will retreating mean missing out? Is all this destined? I see. Yi Zifeng's tone was odd. Are you trying to say you're attracted to me? The voice above him seemed to chuckle. If it's you, just nod. If not, just turn around 3 times, and keep a distance from me. Ing Fangxuan could no longer control his body. He didn't know how many times he nodded. He felt his entire body tingle, his fur standing up and swelling. Dizzy, he buried himself in Yi Zifeng's neck. Yi Zifeng smells so good, sniff. Yi Zifeng felt a chill on his neck. He lifted the fur from his neck, gestured with his right hand, and flicked the ball of fur away. Chapter 207. The world was spinning. Ing Fangxuan's head was dizzy, his brain buzzing, his body alternately hot and cold. He could no longer control his body, and his mind was filled with that word. Love, love, love. Would Yi Zifeng find him abrupt? Would Yi Zifeng feel wronged? Would Yi Zifeng find him careless? Yi Zifeng, Yi Zifeng. What was Yi Zifeng thinking? After all, he had revealed his feelings so easily. The furry little beast spun around, then back again. Just as he was about to ask what their current relationship was, he was caught off guard by Yi Zifeng's smiling eyes. He was speechless. Ing Fangxuan slammed himself into Yi Zifeng's collar, feeling that his life had finally come full circle. If love had a journey, he was now as good as ascending to the Tao. Let's go! Yi Zifeng reached out and rubbed Ing Fangxuan, then pulled out the compass and beckoned him to spin. The plush creature stumbled out, spinning the compass with a whirring sound. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. Amazing, Ing Fangxuan, you spin so vigorously. Ing Fangxuan visibly worked harder. In the dark and silent crack of space, the compass symbols lit up one by one. When the last one lit up, Yi Zifeng raised his hand to confirm the location. After inputting spiritual energy, a powerful suction force hit him. Ing Fangxuan immediately rushed towards Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng reached out to catch him, and then they stepped into the space passage together. Snowy day. Falling snow fluttered down from the sky. Looking up, dense snowflakes fluttered and landed on the ground, the whole world a mottled white, and the wind carried a uniquely cold aura. Yi Zifeng looked up. Snowflakes fell on his head, body, and eyelashes. Immortal cultivators generally didn't feel cold, but he felt a faint chill. He reached out and caught a flake of snow. It was white and soft, and after 3 seconds it began to melt, transforming into a pool of cool water in his palm. Ing Fangxuan quickly flew into his palm and rolled around, quickly wiping away the cool water droplet. Yi Zifeng stared at the other person's sparkling eyes. What was going on? Why did he seem to be in the heat of love? Thank you, you're so thoughtful. Ing Fangxuan flew away triumphantly. Yi Zifeng paused to process this strange emotion, then sighed at the wonders of human emotions. He reached out and touched Ing Fangxuan's fluffy fur, then looked back at the world. It was still snowing. This world should be winter. Snow was normal, but this strange chill. Yi Zifeng decided to find a place to stay and wait, and see what the crisis in this world would hold. If nothing unexpected happens, it should snow. I just don't know if this world is as lucky as the previous one, where everyone I meet is less advanced than me. But looking at this snowy day, Yi Zifeng stood there for 3 seconds, pondering, but quickly convinced himself that since things have come to this, he should go online first to see what's going on, and look for business opportunities. On the hugely popular real-time hotspot websites, the top searches a few days ago were all celebrity gossip, but since January 21st, it's all been #snow hashtag, and everyone is extremely happy. Hashtag the first snow of 2025 hashtag. Hashtag is the person watching the snow with you, the same person from 10 years ago. Hashtag. Hashtag the difference between snowball fights in the north and south. Hashtag. Hashtag snowy day, beyond the movie. Hashtag. Hashtag those strange snowmen. Hashtag. The sudden heavy snowfall brought joy to most of the country. It's snowing. Heavy, fluttering snowflakes. You can see the shapes of the snowflakes. They have 6 corners. Such beautiful ice crystals. Wow, this feels like the heaviest snowfall I've ever seen. So romantic. 2025's first gift to me. I'm so happy. The snow makes everything softer. Even my colleagues are softer. My department just had a snowball fight. I'm so good. I flipped my boss into the snow. It's so beautiful. But how long will this snow last? Will it melt tomorrow? I really hope it lasts longer, at least 2 or 3 days. The weather forecast says it's snow for 2 days. Let's take advantage of these 2 days to have some fun in the snow. Everyone, look at the snowman I made. Picture. Wow. So cute. Is that a rabbit? No, it's a kitten. Oh. So happy. Our company got a day off because of the snow. I'm so happy. I don't even need an umbrella when I walk down the street. Even though it's cold, I'm so happy. You guys upstairs look like Southerners. We in the North are tired of seeing them. Come over here and have a snowball fight. The real deal. Let's go snowballing. Doghead, haha. I don't dare go over there. I'm afraid I get hit. Doghead. Everyone was delighted, especially the Southerners. This was a once-in-a-decade snowstorm. Endless snowflakes fluttered down from the sky like incredibly soft feathers, landing on my head, body, and palms. It was cool and a little icy. You know what? Snowflakes are ice. So soft and icy, it's amazing. But it was so fun. I opened my mouth to catch a snowflake, and it chilled my tongue. So cool. So icy. The film is out. The snowy scene goes perfectly with the red plush coat. Wow. So beautiful. Do you understand? It's snowing outside, and I'm eating ice cream in my room with the floor heating on. So refreshing, so comfortable. Ah, it's so cold. I didn't bring many clothes to school. My cotton jacket isn't warm enough. The snow is beautiful, but so cold. I don't even want to leave the dorm. I need a down jacket in this weather, and if I have cotton jackets, I need to wear multiple layers. Down jackets are so expensive. I'm a poor student who already wears 6 layers. Adding a fleece jacket underneath is super warm. I've tried it. Really? Please give me a link. I bought it on Pinduoduo. Only 38 yuan each. Aw, thank you so much. The kids are freezing. I didn't know it could be this cold in the snow. Their hands and feet are frozen. Maybe you haven't had much snow in the south before. No, it snowed in previous years, just not this heavily. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but this year is exceptionally cold. It's freezing even before the snow melts. My down jacket isn't even warm enough anymore. Huh? Really? Why do I feel like it's been about the same? Is it because I'm in the dorm? I just checked the records. The average temperature for the first snow this year is 5 degrees lower than last year. That seems really off, but the weather station hasn't said anything. So it should be normal? It's normal, after all, with so much snow this year, the heavier it is, the colder it gets. Reply to the above user. There's also this kind of talk. But while the snow is heavy, it's still within normal limits. Just keep warm, and see what the weather station says. The weather station has issued a notice. They say a cold wave is coming soon. Just get through it. How can I get through it? The elderly in my family won't let me turn on the air conditioner. They want to burn a charcoal stove, but I live in a studio apartment in a residential complex. I can't heat it with charcoal. The upstairs residents are so useless. They can't even control the air conditioner at home? My dad has Alzheimer's. He can't remember anything except turning on the air conditioner. If he does, he'd jump from the building. No one can stop him. Sigh, our family is. It's been cold for 2 days. It's kind of miserable. Let's try one of those electric fires. They're like little suns, and can keep you warm. No, my dad won't let me use that either. I can only use charcoal. He doesn't remember a lot of things, but he remembers saving electricity the most. I'm out of ideas. Why don't you send your wife and kids to live with relatives? You and your dad can just endure the cold together. Well, let's see. If there's no other way, this is the only way. The person above, is your dad just concerned with saving electricity? Then take him to a nearby mall. They all have air conditioning, so even if he doesn't wear anything, down jackets are pretty warm too. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? I think so. The mall near my house is also quite crowded. I thought everyone was stocking up, but it turns out they're just using the air conditioning. I've tried it myself. It's even warmer with more people. My electricity bill has been skyrocketing these past couple of days, but going to the mall has saved me a lot. But you need to have self-control. If you can't resist buying things at the mall, it's not worth it. I've already bought things, spending over 1,000 yuan a day. It's not worth it. I'm dying of laughter. I definitely have self-control. But we're in the city center. This mall is the warmest. I can't bear to turn on the AC at home, so the temperature isn't too high, and even wearing a down jacket, I'm still a bit chilly. Jia Mall. The AC is on full blast. I got so hot shopping there yesterday. I even saw people wearing hoodies, their faces flushed. Okay, let's go to Jia Mall tomorrow. It's winter break now, so there's nowhere else to go, and it's too cold at home. There's a beautifully shaped tree outside Jia Plaza. It's perfect for taking photos and checking in, then going inside after it gets cold. Okay, Yi Sifeng had done market research all the way here, and after thinking about the spirit beasts in his space, he quickly came up with an idea. He glanced at Ying Fanxuan, who was sweetly and passionately in love on his shoulder, gently pinched his fur, and led them both into the spirit beast realm. They crossed the endless plains, where the lush grass swayed in the wind, and small spirit beasts hopped around. They crossed the dense, tightly packed forest, where the trees rustled, and spirit beasts large and small looked up at the sky, as if they could smell the presence of the Beast King. Yi Sifeng, accompanied by his beloved Beast King, continued on his way until they reached the end of the spirit beast realm, amidst a rolling volcano. He couldn't help but squint. It's a bit hot. Plants prefer something warm and cool. Ying Fanxuan instantly perked up. After exchanging a glance with Yi Sifeng, he quickly understood his intentions. Okay, firework bear, capture it from the volcano, train it, and sell it to the real world. Yi Sifeng nodded, his lips curled in affirmation. Ying Fanxuan set to work with a vigorous and confident spirit. Despite his small size, the Beast King's imposing presence radiated, effortlessly driving the pack of bears from their den. He scurried up to Yi Sifeng and, with a humble gesture, offered his choice of bears. Yi Sifeng gently rubbed the little beast's cheek, and Ying Fanxuan fell in love again. Yi Sifeng began selecting bears. First, the bear's appearance had to be satisfactory, ideally with a round head and body, and a non-aggressive appearance. Second, the bear's personality had to be acceptable. Even surrounded by people in the mall, it wouldn't become irritated and would simply remain there quietly. Finally, its talent had to be decent, since it was being sold as a disguised heater in the mall. Yi Sifeng surveyed the group of bears. At first glance, each bear appeared perfectly docile, but closer inspection revealed subtle differences. For example, one couldn't stop shaking its legs, indicating a lack of concentration. Another kept scratching, suggesting poor hygiene. Still others bared their teeth, seemingly unable to control their emotions. Bang! The one baring its teeth was struck hard by Ying Fanxuan, and it immediately calmed down, though the corners of its mouth continued to twitch, revealing its restlessness was its natural state. Yi Sifeng looked away, then took another look at all the bears, quickly making his choice. The one at the far edge, with its shaggy fur and sleepy eyes, had a restless posture, but its spiritual energy and emotions were stable. Ying Fanxuan immediately understood Yi Sifeng's intent and quickly chased the bear away. 5 minutes later, he was conducting emergency training nearby. Yi Sifeng felt reassured. After all, this was Ying Fanxuan's specialty, training spirit beasts. The remaining bears scattered, retreating back into the volcano to hibernate. Yi Sifeng stood beside the volcano, glanced at Ying Fanxuan, and pulled out his phone. Then, the purchasing managers of 4 major local shopping malls suddenly received a message at the same time. Hello, are you interested in purchasing a heater? Chapter 208. Heater? The 4 managers were stunned. What the hell is a heater? In the north, it's floor heating, in the south, it's air conditioning. What exactly is a heater? A foot warmer? A small sunroof? A bathroom heater? Why didn't this salesperson explain it clearly? He's completely unprofessional. Who would buy his stuff? 3 managers deleted the message outright, but the manager of Sunshine Mall hesitated. The reason was simple. The mall needed air conditioners. The old ones were underpowered, and the rooms weren't warm enough, so customers were going to other malls for warmth. What's the price for this heater? The manager of Sunshine Mall hesitated, fearing he'd been scammed. But then he wondered, what if it was just a new salesperson, The way the other person was texting him about sales reminded him of his early days. Yi Zifeng glanced back at the 3-meter-tall fireworks bear and quickly gave a price he thought was reasonable. 88888, bear-shaped heater, high power and strong heat generation, built-in intelligent system, interactive, no charging required, and capable of self-photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? The Sun Mall manager's eyes widened. He'd done well in compulsory education, so of course he remembered that only plants could photosynthesize. Is the person on the other end a scammer? Or just someone uneducated? Brother, this is a machine. Machines can't photosynthesize. No matter what business you're running, you need to be prepared in advance so that customers can trust you. The Sun Mall manager couldn't help but add a few words. He was also quite clueless when he first started his business, making a lot of mistakes, and he immediately felt empathy. Yi Zifeng glanced back at the firework bear, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a moment's thought, he decided to take a video and go ahead. AAA sends warmth to old Yi. Video. The person in charge looked at the blurry video cover and clicked on it. The image was orange-red and a bit blurry, but as the lens gradually cleared, the person in charge could clearly see the object in the center. A bear, an orange-red bear, appeared enormous with dense fur. The bear sat upright on the ground, seemingly dozing, or perhaps meditating and breathing. Meditating and breathing? The person in charge was a little surprised at why he had thought of this, but his surprise was short-lived, because the bear in the image stood up, patted its chest at the camera, and then made a fist. The air instantly distorted, like the heat around a flame. The person in charge couldn't help but step back, only to remember he was holding his phone. The video had been sent to him by the salesman selling heaters. So why had he been given something like this? AAA send warmth old Yi. The bear-shaped heater has 2 modes, active and energy saving. I just showed you the active mode. The energy saving mode looks like this. It's very user-friendly. AAA send warmth old Yi. Video. The person in charge had no idea what he was doing, but he clicked on it anyway. The orange-red bear was already dozing off, hunched over on the ground, its head nodding. If you listen closely, you could even hear a faint snoring sound, which was quite realistic. AAA send warmth old Yi. Our product is perfect for placement inside shopping malls. Not only does it have powerful heating capabilities, it also serves as a landmark attraction. It'd be ready for a check-in spot with just a few seconds of operation. If you're not interested, I contact other merchants. The person in charge's expression suddenly grew serious, his mind racing. First, 88,000 yuan isn't a huge expense for a heater used inside a shopping mall. Second, this heater's design is so unique that even if it doesn't heat, it's still worthwhile to place it in a shopping mall as an interactive toy. Its eye-catching design can attract a lot of traffic, making it a worthwhile investment no matter how you look at it. But there's one final question. Does such a heater really exist? Could this video be fabricated, like those AI-powered images you see online? AAA warmth delivery, old Yi. What are your thoughts? The dealer started to push him. The manager's heart was beating like a drum, and for some reason, he was getting nervous. The image of the deserted mall kept playing in his mind, and the orange plush bear in the volcano also flickered in his mind. Finally, the 2 images merged. Sun Mall purchasing. Can I try it? Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow at the message and glanced down at Ing Fengshuan on his shoulder. The plush animal shook its head frantically, indicating that it wasn't free, but it could be rented. AAA warmth delivery, old Yi. You can rent it for 8,888 for 3 days. If you're not satisfied, just return it. The other party hesitated for a moment. Sun Mall purchasing, deal. The firework bear backpack is ready. For Yi Zifeng and Ing Fengshuan, they simply watched the bear's back recede, sent some instructions to Sun Mall purchasing, and the matter was over. But for Sun Mall purchasing, it wasn't like that. For no apparent reason, they rented a bear-shaped heater for 8,880 for 3 days. It was said to be equipped with the latest intelligent system and capable of responding to emergencies. How strange. How could I have paid the money? I've never seen anything like this before. A simple doll like this would cost more than that, and it could even generate heat. Is that so magical? The next morning, at 5 o'clock, before daybreak, the buyer, bundled up, was waiting outside the mall entrance. It was said that the bear-shaped heater would be delivered at this time, and because of its large size, the roads would only be unrestricted at this time. Are there no restrictions at this time? The buyer was a little unsure, but considering the sparse traffic at his mall, he still waited outside early. The snow was still falling, and the world was almost silent. The buyer rubbed his fingers together at the entrance, wanting to go in for warmth, but worried that the delivery man might not see him and turned back. It's so cold. Why is it so cold? Is it this cold in previous years? The buyer stamped his feet until he lost consciousness. It was strange. There was no wind, but it was strangely cold. The world seemed like a giant ice cellar, cold and silent. It's so cold. The buyer stamped his feet again, rubbing his fingers as he did so. He thought, why not go inside and wait? At least there's air conditioning inside. The world was still pitch black, and there was nothing at the intersection. The buyer was about to turn when he suddenly saw a flash of orange light. He turned his head. An orange, bear-like figure appeared at the intersection. It was tall, but it walked steadily, step by step, gradually approaching. The buyer was stunned. He watched the orange bear approach, slowly, as the falling snowflakes landed on its fur and disappeared. It seemed scorching hot. With each step, each footprint melted the snow beneath his feet, revealing the dark gray road surface. The purchaser couldn't help but peek over, looking at the footprints on the ground, then looking up at the massive orange bear before him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of intimidation. Ding dong. A message suddenly rang from his phone. The purchaser, dazed, picked up the phone. AAA warmth delivery oldie. The heater is smart, huh? You can try giving it commands. Just keep them simple and clear. AAA warmth delivery oldie. Don't be amazed, technology is just that amazing. The purchaser suddenly came to his senses and tried to reassure himself. Don't be scared, don't be shocked. It's just a machine. Although it's eerily lifelike, it can still walk all the way here on its own. But what era is this? 2025. A 3-meter tall, furry bear-shaped heater isn't normal? Technology is just that advanced. The purchaser quickly convinced himself, patted his chest, and spoke calmly to the heater. Sit on the first floor lobby stage. The big orange bear actually moved, head lowered, curled up, passed through the mall entrance, and sat down on the first floor lobby stage with a clear purpose. The bear settled down like that. The buyer breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wait, he's actually sweating? The buyer's eyes widened, belatedly sensing the warmth that washed over him. The center of the mall felt like a massive furnace, the heat gushing over him, warming his hands and feet. His feet were actually a little damp through his 3-layer socks. The effect was so strong? The buyer perked up, took off his down jacket, and stood inside in a sweater. Not cold at all. His hands and feet were warm, and his whole body felt energized. It was so warm, like he'd stepped straight into spring and summer. What a great product. It heats so quickly and powerfully, its design is so beautiful and interesting, and it even has a smart system that allows for simple conversations. This isn't just any heater. It's the mall's biggest selling point, the beginning of a booming business, the key to promotions and raises. Hey boss, I'm telling you, our mall is going to be a success. You should work with other departments to come up with some more preferential policies. Starting tomorrow, the foot traffic will at least triple, no quintuple. Tenfold is even possible. The nearby residents had no idea what happened that night, nor could they imagine how a purchasing agent argued with the boss all night. They only knew that the snow continued to fall the next day, the weather remained as cold, and the snow piled up thicker by the day. Huh? Xiaoling exhaled a puff of white air, and quickly put on her mask. It's so cold. My mouth is freezing. When will the snow stop? I don't know. Wanna go to the mall today, Jiajia Mall? Suggested her good friend Xiaoyu. Jiajia Shopping Mall is so crowded, it's packed. I kept smelling feet yesterday. Did someone not wash their feet? Xiaoling's face wrinkled. That's probably true. It's so cold after all. Xiaoyu was still apprehensive. Let's try another mall. What else is nearby? Xiaoling thought for a moment. The closest one is Sun Mall, but the air conditioning is a bit old, so it's not very warm, and there aren't many people there. The two of them exchanged glances and made a decision. It's a little cold, so at least there aren't as many people. Yesterday's smell of stinky feet really bothered them. I put on a scarf. Then I put on some socks. Fully geared up, the two finally set out for the Sun City Mall, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. Huh, we're finally here. They paused at the door, brushing off the snow. Their gloves were soaked, their fingers red from the cold, and they felt heavy with every movement. Are you done? All right. After brushing off the snow, they gripped the glass door and pushed it open. A wave of heat. The overwhelming heat washed over them, quickly hitting their faces. Every breath was filled with warmth, and the warm air seemed to work like magic, instantly clearing their noses. From the tip of their noses to their lungs, they felt a warm warmth. Wow! They exclaimed. They quickly approached the center of the mall, running warmer and warmer. Their limbs quickly became active, their fingertips warmed, and their feet became nimble and powerful. Why is it so warm? Xiaoling was filled with joy. Wow! Did they get a new air conditioner? Xiaoyu looked around and saw that there weren't many people around, but everyone was clearly happy. It must have just been bought. It's so warm. Xiaoling was instantly delighted, jumping up and down on the spot. She felt like she had been revived, like she had stepped out of winter and into spring. Wow! What a huge bear! Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment from the other side. Xiaoling turned to look. In the center of the mall sat a giant orange stuffed bear, hunched over and dozing, its head nodding. It was both shocking and astonishing. How is it so smart? Xiaoling and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, then howled and rushed forward. Ah! They both pounced on the bear's body, surprised to find that every fur was warm, soft to the touch, and slightly burning. Wow! The two buried their heads in the fluffy fur, breathing it in repeatedly. Even though they were sweating, they still felt unsatisfied. How could this be so impressive? Sun City Mall is truly amazing. Xiaoling felt a bit hot, and took off her coat. Xiaoyu, seeing this, also began to untie her scarf. They were so busy that they didn't notice the 3-meter-tall bear overhead open its eyes. Firework Bear looked down at the two humans at his feet. He only moved his fingers, gently touching the down jacket and scarf he had removed. What a strange touch. So he unseen it, and with one eye open and one closed, he secretly watched the two humans sit on the ground, then quickly leaned over him. Wow! The two humans exclaimed again. Chapter 209. Firework Bear closed his eyes again. The two humans were still rubbing against his feet, making him feel a little itchy, but the king had taught him that when he ventured out, he had to follow the rules. Now he was a mountain, and could only sit still, at most changing his position when necessary to absorb spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy in this world was really low. There was some in the snow outside, but it was difficult to absorb. It must have been sealed in by wild monks. Firework Bear opened one eye again. The two humans were still darting around at his feet, so he ignored them, and sat in the middle of the mall, slowly absorbing and breathing in spiritual energy. The temperature in the mall rose gradually. Xiaoling began to feel a little warm. The bear fur under his hands was warm, and the heat seemed to have substance, rising in waves, making his body soft. Xiaoling's nose was completely clear. As someone with rhinitis, she hadn't felt this clear since winter began. But at this moment, her nose felt like a cleaned air duct, and every breath she took was incredibly smooth. Xiaoling took 2 deep breaths, and upon feeling her limbs become nimble, she suddenly jumped up. Her hands and feet were warm, and she felt alive again. Xiaoyu. Xiaoling met her friend's gaze, and seeing Xiaoyu's flushed face, she knew she was warming up too. How could it be so warm? My whole body felt so free and unobstructed, like I had stepped from the cold of winter into the warmth of spring. The warm, gentle sun hung overhead, and the air was filled with the scent of rebirth. Not stuffy at all. Xiaoyu also covered her mouth in amazement. Air conditioning, especially the high-powered ones inside shopping malls, while warm, always made people dizzy. Some even had a strange smell. Clearly entering an open public space, it felt like stepping into a long-distance bus. So happy, so happy. Xiaoling jumped up and down, her energy growing stronger and stronger, as if she had stepped out of the harsh winter and lightly leaped into spring. Xiaoyu jumped along too. Although she didn't know why she was jumping around in the mall, with her good friend beside her, the wind whistling in her ears, the world felt lively and light. Firework Bear secretly opened one eye again. Although he didn't know why the two humans were suddenly jumping up and down, they looked quite energetic. Firework Bear secretly adjusted his posture. See if the other humans were as energetic. The other customers in the mall were more serious. They considered themselves adults, and wouldn't jump around like little girls. It's actually quite warm. A girl wearing a woolen hat removed her scarf and exchanged glances with her companion. The two of them immediately made their way to the giant bear in the center of the mall. Ah! The two of them exclaimed softly but continuously, finally unable to contain themselves, and dove into the furry bear. Firework Bear stirred slightly. It moved. Xiaoling, a top fan, exclaimed in surprise. What moved? Xiaoyu looked up and inquired. Firework Bear suddenly stiffened, its eyes quickly closing as it pretended to be a mountain, completely silent. Am I seeing things? Xiaoling looked up, but still couldn't make out anything from the furry bear's face. What's moving? My best friend continued to ask. Nothing, I must have seen it wrong. Xiaoling finally gave up her curiosity. Watching the two older women pounce and sniff in the bear's fur, she couldn't resist jumping in too. It was so warm, so hot, but not at all scalding. There was no direct airflow, yet a sense of warmth washed over her. So magical, so high-tech. The four of them pounced and sniffed in the fur, their joy instantly spreading to those nearby. They looked around. It had been ages, and no staff had intervened. They must be allowed to pounce. Seeing how much fun those four were having, maybe this was an interactive toy, everyone started moving. Some were eager, some moved forward seriously, and some were hesitant. But everyone had one goal. The 3-meter-tall orange plush bear in the center of the mall. It looked so good to touch and sniff. Oh my god, that's unsanitary. So many people going over there. A mother, dragging her child, had her down jacket pulled a meter out. I'm going! Bear, bear. The child, no more than 3 years old, erupted with astonishing force. With a rustling sound, the child, now only wearing a sweater, rushed out unstoppable. Firework Bear realized something was amiss. Having only 2 humans around him was a novelty, for it was tolerable, but 8 or 10, he couldn't even count. Firework Bear immediately pressed the customer service button next to him, and soon the mall manager appeared in the first floor lobby. Don't push. Don't push. This is expensive. If you break it, you have to pay for it. 8 million each. Whoever breaks it will have to pay. If you can't pay, you go to jail. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Those who had been pouncing on the bear immediately jumped back up, quickly putting on their clothes and scarves, fearing they'd be caught and fined. That was 8 million yuan. Who could afford it? Firework Bear glanced at the person in charge with the loudspeaker, finally relaxing and sitting back down. He looked around and suddenly made eye contact with a human. He blinked, then gently closed his eyes, pretending nothing had happened. Xiaoling? ? Xiaoling. What are you looking at? Xiaoyu, did you see the big bear open his eyes just now? Xiaoling looked incredulous. No, is it the heat? Are you feeling dizzy? His friend looked concerned. No. Xiaoling, also beginning to doubt, looked up at the big bear. Its furry face was perfectly normal, a perfectly cute and stable pose. Maybe I'm seeing things. Xiaoling glanced back at the big bear. It was still the same, calm and steady. It's already 3:30 so soon? Xiyu exclaimed, covering her mouth. What? Xiaoling was also shocked. They'd left home at 1 o'clock and arrived at the mall at 1:30. So much had they accomplished, and 2 hours had already gone by. Happy times always fly by so quickly. Xiaoling nodded, and in perfect sync, she and her friend pulled out their phones. Let's play for a while. I'm a little tired. The two of them reached a consensus, and sat down on the floor not far from the fireworks bear. $8 million worth of high-tech equipment was incredibly useful. The floor was warm, carrying a unique warmth. So comfortable. The two of them leaned against each other, forming a circle around the fireworks bear with a dozen or so other mall patrons. The mall was completely silent. Everyone had tacitly agreed not to play music, and some parents were reading with their children. For a moment, the atmosphere was serene yet incredibly warm. The firework bear secretly opened its eyes again. The group of people sitting around it stood a meter away. Emboldened now, it gently leaned its head over and used its relatively good eyesight to peer at the glowing cube in the human's hand. Wait, why was it there? There's a super cute stuffed bear in the Sun Mall. It looks like some kind of high-tech thing. Not only can it be a popular attraction, but it also provides enough heat for the entire mall. Look! So cute. It's just a shame the staff wouldn't let us get too close. Xiaoling was watching this video. She was seen jumping around next to the orange stuffed bear. It must have been taken by a customer, and it was surprisingly posted online so quickly. Luckily, I was far away. My face wasn't too clear. Xiaoling muttered to herself, then zoomed in and out for a moment before saving the video. Haha, that big stuffed bear is so adorable, so cozy to sit next to. After Xiaoling saved and exited, she noticed the video had 100 more likes and over 30 comments. She clicked on it. Did Sun City Mall get new air conditioners? It was freezing cold when I went there yesterday. The ponds in the aquatic area were frozen over. The fish were practically frozen to death. Is this Sun City Mall? Yeah, with this old-fashioned decor, it's definitely Sun City Mall. Wow! How big is this bear? And it looks so lifelike. Not like a stuffed toy at all. It's even bigger up close. And it's no ordinary stuffed animal. It's an 8 million yuan heater. It's said to use the latest technology. As soon as I entered the mall, I felt completely warmed up. Sigh, I can't explain it, but it's different from other air conditioners. You must try it. Xiaoling couldn't help but comment on this. And so adorable. So fluffy. So soft and warm. Catching him felt like wading into a cloud filled with the sun. Xiaoling turned her head, caught off guard by another pair of dark eyes. The firework bear lowered its head slightly, pretending nothing had happened. It sat there, not peeking at anything human. Xiaoling frowned and turned away, pretending she hadn't noticed anything. She pulled out her phone and started browsing again. The internet was still flooded with information, but Xiaoling couldn't absorb any of it. She pretended to scroll through it, then gently raised her phone, tapped the camera, flipped the front camera to the right, and unsurprisingly, saw the sparkling black eyes behind her. The bear behind her seemed unable to react, unable to comprehend why it had appeared on her phone. Xiaoling's mind raced, constantly sorting through various possibilities. The bears in the mall would open and close their eyes, and even secretly look at people's phones. First, it seemed like a high-tech product, capable of generating heat. She just touched it, and it was indeed scalding warm. It was impossible for a staff member to be hiding inside, so she ruled that possibility out. 8 million. An 8 million bear-shaped heater that opened and closed its eyes to look at people's phones. Xiaoling had no experience with this, and for a moment, she couldn't tell if this was normal. Perhaps it was the power of money or technology. Was this bear, like an intelligent robot, an interactive high-tech product? It didn't seem unreasonable. Xiaoling easily convinced herself that the bear was alive, or that the 8 million high-tech smart heater simply had interactive features. This option was more reliable, more scientific, and more reasonable. Xiaoling relaxed instantly, adjusted her phone, and started taking photos. She struck a pouty V sign, and the bear behind her was perfectly in the frame. Snap. Cute, cute. Her expression was perfectly natural, and the bear behind her was incredibly adorable. Xiaoling admired it for a moment, and posted it on WeChat Moments. Caption: The bear at Sun City Mall is so cute. Just like the real thing. It even peeks at people's phones. Yi Sifeng also saw this post online, under the trending hashtag Sun City Mall Bear hashtag thread. Evidently, one of Xiaoling's friends had a conspicuous bag, and they'd shared it online. Why is hashtag bearsethesen.com going viral? Because amidst the freezing cold, everyone suddenly realized that everyone in the so-called Sun Mall was wearing sweaters. What's going on? How high is the air conditioning in this mall? Why are everyone wearing sweaters? Some are even wearing short sleeves. Is this a mall in Hainan? So it's not too cold? No. This is our city. Central and Southern China. Oh my god, we're also in Central and Southern China. It's been getting colder and colder these past 2 days, with the snow falling non-stop. It's freezing cold, so our company has even closed. The boss says it's to avoid the cold, but I suspect the AC can't run. The AC is getting higher and higher, but it's still freezing inside. What kind of technology is this bear in the mall? Is it so warm? Can you wear a sweatshirt inside? When will the snow stop? It's unbearable. I didn't buy many thick clothes in the south. I've been hiding under the covers these past few days. You can go to the mall to warm up. The air conditioning in my mall is just as good as not on. Aside from the lack of cool air, it's no different from being outside. It's probably not the AC, it's just too cold. The temperature in my mall is getting lower and lower. I used to be able to go without a coat, but now I have to wear a scarf. So is this mall with bears so amazing? Any locals here with their own experiences? Locals are here. This bear must be new. I wasn't there a few days ago. If you want to see it, please follow me. I'll be live streaming tomorrow. Already following. Local social media outlets are getting excited. Yi Sifeng thought for a moment and followed him, then glanced sideways at Ying Fangxuan on his shoulder. The furry little beast instantly understood what Yi Sifeng meant and stood up straight, patting his chest with his short legs to promise he'd be there as soon as possible tomorrow to monitor the staff's work. Really capable. Yi Sifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. Ying Fangxuan immediately became proud. Chapter 210. The next day arrived quickly. After a night of relentless snowfall, the snow on the road grew thicker. Although the temperature display remained at that level, it felt increasingly colder. This weather? Jianjian walked along the road, taking deep and shallow steps, glancing back at the photographer behind him as he walked, afraid he'd accidentally left him behind. Where is the Sun City Mall? He walked through the white snow feeling lost. It's just around the corner. Isn't there a primary school there? There's a red flag on the playground. The photographer's voice was muffled, muffled by the snow through his mask. Oh! Jian took 2 more steps forward. Once he turned the corner and saw the Sun City Mall sign, he removed his mask and rubbed his frozen face. The live stream is starting. Seeing this, the photographer turned on his camera, and the audience, who had been waiting for the live stream, swarmed in. Hello everyone, I heard a mall has brought in a bear that's not only for landscape use, but also for heating. Seeing as I'm in the area, I rushed right off. The camera was pointed at the Sun Mall ahead. The mall is just up ahead. If you're curious, follow me. Stay tuned so you don't get lost. Come with me and see what's going on. Jian spoke with a high-spirited tone, as if he couldn't wait to take everyone there. But it was all for show. He didn't really have high expectations. In the mall, a landscape bear, a heating function. It just doesn't seem plausible. Has the mall owner been scammed? Although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face. Finding a filming subject in this freezing weather was tough, especially since this mall was right next to his house. He'd definitely take advantage of the buzz. We're almost there. Come with me, everyone. The mall entrance is just up ahead. We can see quite a few people. They must be locals, attracted by the bears, I guess. Haha, these people are pretty energetic. They're still able to run into the mall in this freezing weather. Jian lifted his foot and walked forward. The camera followed the host's steps, his back struggling to walk. Every time he lifted his foot, it sank into the snow, and he slowly pulled it out. If you listen closely, you could hear the cameraman's breathing in the live stream. It's so cold. I feel cold just watching the live stream. What's going on? How's everyone in central and southern China doing? Not so good. My roof is caved in under the weight of the snow. Huh? So serious? This year's weather is truly bizarre. It hasn't snowed here yet, but it's still incredibly cold. This is the first time I've put on a down jacket, and the first time I've noticed that even electric bikes aren't used in our area anymore. It's freezing. No one in Yu province rides electric bikes anymore? Yeah, it's so cold. As my dad would say, if you get on a motor, you be blown to a pulp. What's a motor? It's an electric bike. Oh. Everyone chatted in the live stream room, watching the host trudging slowly towards the mall entrance. The audience didn't think much of it. They were just there to watch the fun. A giant bear appeared in a mall somewhere. It was said to have a heating function, which was quite unusual. They took a quick look, but it was too cold to go anywhere anyway, so they just stayed home and played with their phones. Here we are. The host opened the door. Wow, this door is so heavy. The host couldn't push it. He's so exhausted. Jian, unaware of the comments section discussing his stamina, simply glanced at the heavy glass door in front of him, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. As soon as he pushed it open, a wave of heat rushed towards him, condensing onto his windproof goggles and turning them into a mist. He clumsily removed the mask, and the skin around his eyes quickly felt warm. Normally, the intense alternation of heat and cold would irritate the eyes, but he only felt warmth, no discomfort at all. He widened his eyes slightly. Why is the host suddenly taking off his clothes? Is it that exaggerated? Is this acting? The host takes off his hat, his scarf, his coat. He's working so hard for the show's effect? Why is the camera so shaky? Dear audience, bear with me for a moment. Our photographer needs to take off his clothes too. It's too warm in here. He can't wear these clothes. Jian spoke excitedly, taking the camera and pointing it at himself. I'm not saying, this mall is really warm. And it's not that stuffy, warm breeze. It's a... Jian hummed at the camera for a long time. I can't describe it. It's just so natural and comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring. The host handed the camera over again. It seemed the photographer had also taken off his clothes. The audience was about to say it was an act, but as far as the camera could see, no one was wearing much. The customers in the mall included those wearing sweatshirts, thin jackets, and even short-sleeved dresses. They walked around the big bear, looking very comfortable. Dear audience, do you see that? That's the mall bear. Look how tall it must be. It's about 3 meters. Let's get closer. It's really getting warmer. Jian adjusted the high collar of his sweater, feeling it more and more real. So warm, so airy. It wasn't the kind of heat you get from a draft, but a warm warmth from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Hey, if anyone lives near the Sun City Mall, you absolutely must come and experience this. The owner must have spent a fortune. The camera was focused on the bear, and the orange plush bear looked incredibly innocent in the lens. I can't describe it. It must be high-tech. It's so comfortable. I feel like I've turned into a sweet potato, being baked by the sun. It's so fragrant and delicious. I absolutely have to try it. You regret it if you don't? Jian slapped his thigh. The longer he stayed, the deeper his feelings became. My limbs feel light and warm. I don't know how to put it, but it's just so comfortable. Jian danced with his hands in front of the camera, extolling the same few common words for a full 5 minutes, leaving the audience stunned. Isn't this really acting? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The host's vocabulary is so limited. If this is acting, the sponsor probably wouldn't approve, right? Haha, could this be real? Really? A local can tell me. I'm sitting in this mall right now. It's so comfortable. I don't know how else to describe it, but the person in charge said this heater cost 8 million yuan, and I can only say that the price is justified. Oh my god, 8 million. Is running a shopping mall that profitable? 8 million for a heater? You get what you pay for. It's incredibly comfortable. I highly recommend anyone living nearby to try it out. It's a real bonus, just don't buy anything. Jian was completely captivated. The warm warmth melted his heart, and he invested in it, instantly becoming a spiritual shareholder of the Sun Mall. I absolutely have to come. I'm planning on spending the next few days at the mall. Fans who live nearby definitely need to try it too. It's so warm and incredibly comfortable. I absolutely have to come. Something worth 8 million is incredible. Jian greeted the livestream audience and was about to end the stream when he noticed the number of viewers had increased. So he thought for a moment, set up the stand, pointed the camera at Big Bear, and simply changed the name of his livestream to 8 million Big Bear Heater Live Broadcast. Then he set the camera beside him and comfortably sat on the ground, playing with his phone. Comfortable, so comfortable. The oxygen seemed to dance through the air, joyfully infiltrating my body, making every part of my body feel alive. Ah! Jian exhaled a sigh of relief. The camera faithfully recorded. Yi Sifeng was also watching the live stream. He observed the situation at the Sun Mall for a moment, then glanced down at Ying Fangxuan on his shoulder. The plush beast stared at the computer screen for a moment longer, reassuring the mall's giant stuffed bear that was diligently working. It seemed hunched over, dozing, but in reality, it sat there diligently breathing in spiritual energy, absorbing tiny fragments of ice spiritual energy from the snow, transforming it through its body into warm fire spiritual energy, which then gently diffused into the mall's air. It should be quite warm. The warm fire spiritual energy, entering the body through the air, would just repair the damage caused by the ice spiritual energy. Warmth is naturally comforting, and with a repaired body, the feeling would only be more pleasurable. Ying Fangxuan nodded, and looked at Yi Sifeng seriously, indicating that the first firework bear was working very hard. Yes, your career is going well. It's thanks to your excellent training that you've achieved such success. Yi Sifeng said seriously. Ying Fangxuan's heart was filled with joy, feeling as if his current life was a dreamlike sweetness. Yi Sifeng must have been a little moved too. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly happy. Yi Sifeng couldn't help but close his eyes, trying hard to suppress a smile as he watched Ying Fangxuan, his tail wagging almost to the sky. I couldn't help it. How could he be so happy? Was it really that sweet? Ying Fangxuan spun in the air, then quickly leaned against Yi Sifeng's body. Okay. Yi Sifeng reached out and petted the furry little beast. Perhaps love is just that fascinating. For the next few days, Yi Sifeng and Ying Fangxuan stayed together, watching the live broadcast and remotely monitoring the firework bear's performance. The weather was clearly getting colder. The snow fell incessantly, without a moment's pause. Officials announced the cold snap would end in 2 days, but day after day, the snow grew heavier, the flakes drifting like down blankets. The flow of people and cars on the streets dwindled, visibility decreased, and everyone was forced to stay home. With nothing to do at home, everyone could only play on their phones. Jian continued his live stream, waking up at 7:30 every day and walking for half an hour to the Sun City Mall to use the heater, which cost 8 million yuan. The live stream room was filling up with people. More and more netizens were hearing about a mall in Province G whose owner, incredibly wealthy, had splashed out on a high-tech, bear-shaped heater and placed it in the mall for everyone to use, even if they didn't buy anything. Viewers, freezing their hands and feet at home, warmed themselves by the fire while checking their phones, watching the Sun City Mall streamer's relaxed expression and the people milling around in their thin clothes. It feels like another world. We in Hainan have to wear coats. Is it really that warm? Is this really just an act? The air conditioning in the international shopping mall near my home isn't even that warm anymore. I don't know what's going on. The air vents feel warm, but it always feels cold when it hits me. Yeah, I feel the same way. The indoor heater is on full blast, but I always feel cold. I never feel warm enough. This weather is ridiculous. I used to suspect I was sick, but seeing everyone saying this, I'm relieved. So what's going on? Why is it so cold this year? It seems like this is the great cold year. It will be cold for half a year, so everyone needs to stock up. This year is a very special year. The great cold star rules. All human beings are useless. The cold is God's will. So it's going to be cold no matter what. Yes, it's God's will. Then why are the people in this mall so warm? Isn't this place governed by God? Those people are actually cold too. They're just doing it for some kind of profit. Where did this charlatan come from? Jian happened to see this comment. Kick him out. We should believe in science. If it's cold, turn on the heater. It's the 21st century, and still doing this. It's heartless. Jian interacted with the comments again, and seeing the mall filling up with people, he extended a warm invitation. Friends who live nearby really need to try it. It's warm even with more people, warm upstairs, warm everywhere. Yi Zifeng and Ing Fengshuan watched quietly. Watching the host, Jian, tirelessly promoting the mall was becoming increasingly crowded. The first floor lobby went from sparse to dense. People were milling around on the second floor. Customers began to appear on the third and fourth floors, and the crowds kept growing. Finally, people were milling around on the fifth and sixth floors. As the mall became increasingly popular, the buzz about it grew. People were amazed at the warmth of the heaters, and it wasn't an exaggeration at all. The experience was fantastic, like stepping straight into spring. Oh my God, my cold legs are so much better now. If the mall hadn't stopped me, I'd have loved sleeping right there. The bear is so adorable. He even watches people play games. This interactive program is so realistic and fun. A must-do when visiting the city. A must-visit at the Sun Mall. It saved you from a snowy frost. It's crowded, but it's incredibly warm. It's like magic, making you feel incredibly comfortable. Those who want to sleep can just lie down on the bear. If the person in charge suddenly appears, just leave. Huh? You can't lie down? I did yesterday and no one chased me away. I slept for half an hour. I don't know. It might be random. Anyone who lies down gets chased away. It seems the bear has an automated program. I know. It must be a random interaction program. I saw someone lying on the bear, and it secretly pressed a button. The person in charge immediately appeared and chased the person away. Is it that smart? It even has this kind of interactive program. Is it random? Why do I feel like it only wants women and clean children to lie on it? Other styles don't work? Huh? Is that so? That makes sense. Judging from the images that have been leaked so far. Is it speechless? A heater has this kind of discrimination setting. I definitely wouldn't go there anyway. It's just a crappy mall. Great, please don't go. I'm going there tomorrow, and I'm afraid it'd be crowded. It's getting more and more popular. All kinds of topics and images are emerging. The sight of people wandering around the mall in light clothing is attracting everyone's attention. The world is freezing, but there is a place where everyone wears light clothing. Is it really that warm? An 8 million yuan heater? Is there such a thing? Several mall managers frowned and quickly called the supplier to ask if this was the latest technology. No, I've never seen anything like this. It's not a Chinese product, not even from those other big countries. The managers put down their phones and rewatched the videos circulating online. They couldn't imagine any small country in the world producing a 3-meter-tall, bear-shaped, smart, interactive heater. Strange. Where did this come from? Z Province's Sun City Mall, right? Contact us immediately. Yi Zifeng soon received a call from the Sun City Mall's buyer. Actually, he would have contacted them even if they hadn't called him. Hello, the 3-day trial has expired. Would you like to purchase the product? Yes. The other party quickly agreed, fearing that a second's delay would mean missing out. Chapter 211. 88,000 yuan has arrived. The other party was clearly well prepared. The money had already been transferred before the call was even hung up. Did you receive it? Please check. The Sun Mall manager's tone was very attentive. Received. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment. Anything else? Well, actually, there is. Our bear heaters are so powerful that several nearby malls are envious. Although Sun Mall competes with them, it's so cold out there. The manager sighed unconsciously over the phone. Can I give your contact information to other malls? Do you still need customers? The manager's tone was cautious, and even the most clueless person would have realized that Yi Sifeng was no ordinary person. 88,000 yuan for a 3-meter tall bear with powerful heating and an interactive program. It looked mysterious, like a charity event. And the manager had a vague suspicion that the bear in the mall was alive. It doesn't need to be charged, it's agile, and according to his observations, it has its own preferences. If someone it dislikes approaches it, it immediately starts pressing buttons. God knows how shocked it was when it saw the bear reaching out to press the button. It's so humane. 3 meters tall, what kind of high-tech program must it be equipped with to be so humane? Eliminating all impossibilities, only one answer remains. The bear is alive. The person in charge didn't dare to dwell on it, trying to ignore any absurdities. The 88,000 yuan bear not only brought traffic to the mall, but also had another, most important function. It was incredibly effective at heating. It was so warm. The mall felt like the blazing spring sun. With so many people gathered there, it wasn't stuffy at all, but rather felt warm and energetic. The warmth flowed through my nose and into my limbs, my stiff body suddenly becoming flexible. Pushing open the mall door felt like stepping out of winter and into spring. It was amazing. It felt like a fairy tale. The manager thought again of this winter's relentless snowfall. 10,000 hypotheses about an uprising raced through his mind, finally taking on the form of a 3-meter tall orange bear. Customer source. Yi Sifeng shifted his gaze to Ying Fangxuan, who was listening on the phone nearby. The furry little beast nodded, indicating that he would take care of as many bears as needed. I can still provide about. Ying Fangxuan hesitated for a second, then made the sign of 3 with his paw. 3, Yi Sifeng replied, watching Ying Fangxuan's gestures. They'd probably be delivered the day after tomorrow. Yes, just give me the address, and they go there on their own. It'd be midnight, too, because of the daytime traffic restrictions. Agreed. Yi Sifeng put down the phone and looked at the high-spirited Ying Fangxuan. Though so small, he vaguely evoked the spirited spirit of the former Beast King. Even if it was just training the spirit beasts. Yi Sifeng couldn't help but suppress a smile. I go in with you. I see how you train them. Ying Fangxuan suddenly felt more energetic and immediately leaned against Yi Sifeng. Carrying Ying Fangxuan on his shoulders, Yi Sifeng stepped into the spirit beast space. Their destination was the volcano. The fire bears, sensing the Beast King's presence, had been waiting at the foot of the mountain since morning. Ying Fangxuan must have received more training. The formation now looked much more formal. No bears squirmed or looked around. Everyone stood there with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. A few more training sessions would make them ready for military service. I think it's excellent, Yi Sifeng immediately confirmed. Pick out the 3 bears ready for duty. Ying Fangxuan's thought prompted 3 bears to step out, each holding their heads high and their chests puffed out. The spiritual energy surrounding them was steady, and the heat generated was also stable, clearly having undergone on-the-job training. Then, they set off with their backpacks. Yi Sifeng and Ying Fangxuan watched the 3 bears drift away, soon disappearing into the spirit beast dimension. The person in charge of the Sun Mall waited anxiously, even more anxiously than when they had waited for their own bears to arrive. As the weather grew colder, more and more people flocked to the Sun Mall, not only locals, but also people from other places driving in. The mall was packed, and the bustling atmosphere resembled his dreams. But his joy only lasted 5 minutes. There were too many people, to an outrageous degree. People were packed so tightly together that there was barely room to turn around. The orange bear was pressing the customer service button repeatedly, clearly exhausted. The manager watched with trepidation, fearing the bear would lose its temper any moment. We had to divert the traffic. We had to divert the traffic. If we didn't, everyone would be unable to cope. Can you really come to my door yourself? Aren't these all delivered by courier? The voice of the manager of the nearby Jiejia shopping mall came muffled through his scarf. I come to my door myself. The manager of the Sun Mall was anxious, peering out from the intersection, oblivious to the cold wind. But then, as if a thought had occurred to him, he added another reminder. This thing is quite intelligent, a little different from what you might imagine. It's a bit beyond our current technological capabilities. Really? The Jiejia Mall manager was unconvinced. How intelligent could 88,000 yuan be? If the bear really looked like the one in the viral video, the exterior alone would have cost 80,000 yuan, and the remaining 8,000 yuan was for the heating function. There's no way to have high hopes for it. Sun Mall really knows how to market a bear-shaped heater. They've managed to sell it this way. Jiejia Mall needs to learn some lessons. Yes. The Sun Mall manager turned around. And you'd better have someone guard it. We have a demand for this bear. Oh. The Jia Mall manager didn't hear a word. It was incredibly cold. The snow fell silently and still, and even the pitch black couldn't mask the bone-chilling chill. Jia Mall had plenty of money. The air conditioner ran all night, but even then, standing at the door couldn't keep out the chill. Why is it so cold? The Jia Mall manager's teeth chattered uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? The Sun Mall manager turned and saw the Jia Mall manager, freezing cold. Why don't you go in first? Aren't you wearing too little? It's so cold, ugh. Wearing too little? The Jia manager looked at her puffy clothes, then at the Sun Mall manager's down jacket, which was neither too thin nor too thick. You're quite cold resistant. The teeth chattered again. Why don't you go in first? I wait for you at the door. The Sun Mall manager was puzzled. How could this person, so frail, still be willing to work the early shift? No. Jia's manager, cold as ice, remained resolute. I have to wait with you. Okay. Sun's manager had little else to say, so he continued to peer around, brushing the snow off his hat 3 times. When he looked up again, he finally saw the orange figure at the end of the road. Here they are. You hold on here. I go wait at the next mall. That morning, Sun's manager helped 3 malls wait for the orange bears. He couldn't quite explain why, perhaps worried the 3 bears wouldn't be doing well, and the vendors would get angry with him. Sun's manager didn't dwell on it for long. After making a phone call to confirm the 3 bears were officially deployed, he issued a joint announcement with the other 3 malls. Warmly congratulate the arrival of the warm bears at our city's 4 malls, Sun Mall, Jia Mall, Yuan Supermarket, and the Central Underground Trade City warmly welcome you. The ordinary announcement wouldn't have caught the attention of netizens, but the accompanying image showed 4 orange bears. One sat in the middle of the mall, one eye open and one closed. Another lay horizontally in the middle. There are also 2 standing bears, one on the left and one on the right. The blog post went viral instantly. The Z City Bear has always been a hot topic. It's so cold right now. If you don't have air conditioning or heating at home, you can only stay in bed and watch warm things online. The second hot topic recently is the Z City Bear. The first is a video of people roasting sweet potatoes around a stove. As soon as the 4 shopping malls jointly issued the announcement, it quickly surpassed the roasting sweet potato video to become the top trending topic. Oh my god, this bear is real. I always thought it was an AI video. Is anyone from Z City here willing to share their thoughts? Does this bear really generate heat? Where are the air vents? Are they eyes, nose, or mouth? How can the air vents be so high up to raise the temperature in the mall? Are they spewing super hot air overhead? That's unsafe. What a strange thing. I forbid you from slandering Xiong. It's the best heater in the world. It's smart, cute, and can even read people's phones. Look at what you're talking about. Sluggish.jpg. I don't understand. I'm planning to go to City Z this weekend. It's right next door anyway. Aw, don't come. It's already packed. There's no place to step. I don't want to either, but it's so cold at home. No matter how high the AC is, it's useless. I'm going to try out the 8 million yuan heater. It's super warm. Now there are Xiong in all 4 malls, so it shouldn't be so crowded. For out-of-towners planning to go this weekend, which mall do you recommend? Jia. The shopping experience is amazing. The basic facilities are also very new. And now they have heaters. I highly recommend going there. Xiaoling, who was staying at the Sun Mall, leaning against the big Xiong for warmth, saw this online and was a little upset. What's wrong with Sun City Mall? Although the facilities aren't as new as the other malls, it has the first bear. The first bear appeared in the middle of the mall, a warm, fragrant bear with an incredibly gentle personality. Even if you lean on it to play with your phone, it won't get angry. It's simply incomparable to the other 3. Xiaoling was furious, and immediately posted in the comment section, "You must come to Sun City Mall. Only here are the first bears. Only here can you feel the warmest, most authentic warmth." However, netizens didn't understand Xiaoling's righteous indignation, and quickly refuted her. With so many people joining in the rebuttal, Xiaoling was immediately defeated. Damn it! Xiaoling slammed her fist to the ground, then, ignoring the glances of those around her, turned and pounced on the bear. None of those bears can compare to you. Huh? The bear suddenly exhaled deeply, its belly swelling. Confused, Xiaoling looked up, and suddenly, a strand of orange bear hair fell from the sky into her hand. It was warm, with a familiar warmth. Xiaoling's eyes widened, and she looked around, only to find that no one seemed to be paying attention. No, someone saw it. Xiaoling looked closely. The person in charge of the Sun City Mall rubbed his eyes repeatedly, clearly in disbelief. Chapter 212. Xiaoling quickly tucked the bare hair into her pocket, her heart pounding. She didn't know why she was nervous, but being watched by the manager made her feel guilty, as if she'd plucked the mall sheep with its hair. The manager couldn't believe his eyes. He must have seen it right. The mall bear waved, and a hair fell from the sky. The little girl simply reached out to catch it, as if in a cartoon. The hair glowed faintly. The manager lowered his head, then looked up again. The little girl had her hands in her pockets, looking up at the sky, as if nothing had happened. Hiss. The manager looked at the big bear in disbelief. It was still in the same position, sitting on the mall floor. Something struck him, and he walked over to it, stopping at the bear's feet. After making sure no one was watching, he imitated the little girl's gesture and placed his hands in front of him. A long moment passed. Nothing happened. The person in charge pretended to walk away casually, not glancing at the girl beside him, her hands in her pockets. Xiaoling watched the person in charge leave, unsure how to react for a moment. She felt a mixture of nervousness, excitement, and ecstasy. She clutched the bare hair tightly, feeling as if it were a hand warmer. Warm? Oh my god! How could it be so magical? Is this the $8 million machine? Isn't the technology so advanced? Xiaoling's heart began to pound again. She had a suspicion. This bare hair was something special. Perhaps it wasn't a technological invention, like in those fantasy dramas. It was some kind of rare treasure, a gift from a giant bear that had guarded a region, a hair that had been tempered by centuries of trials and tribulations. And she? Xiaoling's heartbeat quickened. This was the human favored by the giant bear, about to punch the ice and kick the cold, to harness the power of true warmth. Xiaoling, what are you doing? Why is your face so red? Her good friend Xiaoyu leaned over. Actually Xiaoling pinched the hand warmer in her hand. Never mind. I tell you when I figure it out. Okay. Xiaoyu checked her phone. It's time to go back for dinner. Okay, let's go together. The two of them put on sweaters, coats, scarves, and hats, one by one, and finally put on masks and gloves. They slowly walked towards the mall door, and pushed it open. A burst of icy air instantly swept in, and they quickly closed the door behind them. So cold. Xiaoyu's voice was muffled. Not bad. Xiaoling held a hand warmer. The two of them didn't say much in the falling snow, simply walking one after the other, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. After saying goodbye to Xiaoyu, Xiaoling also arrived home. The air conditioner was on, and the temperature was quite high, but somehow, it just wasn't warm. The most she could do was take off her gloves and mask. You're back? Xiaoling's mother poked her head into the kitchen. Go warm your feet. This electric stove is pretty warm. Yeah. Xiaoling did as she was told, sat on the sofa, took off her shoes, and placed her feet on the stove. Warm and cozy. Xiaoling touched the thick blanket on her legs, and sighed that the electric stove was still the best. Something was wrong with the air conditioner at home this year. Even though the temperature was so high, I didn't feel warm at all. I even felt an odd chill, as if it was sucking all the warmth out of me. Fortunately, there was still a shopping mall. Xiaoling clenched the bare hair in her hand again. After looking around to see if anyone was around, she spread her hand open for closer inspection. A short, orange hair, slightly thicker than a human hair. She clenched her hand, and a warmth emanated from it, as if she were holding a tiny but powerful hand warmer. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The mall's high-tech bear-shaped interactive heater, reportedly costing 8 million yuan, had secretly given her a hair. It was so warm, her hands were no longer cold at all, and she even broke out in a little sweat. It was so unreal, like a dream. Xiaoling's mind raced with so many assumptions, so chaotic, she couldn't make sense of them for a moment. Come on, we have your favorite salted fish and eggplant casserole today. Mom came out of the kitchen with the dishes. Where's my dad? Xiaoling asked as she stood up. I went with the neighborhood committee to shovel snow. They set us a machine, so we don't have to shovel by hand. It's perfect, the snow is getting thicker and thicker, and it's getting harder to shovel. Oh. Xiaoling didn't think too much about it, and went to eat with her mother. After dinner, I go to the Sun City Mall with you. We're out of rice, so we need to buy 2 bags. Do you want anything else to eat? We have some more for New Year's goods. Xiaoling's mother asked as they ate. Let's buy 2 bags of potato chips. I like the cucumber flavor, the green one. Xiaoling thought for a moment. Okay. Xiaoling ate leisurely, while her mother, after dinner, started watching short videos. The volume was blaring, mostly a compilation of old songs, but now there was a news report. Recently, panic buying has occurred in several supermarkets in City S. We implore the public not to believe rumors or stockpile supplies. Although the snow is widespread, it won't stay for long. Just buy what you need. Xiaoling looked up from her meal. Are people in other places looting for supplies? Yeah. Xiaoling's mother also seemed a little puzzled. Why are they looting? People in City S are quite enthusiastic. Is it too cold out there? Xiaoling's mind suddenly popped up the image of the giant bear in the mall. If there weren't bears here. Our temperature is about the same as City S, so people here aren't looting. Xiaoling's mother scrolled up the news. A fight broke out at a supermarket in downtown Y. It started over the last bag of snacks. We need to be rational and maintain a positive attitude before going out to socialize. Xiaoling looked up from her meal again. Is it like this out there? Xiaoling's mother didn't think much of it until she scrolled through 10 videos, 5 old songs, and 5 news reports, seeing people clashing over supplies in 5 different places, that she realized something was amiss. What's going on? Why are they looting? Is it that cold? Xiaoling's mother was a bit taken aback. She checked her phone, then her daughter, who was eating. Xiaoling couldn't help but think of the big bear in the mall. The perfect temperature, the warm air, no matter how freezing it was outside. As soon as she stepped into the mall, she felt a warmth from the inside out. It was so comfortable, so soothing. The frozen areas on her body felt as if they had been completely healed. Her body felt warm and flexible again, and her spirits lifted. If there were no big bear, she'd have to endure the cold every day. Xiaoling thought about this, and suddenly understood why people in other cities had started looting. It was cold, an irresistible cold, a cold that made one lose hope, a cold that threatened one's mental state. It seems to be quite cold this year. Xiaoling's mother watched 3 more videos about cold weather, and finally realized how bizarre this incessant snowfall was. Outside the window, snowflakes fell thickly, densely covering the world from top to bottom. Xiaoling's mother looked up and said, I asked your dad to go to the mall later. It's really too cold outside. Okay. Xiaoling finished her meal, reached her cold hands into her pocket, and grasped the warm bear fur. She suddenly felt less afraid. Could this magical bear have come just for this snow? Xiaoling's thoughts passed through the window and reached for the sun mall. The snow kept falling, so it brought warmth and strength to everyone. Yi Cifeng was also warming himself, but he didn't use the firework bear, but a certain beast king. Although furry and small, it possessed a powerful heat-generating ability. Perhaps this was the power of love. Yi Cifeng had also discovered for the first time that Ying Fengshuan could also output fire-type spiritual energy, and it was quite stable and powerful. Ying Fengshuan remained proud, enjoying the moment held in the palm of his beloved's hand. How could this not be considered mutual cuddling? When Yi Cifeng needed him, he immediately appeared and provided the necessary strength. 1,000 days of practice, applied in a single moment. For the first time, he felt so deeply the power of cultivation. Yi Cifeng shifted the Beast King to his left hand again, and with his right hand, he began browsing the internet on his phone. The content on the internet can reflect the public's state of mind. A few days ago, it was all about warm roasted sweet potatoes, but these days, it's like being reborn from the ashes in a volcano. It seems everyone is quite cold. Yi Cifeng's thoughts drifted to the volcano in the spirit beast space. There weren't many firework bears, but thanks to their nature, they had a strong heat-generating capacity. Given a suitable enclosed space, they could keep nearly 100,000 people's body temperatures at a safe level. However, they'd have to be a bit crowded, and official intervention would still be necessary. But Yi Cifeng thought again of the blanket of snow. Not yet. Not ready yet. He couldn't alert the enemy. The presence behind him wasn't necessarily something he could easily defeat, even with Ying Fengshuan. The furry little beast noticed Yi Cifeng's mood swings, and quickly flew forward, nuzzling into his face. Yi Cifeng snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze to the fur on his face. He couldn't help but blink, feeling a little itchy. Ying Fengshuan blinked his watery eyes, his words saying everything. He would follow whatever Yi Cifeng wanted to do. Yi Cifeng's mood brightened instantly. Perhaps this was the feeling of having someone to work with. 1 + 1 was stronger than 1. It wasn't about emotional support, it was simply about strength. Yi Cifeng pinched Ying Fengshuan, his lips curling up. However, before the battle, he could still make some preparations. After all, he knew more now than before, and he could try to catch the person behind him off guard. Yi Cifeng stepped into the storage space, sorted his things, and then set Ying Fengshuan aside. The furry little beast moved around. Watching his beloved busy at work, he finally couldn't help but wipe his sweat and touch his face. The positive feedback intensified his enthusiasm, and he flew back and forth even busier than Yitzhak. 3 days later, preparations had made initial progress. Yitzhak stepped out of the space, carrying Ing Fengshuan, who had also finished his work, and sat on the sofa. He opened his phone and began to observe the situation. Just one glance. Yitzhak knew things had entered the next phase. Sun Mall. Xiaoling, who was warming herself by Big Bear's lap, looked up and saw the news on the mall's giant screen. On January 25, 2025, a snowfall will occur in southern province. Citizens, please keep warm and avoid traveling during the snowfall. Do not loot or stockpile supplies. If you encounter difficulties, local grassroots workers will provide assistance. Please rest assured that the snowfall is limited, and this is only a temporary difficulty. Xiaoling was stunned. Southern province, isn't that place very warm? Although she had never been there, she had heard that many people went there for vacation in the winter. It wasn't like summer, but at least it felt like spring. It was snowing in southern province. The news was still showing heavy snowfall. What does this even mean? Is this serious? Xiaoling looked around the mall. Everyone's expressions varied. Some were shocked, some were amazed, and many, like her, looked bewildered. It's snowing in southern province? My relative said they were going to southern province for vacation. They even boarded a plane yesterday. Is it snowing so heavily? Why is the weather so strange this year? Is it snowing everywhere? It seems like it's snowing overseas too. The whole world is snowing. I saw people online complaining about the cold. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe it's the great cold. What's that saying? I don't know. I saw it online. Oh. People were saying all sorts of things, but most people weren't taking it too seriously. It's snowing in southern province, which is quite unusual. It shouldn't be that cold, after all, even here, but everyone's still going about their lives as usual. Let the people of southern province go to the mall to keep warm. Someone nearby said this, and everyone agreed. While snowing in southern province is a bit unusual, maybe this is just how the weather is this year, but Xiaoling felt something was wrong. The news she heard this morning kept replaying in her mind. The torrential snow, the overwhelming cold. When everyone feels their lives and health are threatened, can they still live peacefully and comfortably? Something struck her, and she pulled out her phone and started searching for local situation in southern province. Nothing came up, perhaps because there weren't many results with that keyword. So Xiaoling thought for a moment, and switched to a local chat network in southern province. Oh my god, it's snowing! So this is what snow feels like. The air is chilly. So different. I'm so impressed. It's snowing in Nan province. Where can I buy down jackets now that the delivery service has stopped? They should be available in local stores, right? Do you think any local stores in Nan province sell down jackets? Sorry, I forgot. So this is what it feels like to have the air conditioner on heat. It's so hot, it's uncomfortable, but it's not really warm at all. Is my air conditioner too old? It feels so weird. I feel cold all over, but I'm sweating so much that I can't tell the difference between hot and cold. Hey upstairs, are you sweating? Oh my god, you might have a fever. Ah? So I do have a fever. Why am I so weak? I'm going to get some medicine. It's snowing now. Why is it snowing in Nan province? I came here for vacation, and the sky fell down as soon as I got off the plane. I don't know, maybe it's the arrival of a cold snap. It's quite unusual that people in southern Taiwan can now build snowmen and have snowball fights. Xiaoling continued to decline. Most netizens remained calm, with only a few showing signs of fear, but no one took it seriously. It shouldn't last long. Just consider it a new life experience. This comment received many likes. But Xiaoling stared blankly, her thoughts drifting past the mall and onto the relentless snow that was sweeping across the globe. Xiaoling's hands and feet went cold, and a flood of words raced through her mind. Ice age, global freeze. Similar words popped up one after another, all leading to the same outcome, the end of the world. The end of the world, a familiar word. But Xiaoling had never imagined that she could actually experience the end of the world. It's only the 21st century. How many years had she lived? Xiaoling couldn't help but clench her fists. Tears began to well up, quickly filling her eyes and blurring her vision. What should she do? No one had noticed, but the end of the world was already approaching. Xiaoling's tears continued to flow. Just as she was about to hide them, she felt a tingle on the tip of her nose. She reached out her sleeve to wipe it, then looked closely, and saw another orange hair. It was the hand warmer Xiong Xiong had given her. Xiaoling's nerves suddenly perked up. She clenched her fists, hoping that warmth could impart strength. One fist in her left hand, one in her right, both fists were warm. She turned to look at the big bear behind her. Its origins were mysterious, but it possessed powerful heating abilities, independent thinking, and a high level of empathy. The big bear must have come for this snowfall. Perhaps there was a more powerful and reliable force behind it. Xiaoling clenched her fists, feeling her courage had almost fully built up. She sat down on the ground and started surfing the internet. These days, people in Southern Province are relatively inexperienced and easily catch cold. She searched for some cold weather tips and shared them on a platform for locals. The power of one person might be weak, but as long as she wanted to, she could just do it. Yi Sifeng was also online, observing the situation on local platforms in Southern Province. However, unlike Xiaoling, he could easily distinguish between genuine comments and those orchestrated and purposeful propaganda. It seemed the authorities were also busy. Not only did they have to monitor unusual weather conditions, but they also had to maintain a positive online atmosphere to prevent anxiety and worsening the situation. However, this situation couldn't be solved by simply hiring trolls, as there were always people who only read the news and didn't go online. Young people might not feel it as strongly, but older locals would surely realize the seriousness of the heavy snowfall in Southern Province. Hurry up and grab the supermarket. Rice, flour, grain, and oil. Hurry up. Shouldn't we buy some thick clothes and blankets too? Those aren't the most important things. Grab the food first. The snow will block the roads. The people of Southern Province will be doomed. Hurry up and grab. Grandpa, should we notify Brother Han next door? Let's buy first and then tell them. There are too many people, and we might not be able to grab anything. Then we won't have enough to eat, let alone help him. Oh, then let's go first. Wait. Don't take the elevator, take the stairs. Don't let the neighbors see us. Similar conversations were taking place in every corner of Southern Province. Pure white snowflakes fell in torrents, landing on everyone who went out to stock up. It was so cold. It was colder than anyone in Southern Province, who never left home, had ever felt. It looked light and soft, but when it fell on someone, it felt like it was freezing them to the bone. Hurry up and grab whatever's in the supermarket. Don't pick out food. Buy everything else too. I can't worry about it. The first group of people rushing out to buy were already worried, and once they got drenched in snow and felt the bone-chilling cold, their worries intensified. The desire to survive became a driving force, driving them to grab everything in the supermarket. Ouch, stop pushing. I saw it first. Put it down. Whoever gets it gets it. Who do you think you are? That carton of milk is mine, I want the rice cooker too, and I've had my eye on those toothbrushes for a long time. Do you have so many mouths? You've taken all the toothbrushes. Oh my god, you old man, you're not looking where you're going. Eh? Did you take carrots from my basket? I'm accusing you of something wrong, and I'm calling the police. Similar situations occurred everywhere. Snow was falling in Southern Province. The sky must have cracked. If we don't stock up, we'd be doomed. Everyone was rushing. After the first group finished their shopping, they took their gains home, and the second group saw them. Are they going to loot? We have to hurry. The first group seemed quite experienced. There's not much left in the supermarket. If you go now, you can still buy some. If you wait any longer, you might miss out. The second group appeared at the supermarket. Then came the third, the fourth. After finishing the big supermarkets, they went to the small supermarkets, then the convenience stores, the small shops downstairs, and finally even the sausage vendors on the street were gone. Everyone had kept everything or snatched it all up. When the video of the current situation in Southern Province surfaced online, Xiaoling was shocked. Was this still Southern Province? The streets were deserted. Even those who passed by looked panicked. They clutched a bottle of water, as if it were a priceless treasure, trembling with fear, afraid someone would snatch it away. What's going on? It's snowing, and the locals are getting nervous. Huh? So nervous? I don't know. The people in the Sun Mall stared at each other in bewilderment at the big screen. The snow was still falling outside, flakes of snow drifting down from the sky, but inside the mall, it was warm and comfortable. Xiaoling sat up from Big Bear, pulled out her phone, and began anxiously checking the situation. Looking left and right, she saw nothing but videos of people panic buying in Southern Province. Perhaps because it was too cold, only a limited number of people were out and about, so no serious incidents had occurred. Everyone was just panic buying. But this couldn't go on, could it? Xiaoling scrolled left and right until she finally found a piece of local news from Southern Province in the evening. The cold snap in Southern Province is about to pass, and temperatures will rise over the next 3 days. To maintain local order, relevant personnel have been stationed at various gathering places. We urge everyone to ignore rumors and adhere to basic moral principles during the cold weather, refraining from hoarding unnecessary items. After realizing what the news meant, Xiaoling felt a sense of relief. It was great. Temperatures in Southern Province would rise, and the residents there finally wouldn't have to worry. Xiaoling raised her head, her gaze traversing the mall scene through the falling snow. She wondered when the temperature would rise here, and when the snow would stop. The fur on her back was still warm, and Xiaoling couldn't help but lean in, quickly feeling a warm warmth. If the snow didn't stop, then even bears everywhere would be fine. Yi Zifeng had also seen the news. Actually, he didn't believe the news about rising temperatures in Southern Province. Realizing what was about to happen, he put down his phone. As expected, 3 seconds later, his phone rang. It was the person in charge of Sun Mall again, but this time, his tone was somewhat mysterious, as if filled with barely suppressed disbelief. Hello? I have someone here. Who knows about this kind of bear? You might have a few left. The price is negotiable. Yi Zifeng glanced down at Ying Fanquan over his shoulder. The other party received his message, but after a second's thought, he very cautiously gave the number 2. Only 2. Yi Zifeng's tone was calm. Huh? The person in charge of Sun Mall looked utterly shocked, with an unconcealable anxiety. Yes, only 2 now. Yi Zifeng repeated, and heard a rustling sound from the other side. After a while, the person in charge of Sun Mall finally spoke again. Only 2? Can you make an exception? Only 2, but... Yi Zifeng thought for a moment, and offered a suggestion. These bears have a strong heat-generating capacity. Simply to keep warm, we can gather a crowd of people, nearly 100,000 people. A long silence fell on the other side, and finally the person in charge of the Sun Mall spoke. Okay, then please ship them. Yes. Yi Zifeng put down his phone. Southern Province. S City. Xiaolong, who wanted to go on vacation, but had to wear a down jacket, waited in line to buy things. By the time he finished, it was already evening. He got into the car, cursing, what a terrible weather. Even in Southern Province, it's snowing this heavily. Just as he paused, he saw a huge orange figure ahead on the road. Chapter 213. What is that? Xiaolong rubbed his eyes, and poked his head out the window. The orange figure ahead was still walking, step by step, very steady. Xiaolong looked up, his brain racing, mobilizing all his available knowledge to determine what this thing was. It was so tall, so big, and it could even walk on the street. Could it be a doll? The kind with a person holding it up? Xiaolong's eyes remained fixed as the orange plush creature gradually moved away, its figure getting smaller and smaller. It had a round head, 2 ears, one on each side, a plump body, and furry limbs. It looked like a bear, an orange, large bear. At that moment, Xiaolong's mind struck, and he immediately remembered something he had read online. Which mall in City Z has a giant plush eating bear? It costs 8 million yuan, and it even has an intelligent interactive system. It said that malls with one of these bears are like spring all year round. Just sitting next to one will make your nose feel better, your hands feel cooler, and you won't need a down jacket, hat, or scarf anymore. Quickly refocusing his thoughts, Xiaolong looked at the figure in front of him, looking left and right. The more he looked, the more it clicked. Isn't this the internet-famous bear? He took out his phone and started snapping away, sharing the photos before they were even warm. Guys, I saw that internet-famous orange bear in Southern Province. It costs 8 million yuan, it's interactive, and has a heating system. A few people in the group showered him with compliments, but Xiaolong paid no attention. An idea struck him, he closed the window, and slowly drove to catch up with the bear. In reality, this fireworks bear was on duty. After receiving employee training from Ying Fanquan, it is no longer an ordinary bear. It is a 21st century working bear that has a basic work philosophy and understands the job content. The first thing he did on duty was to hike to the center of the nearby shopping mall. He quietly sat inside, absorbing the surrounding ice-type spiritual energy and transforming it into fire-type. During this process, he had to pay attention to the temperature and the tolerance of the surrounding humans. It sounds a bit complicated, but it doesn't matter. They will attack wherever the king commands. Perhaps the other smaller spirit beasts in the forest don't understand, but something as large as this one knows much more. Their homeland has collapsed, and the king has put all his energy into bringing them all out, even becoming a complete wreck himself. So they must obey. The orange fire bear stepped forward, its large paws crunching in the snow. Something seemed to be following it from behind, but it didn't matter. Clearing obstacles wasn't part of its job. The orange bear walked steadily, and soon reached the entrance of its destination, the shopping mall. Xiaolong peered out of the car, but the falling snow obscured his view. He parked the car smoothly, and ran forward without stopping. The orange bear entered the mall, calmly tossed his bag, looked around, found a spacious spot, and plopped down. It was almost time to start work. The mall was deserted, and Xiaolong was stopped at the door. So, only the officials could see the 3-meter-tall bear's fur moving without wind, as if absorbing and releasing energy. The middle-aged man watching the surveillance camera turned back, with a serious expression. The senior leader behind him was also thinking, but with so many thoughts racing through his mind, he looked up at the snow outside the window. The heavy snow fell, blanketing the sky. He had no idea where this inexplicable snow had come from, or when it would stop. Meanwhile, people in southern province were already feeling uneasy. Let's wait and see. At least they're helping now. Xiaolong, unaware of what was going on behind the scenes, was still peeking at the mall entrance. The staff wouldn't let him in, saying the heating was on and it wouldn't be a good idea to go in now. But they didn't explain what exactly was wrong. Xiaolong, considering himself a decent person, gave up on this, but he still didn't want to leave. He had finally made it to southern province, and it was a rare opportunity to discover something interesting. Of course, he had to stay and see more, and even better, experience it. Is that big orange bear in here? Xiaolong asked excitedly. The man guarding the door didn't say anything, but nodded almost imperceptibly. When will the mall open? Tomorrow, probably tomorrow. The man at the door pondered seriously. Oh! Xiaolong took several photos of the mall entrance, before leaving and finally turned back to his car. I have to come tomorrow. I finally managed to get a vacation, but I'm freezing cold. At least I can see the internet-famous bear, and see the power of 8 million. It's still freezing in southern province. People's noses are red from the cold, and 8 out of 10 are sniffling. Everyone is carrying the food distributed by the government, trudging along slowly, wanting to get home quickly, but their feet are frozen, so they can only walk slowly. What kind of awful weather is this? Everyone gets home and feels revived by the air conditioning, but after a while, the chill returns. Sigh. Xiaolong sighed deeply. In the cold night, he prayed for tomorrow to arrive quickly, so he could quickly slip into the mall and enjoy the 8 million yuan of heating. The snow fell silently, blanketing the earth, layer after layer of snow. The weather was already very cold, so cold that officials had to mobilize personnel to go to the grassroots level to gather the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled who were in poor conditions for centralized heating. But this year's weather was truly bizarre. The temperature was clearly high, but it felt colder. The scientific explanation is that the air was more humid, while the unscientific explanation is that there was an odd chill. It was bizarre and mysterious, but perhaps that was the case. Heavy snow just makes it colder, so just wear more clothes. Citizens are urged to seek centralized heating. You can visit the local grassroots organization hall for inquiries. The weather is very cold, so please keep warm. The news was still on, from TV to the internet, everywhere encouraging everyone to turn on the air conditioner and heater. It didn't matter if they didn't. If you wanted to save electricity, you could just go to a large indoor venue for heating. What does this mean? Go to the mall? But our local mall is packed, and it's not even as warm as home. Then you don't have to go. The appeal is for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled who need help. Centralized heating is also quite good. It seems it's not just the mall. Yesterday, I saw our village auditorium pull in a large air conditioner. They say it's running all day, and the government pays for the electricity, just to protect those with less financial resources. Wow, can anyone with less financial resources go there? I don't just want to be warm, I just want to chat with everyone. It's so cold, I haven't heard gossip in a while. Sure, everyone can go. Our village auditorium is huge. Our mall also bought a new air conditioner. I heard it's expensive, but why not buy one of those bear-shaped ones in the Z City Mall? They're nice, have great heating power, and are said to be interactive. Maybe it's too expensive, but our mall is huge, and 8 million isn't a huge sum. As long as we can buy it, the sales from the foot traffic will pay for itself sooner or later, so why not buy it? I'm really envious of that bear. I'm an insider, and I can only say that this bear isn't that simple. At least our country can't make it, and neither can other countries. That's weird. Is it from outer space? If our country can't make it, and other countries can't make it, then where did it come from? Did it grow out of the ground? Actually, it's a spiritual creature that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and became a spirit. Therefore, it has thoughts and can interact. That makes sense. Dog head, huh? Really? I don't know. If it's not true, then why is it only available in City Z? Why don't other cities want to buy it? I don't know about other cities, but they have it in Southern Province. This comment instantly ignited the forum, and everyone's eyes widened. Soon, #2bears in Southern Province Mall hashtag became a trending search. The trending topic was a video. Nan Province boasts a booming tourism industry, so the shopping mall is large and luxurious. A fluffy, clean orange bear sat on a giant chair, swaying back and forth with the recliner. There were many people around the recliner, but it was clear they were all there for the bear, their eyes fixed on the chair. Mommy, bear is so warm. A little girl in a sweater rushed out of the camera, unable to resist walking towards the large bear on the recliner. The large, plush orange bear continued to sway. Even when the child stepped under the chair, it didn't budge, its expression relaxed, facing the ceiling swaying slowly. Mommy, so warm. The little girl in the sweater tugged at her turtleneck and smiled at the camera. After the video finished playing, netizens were stunned. This is still Southern Province, right? A few days ago, weren't they still on a shopping spree? Why are they wearing nothing but sweaters today? Even turtlenecks are too hot. No, can anyone tell me how many days have passed? Wasn't there a trending search the day before yesterday saying the situation in Southern Province was dire and might require official military intervention? Yesterday, there was no need for that. Stockpiling of supplies was already prohibited. Everywhere was monitored, and there were people waiting in line, and purchases were limited. This should have happened a long time ago. It just snowed, and it was like the end of the world. It's understandable, actually. It's spring there year-round, so it's normal to be surprised by the sudden snowfall. So why are there bears in Southern Province? Is it really that warm? I used to think it was just a play by people from City Z. Is it really all about wearing a sweater? Southern Province residents speak out. It's incredibly warm. And not that techie kind of warmth, but the kind that's refreshing, like a spring breeze, sunshine on your face, and truly relaxing. As soon as you step into that mall, you feel like life is worth living, and your frozen body instantly recovers. Oh my god, why so many adjectives? Acting, selling bears? Hee hee, if that makes you feel any better, then just pretend I'm acting. Right here in this mall, stripped down to my sweatshirt. This is how people from Southern Province should live. I was freezing cold the other day. So why can people from Southern Province buy bears? Don't we have any in our province? We pay a lot of taxes. We're economically strong, so why don't we have any in our province? Huh? I hate the people of Southern Province this day. No! I'm from Southern Province too. Why don't I have bears here? The nearby malls all have old air conditioners. The temperature rises, but I'm still freezing. I don't have bears here. Why? To reply to the above, only City S has them now, because it's the most tourist-rich area and has a lot of out-of-town tourists. Huh? Why? Aren't we human beings here? But don't get too angry. The bears are traveling for heating. They move to a new location every week, and your store will get one in about a month. Huh? Is that so? What? Only have heating for a week? That's not fair. Why? Chapter 214. #Hainan Orange Bear Touring Heating hashtag. It's become a new trending search term. Since Orange Bear has already accumulated a certain amount of popularity, this term seems strange, so many netizens clicked on it and were shocked after understanding it. What the hell? Heaters are already in such short supply. And they're also traveling to provide heating? How can they act like celebrities? I woke up and was shocked. Who came up with this? Can't they have one in each place? Why put it on tour? I read the term 3 times over and over again, suspecting I've misread it. How can this bear tour? Does it just rush to get in the car when the time comes? I'm laughing so hard. What a strange statement, but it makes sense. Anyway, how did this bear become an internet celebrity out of nowhere? It's not cute. The above person said, this bear has excellent performance. It's not one of those cute dolls that pretends to be cute. It has real power. I don't understand. Isn't it just a built-in air conditioner? Just put it in the doll's clothes. How can you say it's just air conditioning? It's the light of hope. The warmth of spring. The rising sun of City Z. Someone from City Z suddenly appeared upstairs. So is it really that rare? Honestly, if I hadn't blown it every day, I wouldn't have believed it. There's something so warm in the world. As soon as I get close, my heart feels open and my whole body feels warm. I'm a dancer and dance every day at the Sun City Mall. I don't know if it's an illusion, but every time I move, I feel like my meridians are unblocked and my limbs are incredibly strong and flexible. You all make it sound like a fantasy novel. Sometimes it's too exaggerated and can backfire. It's hilarious that blowing warm air can actually unblock meridians. If I hadn't blown it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. But I have to say there are many amazing things in the world, like this bear, like this heater. Seriously, if you haven't blown it, you must try it. You'd be shocked. If it's really as amazing as you say, I do a handstand to wash my feet. Oh, no need to. If you don't want to believe it, forget it. It's quite crowded here. There are a lot of people in the mall. Xiao Fei sat in front of his computer, uttering a disdainful sound. Warm air can open up the meridians, but this is just acting out a novel. As expected, if you want to sell something at a high price, you have to make up stories. Trying to sell a heater for 8 million yuan is almost like a fantasy novel. Don't try to persuade me. I'm going to Southern Province this weekend and will just happen to see the internet famous bear. I want to see if what you're saying is true or not. Xiao Fei gave a disdainful look, already thinking about how he would ruthlessly debunk the fakery. Really? Squat. Actually, I'm curious too. Kick me when you get the results. Squat, 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 I'm so curious. Xiao Fei had never received so much attention before, and he suddenly realized this was a great opportunity. He might be able to escape the working class and become a financially independent self-media influencer. If you're curious, please follow me. I'll be leaving this weekend and live streaming the entire process. Looking at his growing number of followers, Xiao Fei's hands were shaking with excitement. Oh my goodness, I absolutely have to seize this great opportunity. I'm leaving this weekend for Southern Province. Oh, and I'd better bring my parents too. My dad has chronic cold legs. So I took him to that mall to try out the bear-shaped warm air. Since it can open up the meridians, it must be a good thing. This comment has been seen by many people. I'm not sure about this, but there are a lot of elderly people in the mall, and they look quite comfortable. I don't have any experience with this, but the grandparents walking around the mall seem quite nimble. These people are quite cautious. They don't even dare to guarantee anything, but they're hinting that the warm air is good for the elderly. Xiao Fei's lips curled up arrogantly, his mind already conjuring up scenes for his counterfeit-busting video. His handsome face would be front and center, his eyes sharp, and his demeanor firm. He would loudly tell his fans that this bear heater was fake, a capitalist scam. Selling a heating device for 8 million yuan, and then controlling the quantity to make it appear scarce. What else could that be but marketing? The weather was so cold, and yet these capitalists' hearts remained frozen. Xiao Fei sat at his computer desk, thinking a lot, even figuring out how to buy a house and a car after becoming famous and wealthy. Fei Zai, it's time for dinner. Coming. Xiao Fei came to his senses, quickly put on his slippers, and scrambled off to eat. Mom, let's go to Southern Province this weekend. Xiao Fei suggested, sitting at the dining table. Why go to Southern Province? Isn't it snowing there too? Xiao Fei's father questioned him first. So, Xiao Fei recounted the online dispute, emphasizing that he could become famous and his family would become wealthy. Is it that easy? Xiao Fei's mother was a little skeptical, but didn't want to discourage her son, so she kept quiet. Everything has to start from scratch. If I don't go, how would I know if it's possible? Xiao Fei was indignant. That's true. Xiao Fei's mother continued eating, thinking that even if she didn't become famous, the whole family could still go to Southern Province together. They hadn't been there yet. If your mother agrees, I agree. Xiao Fei's father thought for a moment and said, Mom, well, let's go. We haven't traveled this year, and even though it's cold everywhere, we can make up for it. Xiao Fei's mother put down her bowl, pulled out her phone, and quietly searched hashtag Southern Province Orange Bear hashtag. The more she looked, the more she liked it, the happier she became. She was instantly looking forward to the trip. Okay, then, buy us some tickets. Let me know how much. The family of 3 began packing. Although they had made a hasty decision, they still needed to prepare for a trip. The family, heavily laden with luggage, embarked on their trip to Southern Province. Their destination was H City, where the orange bear would be making its rounds starting that weekend. People in S City were complaining online, saying that the most painful thing wasn't losing something, but having something and then losing it. It seemed so heartfelt, as if the bear was truly that powerful. Xiao Fei watched online, and as he watched, he began to doubt it. Could it really be that powerful, with so many online influencers? But his doubts were quickly overcome by reason. A heater encased in a doll. If you can make people feel like they're immortals, and even open up their meridians, why not just say they can ascend to heaven? Exaggerated. Extremely exaggerated. Marketing these days is completely brainless. He stepped off the plane with a sense of righteousness, ready to fight for justice and treachery, and with his dusty parents, he launched a grand live stream. He was a little nervous at first, but that's okay. Everything has to start somewhere, and now is the starting point for his own media career, a live stream to fight counterfeiting. Hello everyone, I'm already in H City, Nan Province. The Target Mall is 10 kilometers away. Let's take a taxi. Xiao Fei turned his phone to show the surrounding scenery. These are my parents. As soon as they heard I was going to fight counterfeiting, they immediately followed and expressed their support. Xiao Fei showed off his parents. My dad has been suffering from chronic cold legs for the past couple of days. It's a good opportunity to try out that 8 million yuan heater to see if it lives up to the hype online. We're not seeking warmth or ascension, we're just hoping to open up our meridians. The host is so humorous. It's truly outrageous. What's online is too amazing. Yeah, I think so too. Xiao Fei chatted with the audience as he carried his luggage and got into a taxi with his parents. They chatted all the way about the exaggerations on the internet, his desire to gain public support, the ridiculously high prices for heaters, and the heartless capitalists. We're here, right up ahead. Xiao Fei, laden with bags, got out of the taxi and, looking at the magnificent shopping mall ahead, suddenly became even more excited. It's so luxurious, no wonder they're so ambitious. An ordinary heater for 8 million yuan. Those people are really audacious. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and pointed the camera at the mall entrance. Look, we're already here. I go check on this bear and see if it's really that warm. After saying this, Xiao Fei called his parents over and started walking together. Xiao Fei's father walked slowly, his legs not quite right. Although the snow had been shoveled away, the damp air still made his knees ache. Xiao Fei's mother could walk faster, but she couldn't bear to look at her son's inexplicable enthusiasm, so she slowed down. Xiao Fei walked ahead alone, his steps firm, his left and right arms slung with luggage bags, but he still held his phone high. Almost there, the mall was just around the corner. Xiao Fei sniffed his nose, which was dripping with cold, and mentally resolved to feel the warmth inside as soon as possible. If it didn't amaze him, he would curse it in the live stream. Coming. Opening the door immediately. The host's hands are shaking a little. Because there's so much luggage hanging up, Xiao Fei raised his hand and pushed the door open. Suddenly, a wave of warmth washed over him, like a spring breeze, like warm sunshine, carrying an undeniable power that washed over him from head to toe. Xiao Fei stood there, stunned. Before his brain could react, he raised his hand, carefully feeling the coldness gradually turn to warmth. In a split second, just a split second, he felt that undeniable power, warming him completely after walking through the snow and ice. The host is talking. Why are you so stunned? Could this also be a plot arranged by the capitalists? Xiao Fei opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he didn't know where to begin. All the words he had learned were inadequate to describe the warmth, hot and warm, spreading from the surface of his body to every limb, flowing directly from his bloodstream into his meridians. Why are you standing there like an idiot? This kid. Xiao Fei's parents walked over to him and, having pushed the door open a little, froze in their tracks. Oh my god, how can it be so warm? Xiao Fei's mother was the first to react, dragging her stunned husband and child into the mall. What a bustling mall. The buzz of people, every corner bright and clean. Standing at the door, looking out, it seemed like the end of the place was endless. All you could see were people coming and going, and the lounge chairs on the first floor terrace. Yes, lounge chairs. They looked made of wood, large and wide. Lying on them was a furry orange creature, its eyes closed, rocking back and forth to the soothing music playing in the mall. How could it be so comfortable? Xiao Fei's mother suddenly felt even more comfortable. It's hard to describe the feeling. Her whole body was no longer cold or icy, but warm, as if some power was seeping through her skin. My knees aren't sore anymore. Xiao Fei's father slapped his thigh, also overjoyed. Chapter 215. The comment section of the live stream freezes for a second. Script. Speechless. Such acting, but Xiao Fei didn't read the comments in time, still immersed in the warm breeze. What kind of breeze was this? Warm, hot, as if mingled with an unknown force. The first feeling upon reaching one's body was warmth, the second a complete soothing. Yes, soothing. The wind and cold, the hardship and exhaustion along the way, were all caressed away by this breeze, leaving only a warm and responsive touch. All fatigue was cast aside, leaving only a light and agile body. Holy crap. He sighed in shock, looking up blankly at his parents' nimble backs, then up at the divine bear, and finally at his phone. People these days will do anything for traffic. Isn't this acting a bit exaggerated? I suggest further study before doing a live stream. Is it really that warm? The host's expression is too fantastical, isn't it? Expression? Xiao Fei belatedly glanced at the screen. He looked dazed, his mouth slightly open, as if he were extremely shocked, perhaps even stunned. Xiao Fei rubbed his face fiercely, and put his mouth to the screen. Guys, I don't know how to describe it. Xiao Fei's voice was very low. I felt a surge of power flowing into my body, and I felt warmth all over. This bear might be from outer space. Can you please stop being so exaggerated? Is this a fake busting livestream? Is this also part of the 8 million bear storyline? Really? Seeing the audience's displeasure, Xiao Fei suddenly grew anxious. He accidentally glanced at the rocking bear, and his gaze was suddenly captivated. So, the livestream viewers saw it. The host, who was about to say something, suddenly broke into a run. The camera swayed, various lights flickered, and the screen flashed at an incredibly fast speed. If you don't understand, just ask. Is this a sports and fitness livestream? Has the script been written out? I'm from City Z. The host's reaction wasn't fake, just a bit exaggerated. Maybe he'd never done it before, so the reaction was a bit exaggerated. The comments in the livestream were still scrolling, but Xiao Fei couldn't care less. He pushed through the crowd, pounced at the last moment, and quickly grabbed the vacant seat. His head hit the leg of the large chair with a loud bang, but he was still very happy because he had snagged a prime heated seat. So warm, so warm. Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes, his face a look of happiness. A surge of fire-type spiritual energy permeated the mall's air, and those sitting next to Big Bear inevitably felt even more blown away. Xiao Fei didn't realize he was blowing away spiritual energy. He simply felt incredibly warm, strands of heat seeping into his body, warming and comforting his entire being. You must come. Xiao Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and emphasized to the screen. Anyone who hasn't had a massage must come and try it. I give this seat to my dad after 5 more minutes. He has chronic cold legs, and he'd definitely be cured with a massage. The audience was stunned. They watched the host reverently blow away the heat for 5 minutes, then watched as the family members took their seats one by one, as if passing on a fortune. It was clearly just a seat in a shopping mall, yet it was passed down one by one like some kind of treasure. Everyone was stunned. No, even if it was a performance, it was a bit too exaggerated. Too abstract to be true. Because Xiao Fei's family's gestures were truly magical, some curious viewers cut out these magical scenes and juxtaposed them with the earlier scene of Xiao Fei patting his chest and declaring his intention to fight against the Orange Bear capitalists. In the front, a righteous young man patted his chest and declared his intention to lead the fight against counterfeiting. In the back, a solemn-looking man cautiously called his parents over to take over, just so they could take turns enjoying that seat. That seat at the feet of the Big Bear, supposedly with plenty of heating. It's a bit too exaggerated, like a play. Is it really that precious? A family of 3 takes turns sitting there, and each gets 5 minutes. Can't we sit on the outer ring? People from City Z will tell you, the inner and outer rings are truly different. The outer ring is just warm, but nothing special. The inner ring sometimes gives you a special feeling of power. It's hard to describe, but it's definitely good for your health. I was stunned. It was so exaggerated it didn't seem like an act. Everyone on the internet was shocked. The video's popularity gradually grew, quickly becoming a new trending topic. Hashtag before and after comparison of Orange Bear Heaters hashtag. The most popular video was Xiao Fei's, and gradually, people from City Z joined in the fun. Here's a before and after comparison. After using the heaters at the mall for a few days, my complexion became more rosy, and I don't know if it's an illusion, but I don't feel as cold anymore. My period isn't as painful as before. Is that something I can say? What kind of heater is this? I'm leaving City Z soon. I really don't want to live without them. It's too painful. My legs and feet felt much more relaxed after I finished using the air conditioner. I thought it was a coincidence, but now that you've explained it, I realize it might be the result of the heating. People in City Z are sharing this on the hotspots. Since they've owned Orange Bear for quite a while, quite a few of them go to the mall daily. The Orange Bear gently channeled its fire energy, silently nourishing the bodies of many. While there might be some individual differences, Generally speaking, the more it was used, the greater the degree of optimization. These shares were quickly seen by netizens in other regions. The orange bear had already become popular, with rumors claiming that shopping malls with it were extra warm. But even if it was warm, it was just a heater. How could it be that much more powerful? Before, many netizens had the impression that the orange bear was a highly advertised heater meant to rip off the rich. But the popularity of this entry continued to grow, and more netizens noticed the mysterious changes being shared in City Z. When they saw one post, they scoffed. When they saw two, they frowned. When they saw 3 or 4, question marks appeared on their faces. When they saw 10 or dozens, everyone finally realized something was amiss. What's going on? So many water armies? Why do these accounts look like real people? And they all have IP addresses from City Z? Could they be real? Many self-media outlets doing reviews or counterfeiting quickly sensed the potential for a hit. It was previously said to be just a heater, nothing much to review, but when it's said to clear meridians and regulate the body, everyone got excited. Rushed to review it. Countless self-media outlets from all over the country rushed to City Z or Southern Province, and the internet suddenly became overrun with live streams. Orange Bear. The acting of a capitalist, 8 million heater scenario. Is the big bear in H City, Southern Province real or fake? Old Wang takes you to see the world, Orange Bear. Countless netizens set their sights on Orange Bear. The snow still pounded outside, but what could be more exciting than following the latest trend online? Netizens jumped from one live stream to another, observing the action in real time. The Jujia shopping mall is just up ahead. We can see a ton of people. Security has already lined up, and there's even hot porridge being served. Let's have a sip to warm up first. It's incredibly cold out here. Hey guys, please give Lao Wang some attention. I just can't stand the capitalist tricks, so I'm here to expose counterfeit goods. But we can only enter at night, when the locals in the mall can go home. Guys, it seems we didn't choose the Sun Mall after all. Even though it's a small mall, it's packed. There's a tent out front. Let's go in and sit down. It's snowing so hard outside. Family, I've already arrived in Southern Province. This is W City. We're not going to H City right now. It's too crowded. We're waiting in advance. They say Orange Bear is coming next week. The live streams of the reviews came one after another, but most of them had long queues. Netizens were dazzled, waiting for one stream after another. Finally, as night fell, the first streamer entered the mall. Holy crap! The anchor let out a sharp cry of shock, completely stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he gestured at the camera, looking completely dazed. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The anchor seemed to have come to his senses, but his speech system had been lost. He spoke to the camera for a while, unable to utter a word. He looked shattered and then reassembled. The anchor finally squeezed into the mall. It was as if he had forgotten his audience, the live broadcast he was currently broadcasting. Then came the second one. Oh my god! The anchor covered his mouth in surprise, then quickly lowered his hand. Standing at the mall entrance, he raised his arm, closed his eyes, and prepared to fly away into the wind. I feel a mysterious power. Then came the third. Oh my god! A 5 feet 9 inches tall man stamped his feet, his face, visibly red from the cold outdoors. There's something this warm in this world. Oh my god! Then came the fourth, the fifth. Viewers from all corners of the world were stunned, watching these streamers rushing to review the product. Upon arriving, as the mall doors opened, everyone looked as if they were about to ascend. Know this? This 3-word comment garnered tens of thousands of likes. Though short, it captured everyone's emotions with remarkable precision. Know this? What's going on? Is this really that exaggerated? Has something happened in this world that no one knows about? I'm a little dizzy. I haven't been online for just 2 weeks, and it feels like the world has changed so dramatically. Shivering under the covers, I surfed the internet. After watching the new video, I finally understood why everyone's reaction was so exaggerated. It turns out this isn't just any bear, it's an alien creature, alive. Maybe it was actually transmitting energy before. Serene. What? Netizens quickly rushed to the hotspot to watch the new video. The video was shaky, and it looked like people were jostling nearby. The camera was shot from the second floor of the mall, looking down from above. The first floor lobby was already crowded, and the crowd below was like ants, moving back and forth, one leaving and another joining. Occasionally, a few individuals would jostle, but they were quickly dispersed. Suddenly the camera zoomed in, aiming just below the orange bear in the middle. 2 figures were huddled together, seemingly fighting for a seat. At first, it was just a jostling, but gradually, the figure on the right began flailing its arms, while the figure on the left kicked. The conflict quickly escalated, and a fierce argument erupted from below the orange bear. The two figures flared even more vigorously, hurling insults and swearing. The mall was abuzz with activity, and the sounds made by the two figures were shrill, their limbs clashing against each other, while the people around them continued to jostle. Suddenly, the orange bear, who had been covering his ears in the recliner, sat up, extended his paw, and stuffed the two figures into his mouth. Netizens were stunned. Chapter 216. No! Where did those two go? Did they really stuff it into that heater? My eyes widened at that. I thought this was a movie. Why don't the people at the scene look shocked? They're all so calm? In reality, they weren't calm. Netizens only saw the video, while the people at the scene witnessed the real thing. The bustling mall was packed with people. Although the seats were a bit small, the air was still quite fresh. Maybe it was the warm air that had a natural air purifying effect. It was quite magical. Everyone stayed warm in the mall. Those who wanted to shop got up to go, while those who wanted to rest sat on the floor and looked at their phones. The atmosphere was peaceful, and it was all thanks to the orange bear heater on the lounge chair in the center of the mall. It was so warm that my whole body was warm. Just breathing in that warm air made me feel relaxed. Everyone was rushing to keep warm, naturally blocking out a lot of noise. Suddenly, a noise became noticeable, growing louder and louder, and people turned to look. Two people were clashing under the orange bear chair, punching and swatting each other. Stop it! Stop it! You're squeezing me! Oops, someone stepped on my foot. Those who were closer didn't know what to do, and those farther away couldn't help. There were too many people, and it was hard to squeeze in. Notify the person in charge to mediate. Send security to break up the fight. Everyone offered practical suggestions. Ordinarily, the person in charge and security should have arrived soon, but for some reason today, no one had arrived for half an hour. The fight between the two men under the large chair intensified, with punches, kicks, and gesticulations, accompanied by loud insults. Hey! Nobita's covering his ears. Everyone looked over. At some point, the orange bear on the recliner shifted position, covering his ears with his furry hands and turning away. Very human-like. As expected of an 8 million AI. Look at that expression, so lifelike. Oh, well done. It looks like he's really been disturbed. The crowd erupted in praise, praising Nobita's realistic expression, which gradually deepened with the intensity of the argument. Oh, he's rolled over. Wow, he's covering his ears tightly. He looks really angry. The orange bear's furry face seemed to be wrinkling, and his hands were covering his ears, as if he'd been disturbed. It's sitting up. Wow, it's opening its eyes. Wow, The big orange bear suddenly bent down, and stuffed the two arguing people into his mouth. Absolute silence fell. The mall suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes turned to the big orange bear. But the bear seemed oblivious to everyone's shock, and simply sat back down. 3 minutes later, he reached into his mouth again, smoothly removing the two bewildered figures, placing one on his left and one on his right. At this moment, the mall finally fell into absolute silence. The big orange bear turned around in his recliner, as if deeply pleased with the silence. So what exactly is this bear? Is this a setting on the heater? Or is it a live bear? It should be a setting. A live bear can't possibly pull a person out of a room, like it's taking someone out of a pocket. It looks so smooth. But is a heater really necessary to have this kind of setting? I don't know how to put it, but it's all pretty magical. It's snowing like a giant hole in the sky, and now a giant bear heater has suddenly appeared in our country. It not only blows heat but also opens up your meridians. Now it can even stuff people you're fighting with into its mouth. Whatever, anything is fine. As long as I'm still alive, that's all I need. I'm stunned. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known so many weird things happened this month. So when will the snow stop? I don't know, but our village has already started building a basement, and they say we might not live above ground anymore. Huh? Is it that serious already? Attention, the IP above. Have you ever used an orange bear heater? I've noticed that the people online who don't really feel the cold are all these IPs. Whenever I ask, they all say they've used this bear heater. What do you mean? I don't understand. It means people who have been exposed to this kind of heating may be more resistant to the cold. Huh? Is that so unscientific? You still want science? How long has this snow been falling? Has the snow fluctuated? Why are some places starting to dig basements en masse? In other words, can they do so without official approval? I still don't understand. So the authorities have given everyone the go-ahead to dig basements? Just because the snow keeps on snowing? I even suspect this snow is caused by an unknown force, just like this sudden trend of bears. This bear is clearly alive. It sleeps, loves looking at people's phones, and even jumps up and stuffs people into its mouth if someone fights at its feet. Huh? Alive? Isn't this an interactive program? Only a fool could program a heater to stuff people into its mouth. So this bear is alive. Shocked, is it an alien creature? It possesses mysterious powers that allow it to constantly emit heat. Is there radiation? I'm still young and don't want to get sick. Maybe if I feel better after blowing on it, I'm prematurely overdrawing my energy and wasting my life. Sinister smile. Then I tell my relative not to go blow on it. He lives near that mall. I used to go there every day and boast about it, saying it's good for the body. So is it really good for the body? Is there really radiation? Why do we have to speculate about alien life? Can't we speculate about other mysterious forces? Like fantasy or cultivation? Can't it be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that nourishes the human body? The above person should stop reading novels. If it's really radiation that's scorching people, that's hellish. Please, can you please stop believing everything you hear? The people nearby have been saying this for a long time. If there was radiation, they would have discovered it long ago. Especially those of us with the same IP as me. Can you please be more careful about what you say and do? This is hilarious. They're meddling in everything, not just the world, but also people. I'm not trying to get involved. There's another orange bear, but we haven't decided which province to place it in yet. The provinces are competing, so we need to comprehensively evaluate it. Residents' online communication style is also a factor, so I'm asking everyone to be cautious. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Orange bears can't possibly have radiation. It must be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hashtag provinces compete for a new orange bear hashtag. Hashtag are orange bears alive? Hashtag. Hashtag how can I win their hearts through communication hashtag. Hashtag why won't this snow stop? Hashtag. The new entry has become a hot topic. Before everyone could even begin to be shocked by the fact that orange bears are actually alive, their attention was drawn to the competition among the provinces. What? A new bear? Haven't you decided where to put it yet? It's definitely Province D, a major industrial province. People can withstand the cold, but machinery can't. It's just too cold right now, so 2 bears are perfect to warm things up. Nothing can hurt the machinery. Don't be ridiculous. It's definitely Province H. Doesn't everyone need to eat? The crops are freezing so badly now. 2 bears are definitely needed to help. You all have a point, but a country is people-oriented. Province Y has the largest permanent population, so putting the big bear there will maximize heating efficiency. While you're alright, Province B is the political center, so one has to be there no matter what. It has to be Province J. It has a high vegetation coverage. Everyone is fighting for their hometown, racking their brains to find advantages, but also being careful with their wording and not damaging the province's online culture. What? You're saying the bear might be radioactive? Scaremongering. Absolutely alarmist. If it were radioactive, would the authorities allow this bear to roam freely? If it were radioactive, would they still buy batch after batch? Where, exactly, did they buy these bears? Mysterious, extremely mysterious. I just visited the internet, and someone there is asking where these bears come from, and why they're so large and amazing. Isn't this imported? The person above is so behind the times. I haven't been online properly these past few days. This bear is alive and possesses mysterious abilities. Huh? The authorities have acquiesced, not debunking the rumors. They've even launched a new round of provincial competitions, with the best performing province receiving the bears. Huh? Batch after batch of new internet users were educated on this matter. Although the weather was freezing, and the snow was falling relentlessly, a mysterious force seemed to have emerged in Yen country. A giant orange bear, carrying a warm warmth, swept across the land. However, there's competition, one of which is a ranking of internet culture. The internet has never been better. At first glance, everyone seems incredibly civilized and well-educated. Every post is laden with quotations, and you'd be embarrassed to post a message without a 4-character idiom. Who will win in the end? Calm, waiting to see, cold, after 3 days of internet buzz, the news finally broke. Province B. As the political and cultural center, it narrowly edged out other provinces by a slight margin, and secured the mysterious bear's heating. Oh, it's our Jing Lord again. Your servants are here to greet you. Rolling eyes. Speechless, it must have been a predetermined decision. No matter how I look at it, I can't see where the win is. Why not our province? We have so much greenery. Don't all the people in the country need oxygen? It all depends on photosynthesis from our plants. The above commenter is being too far-fetched. It has to be our province. We have so many people, and they're all frozen to death. Your province is so far south, and you're still expecting heating? Just use a fan. The internet was abuzz again, but everyone in Province B. I'm very happy. It's not good to show off online, so I'm just preparing some things offline. Since that bear is alive, it must have its own preferences. It seems to like playing with phones, prefers clean humans, hates noise, and prefers quiet. We can get it a big screen connected to a computer. The organizer, wearing reading glasses, conducted the meeting with a serious expression. We can also prepare some local specialties, fruit snacks, etc. Would it like candied haws? A young attendee raised his hand and suggested. We can prepare a few more varieties. The organizer held his glasses. Any other suggestions? I do, the speaker said calmly. I think we could just move the bear into an underground shelter and use this opportunity to organize the public to move underground. Time is running out. The organizer lowered his head in thought for a moment. You make sense. Chapter 217. The residents of Province B were unaware of the meeting's content. They were simply delighted by the arrival of the giant orange bears. Because of their distance, most people had only heard of them online. It's said that these 3-meter-tall orange bears are excellent heaters. The warm air they blow not only provides warmth, but also opens up the body's meridians, improving physical fitness and alleviating various ailments. Is this scientific? Are you sure this is officially organized? Hey! You're such a stickler. Just listen to me. It's said that these giant orange bears have a mysterious origin, likely from another world with a different system. That world likely possesses mystical powers, and the bears represent that world. Who told you that? I have connections. Just listen. It's said that each of these giant bears has a distinct personality. The one from Province Z loves to look at people's phones, and the two from Province H love to lounge in rocking chairs. But the bears that have appeared so far all share one characteristic. They love cleanliness and dislike noisy things. What level of cleanliness? Just tidy and presentable. Oh, when will the bear arrive? Soon. As soon as the underground heating plant in the north of the city is finished. Wait until it's finished. Then when? That's a huge area. It's built just for the bears. Don't worry, it only take 10 days or half a month. That fast? Yes, that fast. Perhaps the residents didn't understand, but the core officials knew full well. City B wasn't the only city planning to dig an underground heating plant, but it was the first. The site and facilities arrangements would serve as a reference for subsequent provinces, so while strict planning and arrangements were in place, the pace had to be accelerated. We had to hurry. Those staying indoors, enjoying the warmth of the air, hadn't noticed it yet, but it was already unusually cold. The snow was still falling, and plows were dispatched one after another, but even so, the roads were covered in a thick layer of snow, easily sinking underfoot. This wasn't normal, it didn't make sense. Nature doesn't have enough moisture to produce snow, and weather forecasters could only detect a thin layer of clouds. But it kept falling. Those thin clouds seemed to have magic, and from them drifted endlessly, heavy snowflakes, light and soft, yet falling in dense layers. The temperature continued to drop, carrying a chill that science couldn't explain. The northernmost regions were no longer habitable. Unless one stayed indoors and turned on the heater, they would freeze solid the moment they stepped outside. It had to be dug, and it had to be dug quickly. All systems had to mobilize their top talent, and planning and construction had to be expedited. Residents in the northernmost provinces had to relocate, while those in other provinces were still awaiting references to underground heating plans. Officials were busy working underground, while residents above ground were unaware of the specifics. They only felt the weather was still quite cold, but life remained hopeful. Hey, when will the little bear arrive? I don't know. The underground heating over there isn't finished yet. We might have to wait a little longer. How long will it take? My heater isn't working well enough. I've been feeling chilly lately. It's awful. This awful weather. Two neighbors chatted for a moment through the window, but soon couldn't stand it anymore. Even with the whirring heater behind them, their faces were frozen stiff by the cold air outside. It was strange. The cold wind howled at my face, the chill swiftly piercing my body like a living thing. The two neighbors exchanged glances, and quickly retreated back inside. The offline situation wasn't optimistic. The cold weather had all but eliminated outdoor socializing, so communication, regardless of gender or age, shifted entirely online, video calls, text messages, and occasionally, if they had something to say, they'd post it online. Where are the bears in Province B? Haven't they arrived yet? Maybe the central government has changed its mind and plans to place the bears here. Sinister. Really? Nonsense. We're just building a dedicated bear enclosure, and we take the bears over once it's finished. So the bears really haven't arrived in Province B yet? No, why would we need to build a dedicated enclosure? Province B is so big, there's no room for the bears. That sounds strange. Maybe the authorities really are changing their minds. No. We're building an underground heating base. Then we put the bears underground. Huh? Why? I don't know. It's warmer underground, I guess. It traps heat effectively. We have a lot of people in Province B, so underground means more people can enjoy the heating. Why does this feel weird? It's cold, the snow keeps falling, and an underground shelter. Isn't this a perfect apocalypse scenario? Huh? That makes sense. With so many people in Province B, digging a basement all of a sudden must have been a struggle, but they did it anyway. No, that's too far-fetched. How could it be the apocalypse? I'm still at home studying for the teacher recruitment exams in March and April. It shouldn't be that bad. I'm a bit overly concerned. Digging a basement is also. Everyone should enjoy the heating better. It shouldn't be the end of the world, right? Don't you find it strange? Why is the snow falling non-stop? Where do these bears come from? They suddenly have to dig basements for shelter, obviously. The authorities haven't tried to hide it, they just haven't said it explicitly. Huh? What about my teacher position next year? Will I even be able to make it? I'm a civil servant, and you're still thinking about your position even if it's the end of the world. No, it shouldn't be that extreme. It's quite cold now, but it's bearable. Aren't there more and more bears? Sooner or later, they occupy the entire country, right? What do you mean? If every household has a bear, won't we have to worry about the colder climate? Even if not every household, every village and town should have one, right? That makes sense. If you look at it that way, things are looking good. I just don't know if there will be enough bears. At this rate, it's going to be tough. It'd take forever to get one for every village. The one in Province B hasn't even arrived yet. It's been 2 or 3 days. It's here. It's almost here. Heating station number 1 was just announced, and the big orange bear should be here tomorrow. Huh? It's finished? So fast? Yes, it's that fast. Due to some hidden concerns, the authorities have gone to great lengths to build an underground base. They claim it's for heating, but in reality, it also serves as a refuge. They're not openly saying this, so they just say it's well insulated and everyone is welcome to enjoy the warmth. Damn! I can't wait for tomorrow. I want to see just how effective this heater is, and whether it can open up my meridians. I've been envious for so long. So happy. My home is nearby, and I'd definitely be there first tomorrow. Speechless. Can the people from Province B stop showing off? Are you so happy to see us freezing in bed? Well then, we just do it quietly. Or you're welcome to come to Province B and experience it with us. I'm so jealous. The bears in your province actually have their own underground territory. We all live in shopping malls, and it's so crowded. I feel like the bears are feeling bad. What kind of filter is that on the person above? Why did I see a bear from your province stuffing a person into its mouth just a few days ago? It can't bear it anymore. It's just a bear that doesn't like its boundaries violated. So the video of the bear stuffing a person into its mouth is real? Oh my god, I thought it was an AI video? What? Really? Isn't this eating people? It didn't eat them. It just stuffed them into its mouth as a warning, and then took them out after a few minutes. The 2 people were fine and behaved as soon as they came out. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Didn't anyone here think something was wrong? I've accepted this unscientific fate, so what does it feel like to be stuffed into a bear's mouth? Does anyone have any personal experience? Probably not. Those were the only 2 people the bear stuffed into its mouth. I know. The person involved is a relative of mine. He reportedly experienced total blackouts, but his body alternated between hot and cold, sometimes freezing and sometimes hot. It felt a bit uncomfortable, but he also seemed okay. Did he reach the air inlet and outlet? I don't know, but it's pretty amazing. Has anyone else experienced this? Probably not. Every bear has a different temperament. You can see if the one in Province B will stuff someone into its mouth. Actually, it's unlikely. Although the later bears appeared, their natures became more volatile. Their later appearances indicated they had received more training from the Beast King. Every bear that set out remembered the Beast King's intimidation. Working away from home wasn't a pleasant experience, let alone leaving home and arriving in a human settlement. You must follow the rules and work diligently. Anyone who acts arbitrarily will be beaten into the ground. The spirit beast space was just a bit short on fertilizer, so anyone with a desire could do as they pleased. Every bear had a serious attitude, memorizing the absolute rules with their not-so-smart brains. You can't destroy anything or harm humans at will, and if you're really angry, you can stuff someone into the confined space of your mouth. Perhaps this was the pressure of survival. The three bears set out together, escorted by staff, and set foot on the land of Province B. It should have been an ordinary day in February. The snow was still falling, the weather was as cold as ever, and few people were out and about. But the residents of Province B were inexplicably excited, because the 3 underground heating bases were about to open. Xiaoyun eat lunch first. It's so cold, and you kids are the only ones who want to go out. Xiaoyun's grandfather brought a hot, fluffy steamed bun to the table and greeted Xiaoyun. Hey, I just have one. If you go too late, there might not be a table. Xiaoyun, who was 16 or 17 years old, was wearing a lot of clothes. Even though there was heating inside, she was wearing a down jacket. Why go? I think this is all an internet gimmick. I'd rather stay home and have heating. Xiaoyun's grandfather slowly sat down at the table and began to nibble on the bun. Hey! This isn't just any heater. They say it can improve your health. Maybe it's some high-tech. Xiaoyun's confidence grew a bit unsure as she spoke. How could such a thing exist? Grandpa Xiaoyun shook the newspaper in his hand. But it's understandable that children like novelty. After you finish eating, go check it out and see what it is. Hey! Xiaoyun quickened her pace as she ate her bun. It might seem a bit unscientific, but there were internet rumors that heating the bun was good for the body, so it couldn't be fake, considering so many people were envious. Eat slowly, eat slowly. Don't choke, Xiaoyun's grandfather reminded her. I'm done. Xiaoyun gulped down a large bowl of hot milk. Put on your scarf and hat before you go. Yes. Xiaoyun quickly began to put on her travel gear, layer upon layer, scarf, mask, hat, wool sweater, snow boots, and so on. It took her a full 20 minutes to get everything ready. I'm going out. Xiaoyun's voice became muffled beneath her scarf and mask. You go ahead. Grandpa Xiaoyun waved. Xiaoyun started out. The snow outside had just been cleared, but a thin layer had already accumulated. Her snow boots made a crunching sound, and a trail of footprints followed her. It was so cold. Xiaoyun raised her hand to exhale, but the heat passed through her mask and back into her mouth. The world was cold and quiet, and she couldn't help but sniff. Almost there, right ahead. Xiaoyun quickened her pace, making her way through the heavy snow. On the road, there were people, just like her, fully armed, all heading in the same direction, the warming base ahead. What a strange name, and a bit magical. There was actually a warming base, haha. Xiaoyun couldn't help but run. Getting closer. The gate of the base was just ahead, and a sparse crowd could already be seen gathering. Xiaoyun stepped through the crunching snow and stopped abruptly just before reaching the gate. Would you like a bunch of candied haws? The vendor next to the base said in a muffled voice. Xiaoyun fumbled with her clothes for 5 minutes before finally pulling out a 10-yuan bill and handing it over. 2 strings of candied hawthorns, gleaming red against the snow, looked incredibly tempting. Xiaoyun, clutching the 2 strings of candied haws, stepped into the base. Chapter 218. The first thing she saw upon entering the room was a flight of stairs leading down. Xiaoyun squinted her eyes almost as she stepped onto them. There's heat. As Xiaoyun walked down, the heat gradually intensified. With each step, she could feel the temperature rising. When her feet touched solid ground, she could feel the sweltering warmth. So warm, Xiaoyun sniffed twice, stamped her feet, and then looked up to take a closer look at the heating base. It was so large, so spacious. Xiaoyun's eyes widened. The building before her was nothing like she had imagined. The endless rooms, and the people coming and going made it seem like standing in some neatly organized anthill, not a room. How could it be so large? So complex? These questions popped into Xiaoyun's mind. She looked left and right. The surroundings also looked different from the heating base she had imagined. The heating base was supposed to be a large, spacious room, lined with insulation, with everyone huddled together to enjoy the warmth. And this place now. Xiaoyun looked up, but before she could figure out what it was, she was called. Xiaoyun from the Long family, right? Come and register. Xiaoyun followed, confused. Are you here alone? Xiaoyun nodded, pinching a candied Haas fruit. Where's your grandfather? At home, Xiaoyun answered honestly. Oh, nothing, just a quick registration. Go ahead. Big Bear is on the second basement floor. You need to go down one more flight of stairs. Oh. Xiaoyun turned around, took a few steps, then, curious, looked back. There were a lot of registrations on the table behind her, densely packed with names. The man didn't stop her when she looked back. Xiaoyun stepped forward, openly leaning over to take a closer look. The names of nearby residents were densely packed, including many Xiaoyun recognized, like Long Jiagua, her grandfather, and Long Xiaowei, the name of a neighbor's child. Is anyone missing from registration? She asked, pinching a candied Haas stick. Yes. The staff member turned and glanced at her. But that's not something you, a little brat, should worry about. Go turn up the heater and eat the candied Haas quickly. It's starting to melt. Xiaoyun looked down and saw a pale yellow syrup coating the wooden sticks. It was really melting. Xiaoyun hurried to the second basement. It was getting even warmer. The incoming heat made her face burn, and the tip of her nose was filled with warm air. As soon as she descended the stairs, she couldn't help but take off her mask and scarf, looking towards the center of the room with a sense of awareness. So many people. The dense crowds of people obscured her view. She couldn't help but protect her candied Haas, and nimbly slipped into the crowd. The temperature seemed to be dropping slightly ahead, but it wasn't coming from this direction. Xiaoyun, sensing the direction of the warm air, shifted several times through the crowd. Finally, as a gust of warm air blew towards her, she finally spotted the giant orange bear. It was truly tall and large, sitting on the ground, slowly picking something from a large table. The table was filled with a wide variety of items. At first glance, there were fried chicken, hamburgers, cola, fries, orange juice, coconut milk tea, black tea, popsicles, cakes, and so on. Xiaoyun suddenly realized something, glanced at the candied Haas in her hand, and then, pretending to be nonchalant, placed it on the table. As soon as she raised her head, she met the round eyes above her. Xiaoyun quickly looked away, then turned back to find Big Bear still looking at her. Wait, it seemed he wasn't looking at her. Xiaoyun picked up the rice paper-wrapped candied Haas on the table, hesitated for a second, and then handed it over. These are candied Haas. They're sour, sweet, and crispy, and quite delicious. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 candied Haas were in Bear's mouth, and he didn't even spit out the sticks, apparently chewing them with ease. As long as you like them. Xiaoyun was a little taken aback, but when she turned around, she found everyone around her casting envious glances at her. Where did you buy these candied Haas? The young man next to her asked. Right at the door. Xiaoyun felt strangely nervous. Many people exchanged glances and immediately rushed upstairs, rushing in a flurry of activity. Suddenly, the area around them emptied out considerably. Xiaoyun was stunned, a bit confused by everyone's enthusiasm. While the internet celebrity Big Bear was certainly adorable and warm, was such enthusiasm necessary? Strange. Xiaoyun turned to look at Big Bear, who was also looking at her. 3 seconds later, he patted the seat next to her, as if inviting her to sit down. Will you let me over? Xiaoyun was a little unsure, but she still slowly moved over. Bear didn't look at her and munched on something else, perhaps a fried chicken drumstick, devouring it mouthful by mouthful. It was crunchy and fragrant. Xiaoyun gradually settled down to sit down. Oh, it must be said, sitting close felt warm. Not only did her hands and feet feel warm, but her chest felt warm as well. It was as if a mysterious force had entered her body, erasing all that was cold. Could this be the spiritual energy they talk about online? Xiaoyun couldn't help but lean back, only realizing she was leaning against Big Bear when she leaned against a patch of fur. Both Big Bear and she paused for a second. Xiaoyun slowly looked up and saw Big Bear continuing to eat his burger, oblivious to the fact someone was leaning against him. Xiaoyun suddenly felt delighted, feeling quite lucky. Big Bear, the internet celebrity, actually loved candied Haas and allowed her to get so close. Xiaoyun secretly took a selfie. She raised her hand and gave a V sign. Behind her, Big Bear was eating a burger, his mouth wide open, looking like he was enjoying it very much. Loving family group chat. Marshmallow. Picture Marshmallow. We took a photo, happy. Instantly, the family group chat went wild. Cousin, wow sis. How are you so close? Grandpa, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Sister, sis. Are you at the warming center to the east? I'd be there right now. Save me a spot. Marshmallow, let me try sister, huh? Marshmallow, I don't know how to put this, but I just ask. I'm allowed to sit here. promise. Xiaoyun put down her phone, carefully raised her head, and, through verbal support and gestures, finally finished expressing what she wanted to say. Can her family sit next to it? The 3-meter-tall, majestic bear seemed lost in thought, but after 10 seconds, it nodded in agreement. Yeah. Xiaoyun let out a small cheer and quickly sent a message to the family group. You can bring something. It seems to like candied haws. Cousin, sure. Where can I buy some? Sister, what kind does it like? Xiaoyun thought for a moment. The place I bought them from seems to be sold out. I see if I can make some at home. I bring a little of each variety, and see what he likes best. Xiaoyun added as I typed this. Grandpa's coming too. There are so many candied haws, I'm afraid my younger siblings won't be able to handle them, so Grandpa's coming to help. The group chat was silent for a long time before a message finally appeared next to Grandpa's profile picture. Okay, animated emoji, every household showed up, and the situation was similar to Xiaoyun's. Even if the elders weren't interested at first, the younger ones would spend most of the day playing at the base, not even coming back for dinner. They either pushed hard or just rolled around and acted like a spoiled child. Driven by various irresistible forces, 90% of the residents had come to the heating base. Oh my! It's so warm. I didn't know it until I blew it, and I was shocked. Is this still heating? Why is it so different from home? It's warm and hot, and it seems to flow through my skin and blood vessels, leaving behind an incredibly nourishing residual heat. Oh my god, no wonder the country wants building a base for us. Life would be so comfortable. Grandpa Xiaoyun sat comfortably, holding his knees. Really? Xiaoyun replied, checking his phone. I heard that other areas will be open later, and everyone can eat and sleep here. So convenient? Grandpa Xiaoyun felt that this base was too comprehensive, but he couldn't put his finger on what was strange. The warm heating enveloped his body, making it feel comfortable all over. Even his old bones felt rejuvenated. Maybe it was just too cold this year. Grandpa Xiaoyun, walking around a crowd of people, finally found a small, empty bench and quickly took it and sat down. This felt even more comfortable. Oh, how could there be such a pleasant warmth? Most residents of city be experience this indescribable, heavenly warmth, like stepping from the depths of winter into the warm sunshine of spring. Chronic cold legs, rheumatism, all the minor ailments accumulated during the bitter snow melted away in this heat, transforming into steaming mist. Oh my god, I feel like I'm living a heavenly life. Is there really no hallucinogenic drug in this heater? How can it be so warm and comfortable? A comment from an IP address in City B was posted online, and netizens from other provinces who had heard about it were furious. Showing off, if that's not showing off, smiles. Haha, Jing-sama is enjoying himself again. You're truly worthy of being born in a noble place. Even your bones are more precious than ours. Not chewing loudly when others are hungry is a form of etiquette. You guys in Province B are blessed with the luxury of having heaters, while we in other provinces are freezing like dogs, our hands and feet trembling in the icy snow. Breaking news. 30 bears are about to depart for various provinces. The exact time they land depends on how quickly you can build your base. What? Can the IP friends from Province B tell me what the procedures are for signing up to build a base? Oh my god, our province is going to have bears too. Does anyone from Province B have any experience? Should we make some preparations? 30, 1 per province. Won't that be enough to show off? Replying to the above user, you don't have to worry about this. The technology already exists. They build interconnected underground bases to move heating from the provincial center to other parts of the province. Huh? Transporting heating? Doesn't that mean we have to run a lot of pipes underground? That's about right. Special times call for special measures. The weather's so cold, this is the only way. Oh my god. I thought this heating base was far away. As soon as I put my phone down, I heard the village chief say everyone 16 and older should go to the village to inspect the foundation. Digging will begin this afternoon. So fast. Wasn't the announcement just released? You know, we're always pretty fast. I've never felt so hopeful. Even though I'm freezing in bed right now, I know tomorrow is full of hope. Does anyone from Province B have any tips on what to keep in mind when using the heating base? Chapter 219. My friends from Province B couldn't share much either. When I first entered the heating base, everything was a surprise. It was so large, so spacious, with all those doors and divided areas. What are those on the wall? The staff member glanced at it. They're vents, sucking the heated air into the pipes. Oh. The resident of Province B left, half comprehending, but his attention was soon drawn to the scene on the other side. Is this cooking? Yes. The staff member didn't look back, continuing to generously add ingredients to the large pot. They were cooking a salty pork rib and vegetable stew. The savory and fragrant ribs paired with the sweet vegetables would be perfect with rice. The resident of Province B sniffed. Can we eat here? Yes, it's free. The staff member, still without looking back, picked up the corn and rubbed the kernels into the pot. With a swishing sound, the pot was soon dotted with golden kernels. The resident from Province B left, looking back every few steps. He chose a seat not too far from the kitchen, sat down, and, enjoying the warmth of the heater, gazed at the kitchen area. It wasn't long before he finally got his wish for salted pork ribs and corn kernels. This is really delicious. Resident A scooped up a mouthful of rice with his chopsticks. Yes, I didn't expect to be able to eat here. Resident B picked up the salted pork ribs, slurping them off in a few bites, savoring the aroma. Xiaoyun sat next to Big Bear, eating the fragrant salted pork ribs. He scooped the savory sauce mixed with rice into his mouth, chewed it carefully, and swallowed it, feeling the unique satisfaction and warmth that food brings. She took a bite of rice from her bowl, glanced at her family eating next to her, then took another bite, then glanced at the residents eating around her. As she savored the tempting, salty, and fragrant pork chop rice, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. First, the meal was free, and second, the heating was also free. They said they would provide accommodations later, and there was no mention of a fee. What was going on? Why did it feel like the government wanted to keep everyone in a heating base? Xiaoyun glanced at the bear behind her. The big orange bear was also eating, also savory pork ribs with vegetables, but his was noticeably larger, with the ribs all connected and a wider variety of vegetables. He ate with great relish, learning to chew slowly, and seemingly enjoying his food. Xiaoyun couldn't help but take a bite of her rice. She looked at the warm room, her delicious lunch in hand. Although she was puzzled, she didn't think the authorities would harm everyone by forcing them to gather at the warming base. Perhaps it was just too cold outside? Xiaoyun finished her bowl in one gulp, placed her bowl and chopsticks next to her cousin, motioning him to wash them, and then stood up to leave. Big Bear ignored her, and the staff didn't react either. Xiaoyun made her way through the dense crowd, ascended 2 flights of stairs, nodded to the staff at the door, and finally pushed open the door and walked out. Snow, all over the world. The rumble of snowplows filled her ears. Dozens of them came and went, breaking up the snow and clearing a path for the nearby residents. Tonghulu, little sister, would you like a bunch? There was still a vendor selling candied haws at the entrance, but the owner was now a young woman. Sister, where's that old man from before? Xiaoyun looked at the stall. It looked exactly the same as before. Oh, that's my colleague. This order is taken on a shift basis. Huh? Xiaoyun was a little confused. That's right, the woman selling candied haws said in a much clearer voice than the older man. This stall doesn't belong to an individual, but to the company. We take turns guarding it because it's too cold outside. Oh. Xiaoyun understood, but she was even more confused. So this stall at the entrance to the heating base belonged to the base? Then why was it placed there? Hey. Candied haws. What a string. Grandpa, we have candied haws here. I want some. I want 2 strings of flat hawthorns. You've been clamoring to buy things since you left the house. The little boy's grandfather complained, but his hands were honestly digging into his pockets. He fumbled with his coat, unzipped it, and pulled out his wallet from the inner compartment. After rummaging through it, he finally pulled out a 10-yuan bill. 2 strings of flat hawthorns. The boy's grandfather handed over the money and took the candied haws. Grandpa, have one too. The chubby little boy beamed. I don't like this stuff. The boy's grandfather took the candied haws and led the boy's hand into the base. Both of them walked briskly, not as if they were going to escape the cold, but rather to have fun together. Xiaoyun suddenly understood something and blinked, looking at the candied haws stall that they were supposed to take turns guarding. The stall was ordinary, just like the most common candied haws stall. There were round, sugar-coated hawthorns, flat sesame hawthorns, and skewers of yam, strawberry, and grape. The rich variety of colors stood out against the vast snowy landscape, adding a touch of joy and ordinary charm to the cold, steel-framed base gate. This imagery serves primarily to enhance the atmosphere. Xiaoyun's Chinese teacher's words suddenly flashed through her mind. She blinked, smiled at the candied haws lady on duty, and took out 5 yuan to buy a string of flat hawthorns. Xiaoyun wasn't particularly fond of the sesame seeds, but perhaps it was the strange feeling she felt, as she devoured the whole string of hawthorns with relish, enjoying the warm air of the house. So fragrant, so good, so warm and filling. As the base in Province B gradually gained momentum, bases in other provinces followed suit. In the northern regions, residents were essentially organized to move into the heating bases overnight. It was too cold. It's practically uninhabitable on the surface. Even with the heater on constantly, you can feel the rising temperature inside, but you still feel a chill all over your body, as if an extra chill, ignoring the air and temperature, gradually invades your body. Even the most obtuse person would know something's wrong. What is this chill? Is it bad luck? From a scientific perspective. Has your provincial base been completed? New terms have dominated the internet, with the most heated discussion being the top trending search. So what's going on this year? It's snowing non-stop, and even with the heater on, it's still freezing. Is this scientific? It's hard to judge. Science is like Schrodinger's cat. It seems to exist, but it also doesn't. Our village is small, and the base won't be completed until tomorrow. My hands are shaking as I type this. It's so cold. Hold on a little longer. It's really warm underground. Why is it so warm underground? Isn't that also heating? You're probably out of touch. The underground base is using Big Bear heating pipes shipped from the provincial center. It's not as exaggerated as the online claims, but it's more than enough for daily life. They say that heating it can open up your meridians and make your whole body feel incredibly strong, right? I don't know. Anyway, the ones in our village aren't that exaggerated. It just feels quite warm, so it's pretty good. It works from the provincial center to the outlying villages, so just be happy. There's only one Big Bear, and it's amazing that it's spread to so many places. I feel more and more uneasy the longer I stay here. What's going on? The snow keeps falling, and an inexplicable chill is sweeping across the land. Suddenly, bears have appeared in our country, and they're generating heat, their warmth spreading across the country. How bizarre. Is this scientific or reasonable? Now that you mention it, it's true. How did I end up in a warming base? I wasn't prepared for it. I know, because the warming base provides food, lodging, and heating. So that's how it is. But it still feels weird. Would everyone live underground during normal times? Did I miss something? Oh my god, now that you mention it, it really makes sense. Why are we all living underground? Aren't we living above ground? Actually, we could live there. No one's stopping us. It's just too cold. Forget cooking, I'm too lazy to even get out of bed. I don't know. I saw my neighbors moving in, so I moved in too. It's really warm, and I don't want to leave. It still feels weird. It's like the end of the world, and everyone's living underground. Oh my god, how come you're all living well, while only Province Y is still shivering in the cold wind? I'm shaking like a sieve. Province H isn't even finished yet, and everyone in the province is already planning to move into the shopping mall with bears. Cities further south, which are built starting from the north, may be ranked later due to the higher temperatures. Is this fair? When will my base be completed? Is it almost there? It's almost there. It feels like a magical attack is in the air. It's freezing. Just hang on a little longer, it's almost there. So does anyone know what's going on? Why aren't the air conditioners and heaters working on the ground? Or why is there such a cold snap? I don't know. Does anyone have any inside information? Well, I'm an insider, so I can only say that this matter is complicated and can't be explained simply. Could you please tell me? Well, both the bears and the cold air are foreign, and they just happen to form a mutually restraining situation. The authorities received help from insiders, so they urgently built these bases. It's the same as not saying anything. So what do you mean by foreign? Which foreign? It shouldn't be foreign countries, right? It seems like other countries are also freezing cold. This is so awful. I can't bear to look at the terrible scenes online anymore. I'm so stunned. It feels like the world has suddenly ended. I was buying candied haws at the base entrance this afternoon. Me too, but the ones at ours are sesame balls. Huh? Do every base have something at their entrance? Ours is boiled, and it's quite warm and delicious. Huh? I thought we were the only ones setting up stalls at the base entrance in this cold weather. Ours is rice noodle rolls, and they're quite thin and tender. Ours is peanut cakes. I fry them myself. They're super crispy and fragrant, but they're very irritating, so they have to dry in the snow before eating. So do every base really have them at their entrance? Are people working so hard everywhere? No, they're probably trying to add a bit of a relaxed atmosphere to the base. Huh? Stunned. Is this such a ceremonial thing? I think so. I was pretty nervous about moving to the base. I weighed out 3 yuan worth of Jiangxiang pancakes at the entrance, but I forgot about them. I just remember they were crispy and had a nice sesame aroma. Why aren't there Jiangxiang pancakes at our entrance? I don't like soy milk and fried dough sticks. They're dry and tasteless. We've gotten off topic. Were we just talking about the end of the world? Why does it feel so hopeless? Do we have to live underground forever? That shouldn't be the case. Food and lodging are free. If this continues, what's the point? There must be other arrangements up there. The heating's on, so I just sit here for now. There's nothing else to do. It's too cold outside. That's all I can do. This last comment got a lot of likes, mainly because the heating was on, and the hot food was ready to eat. Even if the space was a bit cramped, I had to wait for arrangements. Could the authorities really harm us? Maybe they've made other arrangements. If needed, everyone will come up. If not, just sit back and relax at the base. Too bad the base prohibits gambling. It would be nice if we could play cards. Don't play. If you're caught playing cards, you have to guard the stalls at the gate. You have to stand guard for 3 days. You be freezing. It's uninhabitable out there. Ah, I was wondering why there are so many stalls at the gate. I've even had some Jiangxiang pancakes. Turns out they were punished. This is hilarious. I'm suddenly looking forward to someone being punished to set up a stall at the gate. I want some spicy noodles. The food at the base is so healthy. If you want spicy noodles, just apply. But each person can only apply for 1 pack per day. As long as your warehouse has stock, the staff will give it to you. Oh, such a comfortable life. But why does it feel like we'd be living underground forever? I don't know. The authorities aren't saying anything, so we don't know what's going on. In reality, it's not that the authorities are silent. They just don't know how to express themselves. How should we put it? Perhaps a force from another world has invaded Earth, and the constant snowfall is a ploy. Fortunately, someone in our country has been informed of the situation and has dispatched creatures, bears, to assist. Due to the disparity in power between the two sides, we can only sit underground and wait and see. No, how can you say that? It's okay for adults, but if it were a minor, their worldview would be profoundly impacted. They still have their studies to study hard. So the authorities can only feign indifference, and the excuse they're giving is just to avoid the cold. It's too cold out there. Let's all hide underground for warmth. The ground in Yen country was practically deserted. The snow continued to pound down, piling up layer after layer, burying everything except tall buildings, including houses, trees, and utility poles. Only the snowplows at the entrances of each base continued to rumble. The small stalls at the entrances to the bases had also disappeared. It was too cold. Even if they were fined, they wouldn't let anyone stand there in the cold. I'm starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. At first, it was quite lively, but now it's a bit annoying. There are so many people, and so much noise. My personal space is so small, I can't even turn over in my bed. Maybe you upstairs are stronger. The 0.7 meter wide bed is a bit small, but I can still turn over. Ah, do you save money on such small beds? You all have 0.9 meter wide ones here. We save money on a lot of people. It can't be helped. The only good thing is that it's quite warm. Sigh, I really don't know how long this life will last. Actually, being alive is great. If you could access the internet, you'd know how lucky we are. Sigh, I hate snow the most. Me too. The weather I hate most in my life is snow. I was planning to go to the stalls at the entrance to buy something and get some fresh air, but the staff stopped me. They said we couldn't go outside anymore or we'd freeze to death. Oh my god. Can't I just wear more clothes? No, it's not like normal low temperatures. It said there's a mysterious power inside. If you go outside, you freeze to death. So scary. Luckily, we have bear heaters. Our bear is so cute and getting more and more active. Yesterday, he even learned to knit a scarf from an old lady. Huh? So harmonious? There's a lot of discussion online, but 90% of it revolves around the base and the weather. Although room and board were provided, and the food was quite delicious, it was incredibly crowded and overcrowded. The days without hope were the hardest. The only consolation was that my phone still had internet access. Otherwise, life underground would have driven me crazy. The number of people active online grew, and everyone was intensively online, communicating with friends from various bases. We shared sadness, melancholy, joy, and conversations about what we were having tonight. Why did you guys save so much for such a good meal? Hashtag I'm so bored. I don't know what to do. Hashtag. Hashtag what's for tomorrow morning? Hashtag. Hashtag we're having fried rice cakes here. Hashtag. Hashtag I feel like a rat. Hashtag. Everyone's thoughts were in a mess, But there were so many people to share and exchange emotions with, so it wasn't so bad. Everyone was like me, so it didn't seem so bad. On that February night in 2025, countless night owls were online. Yeet Sifeng was one of them, but he wasn't surfing the web. Instead, he was checking the temperatures in various locations and analyzing the latest conditions in real time. That was about it. The person behind me should have noticed something was wrong. To unscrupulously snow a world is most likely an attempt to freeze it and refine it. The entire Yen Nation region has moved underground, and other countries have also received hints and warnings from Yen Nation and have generally taken measures to protect their citizens. That's about it. The enemy will surely notice that the pace of the extermination of life is not as expected. If their spiritual power is considerable and their deduction abilities are strong, they will surely rush to the Yen Nation base. As long as these underground structures are destroyed immediately, we can harvest Yen Nation's life with maximum efficiency. Life. Those bustling crowds, those diverse personalities, were no different from leaping, barking animals in the eyes of some cultivators. As long as they couldn't cultivate, they were all living beings. If Yeet Sifeng hadn't spent his first life in the 21st century, he might have felt the same way. Cultivating immortals is so glorious. A single sword contains the vast expanse of space. A single finger can unleash a magical power that creates the universe. Under the crushing power, those who perished were mere weaklings. But as luck would have it, Yeet Sifeng's first life, though brief and boring, had truly experienced the wonders of the 21st century, watched countless entertainment works, and learned about the legends of countless predecessors. This was a real world. It was home to many active people. Although they all loved to argue, they also lived a lively life, sharing their doubts and joys online, pouring out their tears, and boasting about their experiences. Ah! Yeet Sifeng sighed softly, his hesitation vanishing. Now that he'd come this far, if he didn't face it, he'd have to flee. He hadn't done anything like this in years. Avoiding difficulty wasn't conducive to spiritual cultivation. Yeet Sifeng turned and looked out the window. Countless snowflakes were swept down by the wind. If you ignored the buried houses on the ground, it was actually quite beautiful. The azure sky stretched as far as the eye could see, and the fluttering snowflakes resembled pure white feathers. The cultivator behind him possessed considerable spiritual power, capable of making it snow for so many days straight. No, Yeet Sifeng thought. If someone had survived the collapse of the cultivation world and still retained so much strength, what level of cultivation must he have possessed? Yeet Sifeng felt something was wrong. The tiny piece of debris he'd picked up in his last life inexplicably reappeared in his mind. Why did you suddenly think of this? Yeet Sifeng and Ing Fangshuan exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Ding dong. An official message has been sent. Yeet Sifeng set his thoughts aside and picked up his phone. All departments are ready, and Teacher Xiong from each province has also confirmed that everything is fine. The equipment should be at their disposal, right? Yeet Sifeng replied. Yes. After sending the message, he turned his head to look at the sky. Snow whistled down the ground, the air thick with icy spiritual energy that threatened to solidify. The sharp force enveloped the entire landscape, and even from indoors one could hear the shrieking sound of the wind and snow. Yeet Sifeng grabbed the furry Ing Fangshuan, pulled out his compass, and began to locate. Spiritual energy roared out, his mental power quickly covering the entire land. The place with the thickest spiritual energy was here. In a cave forged of ice and snow, a white figure was meditating. A golden square in front of him continuously spun out vast spiritual energy, repairing his body with strands of it. First his soul, then his body. After a long moment, he raised his hand to draw the spiritual energy from the square, but found it unsuccessful. He slowly opened his eyes. His face was grim, his body repair interrupted. The golden square continued to spin, but it wasn't as full of spiritual energy as he had expected. It was still the same amount, as if he hadn't arrived in a new world, nor had it been blessed with an unavoidable snowstorm. What was going on? Where was the spiritual energy in this world? He frowned and calculated with his hand. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, people foolishly played in the snow, and houses were buried one after another. But in one area, the people, under strong organization, moved together. Underground? No, that's not right. Under his ice-type disaster, even underground couldn't be inhabited. So what caused this situation was? He frowned, calculating, but found nothing. It was as if the power of the heavenly Tao was obscuring it. Humph. He sneered. The low spiritual power of the heavenly Tao in this small world was no different from nothing. Even if it could block something insignificant now, who could stop him once he was out? Bing Yushan, the ice-type cultivator, stored the spinning golden cube in his storage space, and stepped out of the cave. In an instant, he knew what was behind this. A warm, foul smell. A fire-type spirit beast, with a strong body odor. How wonderful, how wonderful. Since leaving the cultivation world, he hadn't seen anything spiritual. Barren, utterly barren, withered and weak worlds everywhere, countless things devoid of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, something a cultivator couldn't live without. Spiritual power. Even fire-type spirit beasts, with their unbearable stench, can endure a little hardship, transforming their fire spiritual power into ice, and once again enjoy the light, ethereal power flowing through their bodies. Bing Yushan curled his lips into a smile. He rushed towards the strongest smell. Where was the strongest smell? Province B. Bears are more numerous, 3 of them. The nearby residents were still unaware, and were still chatting online at the warming base. They laid bored in their beds, lamenting when this would end. They really didn't want to use their phones anymore. I'm so tired. Xiaoyun put down his phone and covered his eyes, feeling like he was going blind. There was little to do at the base. If he wasn't on his phone, he could only chat with the people nearby, and chatting was even more boring. Hey uncle, where are you going? Xiaoyun asked a passing staff member curiously, but this time she didn't receive a gentle response. No time to talk, just sit down. Xiaoyun sat down, confused, holding her knees as she watched the hurried staff members go upstairs, watching them converse. The atmosphere was a bit strange. It wasn't just Xiaoyun. Everyone else noticed too. The voices in the room had grown quieter. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what was going on. But no one knew. Until the ceiling above the building began to dismantle in an orderly fashion. 3 bangs, and the ceiling, made of an unknown material, folded and retracted, revealing a vast passageway. Everyone looked up, stunned. The bitter cold wind outside clashed with the heating inside. Just from sitting on the floor, one could feel the alternating currents of cold and heat clashing. Xiaoyun sniffed and sat quietly with her family. Is this it? A careless voice echoed from the sky above. Though the volume wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears clearly. It was vague and contemptuous, carrying a piercing chill. Xiaoyun's eyes widened, and he looked left and right, unable to discern what was above him. Until a small blue dot appeared in the center of his vision, growing larger and larger at an indescribable speed. Before he could register what it was, an orange figure darted out from behind him. Bang! A dazzling orange light shot up into the sky, colliding with the blue dot. Snowflakes and tiny flames fell in a whirlwind of activity, a scene as surreal as a movie. Xiaoyun sniffed and looked up at the orange figure above. On the shoulders of the furry bear was a strangely shaped, technologically advanced cannon. The orange bear stared at the sky with a fierce gaze. Xiaoyun closed his eyes and wiped the snot from his mouth with his hand. He had forgotten even the tissue in his pocket. His mind was filled with the sudden onslaught of ice and fire. She opened her eyes and looked around. The room was utterly silent. Everyone's expression was almost identical, each one dazed, their eyes fixed on the scene above. Bang! Orange Bear quickly fired another round. A dazzling orange light shot up into the sky, followed by a blue dot a little later. The 2 beams collided, showering countless snowflakes and flames, though this time the flames were noticeably smaller. Looking for death? The voice at the top was a little stagnant, strangely carrying a hint of exasperation. Chapter 220. Xiaoyun was speechless. Her brain raced furiously, but she could only stare blankly at the sky. Countless gusts of wind and snow whipped through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. She looked left and right, but could not figure out where the ethereal voice speaking came from. Xiaoyun looked at the bear above. An orange figure carried a massive, sci-fi-inspired cannon barrel. Streams of light occasionally streaked across the barrel, a cold blue light spreading from a single point, gradually fading, changing color, and finally converging at the muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dazzling orange beams shot up into the sky, each in a different direction. Almost instantly, a deafening explosion echoed from above. Xiaoyun could almost feel the impact of the mingling of cold and heat. The snow seemed to be falling even harder. Xiaoyun's mind was blank. She didn't even notice her runny nose. The beautiful blue planet in her mind spun ceaselessly, transforming into a flurry of snow. The snow continued to fall like an endless catastrophe. Then, a bear appeared, carrying an interstellar cannon and aiming it at the sky. Bang, bang. Xiaoyun ducked her head, trying to avoid the icy and scorching wind. But looking up, she saw snowflakes mingled with flames, tiny yet blazing. They fell from the sky to the ground, adding a touch of warmth to the group on the second basement floor. Xiaoyun belatedly realized her feet were numb, and just as she was about to move, she was stopped by the staff. Hold still. Sit still. The staff's expression was serious. Someone was wondering what was going on, but they were still emphasizing something to the crowd. This is the only safe place. We can't stay anywhere else. Xiuyun's heart skipped a beat. Everything he had seen since then was processed by his brain, all the information coming together. Endless snow, an inexplicable chill, a vague voice that carried an inexplicable but malicious tone, the resolute figure of the orange bear, the high-tech cannon, everything pointed to one thing: war. War is coming. Whether the other side was human or ghost, it looked incredibly mysterious and eerie. Here, we were all mortals, sitting on the floor, dumbfounded as the orange bear, carrying its cannon, charged back. No, this... No. Xiaoyun could hardly believe her own conclusion and pinched herself hard. It hurt. I wasn't dreaming, but was this reasonable? Was this scientific? Wasn't this the 21st century? I've only played with you this far, just to tame a fire spirit beast. The ethereal, contemptuous voice echoed through everyone's ears. Xiaoyun could almost imagine the superiority of the other side, and how indifferent they seemed to the people on the ground. Ding! It's hard to describe the resounding sound heard at that moment, but almost everyone sitting on the ground was reminded of ice. The crystals that had remained unmelted for years within the glacier, the extremely cold water dripping into the deepest earth, the snow-capped mountains and rivers that had accumulated for eons and remained undispersed, all simultaneously emitted a resounding sound. Oh no! This must be a powerful attack. Even though I didn't know what was happening across from me, the deepest, most instinctive part of my body screamed, "Danger! Get out of here!" Xiaoyun instinctively tried to stand up, but it was too late. Even from the floor, he could feel the chill that threatened to engulf everything. Oh no! The world is ending. Although they didn't know why it was happening so quickly, everything was about to be destroyed. Xiaoyun and the crowd around her looked up. Time slowed down in that instant, so much so that they could see nearby staff rushing over, manipulating the cannon with astonishing speed. Dazzling streams of light streamed across the cannon. It seemed like a second, and then it seemed like a moment. The cannon folded, merged, and unfolded, transforming into a vastly spacious form. Swish, swish, swish. Orange streams of light shot outward from the cannon. When the last beam of light was released, the entire orange bowl of light narrowly caught the blue impact from above. Silence, absolute silence. Ah! We're still alive. Holy crap. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, why am I even sitting here? Holy crap, you're still filming a video. Dead or alive, we get some souvenirs. Okay. That makes sense. Everyone was excited. After what just happened, even the dumbest person would understand what was going on. Mystical forces were invading Earth, and the enemy looked incredibly powerful. But we weren't completely defenseless. While we didn't know where that interstellar-style cannon came from, we were still fighting back and forth. Brother Xiong. Kill him. The invader deserves death. Knowing 2 spells is a big deal. Unlucky bastard. You're the one causing all the bad luck on Earth. Oh my god, is this even scientific? Everyone was jubilant. If it weren't for the staff holding them back, they would have rushed upstairs with high morale. Humph, a little trick. The ethereal voice reached everyone's ears again, but this time, whether it was Xiaoyun's imagination, it was less casual and more serious and fierce. Xiaoyun subconsciously felt something was wrong. No, why didn't the other side seem anxious at all? Why did they seem so confident? Above, the orange bear had set up its cannon again. Its orange figure stood tall and reliable in the biting snow, steady and resolute. Xiaoyun pursed her lips, sweating profusely, staring intently at the orange bear. Everything fell silent, and everyone held their breath. Influenced by the atmosphere, everyone couldn't help but look up. The gray sky stretched endlessly, and the cold snow seemed like countless rapidly descending feathers. Just from sitting there, one could hear the sound of the snow scraping against the wind. Like knives. It was unscientific, very fantastical. Although it was incredibly fast, everyone had stepped into this fantastical battle. Suddenly, several blue points of light appeared in the sky, growing at a visible rate. Bang, bang, bang. Orange streams of light shot up into the sky, catching each other one by one. After a violent collision, the two canceled each other out, dispersing into countless tiny flames that fell along with the snowflakes onto the pure white world, catching everyone's eye. It's so cold. Someone suddenly sighed. Xiaoyun belatedly sniffed her nose and realized her nose was blocked. It hadn't been clogged since the big bear heater, but the battle was so intense that she had no time to worry about whether her nose was open or not. More blue points of light appeared in the sky, increasing at a visible rate, one after another. The first point quickly grew larger, and smaller ones appeared behind it. Like stars, they multiplied one by one, filling the sky with blue stars, like the vast Milky Way. The fight is over. A light voice reached everyone's ears, and they shuddered chilled. Xiaoyun looked at the countless blue dots in the sky, then at the interstellar cannon held by the 3-meter-tall bear, and suddenly realized the imbalance in the two sides' combat power. On the other side were countless blue dots, while this side had only one cannon, firing one shot at a time. How many times would it take to block all these attacks? Or could it even block them? Mom! Xiaoyun covered her mouth, overcome with grief. Looking at her equally grieving mother beside her, she couldn't help but lean into her arms. In the next life, I want to be your daughter again. Xiaoyun buried her head in her mother's arms and cried, listening to the wailing nearby. It was clear that everyone was in a low mood, realizing that their hope for survival was fading. The world is truly a kaleidoscope, changing every second. Yesterday, I was still lying in bed playing with my phone. Today, I have to watch an outdoor techno-fantasy battle. It's clear my side is going to lose, and the invaders will be victorious. Woo woo woo. Xiaoyun wooed for a while longer, listening to the cannon barrel overhead emit a continuous bang 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 burst. But there's no end to the fire, no end to it. The barrel is so small, and no matter how many bursts it fires, it can't withstand the blue dots above, and attack as numerous as stars. Unless the energy source here can be constantly replenished. Xiaoyun looked up suddenly, watching the staff rushing back and forth, constantly moving black blocks. Even from a distance, the white text on them could be clearly seen. Batteries. Xiaoyun looked up at the sky. Countless blue dots of light continued to fall, but now that Orange Bear's cannon was connected to a power source, it was clearly even more powerful. Orange streams of light continuously shot up into the sky, changing in size, and formed to meet the incoming attacks. Explosions echoed in the air, and amidst the violent crashes, a flicker of hope rekindled in Xiaoyun's heart. What's going on? It seems like everything is going smoothly here. Slightly relieved, Xiaoyun regained the courage to observe the battle. A majestic, 3-meter-tall bear carried a cannon shaped like an interstellar spaceship, continuously firing orange beams. Beside the cannon stood 3 highly trained personnel, operating various devices. What a marvelous scene. So marvelous that Xiaoyun wanted to open his phone to check if it was 2025 or the 21st century. What's going on? How come the staff here are so skilled? Has the situation outside already developed to this point? Why hasn't she heard the news? My God, how much has the country been hiding from us? It turns out, we can actually fight fantasy forces head-on. A voice of amazement came from the side. Xiaoyun turned around and saw a young man filming a video. I'm just recording it. The young man noticed her gaze. This is something very useful. If we survive, it'd be a souvenir. If we don't, it'd be evidence of an invasion. Xiaoyun suddenly felt that what he said made sense. She took a look at the battle situation and silently pulled out her phone. For the residents of other provinces, this was a very special day. Everyone had been bored at the base, playing with their phones, when suddenly a fantasy-themed video popped up on the internet. The video background seemed to be Province B. Countless blue dots of light appeared in the sky, then rapidly descended. Orange beams shot up from the ground and crashed into them. Snowflakes and flames rained down from the sky. The scene was bizarre, like a movie. What the hell is this? A new movie? The officials were quite thoughtful. They knew we were bored and even made a new fantasy movie. It's just that this theme isn't very auspicious. It's so cold now, and it feels like it's hinting at the end of the world. It's not auspicious. Huh? This doesn't seem like a movie. I live next door to Province B, and I kept hearing thunder coming from there today. I'm in Province B, already on the Fantasy Channel, watching Orange Bear carry a cannon against the invading forces.